Ally City is a charming coastal town located on the eastern seaboard of the Sun and Moon Federation, nestled beside the sea. Today, the town is bustling with excitement as it marks the annual Day of Awakening. In the Douluo Continent, every individual possesses a unique entity known as a martial soul. This martial soul is an integral part of their being, manifesting as any animal, plant, or object. At the age of 6, through a sacred awakening ceremony, one can awaken their martial soul. The Day of Awakening is the momentous occasion for this revelation. If one's martial soul manifests as a hoe, that person may possess superior farming abilities. Should it take the form of an animal, they might inherit some of that creature's simple capabilities. Thus, martial souls have long been pivotal in transforming lives. More significantly, people eagerly anticipate the emergence of soul power, an energy that nurtures and enhances martial souls. While everyone possesses a martial soul, it is rare perhaps one enough the Santo also possess soul power. Soul power signifies potential and strength. When a martial soul is accompanied by soul power, one can cultivate it to elevate their martial soul, ultimately attaining the noble profession of a soul master, which has graced the Douluo Continent for centuries. Therefore, even those of humble origins aspire for their children to awaken not only their martial soul on this significant day but also their soul power, which could alter the course of their lives and benefit their families immensely. The streets in front of Hongshan Academy are already overcrowded this morning, teeming with parents escorting their children for the awakening ceremony. "Daddy, what do you think my martial soul will be?" A 6-year-old boy, filled with excitement, gazes up at his father, who regales him with tales of soul masters. His large, expressive eyes glimmer with anticipation. The boy, with his short black hair and slightly taller than his peers, is most striking for his bright eyes, distinctly black and white, framed by long eyelashes that outshine many girls. Although clad in simple attire, his exceptional looks draw attention. His father, an unremarkable middle-aged man of average height and build, appears quite ordinary. "I don't know, my son, it's a matter of luck," the father sighs inwardly, recognizing that the Day of Awakening also serves as a dividing line in life. The presence or absence of soul power undoubtedly determines one's life trajectory. Fortunately, in this era, even those who do not become soul masters still have the potential for a bright future. "I will definitely have soul power, right?" The boy's eyes shine with hope. The father gently ruffles his hair and smiles. "Regardless of whether you possess soul power or not, I love you always." Within the academy, parents continually emerge with their children, most wearing expressions of dejection or sighing in disappointment. Occasionally, a jubilant child exits, instantly attracting envious and jealous glances from those nearby, signaling the presence of soul power alongside their martial soul. As time passes, the sun grows more intense, and the small boy's enthusiasm begins to wane. Tang Wulin, a teacher, emerges from Hongshan Academy, calling out a name from the forms in hand. "I'm here." The boy's eyes widen, and he leaps with excitement. Tang Ziren, his father, brightens at the sight of his jubilant son and takes his hand, guiding him forward. "Follow me." The teacher, perhaps weary from the day's duties, turns and walks ahead. Tang Ziren encourages Tang Wulin. "Listen to the teacher and do your best, son. He'll be here waiting for you." Tang Wulin nods vigorously. "Daddy, I will have a powerful martial soul." The awakening chamber is not singular. It comprises 7 layers, each housing its own awakening room. Tang Wulin is led to the 3rd floor awakening room. Upon entering the chamber, Tang Wulin is momentarily dazzled by the intricate and vibrant patterns adorning the floor, walls, and ceiling. A peculiar sensation stirs within him, as if something is stirring within his very being. In the awakening room stands a middle-aged man clad in an ornate orange robe, embroidered with subtle patterns resembling soul beasts. Having grown up listening to his father's stories, he has heard of the Spirit Transmission Masters from the Spirit Transmission Tower, mysterious and formidable beings, revered soul masters possessing a unique status on the continent. Yet, this is his first encounter. "Greetings," Tang Wulin timidly addresses him. The Spirit Transmission Master greets him with a warm smile. "Come, little one, stand in the center." Tang Wulin blinks and obediently steps forward, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Master, what martial soul will I have?" The Spirit Transmission Master replies with a smile. "I cannot say. You will discover it once you awaken. However, with such beautiful eyes, if your martial soul is related to them, it would be perfect." Tang Wulin's eyes brighten. "The spirit eyes? I've heard of them. They belong to the first master of the Spirit Transmission Tower." The Spirit Transmission Master interrupts. "Focus and calm your mind. I shall begin now." Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Soul. Standing in the center of the awakening chamber, Tang Wulin felt a tinge of nervousness, glancing around intermittently. After all, He was merely 6 years old, without the companionship of his parents, and in this unfamiliar yet wondrous environment. How could his emotions remain tranquil? At that moment, the gentle white light emanating from the spirit master caught his attention. Was that soft white glow the legendary soul power? A formidable energy possessed solely by soul masters? As he gazed in astonishment, the spirit master pointed his right hand towards the sky, and the white light that had been hovering between his palms suddenly surged forth, soaring into the heavens like a blossoming firework, illuminating the awakening chamber with a resplendent brilliance. Beautiful patterns began to illuminate, cascading from the ceiling down the walls. As if regaining vitality, as if imbued with life, spreading towards Tang Wulin's feet. All the radiance converged at the very spot where he stood. A warm, tingling sensation surged from the soles of his feet into his body, causing Tang Wulin's small frame to tremble slightly. Almost immediately, he felt as though he were being electrified, his entire being vibrating with a subtle intensity. The surroundings blurred, and images flickered incessantly in his mind. He yearned to see clearly, yet could only perceive the flow of light and shadow, seemingly witnessing something, yet unable to retain any memory of it. To the spirit master, Tang Wulin was already enveloped in a white halo, radiating a mystical glow. Under the influence of this ancient and traditional ceremony, his martial soul was on the verge of awakening. Suddenly, Tang Wulin emitted a piercing cry, startling the spirit master. Normally, children do not experience much during their martial soul awakening, but a rare few, due to fragile bodies, might succumb to the energy's overwhelming force, facing peril. The spirit master swiftly moved closer to Tang Wulin, prepared to terminate the ceremony at the first sign of danger to ensure the child's safety. Upon drawing near, he was astonished to see a golden pattern flickering on Tang Wulin's forehead, then spreading out like a web across his limbs. What sort of martial soul could this be? The spirit master, seasoned and experienced, had witnessed thousands of awakenings, but this occurrence was unlike anything he had seen before. A subtle wave of energy began to emanate from Tang Wulin, originating from his lower abdomen, the most typical source of soul power. The energy fluctuations were not strong, yet their existence was undeniable. This revelation filled the spirit master with delight. Clearly, this child possessed a martial soul with soul power. Often, even after an entire day of rituals, encountering a child with soul power was a rare stroke of fortune. Yet, what could his martial soul truly be? The earlier golden web-like pattern had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Tang Wulin's eyes were tightly shut, seemingly enduring intense pain. Yet his right hand slowly lifted. With his palm facing upward, a faint blue halo emerged from his palm, followed by delicate strands of light blue grass that quietly sprouted, swaying gently and emitting a very weak energy pulse. Blue-silver grass? Disappointment filled the spirit master's voice. Yet, surprise swiftly replaced it. He had seen many instances of the blue-silver grass martial soul. It was a standard example of a worthless martial soul. Blue-silver grass was among the most commonplace entities throughout the Douluo Continent. Even in the Xinglua and Chengdu continents, it was ubiquitous, found even on the lawns of Hongshan Academy. Yet, how could this worthless martial soul be born alongside soul power? It hurt so much. Tang Wulin felt as if his body were being torn apart. Initially, the warm energy entering his body had made him feel tingly and even somewhat pleasurable, but soon, a surge of intense heat erupted from within him, raging through his being, leaving him with a sensation of overwhelming fullness, as if he might burst. Every part of his body felt as though it were being ripped apart, bones, muscles, skin, all in agony. After what felt like an eternity, the pain gradually subsided, and a warm sensation returned to his palm, prompting him to open his eyes. The light blue grass swayed lushly within his palm. Blue-silver grass? Though young, Tang Wulin was acutely aware of his actions, and he quickly came to realize, blue-silver grass? My martial soul? Although he had not yet formally studied the knowledge of martial souls, he possessed enough understanding to know that blue-silver grass was a type of worthless martial soul, and indeed, the most worthless of them all. Yes, this is indeed your martial soul, the spirit master said with a smile that his eyes betrayed a hint of regret. Possessing soul power was undoubtedly a good thing, but if the martial soul were blue-silver grass, Tang Wulin's lips trembled slightly, a profound sense of sorrow enveloping his young heart. After longing for so long, what he ultimately possessed was a worthless martial soul. Child, do not be disheartened. You have soul power accompanying you, the spirit master hastily reassured him. I have soul power? Tang Wulin looked at him in astonishment. The spirit master nodded. saying, "I just conducted a simple test. You possess a level 3 innate soul power. Although it's not particularly exceptional, it is indeed soul power. With effort, you too can become a soul master." Tang Wulin stood in a daze. But my martial soul is blue silver grass." The spirit master smiled. "Have you heard the tales of the Tang sect? The primary martial soul of its founding ancestor is none other than blue silver grass. 2,000 years ago, he wielded this martial soul, which appeared utterly worthless to ordinary people, to achieve great feats across the continent, defeating the malevolent spirit hall." Tang Wulin blinked. How could he not have heard the stories of the Tang sect's founding ancestor? The legendary figure and the first master of the Spirit Tower were among the most widely circulated and celebrated tales across the continent. But wasn't the founding ancestor's martial soul Blue Silver Emperor? Tang Wulin inquired earnestly. The spirit master felt a tad awkward. This little fellow was evidently not so easily deceived. The Blue Silver Emperor had indeed evolved from blue silver grass. If you wish to become a soul master, then strive for it. Tang Wulin bit his lip. Thank you, esteemed spirit master. Chapter 3. Tang Wulin's home upon exiting the gates of Red Mountain Academy. Tang Wulin felt somewhat dazed. As a new student this year, his awakened martial soul, accompanied by soul power, had placed him in the Soul Master class. In any primary academy, the Soul Master class undoubtedly stands as a prestigious cohort. His head throbbed slightly, and a warm sensation lingered within him, as if the overwhelming power that had threatened to burst him apart had yet to fully dissipate. Tang Wulin felt persistently lightheaded. "My son, you are truly one in a million." The gentle voice of Tang Ziren roused him from his stupor. He looked up at his father and met his gaze, which was filled with warmth and affection. "Father, isn't the blue silver grass considered a useless martial soul?" Tang Ziren replied solemnly. "What is wrong with having a useless martial soul? You must understand, possessing soul power already makes you an exceptional individual. To have a useless martial soul and still possess soul power, that makes you 1 in 10,000. Thus, my son is truly unique. Have I ever shared with you the story of our ancestor Tang San, the founder of the Tang sect? He too possessed the blue silver grass martial soul. Tang Wulin's home resided in the common district of Ally City. His father, Tang Ziren, was a mecha repairman, specializing in the maintenance of simple, soul-guided mecha components. However, due to his average skills, he earned merely enough to sustain their family. His mother, Lang Yu, was a homemaker who devoted herself to raising Tang Wulin, excelling in preparing delicious meals. The entirety of their home comprised a modest living room, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 rooms of less than 10 square meters each. "Mother, I'm not hungry. I'm just a bit tired. I'd like to rest for a while," Tang Wulin said, hugging his mother's neck before hastily retreating to his room. Watching his small figure disappear, Lang Yu turned to her husband with a sigh. "This child has always dreamed of becoming a soul master, but how difficult it is to achieve that. We should comfort him more." Tang Ziren seated himself at their little square dining table. The lunch consisted of stir-fried vegetables, braised ribs, a cold dish, and a bowl of vegetable soup. 3 dishes and a soup was already considered quite lavish in the Tang household. "This child possesses innate soul power, yet I would prefer if he did not," Tang Ziren lamented. Lang Yu, surprised, sat beside her husband. "What do you mean? Wulin has soul power. Does that not mean he truly has the potential to become a soul master?" Tang Ziren smiled wryly. "It's not that simple. His martial soul is the blue silver grass, with innate soul power at level 3. Becoming a soul master is no easy feat. Moreover, having soul power means he has been assigned to the soul master class. I fear the pressure may be too much for him." Lang Yu paused, quickly grasping the implication of her husband's words. "So, Wulin," she glanced worriedly at her son's room and sighed. "Let us serve him some rice. He has always been obedient. If it doesn't work out, we can always transfer him to a regular class." Indeed, unbeknownst to Tang Ziren and Lang Yu, Tang Wulin was not avoiding lunch due to disappointment. Rather, he was genuinely exhausted. Once in his room, he collapsed onto his bed and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Not long after, Tang Wulin began to writhe on his bed, his skin slightly flushed. Had Tang Ziren and Lang Yu been nearby, they would have noticed his temperature rising at an astonishing rate. His once red skin began to shimmer, with the veins beneath becoming vaguely visible, and one could almost perceive the flow of blood within him. At this moment, his circulatory system was operating at least 3 times faster than usual. Golden patterns, reminiscent of those seen in the awakening chamber, re-emerged on his forehead, extending in a grid-like fashion from his head downward, only to gradually retract after 3 cycles. A faint sound echoed as his bones shifted slightly before tranquility enveloped him once more, and his temperature gradually returned to normal, allowing him to sink deeper into sleep. In his dreams, Tang Wulin found himself in a vast prairie, abundant with blue-silver grass. The sky was golden, and it appeared as though a colossal entity was descending from above. Just as he discerned the shape of a grand golden mouth, he was engulfed by an endless golden realm. With a startled gasp, he sat up abruptly, realizing his body was drenched in sweat, an indescribable discomfort washing over him. The modest circumstances of his family had instilled in him a maturity beyond his years. He did not wish to disturb his parents, but instead hurried to the bathroom to cleanse himself. To his astonishment, though his body was slick with sweat, it emitted a subtle fragrance. However, this delicate scent faded after his shower. "Where's Lin?" At that moment, Lang Yu's voice called from outside. "Mother." "I'm here. I'm in the shower," Tang Wulin replied, emerging from the bathroom clad only in his undergarments. Lang Yu chided him gently, "Quickly dress. Don't catch a chill." She pinched his rosy cheek and ushered him back into his room. Once the door was closed, Lang Yu murmured to herself, "This little one's skin seems even softer and more elastic. I feel a tinge of jealousy." After Tang Wulin dressed, he realized it was already dark outside. He had slept the entire afternoon. Tang Ziren had taken the day off and was at home, waving him over. "Come here, son." Tang Wulin sat beside his father. And just as Tang Ziren was about to speak, the boy's stomach growled audibly, prompting both parents to chuckle. With a grin, Tang Wulin exclaimed, "Mother, may I eat now? I'm so hungry." "Go ahead," Lang Yu responded, serving him a bowl of rice while casting a pointed glance at her husband, signaling him to wait until after the meal to speak. As Tang Wulin raised his bowl for the fourth time, both Tang Ziren and Lang Yu wore expressions of astonishment. Even considering he had skipped lunch, it was excessive to consume so much. "Mother, this is delicious. I want more." Chapter 4. Enrollment. Tang Ziren and Lang Yu were far from satisfied, as the dishes on the table had been devoured in a whirlwind by their son. Even so, Tang Wulin still seemed to have an insatiable appetite. "Son, is this what they call turning sorrow into sustenance?" Tang Ziren could no longer restrain himself as the last morsel was consumed by Tang Wulin, who was sternly stopped by Lang Yu from taking any more. Tang Wulin looked at his father with confusion. "Why would I be sorrowful, Dad?" Tang Ziren replied, "Son, I was just about to ask you. Are you planning to enter the Soul Master class, or would you prefer I help you transfer to a regular class?" Tang Wulin declared, "Of course. I want to join the Soul Master class. I aspire to become a Soul Master." Tang Ziren spoke seriously. "Your martial soul is blue silver grass. Although there are legendary tales of the founding ancestors of the Tang sect, blue silver grass is a common martial soul, and its cultivation will undoubtedly be very challenging. You will encounter many difficulties. Are you truly determined to pursue this path?" "Yes, I want to be a soul master. Once I become one, I can earn lots of money and buy many delicious things for you and Mom." Tang Wulin's innocent words brought tears to Lang Yu's eyes. This child had always been exceptionally well-behaved and understanding. "All right," Tang Ziren nodded. "Since you have made your decision, both your father and mother will support you. Moreover, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, and I can help you transfer classes. Son, remember, your father and mother never wish for you to become someone extraordinary. As long as you are happy and content, that is our greatest satisfaction. Do you understand?" Tang Wulin beamed. "I am very happy right now." Aside from his hearty appetite, Tang Wulin also seemed to sleep more soundly than before, retiring early that night. The next morning, just as dawn broke, he was awakened by his father. Today was the day of enrollment. He would officially enter Hongshan Academy, and more importantly, the Soul Master class, commencing at least 9 years of academic life. According to the regulations of the Sun and Moon Federation, primary and secondary schools provided free compulsory education, with primary education lasting 3 years and secondary education 6 years. To advance to higher education, students could either excel academically or pay a substantial fee. Alternatively, they could attend specialized institutions to acquire specific skills. The Soul Master class had dedicated teachers waiting at the academy's entrance to greet students, and the treatment was evidently superior to that of the regular class. While the regular class focused solely on general education, the Soul Master class would additionally teach students with innate soul power how to become soul masters and impart knowledge pertinent to their future studies in secondary education. This year's Soul Master class consisted of only 15 students, as children with awakened martial souls accompanied by soul power were exceedingly rare, particularly in a small city like Aolai. This cohort was considered relatively large. "Hey, what is your martial soul?" A short, chubby boy approached Tang Wulin with curiosity. All the children, of similar age, were filled with anticipation for their upcoming journey in the Soul Master class. Tang Wulin proudly replied, "It's blue silvergrass, just like the founding ancestor of the Tang sect." As he spoke, he flipped his right hand, and azure light surged from his palm, causing strands of blue silvergrass to sprout forth. Unbeknownst to him, these blue silvergrass sprouts bore a faint golden hue at their roots, subtle enough to go unnoticed unless one looked closely. The chubby boy scoffed dismissively, "Blue silvergrass? That's a useless martial soul." With that, he turned to leave. Feeling indignant, Tang Wulin retorted, "What about you? What is your martial soul?" The boy huffed, waving his right hand to reveal a gleaming short sword. "See this? My martial soul is a blade. If I reach the title Douluo level, I'll be known as the Blade God Douluo. Innate soul power level 5. I could easily shred your pathetic blue silvergrass into pieces." Looking at the short sword in the boy's hand, and then at the blue silvergrass in his palm, Tang Wulin recalled his father's words from the previous night. Would cultivating blue silvergrass truly be such a daunting challenge? The other students began showcasing their martial souls, each unique and impressive, and regardless of their nature. They all seemed significantly superior to his blue silvergrass. Consequently, the groups of students scattered, leaving Tang Wulin isolated. "I will become a soul master." Tang Wulin clenched his fists resolutely. "Hello everyone, I am your homeroom teacher, Lin Shiming. Over the next 3 years, I will guide you through the fundamentals of becoming a soul master. Now, let us begin with self-introductions. Share your name, martial soul, and innate soul power level." With only 15 students, the introductions proceeded swiftly. When Lin Shiming heard Tang Wulin mention his martial soul was blue silvergrass, her expression briefly faltered. While the other students erupted in laughter, Tang Wulin's face flushed crimson, a fiery indignation swelling within him. "Dad, is this what you meant by difficult?" Lin Shiming quickly regained her composure, smiling gently. "Today marks your first day of class. I will first explain the classification of martial souls, and in the afternoon, we will conduct a preliminary meditation session. Meditation is the soul method to train and enhance your soul power. If you wish to become true soul masters, you must put forth your utmost effort. It is widely acknowledged that in our world, every individual possesses their own martial soul, awakening at the age of 6. Martial souls can manifest in various forms. Those with innate soul power can cultivate to become soul masters, which is what you all aspire to be. Now, let us explore the classifications of martial souls. Firstly, martial souls are divided into 2 main categories: weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. Those manifesting as living entities are categorized as beast martial souls, while non-living manifestations are considered weapon martial souls. By cultivating soul power to enhance their martial souls, individuals can officially become soul masters once they surpass level 10. There are also 2 primary types of soul masters: battle soul masters, who cultivate their martial souls for combat purposes, and equipment soul masters, who do so for non-combat objectives. Both martial souls and soul masters encompass numerous subcategories. As Tang Wulin listened to Lin Shiming's elucidation on the classification of martial souls and soul masters, his frustration gradually dissipated. From a young age, he had been filled with curiosity about the profession of a soul master, and this knowledge felt as though a magnificent world was unveiling a new door before him. Chapter 5. As Nar stepped out of the Red Mountain Academy, Tang Wulin's face was clouded with discontent. He had never encountered anything so disheartening in all his years. Raised in an ordinary family where harmony reigned, his parents were deeply affectionate, offering gentle guidance even in his moments of error. Yet today, within the academy's walls, he experienced adversity for the first time. His martial spirit, the blue silvergrass, rendered him an outcast among his peers. And even the teachers displayed a lack of warmth towards him. During an afternoon meditation session, the instructor lingered the least by his side. "Is my martial spirit truly so inadequate?" Tang Wulin's frown gradually transformed into a stubborn resolve. "Even if my martial spirit is lacking, I shall strive to become a remarkable soul master." His father had once said that success is 99% effort and 1% talent. If my martial spirit is insufficient, I shall exert myself even more. Naturally optimistic, he reconciled his feelings, and the day's burdens dissipated. Nevertheless, he pondered, why am I hungry again? A twinge of confusion washed over him as he rubbed his belly. The academy's curriculum included a generous lunch, and the Soul Master students enjoyed far superior meals compared to ordinary students. Tang Wulin had consumed an impressive amount, earning him the nickname the Bottomless Pit. His portions were nearly equivalent to half of what a dozen classmates would eat combined, surpassing even an adult's appetite. Though he had always had a hearty appetite, he had never consumed this much, and it was still afternoon. How could he be hungry already? I should check at home to see if there's anything delicious. The mere thought of food brightened Tang Wulin's eyes. As he walked, a small figure by the roadside suddenly captured his attention. Though the afternoon sun was not as intense as at noon, the weather was splendid, and sunlight still cast a warm glow. What drew Tang Wulin's gaze was a glimmer of silver illuminated by the sun. Crouched by the roadside was a little girl, seemingly younger than him, with a head of silver hair that reflected the sunlight in a rare radiance. It felt as if fate had intertwined their paths, for as she looked up at him, her face was dirty, and her tattered clothes gave her the appearance of a beggar. Yet, aside from her unusual silver hair, she possessed strikingly unique eyes. Her large pupils resembled two clear amethysts, and even from a distance, Tang Wulin felt as though he could see his own reflection within them. Her long lashes curled naturally upward. Tang Wulin himself had beautiful eyes, and he instinctively felt a fondness for peers with large, expressive eyes. He halted, captivated. Their gazes met, and the little girl did not shy away. Instead, her enchanting eyes held a hint of curiosity. "Little girl, where are your parents?" he inquired. At that moment, a group of unruly youths, drawn by her silver hair, approached her. The little girl, however, averted her gaze and lowered her head once more. The youths exchanged glances, and one of them remarked, "This silver hair is truly rare. Perhaps she's from an exotic tribe from another continent. The underground black market would undoubtedly find her appealing, especially with those purple eyes." Greed flickered in the eyes of the other youths as they nodded in agreement. The youth who had spoken squatted down, addressing the little girl. "Hey, little sister, where are your family members?" The girl shook her head without uttering a word. The young man smiled. "Are you hungry? Big brother will take you to eat something delicious. How about it?" The little girl shook her head again, this time with greater determination. The young man exchanged a glance with his companions, then reached out and seized her arm, pulling her up from the ground as the others encircled them to shield their actions from prying eyes. Amidst the girl's startled cries, the young man hoisted her onto his shoulder. "What are you doing?" At that moment, a youthful voice filled with indignation rang out, startling the group of youths. One of them, with a malicious glint in his eye, raised his foot and aimed a kick at Tang Wulin, sneering, "Little brat, dare to meddle in our business." Tang Wulin was sent sprawling backward, landing 2 meters away, his face covered in dust. "You villains!" He rolled over and sprang back to his feet, blocking their path. The young man carrying the little girl revealed a fierce expression, as the commotion had drawn the attention of passers-by. After all, this was the street. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming dagger appeared in his hand, pointed threateningly at Tang Wulin. "If you don't want to die, scram." With a defiant glare, Tang Wulin retorted, "Villains never meet a good end. I am a soul master, and I am not afraid of you. Let her go." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, a faint blue glow emanating from it as the blue-silver grass sprouted forth, accompanied by a subtle wave of energy. What could a third-level soul power accomplish? It merely rendered him slightly stronger than his peers, lacking the support of soul spirits or rings, rendering his martial spirit far from effective in combat. This was precisely why one needed to cultivate to a minimum of 10th-level soul power to transition from a soul scholar to a soul master. The young man hesitated, his companions urging him to reconsider. If he were merely an ordinary child, even if they did something to him, as long as they concealed it well, they might escape unscathed. However, a child with soul power was different. Such children were officially recorded, even registered with the Spirit Tower. Should anything happen to them, the Federation would launch a thorough investigation, leading to significant trouble. Moreover, several onlookers had already witnessed the unfolding scene. "Damn it." The leader of the youths emitted a frustrated grunt, dropping the little girl from his shoulders, and he and his companions quickly fled the scene. The little girl stumbled, landing on the ground, and Tang Wulin rushed over, crouching beside her. "Don't be afraid. I am a brave boy. I will protect you." The girl looked up at him, her large purple eyes appearing even more striking up close, with a hint of moisture glistening in her pupils. "Don't cry. Don't cry. The bad guys are gone now. My name is Tang Wulin." "What is your name?" The little girl hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "My name is Nar." Chapter 6. Taking her home, Nar? A beautiful name, and your voice is lovely too. Tang Wulin helped her to her feet. Nar lowered her head, falling silent once more. "Where are your father and mother? Where do you live?" Tang Wulin inquired. Nar shook her head. "Goo goo." A peculiar sound suddenly erupted, discordant in the quiet. Tang Wulin quickly glanced down at his stomach, but soon realized that the sound did not originate from him. Though Nara's small face was smeared with dirt, a faint blush could still be discerned. Nara lifted her gaze to him. From her perspective, she could only see his profile. His face was pale, with a flush brought on by the earlier altercation with several young men. His large, dark eyes, framed by long lashes, held a gaze that momentarily captivated her. "Child, keep your voice down. Don't disturb the neighbors," came the mildly reproachful voice of Lang Yu as she opened the door. "How was school today? Oh dear. Why are you so dirty?" Lang Yu frowned at her son, who was covered in dust, and then noticed Nara, whom Tang Wulin was holding on to. "Mom, I encountered some bad people." Tang Wulin animatedly recounted his recent experience. Upon hearing his words, Lang Yu's expression changed dramatically as she pulled him into the house. Nara naturally being drawn along. "You reckless child. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? How could you?" Lang Yu's breath quickened. She understood all too well the mischief that young men in the civilian district were capable of. "But Dad says that a man must be brave and fight against bad people," Tang Wulin retorted. Lang Yu looked into her son's steadfast eyes, unable to continue scolding him. Was he wrong? Of course not. He was right. But as a mother, her primary concern was her child's safety. Tang Wulin chuckled, hugging his mother's leg. "Mom, please don't be angry. Nara is hungry, and I am too. Can you make us something delicious?" With such an adorable and obedient son, Lang Yu felt no anger. Shaking her head helplessly, she squatted down to look at Nara, who had remained silent. "Little one, your name is Nara, is it? Where are your parents?" As before. Nara merely shook her head, saying nothing. A mother with a kind heart could only raise a kind child, Lang Yu thought. "All right then, you two are filthy. Let's get you cleaned up and changed." At the tender ages of 5 or 6, the distinction between boys and girls was trivial. Lang Yu led the two little muddy children to the bathroom for a wash. When Tang Wulin asked his mother why Nara was different from him, Lang Yu only smiled and did not answer, while Nara shyly hid behind her. "Wow, Nara, you are so beautiful." Sitting at the dining table, Tang Wulin rested his chin on his hands, admiring Nara, who was dressed in his clothes. He was half a head taller than her, and his attire appeared somewhat loose on her. Yet, this did not diminish Nara's beauty. Her skin was even fairer than Tang Wulin's, as if it could yield drops of water with the slightest pressure. Freshly bathed, she exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Nara glanced up at him, yet remained silent, seemingly averse to speaking. It was not yet dinner time when Lang Yu brought out 2 plates of cookies and 2 glasses of milk for the hungry children. Despite Nara's quiet demeanor, she devoured her food with remarkable speed, finishing her cookies and milk in no time. Although Tang Wulin was hungry, his curiosity about Nara overshadowed his appetite. When Nara instinctively glanced at his cookies, he realized she had already finished her portion. "Here." Tang Wulin generously pushed his cookies towards Nara. Nara looked at him, but shook her head. "It's fine, you eat," he insisted. "I had plenty at lunch." Nara hesitated for a moment, but the allure of the cookies was too great. She eventually began eating again. Lang Yu joined them, asking, "Nara, do you know where you are from? Or where your home is?" Nara shook her head. Lang Yu continued, "Do you know how to contact your family? Anything at all?" Nara still shook her head. Lang Yu asked, "Then how old are you?" This time, Nara finally spoke, 5.5. "Wow, that makes me your older brother. I'm 6. Tang Wulin exclaimed joyfully. Lang Yu shot him an exasperated look. "Later, I will take Nara to the administrative office to see if we can find her family. You stay here and behave, understood?" "Okay." Tang Wulin nodded obediently, but as he looked at Nara, he felt an inexplicable reluctance. Perhaps it was because she was so beautiful. Lang Yu took Nara outside, who continued to speak little, simply following her. Sitting cross-legged, Tang Wulin focused his mind. Meditation requires tranquility, a connection to oneself and to nature. This is the first step. With few distractions in his mind, Tang Wulin soon settled into a peaceful state. He silently attuned himself to his blue-silver grass martial soul, sensing the subtle yet undeniable presence of his soul power. The initial phase of meditation only required this basic connection. Establishing a rapport with his martial soul and soul power was essential before progressing to deeper meditation. In his thoughts, the blue-silver grass swayed gently, and Tang Wulin suddenly felt as if he were perceiving something from the realm of the blue-silver grass. It was delicate yet resilient, with cycles of growth and decay, blooming anew with the spring breeze. Chapter 7. Let me keep you as my sister immersed in the world of blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin felt as though he could hear a myriad of sounds, delicate and faint, yet omnipresent. The gentle blue-silver grass possessed a tenacious vitality. It was the most abundant plant on the continent, steadfastly existing for millions of years. Even formidable soul beasts were on the brink of extinction. Yet the blue-silver grass remained, just as it did tens of thousands of years ago, covering the earth. A subtle enlightenment washed over Tang Wulin, allowing him to sense the quiet influx of minute entities into his body, merging with his still feeble soul power. This integration was neither rapid nor voluminous. Yet he could distinctly feel his soul power gradually augmenting. Even if it was merely a trickle, the increase was stable and continuous. Time slipped away unnoticed until Tang Wulin naturally awoke from his meditative state, feeling invigorated, as if enveloped by countless strands of blue-silver grass. However, he was soon startled to see his father sitting not far in front of him. Tang Ziren smiled and remarked, "It's getting late, and the sky has darkened. Have you mastered meditation? It seems the teachings at Hanshan Academy are quite effective." Tang Wulin replied with excitement, "Yes, I think I have. Father, I felt as if something tiny entered my body, and my soul power began to strengthen. Does that mean I've learned to meditate?" Tang Ziren was taken aback. To grasp meditation in just one day was remarkable. The state his son described was indeed the epitome of meditative experience. This was no mere testament to good teaching. He recalled his own journey. "Yes, you have indeed learned. It appears my son possesses a commendable aptitude." Tang Ziren was never stingy with his praise. In his eyes, a child's growth should be accompanied by encouragement. Confidence held greater significance than anything else for a child. Pride welled within Tang Wulin at his father's commendation. But before he could respond, Tang Ziren's expression turned serious. "Son, I have something to ask you." Tang Wulin rarely witnessed his father's seriousness, and he promptly sobered. "What is it, father? I haven't done anything wrong. You always say a man should be brave and stand against wrongdoers. Today at school, they mocked my blue-silver grass, and I didn't fight them. I was very well behaved." Tang Ziren stated, "Bravery is commendable, but it must be accompanied by wisdom. When you knew it was impossible to rescue someone from those individuals safely, you should have sought help instead of charging in. Had you not displayed your martial soul to scare them off, you too would have found yourself in peril. That is not bravery, it is recklessness." Tang Wulin pondered seriously for a moment before lowering his head. "Father, I was wrong." Tang Ziren's smile returned, as long as his son acknowledged his mistakes. He was aware of his errors. A man does not repeat the same mistake. "Yes," Tang Wulin nodded. Tang Ziren continued with a smile. "Well, let us discuss the next issue." Tang Wulin, surprised, asked, "There is another issue?" Tang Ziren chuckled lightly. "Of course. You're only 6 years old. And you're already bringing girls home? What will you do when you grow up? And you even saved a damsel in distress. Impressive." Tang Wulin suddenly remembered Nar. "Father, has Nar found her home? She is so beautiful." Tang Ziren shook his head. "Your mother took her to the administrative office to inquire, but they could not locate her registration. What should we do then?" Tang Wulin asked. "You tell me, what should we do?" Tang Ziren replied. After some thought, Tang Wulin suggested, "How about we let her stay with us?" "Please?" Tang Ziren looked at him with a bemused expression. "At our home? Your mother and I cannot take care of 2 children. Tang Wulin quickly countered, "I can take care of her. I'll look after her after school." Tang Ziren chuckled. "All right, let us eat first." Upon entering the living room, Tang Wulin was overjoyed to see Nar already seated at the dining table, still with her gentle demeanor. "Nar," he called, bounding over to her and naturally taking her delicate hand. Lang Yu remarked, "We could not find this child's records. She can only be sent to an orphanage." "Please, no. Mother, let Na stay." Tang Wulin interposed, spreading his arms protectively in front of Nar. "Don't send her to the orphanage. Let her stay with us. I can manage with less food." Nar looked up, gazing at Tang Wulin in a daze. Though his small stature was not imposing, his protective stance made her eyes well with tears. Lang Yu said, Lin, you cannot decide for others. You must ask Nar if she wishes to stay with us or go to the orphanage." Tang Wulin immediately turned to Nar. "Nar, please stay with us. My mother cooks delicious food, and my father is really nice. You can live with me. I will protect you. I have always wanted a little sister. Will you stay and be my sister?" Nar surprisingly nodded in agreement this time. "Oi, wonderful. I have a sister now," Tang Wulin exclaimed, jumping with joy. It turned out that a child's appetite was not something they could control. Despite Lang Yu preparing extra food, it still fell short of satisfying the 2 voracious appetites. Yes, 2. Not only did Tang Wulin's appetite surge, but Nar's petite figure seemed to possess an insatiable hunger, matching Tang Wulin's consumption. They even devoured the lunch Lang Yu had prepared for Tang Xiren's work the next day, still looking unsated. With only 2 rooms in the house, Nar had to share a room with Tang Wulin. Tang Xiren and Tang Wulin constructed another bed in the room using wooden planks. Nar appeared quite fatigued and soon fell asleep. Chapter 8. Learning to forge. Wait a moment. Tang Xiren called out to Tang Wulin. What is it, Dad? Tang Xiren patted the chair beside him, saying, Come, sit down. I have something to discuss with you. Oh. Tang Wulin approached and sat beside his father, a look of confusion crossing his face as he gazed at him. Tang Xiren began, Son, I support your decision to pursue the path of a soul master. However, I must remind you that the challenges you will face are numerous, extending beyond academic difficulties to those concerning our family. Every time a soul master reaches a multiple of 10 in their cultivation, they require a soul ring to achieve a breakthrough. In the distant past, soul rings could be obtained by hunting soul beasts. However, after millennia of research, it has been discovered that soul spirits hold greater advantages. High-tier soul spirits possess growth potential and can even be artificially manufactured to a certain extent. Soul spirits represent the spiritual essence of soul beasts. And various levels of soul spirits can bestow one or multiple soul rings upon a soul master. For ordinary individuals like us, the only means of acquiring a soul spirit is through purchase from the Spirit Transmission Tower. Your father lacks substantial skills and earns a meager salary. While I can provide for our family, with Nar now in the picture, you must have noticed how much food the 2 little ones consume. Thus, when your soul power reaches level 10, it will be quite challenging for me to save enough money for even the most basic randomly assigned soul spirit. There are 2 methods to obtain a soul spirit from the Spirit Transmission Tower. One is for exceptionally talented students with remarkable martial souls who can receive their first soul spirit for free. Yet, it is evident that your blue-silver grass does not qualify for this opportunity. Thus, the only remaining option is to make a purchase. As Tang Wulin listened to his father's words, he fell into a moment of contemplation. He had never considered this issue before. Indeed, to become a soul master, one required a soul ring, which could either be directly derived from soul beasts or acquired through the merging of soul spirits. Now that soul beasts had become exceedingly rare, obtaining one was a daunting task. The alternative was to purchase a soul spirit. For a 6-year-old child, the concept of money was still quite vague. Yet the reality of the situation was starkly apparent. Dad, what should I do? Tang Xiren smiled wryly. My abilities are limited. Over the next few years, I will work diligently to help you save some money. But you must also put in your own effort. Do you remember your Uncle Meng Tian? Of course. He came to our house not long ago, right? Tang Wulin recalled a tall, somewhat intimidating middle-aged man. Tang Xiren continued, Your Uncle Meng Tian is an exceptional forger. I spoke to him about our situation, and he has offered you an apprenticeship opportunity. You will spend 2 hours each day learning for the first 3 months. And if you can forge some simple items afterward, you may even earn a little money. Tang Wulin's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm willing, Dad. When can I start? Tang Xiren looked at him with profound meaning and asked, Forging is a demanding task. Are you truly ready for it? Tang Wulin nodded confidently. I can do it. I will save money to buy a soul spirit. Tang Xiren smiled. Very well. Then go and give it a try. If it becomes too overwhelming, we shall reconsider. Okay. Dad, I'm going to meditate now. Why push him so hard at such a young age? If we economize a bit, we should be able to save enough for a soul spirit, Lang Yu said, her voice choked with emotion. However, she had never defied her husband's wishes, yet this time. The next morning, after bidding farewell to his mother and Nar, Tang Wulin excitedly set off for school. A night of meditation had deepened his bond with his blue-silver, grass martial soul, instilling in him a unique sense of affection for it. The Soul Master class did not consist solely of Soul Master studies. It alternated with cultural lessons. Today was a cultural lesson. Tang Wulin was bright and attentive, earning praise from his teacher. Mom, why are you here to pick me up? Whereas Nar, as he stepped out of the school gate, he spotted Lang Yu. A hint of tenderness shone in Lang Yu's eyes as she hurried over to embrace her son. Mom, please put me down. I'm a big kid now. It would be embarrassing for my classmates to see. Lang Yu chuckled. No matter how big you get, you will always be my son. I'm taking you to Uncle Meng Tian's. Do you really want to learn forging? Tang Wulin nodded. Yes. Dad said a man should be self-reliant. I want to earn money to buy a soul spirit. Lang Yu set him down and squatted before him, saying, Son, if it becomes too difficult, don't hesitate to let me know. If need be, I will also find a job to help you save for a soul spirit. No. I want to earn the money myself. Tang Wulin declared firmly. Lang Yu fought back her tears, kissing her son's face repeatedly. All right, let us go. Ally City was relatively small, and transportation was unnecessary. After a 20-minute walk, Lang Yu brought Tang Wulin to a modest storefront. The exterior of the shop appeared somewhat dilapidated, with a sign displaying the words Mang Tian Studio. As they approached the entrance, a metallic scent wafted through the air. Lang Yu pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, the door opened, revealing a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a rugged beard. "Brother and sister have arrived," he greeted in a deep, resonant voice that resonated in Tang Wulin's ears. "Uncle Mang Tian," Tang Wulin greeted politely, recalling their previous encounters. "Mang Tian, I appreciate your assistance," Lang Yu said, her gaze lingering on her son as if she wished to say more, yet ultimately held her tongue. Chapter 9. A Gifted Talent Come In, said Mang Tian to Tang Wulin. Following Mang Tian, Tang Wulin entered the workshop, which was in disarray with various metal components scattered throughout. He could barely recognize that many of these parts likely belonged to the soul-guided mechas. Without pausing, Mang Tian continued deeper into the workshop, prompting Tang Wulin to hasten his pace. The exterior was modest, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious. After traversing a corridor, Mang Tian led Tang Wulin into a room. Inside, there was a workbench that Tang Wulin, given his current height, could not reach. Mang Tian halted, turned to Tang Wulin, and asked, "Do you know what forging is?" Tang Wulin shook his head in confusion. Mang Tian replied nonchalantly, "Honestly, I didn't intend to take you on. You're too young and not suited for forging. However, your father insisted you give it a try. If you find it too difficult, just leave without any fuss. Understood?" "I won't cry, Uncle Mang Tian," protested Tang Wulin. "This is your task for today," Mang Tian instructed, pointing to a metal platform about half a meter high, topped with a circular metal block, and equipped with a soul-guided screen beneath. Mang Tian picked up 2 small metal hammers and handed them to Tang Wulin. "Do you see that circular metal piece? Strike it 1,000 times with these hammers, 500 times from each side. Only when you exert enough force will the counter register. You must swing the hammers with sufficient strength. If you complete this, I will explain what forging is. If not, you need not return tomorrow." With that, he thrust the hammers into Tang Wulin's hands and turned away. Each hammer, with a handle about 1 foot long and a cylindrical head half a foot long, weighed around 10 pounds. For a 6-year-old child, this was a considerable weight, particularly when it came to swinging them. Upon seeing the hammers, Tang Wulin grimaced. But to his astonishment, they did not feel as heavy as he had anticipated. "Are they hollow?" he wondered. Uncle Mang Tian appeared intimidating, yet he was quite amiable. A smile of understanding crossed Tang Wulin's face as he swung the hammer down onto the circular metal. Bang! The resounding clang startled him. The soul-guided screen seemed to activate, illuminating as it displayed the number 1. With his left hand, he swung the hammer again. Bang! 2. This isn't too difficult, Tang Wulin thought as he began to hammer vigorously. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous strikes made the numbers on the screen leap. The hammers felt manageable. At least, Tang Wulin did not perceive them as overly burdensome. As he continued, the numbers climbed steadily. Sweat began to bead on his forehead after reaching 100 strikes. And by 300, his arms started to feel sore. "I must persevere. My father says persistence is key to victory," he reminded himself, pushing through the discomfort. At 500 strikes, the soreness had escalated to pain, yet he continued resolutely, refusing to stop. As the pain intensified, his arms began to redden. But he gritted his teeth and pressed on. He repeated in his mind, "I must learn forging diligently to earn money for soul spirits, to make my parents happy, and to protect Nar." By 700 strikes, his arms felt nearly immobile, and the speed of his hammering noticeably slowed. Nevertheless, he remained determined, drenched in sweat, his school uniform clinging to him, droplets cascading down. Suddenly, Tang Wulin felt a tingling sensation at the base of his spine, causing his body to shudder as if jolted by electricity, and remarkably, the original soreness diminished slightly. The hammers, which had felt heavy moments ago, now seemed lighter. Bang, bang, bang. He continued hammering, the final 300 strikes feeling less burdensome than before. Unbeknownst to him, faint golden patterns danced along his spine, accompanying the tingling sensation. After 5 minutes, he finally caught his breath. "Uncle Mang Tian, I've completed the task," Tang Wulin exclaimed, searching for Mang Tian, who was seated in another room, tinkering with a component. Mang Tian paused, glanced at his watch, and noted that only half an hour had elapsed since he assigned the task to Tang Wulin. "You finished?" "Yes." Tang Wulin nodded. Seeing him glistening with sweat, Mang Tian refrained from expressing doubt. He preferred to let facts speak for themselves. Rising, he led Tang Wulin back to the previous room. 1,000, a large number flashed before him. The device was set up by Mang Tian himself, making it impossible for a 6-year-old to cheat. Yet, the results were still astonishing. For Tang Wulin, the hammers were not particularly heavy, but they were certainly solid, each weighing 10 pounds. A typical adult male would likely struggle to wield such hammers for 1,000 strikes without succumbing to fatigue, let alone a mere child of 6. Mang Tian had intended this test as a gentle refusal. He had a good relationship with Tang Xiren and found it difficult to outright decline. Yet he was unwilling to teach a child he deemed incapable of mastering forging. Yet, everything before him suggested otherwise. Strike again for me. Do not stop unless I say so, Mang Tian commanded sternly. All right. Tang Wulin resumed, taking a brief respite, his arm soreness somewhat alleviated. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike landed without technique or leverage, a simple and direct assault on the metal block. With Mang Tian's experience in forging, he discerned instantaneously that the child's strength was sufficient to wield the hammers effectively. Could this truly be the legendary gift of talent? Chapter 10. I will protect you. The term innate strength manifests differently across various ages, and its measurement varies accordingly. A 6-year-old child capable of wielding a pair of iron hammers to deliver 1,000 strikes undoubtedly deserves such a designation. However, Mang Tian did not call for a halt. He merely observed silently as Tang Wulin continued his relentless hammering. His movements were direct and forceful, devoid of any techniques to dissipate or transform the impact, leaving his arms to bear the brunt of the recoil. 50 strikes, 80 strikes, 100 strikes. Sweat poured forth once more, and the sensation of soreness intensified beyond what he had previously experienced. His arms burned, and he even felt a throbbing in his scalp from excessive exertion. Yet, Tang Wulin gritted his teeth and pressed on with each strike. At 150 strikes, his body began to sway. His arms felt as if they belonged to someone else, and his vision blurred. Nevertheless, he persisted with unwavering determination. I can endure. I will pass this test. I am a man, and perseverance is victory. When Mang Tian finally called for a stop, Tang Wulin was oblivious to the number of strikes he had executed. Had it not been for Mang Tian's timely support, he would have collapsed to the ground. As Mang Tian took the hammers from his hands, he clearly saw that Tang Wulin's palms were raw from the recoil, and his arms were swollen. This fierce-looking blacksmith was deeply moved, not solely by Tang Wulin's innate strength, but also by his remarkable tenacity. While strength can be cultivated over time, such resolute character in a mere 6-year-old is indeed a rare treasure. For the next hour, Tang Wulin rested, his spirit gradually rejuvenated, though his arms remained too sore to lift. What is forging? Forging is entirely distinct from casting. Casting merely requires a mold, wherein machinery compresses metal into the desired shape. In contrast, forging necessitates the blacksmith's personal touch, hammering each piece by hand. Although machines can perform the hammering, metal possesses a life of its own. Mechanical forging can never truly grasp the intricacies of metal's grain. Thus, the finest met components are always handcrafted by skilled blacksmiths. A great blacksmith is a true artisan, holding a status comparable to that of a soul master. Soul masters and mech engineers are the dreams of young boys. Ouch! Tang Wulin exclaimed in pain as Lang Yu grasped his hand. Lang Yu then noticed the wounds on her son's palms. Heavens! What has he done to you? Tears welled up in her eyes. She had never imagined that her son could endure such suffering in just 2 hours. Tang Wulin shook his head. It's nothing. Uncle Mang Tian tested me, and I passed. Mom, am I not amazing? Please don't cry. It doesn't hurt. Really, I'm fine. I'm so happy to have passed Uncle Mang Tian's test. Aren't you proud of me? This feels like the sense of achievement Dad talks about. Happy, Mom is happy. Lang Yu replied, stroking her son's head, her eyes glistening with tears once more. Upon returning home, Tang Wulin spotted Nar sitting at the table and immediately bounced over. Lang Yu went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Nar, guess what? Today I passed Uncle Mang Tian's test and can start learning forging from him. Once I earn money through forging, I can save up to buy soul spirits and even get you delicious food. The child spoke with an innocent enthusiasm, having completely forgotten the pain in his arms as he shared this momentous achievement with Nar. Nar listened intently, though a hint of confusion occasionally flickered in her eyes. Nar, do you really not remember where your home is? Tang Wulin instinctively inquired after finishing his tale about the test. Nar shook her head. I truly don't remember. I only know my name is Nar. Everything else is a blur. Brother Len, am I very foolish? Tang Wulin hastily replied. No, Nar, you are certainly not foolish. Not remembering is fine. From now on, this will be your home, and my parents will be yours too. You are my little sister. Nar gazed at him, a sweet smile gradually spreading across her face, her first smile since arriving here. Wow, Nar, you look so beautiful when you smile. I'll let you in on a secret. I will work hard to become a soul master, and then I will protect you. Is that all right? Okay, Xiren, come here. The children can eat first, Lang Yu said calmly, glancing at Tang Xiren before walking toward their room. Tang Xiren hesitated, looking at his son with a questioning expression. Tang Wulin shrugged, indicating he was equally perplexed by his mother's behavior. Tang Xiren hurriedly followed Lang Yu into the room, where she closed the door. Nar, let us eat first. You must be hungry. Considering the appetites of these two little foodies, Lang Yu had prepared an extra large meal today. Na seemed to have no resistance to food. Upon hearing this, she nodded eagerly and began to feast. However, after just a short while, she noticed that Tang Wulin, sitting beside her, was not eating like he had the day before. Looking up at him, she saw him squirming in discomfort, a pained expression on his face. Brother, what is wrong? Nodder asked in her sweet voice. After the test, my arms hurt so much that I can hardly lift them, Tang Wulin admitted. He had been particularly ravenous lately, and after such intense labor post-school, his craving for food was palpable. Nar blinked and said, Then let me feed you. Great. Yes, please. Tang Wulin exclaimed with delight. Nar's movements were somewhat clumsy and hesitant, alternating between spooning rice and vegetables into Tang Wulin's mouth. The two children, 1.6 and the other 5.5, shared a tender moment, casting a warm glow over their modest home as the light softened around them. Nar, you are truly wonderful. Chapter 11, The Peculiar Recovery. No, I will not allow Lin Lin to go to Meng Tian again. Lang Yu choked on her words. She had been remarkably restrained in her emotions to prevent the two children outside from overhearing. Upon hearing Lang Yu's account, Tang Xiren felt a pang of sorrow as well. He fell silent. How can one witness a rainbow without first enduring the storm? Success is not easily attained. It pains me to see Lin Lin suffer. But if he does not face hardship now, he may encounter even greater challenges as he grows older. When I sought out Meng Tian that day, I could tell he was reluctant. As a master-level blacksmith, his pride is immense. Can you fathom how exceptional our son is to earn his recognition? This child has truly astonished me. Can we let Lin Lin try once more? If there is any risk to his health, I will unequivocally halt his training. Ultimately, Lang Yu acquiesced, fully aware that her husband shared her love for their son, and Tang Xiren's reasoning had swayed her. The sight before them left Tang Xiren and Lang Yu momentarily speechless. The two beautiful little ones sat there, illuminated under the gentle glow of the dim lights, creating a scene of perfect harmony. Tang Xiren murmured softly, Let us adopt this child. Growing up together will greatly benefit Lin Lin. Indeed. Lang Yu finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace her face. Thus, a dinner imbued with familial warmth concluded in such an atmosphere. The appetites of Tang Wulin and Nar once again astonished Tang Xiren and his wife. As they contemplated raising two children, their foremost concern became whether they could ensure they were well fed. After dinner, Lang Yu and Tang Xiren conferred and determined that she should also seek employment, as relying solely on Tang Xiren's income had become quite challenging. Nar, look, this is my martial soul, Tang Wulin said with some difficulty as he lifted his hand, where a small blue grass slowly emerged, emanating a faint blue glow and a gentle energy wave. Nar, intrigued, touched the blue-silver grass. Brother, will I have a martial soul as well? Of course. Everyone possesses their own martial soul. When you turn 6, you can awaken it on the awakening day next year. I'm so tired. I can't hold on any longer. I'm going to sleep now. You should also rest early. As he spoke, he collapsed onto his bed. And before long, his breathing had evened out. Nar, lying in her bed, unknowingly drifted off to sleep as well. In the stillness of the night, the door to Tang Wulin and Nar's room quietly opened, and Tang Xiren entered. He sat beside his son's bed, retrieving the medicine bottle that Meng Tian had given to Lang Yu. He then rolled up his son's sleeve, preparing to apply the ointment. As he pressed gently on the shoulder, a small lamp flickered to life, illuminating Tang Wulin's arm perfectly. Eh? Tang Xiren exclaimed softly, gazing at Tang Wulin's arm in astonishment, for he was surprised to discover that, contrary to Lang Yu's description, his son's arm appeared neither swollen nor injured. It looked perfectly normal. He cautiously opened Tang Wulin's palm, which was as smooth as jade, devoid of any scars. Alarmed, Tang Xiren quickly rolled up the other sleeve. Revealing the same situation, both arms appeared unscathed. Lang Yu would never deceive him. Tang Xiren understood her well. Yet why had the expected swelling and wounds vanished? What could this mean? Could it be that his son's martial soul had activated? Certain unique martial souls possess self-healing abilities. But he had never heard of the blue-silver grass having such a function. Unbeknownst to him, beneath Tang Wulin's dark hair lay faint golden patterns on his forehead, quietly concealed. Tang Wulin sat in contemplation for a moment, glancing between the medicine bottle and his son's arms, a thoughtful expression dawning in his eyes. Morning arrived, and Tang Wulin woke early. After washing up, he hurried to the kitchen to assist his mother. Although he could not cook yet, he was capable of carrying plates and bowls. Lin, does your arm still hurt? Lang Yu felt a pang of concern upon seeing her sensible son. It seems fine now, Tang Wulin replied, shaking his arm. The soreness he had experienced the previous day had completely vanished, as if he had never endured such pain. And he felt a newfound strength within his arm. Lang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as she said, It seems that the medicine Uncle Mang Tian gave you is effective. In that case, I can rest easy. After you fell asleep yesterday, your father applied the ointment for you. Tang Wulin, emerging from the room, overheard this conversation. Applied ointment? I didn't do that. Could it be that after his martial soul was awakened, not only had his strength increased, but his self-healing abilities had also enhanced? This could not possibly be the effect of the blue-silver grass. A sumptuous breakfast filled their modest home with laughter and joy. Chapter 12. 3 years later, 3 years have elapsed at Hongshan Academy, and the transformation of Tang Wulin is remarkable. His stature has grown from a modest 1 meter 2 to over 1 meter 4, surpassing many of his peers in height. His physique is well proportioned, neither overly stout nor excessively lean, and he does not appear particularly muscular. As he matured, his features have become increasingly handsome, especially his pair of clear black eyes that gleam with brilliance. Despite possessing the blue-silver grass as his martial soul, he enjoys considerable popularity at Hongshan Academy. Wan Yu Chao, the chubby boy Tang Wulin encountered upon entering the academy, initially looked down upon him. However, after a memorable incident where he attempted to bully Tang Wulin and ended up being soundly defeated, he learned to be more respectful. In an environment where no one possessed soul skills and their soul power levels were relatively similar, Tang Wulin's strength proved to be of paramount importance. Although he may not seem particularly robust, he once lifted Wan Yu Chao over his head, causing the latter to scream in terror, leaving a lasting impression. Among the current cohort of the martial soul class, 6 students have already attained level 10 soul power, qualifying them to advance from the basic rank of soul practitioners to true soul masters. Of course, this progression requires each individual to possess their own soul spirit. After 3 years, they are on the verge of completing their studies at the primary academy. Upon entering the intermediate academy, soul practitioners will be distinctly categorized. And smaller cities like Ally City do not have intermediate soul master academies. In larger cities, admission to these academies mandates possession of a soul spirit. Wan Yu Chao is one of the 6 students who have reached level 10 soul power before graduating from the primary academy, which will facilitate his acceptance into the intermediate academy due to a recommendation letter from the school. This demonstrates his commendable talent. Had he reached level 10 after the age of 10, he would have faced a more challenging admissions process. I believe I have nearly reached my limits, Tang Wulin remarked with a smile. His training speed has astonished even his homeroom teacher, Lin Shiming. Starting with a natural soul power level of 3, he has advanced to level 10 in just 3 years, which is relatively average among soul practitioners. However, considering that his martial soul is the blue-silver grass, a typically considered inferior martial soul, his achievement is quite commendable. While he may not rival the prodigies, he stands among the upper echelon of his class. After numerous sessions of guidance from Lin Shiming, she has discerned that Tang Wulin possesses a remarkable talent for meditation, easily attuning to the energy molecules in the air that best suit him and exhibiting exceptional focus during meditation. Gradually, she came to understand that his accelerated training could be attributed to his superior mental capacity compared to his peers. Having a student reach level 10 before graduation brings honor to the homeroom teacher and signifies a potential bonus. Consequently, during the final academic year, Lin Shiming devoted significant attention to Tang Wulin, frequently offering him personalized instruction. Tang Wulin did not disappoint her. With merely half a month until graduation, he successfully reached the pinnacle of level 9, just a step away from level 10. Crossing that threshold would enable him to merge with a soul spirit and enter the true realm of soul masters. A soul practitioner without a soul spirit is not significantly stronger than an ordinary person, but upon becoming a soul master and acquiring a unique soul spirit and soul skills, one enters an entirely different world. Keep it up. Perhaps we will both be accepted into the same intermediate academy, Wan Yu Chao chuckled. Don't think I'll bully you. Once you have your soul spirit, we'll have a rematch to see who prevails. Tang Wulin cast him a sidelong glance, shouldering his backpack as he stood to leave. "Dream on," he replied, choosing not to disclose the extent of his current strength. Upon reaching the school gate, Tang Wulin paused, not hurrying to depart but instead waiting outside. It wasn't long before a flash of silver light darted from the comprehensive teaching building. "Nar, slow down. Don't fall," Tang Wulin called out affectionately. Nar, with her short silver hair, had changed little over the past 3 years. She had only grown slightly taller, maintaining her charming and lovely appearance. However, one might argue that she and Tang Wulin appeared to be more than a year apart in age, as she still resembled a perpetually youthful little girl. "Brother, I want to eat a lollipop," Nar exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Tang Wulin's arm with a beaming smile. The students passing by had long since grown accustomed to this pair. On the day of her awakening 2 years after joining the Tang family, Nar performed a miraculous feat, not due to the power of her martial soul, but rather because she possessed none at all. This is a remarkably rare occurrence throughout the history of the continent. Without a martial soul, she could only attend the academy as a regular student. Nar's beauty incited envy among her female classmates and curiosity among the boys, leading Tang Wulin to engage in numerous altercations on her behalf. On one occasion, when he was cornered by a group of boys, he valiantly protected Nar with his own body, resulting in his own injuries while she emerged with only a smudge of dirt. The following day, Tang Wulin confronted the instigators, resolutely defending Nar until they feared him enough to cease their bullying. Due to the nature of the Soul Master class, he faced minimal repercussions, his reputation grew, and thereafter, no one dared to harass Nar at Hongshan Academy. From the age of 8, Tang Wulin took on the responsibilities of escorting his sister to and from school, embodying the role of a protective older brother. After purchasing snacks and ensuring Nar reached home safely, he changed into a sturdy, albeit slightly greasy, work uniform before stepping out once more. The Mingtian workshop had become an integral part of his life. Chapter 13, The Thousandfold Tungsten Steel Hammer. Come here. Dance of the Dragon. A robust young man in his 20s greeted Tang Wulin, his physique imposing. "Brother Long," Tang Wulin replied with a smile. "What task has the teacher assigned today?" Brother Long chuckled. "Quite a few, actually. You can check your room to find out." He continued, "I must admit, I'm a bit envious of you. How old are you? Your workload has already caught up to mine. Forging is a diligent endeavor. The more you engage, the greater your earnings." Tang Wulin laughed softly. "How can I compare to you? The teacher still has allowed me to forge large components." Brother Long remarked, "That is to ensure your foundational skills are solid. Now, hurry along, or you want to get to work for the next 2 hours." The MNTN workshop consisted of only 3 individuals, MNTN, Brother Long, and Tang Wulin. Originally, Brother Long was MNTN's sole apprentice. But after Tang Wulin arrived, he became the second. He had begun referring to MNTN as teacher during his second visit 3 years prior. MNTN was an exceedingly strict instructor with high expectations, yet he taught with great diligence. Many times, Tang Wulin felt that the knowledge he acquired here far surpassed that of the academy. Each apprentice had their own workshop. MNTN would take on external projects for forging mech components and delegate tasks accordingly. Simpler tasks were assigned to Brother Long and Tang Wulin, while the more complex ones were managed by MNTN himself. Once a week was dedicated to focused learning, where MNTN would provide hands-on instruction. The remaining days were spent completing the tasks assigned by MNTN. The more one accomplished, the higher the earnings. Upon entering his forging chamber, Tang Wulin found it to be remarkably tidy, a stark contrast to the chaotic common area outside, as he personally maintained it. On the forge table lay an array of raw materials alongside blueprints. Through persistent practice, Tang Wulin's already considerable strength continued to augment, and the small hammer he wielded gradually increased in size. 3 months later, he began to engage in basic metal refining tasks. A year later, he started crafting the simplest components. It was only 6 months ago that he advanced from forging small components to medium-sized ones. MNTN was even more stringent with him than with Brother Long. However, Tang Wulin possessed a unique resilience, and during his 3 years here, he had never once complained. Forging encompassed numerous levels. Typically, a process involved hundreds of strikes, each component requiring over 100 hammer strikes to complete. The next tier was the thousandfold forging. The greater the number of strikes, the fewer impurities remained in the metal, provided that the quality of the metal could withstand the pressures of thousandfold forging. Currently, Tang Wulin was not yet capable of producing such components, and such tasks were rare. Skillfully pressing the buttons on the forge, the central forge opened up, revealing the furnace below. Tang Wulin secured a piece of metal in the slot beside the furnace and pressed the button to send it into the flames. He grasped two sleek, ebony hammers. Their size was comparable to the hammer he had initially tested with upon his arrival. For forging smaller components, this size was ideal. However, this particular pair of hammers was a gift from Mengdian, handcrafted by him to commemorate Tang Wulin's first year here. Each hammer weighed 80 pounds, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Yet, in Tang Wulin's hands, they felt almost weightless. Under the furnace's intense heat, the metal quickly glowed red. Using his right tungsten steel hammer to support the metal, he clamped it with the left hammer from above. The two hammers swung swiftly, producing a symphony of ringing sounds as he commenced his day of forging. Forging was not merely a skill, it required intellectual engagement. Mengdian had told Tang Wulin from the outset that to become a competent blacksmith, one must think critically and, through the feedback of each strike, discern the metal's texture and properties. Mastery of these elements was essential to forge exquisite pieces. Tang Wulin displayed remarkable aptitude in this regard. Unbeknownst to him, when Mengdian gifted him the tungsten steel hammers, it signified his official status as a blacksmith. His monthly earnings were modest, yet he diligently saved a portion, allocating some for his sister and a bit more to support Elnja with household expenses. At merely 9 years of age, 3 years of forging had instilled in him a maturity beyond his peers. Having grown accustomed to forging, he had developed a fondness for this labor. Each day, swinging the hammer provided a cathartic release. Occasionally, during the process, he would enter a peculiar state of flow, feeling a resonance between himself, the struck metal, and the hammer in his hands. In those moments, the components he crafted were exceptionally fine, even eliciting rare praise from the otherwise stoic Mengdian. Teacher. Tang Wulin was about to present his work when he noticed Mengdian had quietly entered his workshop. Mengdian approached the forge, examined Tang Wulin's creations, nodded in approval, and handed him a stack of bills, his wages for the month. Well done. Thank you, teacher, Tang Wulin exclaimed, delight flooding his expression as he accepted the bills and tucked them away. His excitement caused his cheeks to flush as he couldn't help but pump his fist in triumph. Mengdian observed him with curiosity. You've never been this exuberant when receiving your wages before. Tang Wulin took a deep breath, slightly breathless, and replied, Teacher, I've saved enough to purchase a soul spirit. Mengdian paused, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Are you saying your martial soul has reached level 10? Tang Wulin nodded. It should be nearly there. Mengdian rarely smiled, but now a hint of pleasure graced his features. Keep it up. Watching Tang Wulin's retreating figure, Mengdian's smile deepened. At last, the boy displayed a semblance of childhood joy. Yet, it was a pity that his martial soul was merely the blue-silver grass. Regardless of what soul spirit he acquired, it was unlikely to be remarkable. Nevertheless, this was my fortune. In forging, the boy's talent was sufficient to carry on my legacy. Chapter 14. Finally saving enough money. Tang Wulin was practically bouncing with joy as he made his way home, overwhelmed with happiness. 3 years, an entire 3 years of relentless toil in forging, hammering metal with each strike, all for the purpose of saving enough to purchase a soul spirit. Although he had calculated last month that he would finally accumulate the necessary funds this month, the moment he held the actual money in his hands, he felt an exhilarating urge to shout out loud. 30,000 federal coins may be a trivial sum for the affluent, yet for a mere 9-year-old child, it represented the culmination of over 1,000 days and nights of sweat and labor. He could not even fathom how many times he had swung the hammer or how many pounds of sweat had dripped from him. Now, at long last, he had succeeded. The sense of achievement and excitement was beyond words. His soul power was on the verge of reaching its limit, and he was ready to purchase a soul spirit. He had been calculating this for quite some time. Finally, he had managed to accomplish this just before his soul power peaked and before graduation. This meant he was on the brink of becoming a soul master. Despite Tang Wulin's newfound passion for forging, it did not imply that he wished to pursue it as a career. His dream was to become a soul master, and he aspired to be a mecha master in the future. All boys share similar dreams, but how many can truly work tirelessly for those aspirations? Hard work can make up for a lack of talent. This principle had been etched in Tang Wulin's heart over the past 3 years, and he had lived by it. Now, he could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Mom, Dad, I've saved enough money, Tang Wulin exclaimed as he burst through the door with uncontainable excitement. Nar was sitting in the living room, a lollipop purchased by Tang Wulin in her mouth. Brother, did you save enough to buy a soul spirit? She understood his excitement all too well. 100, 200, 220, 29,006, 29,007, 30,000, 30,200, and there's an extra 200. Nar, here's 100 for you to buy some treats. Looking at the pile of federal coins before him, Tang Wulin's small face flushed with exhilaration. This child had truly endured so much. While his peers were still joyfully playing, he had already begun to earn his own money. Lang Yu approached her husband, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder, turning her head away to hide her tears from the children. I knew you could do it, son. You are the best. Tang Ziren gently patted his wife's back, smiling as he joined Tang Wulin, wrapping an arm around his shoulders and offering a generous thumbs up. Dad, once I break through to level 10, I can go by a soul spirit, right? Tang Wulin asked, brimming with excitement. Indeed. I will accompany you then. No, our whole family will go. My son, you are about to become a soul master, and I am proud of you. The joy was so profound that Tang Wulin found it hard to settle down during his meditation that night. Nar had already fallen asleep, and the moonlight outside shone particularly bright, promising that tomorrow would be a splendid day. Tang Wulin quietly slipped out of bed, his excitement too intense for slumber. He gently pulled the covers over Nar, who often tossed and turned in her sleep. His mother had said that once he turned 10, he would no longer be able to share a room with Nar. He would have to move to the living room. But why was that necessary? The thought left him feeling uneasy. He cherished waking up each day to see Nar. Opening and closing the door without a sound, he stealthily made his way outside. The luminous moonlight streamed through the window, bathing Nar in its glow. Tonight, the moon was exceptionally bright, illuminating her silver hair, which glimmered brilliantly. Under the moonlight, a faint halo suddenly emanated from Nar's body. Yellow, green, red, blue, purple, gold, and silver, 7 colors flickered in succession. Had Tang Wulin still been in the room, he would have witnessed this extraordinary scene. Nar's body trembled slightly, and after a moment, the colorful aura began to merge into her brow. After a long while, she fell quiet once more. The moonlight continued to shine brightly, and the gentle glow surrounding Nar diminished. Her petite form seemed to grow ever so slightly, as if the height she had not gained in 3 years was about to surpass a threshold that very night. As the trembling subsided, her breathing became steady again, though her brow furrowed, indicating she was perhaps lost in a not-so-pleasant dream. The night air was refreshingly crisp. In the civilian district where Tang Wulin lived, there was a small garden he often visited with Nar during school holidays. Stepping into the garden, he felt an inexplicable pull towards a patch of blue-silver grass. Breathing in the fragrant air filled with the essence of plants, a satisfied smile graced his face. Instinctively, he settled into a cross-legged position. The faint chirping of insects, the cool air brushing against him, and the gentle light of the stars and moon began to soothe the restlessness within him, gradually leading him into a meditative state. Chapter 15. 10th level. Countless azure lights converged from all directions, silently penetrating his body and permeating everything. Tang Wulin felt as if he had immersed himself in a vast ocean of blue, with countless subtle voices calling out to him, embracing him. The unique fragrance of blue-silver grass seemed to fill every corner of his body, and the warm flow of soul power within his dantian began to unfurl. In Tang Wulin's perception, everything around him appeared to transform into an enchanting shade of blue, a peculiar blue. Every inch of his being was suffused with the scent of blue-silver grass. Seated there, he resembled a luminescent entity, intermittently radiating a soft blue and then a gentle gold. In the early morning, Tang Wulin, sitting cross-legged in the small garden, stirred slightly, gradually awakening from his meditation. Dew had dampened his collar, yet at that moment, he felt an indescribable clarity coursing through him. Lin Lin, Lin Lin. The clear call of Lang Yu echoed in his ears. Mother, I'm here. Tang Wulin quickly responded, rising from the lawn and running outward. His body felt lighter, and he called out to his mother as he ran. You rascal, how could you run out? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Lang Yu exclaimed upon seeing her son, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Mother, I was wrong. I was meditating in the small garden, and I think I might have broken through to the 10th level, although Tang Wulin could not be entirely certain. The changes in his body and sensations indicated a breakthrough in his soul power. Lang Yu paused, looking down at her son, who had already grown to her shoulder height. Though slightly damp, his skin glowed with vitality, and his large eyes sparkled with brilliance. A breakthrough. Upon learning of her son's potential advancement, Tang Ziren was elated as well. If you believe you have indeed broken through, let us go to the academy today to test it. If it's true, your father will take you to purchase a soul spirit tomorrow. Long live father! Tang Wulin exclaimed with excitement. Nah, what's wrong with you? Aren't you happy for your brother? As he rejoiced, he suddenly noticed that Nah seemed somewhat different today. Typically, she would have finished breakfast by now, but today, she sat there in a daze, her brother's excitement failing to resonate with her. Huh? I'm fine. Brother, congratulations. Na smiled sweetly before finally beginning her breakfast. Tang Wulin assumed she was saddened by her lack of a martial soul and did not press further. As it turned out, his assumption was correct. When he arrived at the academy and shared his feelings with Lin Shiming, they conducted a soul power test under her guidance, confirming that he had indeed reached the 10th level. For soul masters, reaching the 10th level necessitates obtaining a soul ring to facilitate further advancements. Soul rings can be acquired by defeating soul beasts, yet with their scarcity, many opt for soul spirits crafted by the Spirit Transmission Tower. Tang Wulin became the 7th student in his class to achieve this breakthrough. Crossing the threshold into the 10th level signified his official entry into the realm of soul masters. Tang Wulin, you should promptly have your family take you to the Spirit Transmission Tower to purchase a soul spirit. Once you integrate a soul spirit, you will be a soul master. Official soul masters receive a monthly subsidy of 1,000 federal coins, which is sufficient to cover your tuition at the Intermediate Academy. Lin Shiming advised. Tang Wulin nodded enthusiastically. Teacher Lin, I've saved enough money to buy a soul spirit. I'll go tomorrow. Lin Shiming smiled and replied, very well. I will excuse you from class tomorrow. I wish you success in acquiring a soul spirit that satisfies you. Thank you, teacher. Becoming a soul master would entitle him to a subsidy, and since the Intermediate Academy offered free education, the monthly allowance would suffice for his daily expenses. Transitioning to the Intermediate Academy meant leaving Ally City, and with the subsidy, he could do so without relying on his parents for financial support. It was said that those who progressed to higher ranks, such as great soul masters, would receive even greater subsidies. With each step toward his aspirations, Tang Wulin felt his spirits lifted. Tang Xiren promptly received the Academy's notification and took leave for the following day to accompany Tang Wulin in selecting a soul spirit. Lang Yu wished to take leave as well, but her request was denied due to her busy work schedule. Na, why are you so lost in thought today? Tang Wulin asked, puzzled, as he looked at Na sitting beside him. Don't worry, even without a martial soul, I will always protect you. I will safeguard you for life, all right? He gently patted her head. Na gazed up at him, her clear purple eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Brother, after breakfast, will you accompany me to play by the sea? Tang Wulin turned to Tang Xiren. Ally City, while labeled a city, was essentially a larger village without any walls. The residential area where Tang Wulin lived was a short distance from the seaside. After leaving their home, a mere 10-minute walk brought them to the beach. The sand here was not particularly beautiful. It consisted more of pebbles and some dead shells. Legend spoke of humanity's excessive hunting of soul beasts in the ocean, provoking nature's wrath. Tonight's moonlight was as enchanting as the previous evening, with bright moonbeams as pure as snow and dazzling stars scattered across the sky like jewels. Competing for brilliance with the moon, the sea reflected the celestial radiance, its waves surging. The sounds of crashing waves and the calls of seabirds infused this starry seascape with boundless vitality. Standing before the ocean, Na gazed up at the starry sky. Brother, there are so many stars tonight. Tang Wulin replied, indeed. Perhaps they have gathered to celebrate my ascension to becoming a soul master. Na, are you feeling sad because you cannot become a soul master? Na shook her head. No, that's not it. After a moment of silence, she turned to look into Tang Wulin's eyes. Brother, if one day I were to leave, would you miss me? Chapter 16, The Starry Sea. If one day I were to leave, would you miss me? Na lifted her head, her delicate face illuminated by the celestial glow of the stars and moon, enhancing her ethereal charm. Tang Wulin was momentarily taken aback, pondering why one would leave. Na playfully chided, I'm just saying if. Tang Wulin replied earnestly, of course I would miss you, especially. You are my only sister. Oh, Na, you seem to have grown a little taller. You're almost at my nose. I would miss you too. Especially, Na responded, her words straying from the topic, her violet eyes misting over with an enigmatic sheen. Silently, Na leaned her head against Tang Wulin's shoulder, her purple gaze shimmering with confusion. Morning dawned. Tang Wulin arose particularly early that day, even consuming less breakfast than usual. Tang Xiren, observing the eager light in his son's eyes, couldn't help but chuckle. So you're finally not so composed? Don't rush. It's too early. The spirit tower isn't open yet. For Tang Wulin, this day was of utmost significance, for he was to acquire his spirit. Dad, what kind of spirit do you think I can get? Tang Wulin, despite being merely 9 years old, had been striving towards this day, and now that it had arrived, how could he remain calm? Tang Xiren smiled slightly. How could I possibly know? Regardless of what spirit you obtain, you will officially advance from a spirit master to a first-ring spirit master, marking a true distinction from ordinary individuals. Tang Wulin nodded excitedly, yet he overlooked the nuances in his father's tone. As Tang Wulin eagerly pulled his father from their home, Nara stood at the doorway. Watching them depart, her beautiful eyes once again reflecting a sense of bewilderment. She furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in thought. Tang Ziren couldn't help but shake his head with a hint of helplessness, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. Acquiring a suitable spirit was not as simple as it seemed. Purchasing did not guarantee compatibility. The Spirit Tower organization spanned the continent, not only within the confines of Douluo Continent, but also in the other two lands discovered over millennia. A millennium ago, remnants of the Heaven Dou Empire, defeated by the Sun Moon Empire, sailed the seas, enduring hardships until they stumbled upon a vast continent inhabited by indigenous humans, yet far less developed than Douluo Continent. They claimed it and named it the Heaven Dou Continent. On Douluo Continent, friction persisted between the remnants of the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Dou Empire. Amidst the rapid advancement of the Sun Moon Empire, the Star Dou Empire gradually declined but found solace in maritime exploration, subsequently discovering another continent. The Star Dou Empire quietly seized this new land, relocating their entire nation and extracting abundant resources, naming it the Star Dou Continent. Eventually, the Star Dou Empire transitioned to a federal system, becoming the Star Dou Federation. The Sun Moon Empire unified Douluo Continent, rebranding itself as the Sun Moon Federation. The Spirit Tower organization boasts a history spanning 10 millennia. Due to the significance of spirit masters and their groundbreaking research into artificial spirits, they ascended to a prominent status across the three continents, becoming one of the most formidable powers. In the city of Alai, a branch of the Spirit Tower stood proudly at its center, a three-story tower, the smallest tier of Spirit Tower branches. Medium-sized cities host 7-story towers, while larger cities feature towers towering 13 stories high. The headquarters of the Spirit Tower, located in Shrek City, has been meticulously restored over the years, reaching an impressive 81 stories, renowned as the most magnificent structure on Douluo Continent. To Tang Wulin, the 3-story Spirit Tower before him was already a sanctum of dreams. It was the tallest edifice in Alai City, its location known to all, yet few had ventured inside. Upon their arrival, the grand entrance of the Spirit Tower stood wide open, yet few souls lingered. After all, this was a realm meant solely for spirit masters. And in a modest locale like Alai City, such individuals were scarcely found. Tang Ziren led his son into the Spirit Tower, while Tang Wulin's gaze roamed, filled with curiosity about this legendary place. The Spirit Tower was octagonal, 3 stories high, with expansive interiors. The floor was adorned with marble bearing the Spirit Tower insignia, and the hall was spacious. Surrounding them were a series of doors leading to unknown destinations, with a counter-like area at the front, where a spirit master clad in a gray robe sat. Upon noticing their presence, the spirit master rose, his gaze settling on Tang Ziren. "Greetings, how may I assist you?" Tang Ziren promptly replied with respect, "Good day, esteemed spirit master. I have brought my son to purchase a spirit. His martial soul has already reached level 10. At this revelation, the warmth in the spirit master's expression waned noticeably, as it was clear that Tang Ziren was not a spirit master. "Have you brought enough funds?" he inquired, his tone neutral. Tang Wulin interjected eagerly. "We have enough. We have enough." The spirit master continued. "What level of spirit do you wish to purchase?" Tang Ziren, slightly flustered, responded, "Esteemed spirit master, we are not well versed in these matters. Could you kindly enlighten us?" The spirit master, showing signs of impatience, remarked, "You come here without proper inquiries? In a small place like Alai City, we only offer 3 types of spirits for purchase: 10-year white spirits, 100-year yellow spirits, and random draw spirits. The 10-year white spirits have 73 options, while the 100-year yellow spirits offer 11. The price for white spirits is 70,000, and for yellow spirits, 1 million. Which do you wish to purchase?" Upon hearing this, Tang Wulin was utterly astounded, exclaiming, "Esteemed spirit master, aren't these spirits priced at 30,000? How can it possibly?" Chapter 17. The mental strength test. The spirit master cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, 30,000 is for a random soul spirit. It could be a 10-year spirit, or it might be a 100-year one. However, the type remains uncertain, and it is quite possible that the spirit drawn may not be compatible with your martial soul. Some individuals opt for this method in hopes of luck while trying to save money, but I would not recommend it. Selecting a 10-year white soul spirit that suits you would be far more beneficial. From the tone of this father and son, it was evident that they were not individuals who could afford a 100-year soul spirit. Tang Wulin turned to his father, and in that moment, the excitement he once felt had completely dissipated. Tang Ziren squatted down to look at Tang Wulin, his heart filled with mixed emotions, unsure of what to say. Son, let us choose a random soul spirit. Your martial soul should possess considerable adaptability. Most soul spirits should be able to integrate with it. If Tang Wulin's martial soul were not the blue silver grass, a rather inferior martial soul, Tang Ziren might have chosen to take a risk, however. With the blue silver grass, there is truly limited potential for enhancement. Reaching level 10 had already brought him significant surprise. I must remind you. The Spirit Master's voice drew the attention of the father and son. Opting for a random selection of soul spirits does carry the possibility of drawing a 100-year spirit. But it also bears the risk of receiving a defective product. Tang Ziren was taken aback. Defective product? What do you mean? The Spirit Master explained. During the creation of artificial soul spirits, success is not guaranteed every time. Occasionally, defective products may emerge. These defective spirits require considerable effort to produce and can still be integrated, hence they are included in the random selection. Otherwise, if only white or yellow soul spirits were available, and the selection was manipulated, wouldn't it be a surefire profit? It seems that 30,000 federal coins is no small sum for you, so you must think this through. Tang Ziren turned to Tang Wulin, who appeared somewhat dazed. He never anticipated that after 3 years of hard work, he would face such a situation. Yet Tang Wulin shook his head. Father, you and Mother work so hard for us every day. Since my martial soul is merely the blue silver grass, let us take a chance. Perhaps fate will smile upon me and grant me a decent soul spirit. Since his martial soul awakened, his appetite had surged, and Nar, though petite, did not eat significantly less than him. For a family of modest means, it was already a challenge for Tang Ziren and Lang Yu to provide for them, often ensuring that the best food went to the two children, even foregoing meat themselves. Children of the impoverished learned to take responsibility early, and Tang Wulin was acutely aware of their struggles. Given their financial difficulties, how could he ask them to borrow money for his own desires? Father, Mother are working far too hard. He yearned for a powerful soul spirit and aspired to be a capable soul master, yet in his heart, the well-being of his father, Mother, and Nar held greater significance. Such a considerate child, thought the Spirit Master, whose initially impatient demeanor softened upon hearing Tang Wulin's words. Alas, Tang Ziren sighed. Feeling the weight of his inadequacies as a father, Tang Wulin grasped his father's hand and turned to the Spirit Master. Esteemed Spirit Master, please help me choose a random soul spirit. As he spoke, he presented the 30,000 federal coins he had painstakingly saved over 3 years. The Spirit Master nodded. You are truly a thoughtful child, far superior to my own troublesome son. Typically, there is a fee for the mental strength assessment before selecting a soul spirit, but I shall waive that fee for you. Tang Wulin stared in astonishment, quickly expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much. The Spirit Master smiled, ruffled his hair, and said, Follow me. Your father is waiting right here. In the realm of soul masters, ordinary individuals cannot glimpse the secrets within. He led Tang Wulin into a room. A stark contrast to the antiquity outside, filled instead with modernity and an array of instruments. The Spirit Master gestured for Tang Wulin to sit in a metallic chair and casually asked, Do you know why we need to test mental strength? Tang Wulin shook his head, puzzled. The Spirit Master explained, This is your first time selecting a soul spirit. Once integrated, you will officially become a soul master, and your record will be archived within our spirit tower. The strength of your mental power determines the tier of soul spirits you can integrate with. You will learn more about this in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in the future. Tang Wulin expressed his surprise. Esteemed Spirit Master, is mental strength also graded? Like soul power? Is it truly that significant? The Spirit Master replied, For ordinary soul masters, the importance of mental strength is not particularly pronounced. It is graded, but not as finely as soul power. However, for higher-tier soul masters, the strength of mental power becomes critically important. The more powerful the soul spirit, the greater mental strength is required for communication. Long ago, in an era devoid of soul spirits, there was no classification of mental strength. Yet with the emergence of soul spirits, our ancestors gradually realized that integrating soul spirits necessitated stronger mental fortitude than assimilating soul rings. Through continued research and summarization, the classification of mental strength was established, solidifying over the past 2 millennia. Tang Wulin asked curiously, What levels does mental strength encompass? The Spirit Master replied, Mental strength is categorized into 6 levels from lowest to highest: the Spirit Origin Realm, the Spirit Communication Realm, the Spirit Sea Realm, the Spirit Abyss Realm, the Spirit Domain Realm, and the Legendary Divine Origin Realm. In simpler terms, we are all born with mental cultivation at the spirit origin realm. The essence of the spirit origin realm signifies the initial state of one's spirit, a foundation for all. You should currently be at this level. More detailed information will be covered in your academy studies. Now, let me test the extent of your capabilities within the spirit origin realm. A metallic helmet descended from above, connected by metal arms, enveloping Tang Wulin's head. Do not be anxious. Relax your entire body. You may feel a slight dizziness, which is normal. Just remain relaxed. The spirit master instructed. Understood, Tang Wulin promptly replied. A soft humming sound began, and a gentle white light illuminated from the helmet. The spirit master glanced at a nearby soul guide screen, where data began to fluctuate. Initially, the values fluctuated rapidly, but after a short while, they began to stabilize. A look of surprise emerged on the spirit master's face. Chapter 18. Random selection. After a while, the data stagnated, ceasing its upward trajectory and merely fluctuating within a certain range. The instruments were turned off, and the helmet lifted. Tang Wulin felt somewhat dizzy. Moments ago, he had only sensed a slight tingling sensation in his brain. Faintly, he seemed to glimpse the golden world he had encountered when he first fused with his soul spirit, still shrouded in obscurity. Before he could strive to observe it more closely, the test concluded. Excellent data, the spirit transmission master said, smiling and nodding at him. You are the most exceptional spirit master I have tested in the past year. Your mental power registers at 38. Remember this figure. I will provide you with a report that you can submit upon entering the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Confused by the mental power system, Tang Wulin was uncertain of what 38 truly signified. Sensing his bewilderment, the spirit transmission master kindly explained, in the realm of spiritual essence, mental power ranges from 1 to 100. Below 30 is the initial stage, 30 to 60 is the intermediate stage, 60 to 90 is the advanced stage, and 90 to 100 represents the pinnacle of spiritual essence. At your tender age, achieving the intermediate stage is quite remarkable. I am a level 28 Great Soul Master, and my mental power is merely 87. Reaching the intermediate stage enables you to fuse with a century-old yellow soul spirit without issue. At last, some good news brightened Tang Wulin's previously somber mood. Moreover, the master's introduction to the levels of mental power unveiled to him the splendor that lay beyond another door in the world of soul masters. Next, it would depend on fortune. Exiting the room where the mental power was tested, he was led by the spirit transmission master into an adjacent and much larger chamber. This room housed a colossal instrument, towering 3 meters high and 6 meters wide, within which numerous spherical objects, approximately a foot in diameter, emitted a gentle glow. Each one appeared identical. The spirit transmission master indicated 2 buttons before the apparatus, saying the green button initiates the process, while the red button halts it. Once you stop, the soul spirit corresponding to your random selection will roll out. You may begin when you are ready. As he gazed at this unfamiliar yet intriguing machine, Tang Wulin's heart began to race. His homeroom teacher, Lin Shiming, had once mentioned that the quality of a soul spirit largely determined a soul master's strength. A powerful soul spirit, upon fusion, could even elevate a soul master's soul power. Conversely, a weak soul spirit would bestow equally feeble abilities upon its master. A soul master could possess a maximum of 9 soul skills throughout their lifetime, and attaining 9 rings was exceedingly rare. Thus, for lower-ranked soul masters, each soul skill held immense significance. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Gritting his teeth, Tang Wulin decisively pressed the green button. Instantly, a series of lights illuminated the interior of the machine, casting a soft halo around the soul spirit orbs. There were at least 100 soul spirit orbs within the machine, beginning to revolve along their tracks at an astonishing speed, leaving one breathless. The exterior of the soul spirit orbs entirely shielded their contents, rendering them invisible to the eye. Thus, all that remained was to leave it to fate. Tang Wulin placed his hand on the red button, his palm, usually steady even while wielding an 80-pound tungsten steel hammer, now trembling slightly. He understood that pressing this button could very well determine his destiny on the path of a soul master. Taking a deep breath, he nervously closed his eyes and pressed down firmly. With a resounding thud, the rotation ceased, and a pristine white soul spirit orb fell from the machine, rolling into the metallic box beside Tang Wulin. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and turned his head, his heart pounding like a drum. The spirit transmission master approached, retrieving the soul spirit orb and handing it to him. Let us go outside and take a look. Cradling the soul spirit orb tightly, Tang Wulin gasped for breath, gazing at it as though it were the most precious treasure in the world. At last, he had obtained it. This would be his first soul spirit. Press this button, and the light of the instrument will illuminate the soul spirit orb, prompting your soul spirit to emerge. The power to release the soul spirit belongs to you. Not only was Tang Wulin anxious, but even Tang Xiren could not help but clench his fists in anticipation. What would it be? Tang Wulin glanced at his father, who nodded encouragingly. He pressed the button, and a gentle golden light descended, enveloping the soul spirit orb. The orb itself emitted a soft glow, and the previously sealed sphere gradually became transparent, revealing the existence within. Tang Wulin distinctly sensed a faint life force emanating from within the soul spirit orb, and he noticed the soul spirit moving slightly. What could it possibly be? At that moment, the light radiating from the soul spirit orb transformed into white, and a brighter circle of light flickered at the center, causing the soul spirit orb to slowly open from the middle. Upon witnessing the emergence of the white light, the spirit transmission master remarked, "A 10-year soul spirit." Tang Xiren's expression dimmed. Fate had not favored his son, as the century-old soul spirits, valued at 1 million, were indeed not easily obtained. Tang Wulin fixed his gaze on the gradually opening soul spirit orb. A 10-year soul spirit, what would his first soul spirit be? As the white light began to recede, the soul spirit orb fully opened, revealing the soul spirit before him. At first glance, the spirit transmission master's expression shifted slightly, and both Tang Xiren and Tang Wulin were momentarily stunned. This soul spirit was Chapter 19, Soul Spirit within the pristine soul spirit sphere. A diminutive creature lay quietly coiled. It appeared exceedingly insignificant, measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length, its slender body even thinner than a child's finger. The creature exhibited a muted earth-toned hue, and one had to scrutinize closely to discern the minute, diamond-shaped scales adorning its form. Is this truly a soul spirit? Tang Xiren raised his gaze towards the spirit master, his voice imbued with incredulity. This inconspicuous being was well known to the majority, for it was quite common, the grass snake. A harmless little creature. Despite belonging to the serpent family, it could undoubtedly be classified as the weakest of its kind. Adult grass snakes typically reached lengths of 20 to 30 centimeters, roughly the thickness of a finger, subsisting on feeble insects. To encapsulate its essence in the simplest terms, one could say it was utterly innocuous. Since awakening his martial soul and acquiring soul power, Tang Wulin had indulged in countless fantasies about his first soul spirit. He envisioned what form it might take and how it would synergize with his blue-silver grass martial soul to enhance its strength, bestowing upon him a spectacular soul ability, thus formally entering the ranks of soul masters. Fantasies are enchanting, yet reality proves to be harsh. A grass snake? This was no longer a matter of power. It was a question of whether this truly constituted a soul spirit at all. The spirit master gazed at the tiny grass snake, momentarily lost in thought, before sighing with a tinge of bitterness. When it rains, it pours, my child. Your luck is truly. The spirit master was aware of the origins of this soul spirit. Artificial soul spirits rely on the genes of soul beasts, and as these creatures gradually face extinction, their genetic material continues to dwindle. Consequently, researchers at the Spirit Tower have conducted numerous experiments. One such endeavor involved extracting the genes of non-soul beast animals to attempt the creation of soul spirits, assessing their efficacy. The experiment yielded results, but it became evident that soul spirits crafted from animal genes were pitifully weak and utterly unsellable. Undoubtedly, this grass snake was the substandard product he had previously mentioned. And not merely substandard, it lacked even a trace of soul beast genes. Among all potential extricable soul spirits, it ranked 100th. And the random extraction machine consistently yielded soul spirits at this disheartening number. After a resigned sigh, the spirit master nodded, stating, "I can confirm it is a soul spirit, albeit a rather feeble one. The soul spirit has been extracted and activated. It must undergo fusion within 24 hours, or it will dissipate into nothingness. You may choose whether to fuse with it. Should you decline, you may return to select another soul spirit in the future." Tang Wulin remained silent, simply stepping forward to leave. Wait. The spirit master could no longer contain himself and called out to them. "You should abandon this soul spirit. While it is a successful experiment, out of compassion, I must reveal its origins. Son, do not be disheartened. Father will find a way to earn money. Rest assured, in due time, I shall accumulate sufficient funds to procure a suitable soul spirit for you." Determination flickered in Tang Xiren's eyes. For the sake of his son, he resolved to confront the realities that lay ahead. Sitting upon his bed, he gazed at the soul spirit in his hands, then at his calloused palms. Tears finally cascading uncontrollably. Upon awakening his martial soul and discovering it was the feeble blue silver grass, he did not weep. After all, possessing soul power meant possessing opportunity. When his father informed him of their family's financial struggles, fearing they could not afford a soul spirit, he held back his tears. His father had taught him that he must forge his own path, and that he could earn money to assist his parents. During his initial days at the MNDN workshop, wielding the hammer 1,000 times, his arms ached agonizingly, rendering him unable to lift them to eat. Yet he did not cry. He toiled diligently, passed the tests, and glimpsed hope. With hope came the potential for success. For 3 years, he poured sweat at the forge. While his peers frolicked at home, he engaged with metals for longer hours of meditation than others. No matter how arduous or exhausting, he did not cry. He faced each day with a smile, assuring his parents that everything was manageable. Now, he wept. After 3 long years, he had finally saved enough money and elevated his soul power to the 10th level, nearing success. 30,000 coins, an accumulation of countless sweat-soaked efforts, now lay before him. Represented by this frail soul spirit devoid of any soul beast genes, all his endeavors had dissolved into vapor. His resilience, strength, and determination seemed shattered in that moment, transformed into tears that flowed freely, drop by drop. Each tear fell into the soul spirit sphere, gradually soaking the diminutive grass snake, which stirred slightly, seemingly relishing the briny liquid. A delicate hand reached towards him, gently wiping away his tears. Nar, with reddened eyes, stood before him. At that moment, her heart felt intertwined with his, fully aware of the anguish within him. Disappointment, sorrow, and a myriad of negative emotions enveloped Tang Wulin. He yearned to scream. Yet at that instant, it felt as though he lacked the strength even to utter a cry. "Brother, please do not cry." Tears seemed never-ending as Nar leaped forward. Embracing his head, Tang Wulin choked on his words. Why? Why is fate so unjust towards me? Why is it that despite my relentless efforts, I cannot attain even a single opportunity? I wish to become a soul master. I long to be a powerful soul master. Chapter 20. Fusion weeping is indeed the most effective means of emotional release. As Tang Wulin's tears soaked the fabric of Nar's shoulder, his sobs gradually subsided. Nar, am I very cowardly? He inquired, lifting his head and wiping away his tears. Nar shook her head vigorously. Tang Wulin then gazed at the soul spirit in his hand. A small grass snake blissfully crawling within the spirit ball. Nar, you should leave for now. I need to fuse with the soul spirit, he said with a hint of bittersweetness. Nar hesitated, but isn't that a bad idea? Tang Wulin managed a wry smile. Father and mother are already struggling to support us. I cannot add to their burdens. Father just mentioned helping me raise money to buy a soul spirit again, but we hardly have any money. I cannot allow them to suffer further for my sake. While it may not be ideal, it is still a soul spirit, and it will at least allow me to advance to a soul master. If I fuse with it, Father will no longer be troubled because of me. Nar gazed at him in a daze. Brother, Tang Wulin smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. Let us consider this a dream. Perhaps being a blacksmith is indeed the most suitable profession for me. At that moment, his smile left a profound impression on her heart, a blend of carefree acceptance, helplessness, relief, optimism, and a hidden sorrow. As he watched Nar exit the room, Tang Wulin bit his lip, casting another glance at the small grass snake. A tumult of emotions surged within him. He understood that by fusing with this soul spirit, he might forever forfeit his dream of becoming a powerful soul master. Yet, what choice did he have? He extended his hand into the spirit ball, gently touching the small soul spirit. The spirit itself was not a physical entity, especially not one of such low rank. His fingers easily passed through the body of the small grass snake. It seemed to sense something, curling up in response. Though it was merely an ethereal form, it wrapped around Tang Wulin's finger, even playfully flicking out its forked tongue, as if to tease him, bringing his hand closer. Tang Wulin could clearly see the grass snake's small brown eyes, which were clouded and devoid of clarity, tinged with confusion and perhaps a hint of fear. It was alive, wasn't it? If he chose not to fuse with it, it would vanish forever after 24 hours. An inferior martial soul paired with a substandard soul spirit seems rather fitting. Tang Wulin mused self-deprecatingly, flipping his palm. The soft soul power within him began to circulate at his mental command, and the faint blue halo of blue-silver grass slowly emerged from his palm. Instinctively, the small grass snake sensed the presence of the blue-silver grass and began to climb along Tang Wulin's fingers, soon entangling itself among the slender strands of the blue-silver grass. The originally gentle glow of the blue-silver grass intensified, transforming into vibrant blue rays that entwined upwards. While the grass snake emanated a faint earthy yellow light, complementing the blue. This was Tang Wulin's first fusion with a soul spirit. Yet, in class, Lin Shiming had already imparted the necessary precautions and sensations associated with the fusion process. A faint thought entered Tang Wulin's mind, a sensation that was both familiar and fearful, yet filled with dependency. He opened his heart and accepted it. Instantly, the blue-silver grass in his palm began to undergo rapid changes, and his internal soul power surged accordingly. He closed his eyes and silently entered a meditative state. The fusion was officially underway. The small grass snake wiggled slightly in his palm, transmitting no further emotions beyond that initial thought. This was the manifestation of a low-level soul spirit. The more powerful the spirit, the greater its intelligence. Spirits above purple rank could even communicate with their hosts. Higher-level spirits were said to assist their hosts in battle. But for Tang Wulin at this moment, those were merely legends. The earthy yellow hue of the grass snake gradually infused with a hint of blue, and the rapidly growing blue-silver grass began to change as well. The originally fragile grass blades curled inward, gradually thickening to the size of a finger, resembling vines. Upon closer inspection, one could discern minute, scale-like markings on the leaves. The blue-silver grass itself was dull and lifeless, mirroring the grass snake. Though it had thickened, it still appeared fragile. The grass snake elongated slightly, reaching about 8 centimeters, its scales now adorned with a touch of blue, indicating a smooth fusion. The grass snake's mental power was too weak to exhibit any resistance, though the blue-silver grass was also an inferior martial soul. Tang Wulin's intermediate spiritual realm allowed his mental power to dominate the fusion process completely. The strands of blue-silver grass continued to grow, twisting into vines that coiled around his body. Tang Wulin's own soul power fluctuations intensified, the recently achieved bottleneck cracking open, allowing soul power to surge forth, breaking barriers as his martial soul evolved. He felt an exhilarating lightness, as if the concentrated soul power in his dantian had transformed into countless threads that permeated every corner of his being, awakening each cell with vitality. The lightness and comfort alleviated much of the heaviness in his chest. At that moment, Tang Wulin suddenly sensed a warmth at the base of his spine, followed by a searing sensation that coursed through his spine and spread throughout his body. The aura surrounding him subtly shifted. The previously evolved blue-silver grass and the small grass snake went rigid, as if frozen in place. A faint golden grid pattern reappeared, swiftly extending downwards from Tang Wulin's forehead. Inside his clothes, a slender golden thread ascended from his tailbone, reaching the top of his cervical spine, converging with the golden grid descending from his head. This time, the golden hue was noticeably clearer than before. The golden grid not only enveloped Tang Wulin, but also extended to the newly evolved blue-silver grass and the small grass snake. The formerly dull blue-silver grass began to sprout fine golden threads at its roots, which spread to the tips. Under the influence of this golden pattern, it underwent a secondary transformation. The once drab, thread-like leaves appeared as though they had been infused with a skeletal structure, becoming resilient. Moreover, the surface of the leaves gradually transitioned from dull to lustrous, the subtly visible blue halo responding harmoniously with the golden threads, creating a striking visual effect. Chapter 21. Level 11 Soul Master. The little grass snake underwent a similar transformation. Its earthy yellow hue gradually shifted to a bright yellow, with its scales slightly protruding, exuding a faint radiance. Golden lines spread upwards from its tail, and its original 8-centimeter body extended by another centimeter. All the golden lines converged at its head, ultimately coalescing into a small, golden scale the size of a millet grain on its forehead. Its one-stem eyes appeared to gain a touch of clarity. So hot, unbearably hot. Tang Wulin was unaware of the changes occurring within him. All he could feel was an intense heat, as if he were engulfed in a furnace, suffering indescribable agony. Time stretched on, and though the searing heat began to wane, a tingling sensation emerged throughout his limbs, akin to countless tiny insects crawling over his entire being. In his torment, Tang Wulin yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. He found himself longing for the prior intensity of heat. The excruciating pain tormented him to the brink of despair, yet his mind remained exceptionally clear, allowing him to perceive every pang of agony with acute awareness. Should the spirit master who had previously tested his mental strength at the spirit tower be here to reassess him, they would discover that his mental power was steadily ascending amidst the throes of intense suffering. As his consciousness began to blur, the pain gradually receded, and all awareness slipped away. His garments were completely drenched in sweat. The golden grid pattern did not fade away this time. Rather, it subtly seeped into his skin. The blue-silver grass receded like a tide, and the little grass snake crawled into the palm of Tang Wulin, its golden scale returning to normal. Its body dimming once more. Brother is merging with the spirit. We cannot enter. Nara gazed steadfastly at Tang Xiren. Tang Xiren was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "What did you just say? He is already merged?" Nara nodded. Brother said he didn't want to trouble father and mother. Tang Xiren staggered back a few steps, collapsing into a chair as a storm of emotions washed over his face, profound pain surfacing. He struck his head in frustration. Tang Xiren, why do you cower from reality? Why must you be so weak? It is your cowardice that has harmed this child. A handful of large federal currency slipped from his grasp, scattering across the dining table. It's too late, too late. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply. Nar, how long has Lin Lin been merging with the spirit? Nar replied, not long after father left. It began. Tang Xiren was taken aback. There has been no commotion? Logically, after such a long duration, it should have been completed. We must go in and see. Nar hesitated before nodding. Quietly opening the door, Tang Xiren immediately saw Tang Wulin sprawled across the bed. Lin Lin, he shouted, rushing into the room, reaching Tang Wulin's side. The spirit ball lay beside the bed. The grass snake's spirit now vanished, and Tang Wulin lay there, brow furrowed, his clothes drenched in sweat. A wave of guilt washed over Tang Xiren. He understood that such a situation should not occur during the merging process, indicating that something had gone awry with his son. Tang Wulin was deeply unconscious, but thankfully, his vital signs appeared normal. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Tang Xiren's cheeks as he tightly embraced his son. My dear child. Just 9 years old. What have you endured? I'm so sorry, son, I'm so sorry. It's all due to my incompetence. Nader stood silently by, observing the tearful Tang Xiren, confusion and bewilderment reappearing in her beautiful purple eyes. When Tang Wulin awakened, it was already evening. As he opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returned. He bolted upright, instinctively assessing the changes in his body. The sensations of heat and tingling had completely dissipated, leaving him with a light and buoyant feeling. His clothes had been changed and were now dry and comfortable. Breathing felt like a pleasure, and he was enveloped in an indescribable sense of ease. His soul power had evidently grown significantly. With just a slight thought, a wave of soul power emanated from him. Level 11, he was certain he had successfully broken through to the level 11 realm, officially becoming a soul master. Although the little grass snake was considered a weak spirit, it had fulfilled its purpose. The sorrow within him began to fade as his body felt invigorated. Tang Wulin mused, even if I cannot become a powerful soul master, with soul power as my foundation, I can at least aspire to be a decent blacksmith. With this thought, he vigorously swung his arm. Crack! A light explosion resonated in the air. Tang Wulin was astonished to discover that at the moment he swung his arm, it felt as though he had sliced through the air. What is happening? Before he could attempt again, the door swung open, and 4 figures rushed in. 3 adults and 1 child. Son, are you all right? The first to enter was Lang Yu, who enveloped Tang Wulin in a tight embrace, unable to contain her tears. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. It was now night. Tang Wulin remembered that he had begun merging with the spirit in the morning. Had so much time truly passed? In addition to Lang Yu, Tang Xiren, and Nar, the 4th person was Tang Wulin's blacksmithing teacher, Mang Tian. Today, Tang Wulin had not gone to work. So when Mang Tian called via soul communicator and learned of the incident, he rushed over immediately. Mom, I'm fine, Tang Wulin softly reassured. Lang Yu looked down at her son, resolutely stating, Son, let us not pursue being soul masters anymore. Let us just live as ordinary people. Tang Wulin smiled gently, Mom. Truly, I'm fine. Moreover, I have become a genuine soul master. I'm at level 11. The merging went quite smoothly. That grass snake spirit suits my martial soul perfectly. If it had been a more powerful spirit, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to merge with it. Hearing her son's comforting words, Lang Yu's tears flowed anew. Tang Xiren sighed. At this point, words were futile. Once the spirit was merged, it could not be undone. Telling his son about the money he had acquired would only serve as a greater shock. Level 11? Show me your martial soul, Mang Tian's deep, resonant voice echoed. Chapter 22. Is the teacher also a soul master? It was only then that Tang Wulin became aware of his teacher's presence and hastily addressed him. Teacher. Mang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Come here. Tang Wulin glanced at his mother and then at his teacher before leaping off the bed. He raised his right hand, and with a subtle shift of his will, the dimly lit room was instantly illuminated. This was the unique soul ring of a soul master, white, symbolizing a 10-year soul ring. The most basic tier among all soul rings. In the era before the existence of soul spirits, the defining characteristic of a soul master was indeed the soul ring. Tang Wulin opened his palm, and a flash of yellow light illuminated his hand, revealing a small grass snake that had grown nearly twice its size. Following this, numerous blue tendrils, as thick as fingers, swiftly emerged and began to spread outward. The tendrils expanded and soon permeated every corner of the room. This was Tang Wulin's first release of his martial soul since becoming a soul master, and it felt entirely different from before he had a soul ring. He felt as though these sprawling blue-silver grasses were extensions of his consciousness, and any contact with the external world would instantly resonate within his mind. He could even sense the joyful emotions emanating from the little grass snake, a clarity far surpassing his previous experience of fusion. Despite being merely a 10-year soul ring, the white halo pulsated vibrantly, casting a radiant glow upon Tang Wulin. This is the allure of the soul master. Even possessing just one soul ring sets them apart from ordinary individuals. Lang Yu appeared somewhat dazed, while Tang Xiren's eyes finally reflected some semblance of form. And Nar seemed lost in thought once more. With a gesture, Mang Tian grasped a blue-silver grass, which appeared fragile, and mused that the fusion of a useless martial soul and a mediocre soul spirit had indeed not yielded any remarkable evolutionary results. His heart sank slightly as he encouraged Tang Wulin, "Do not be disheartened. Though your soul spirit may not be exceptional, you have truly become a soul master. And your soul power has the potential for further enhancement. The existence of soul power is beneficial for any profession you may pursue." Thousands of years ago, when soul guiding devices first became prevalent, many soul masters were recognized not for their powerful martial souls or soul rings, but for their ability to enhance their combat prowess through these devices. The same is true for mechas, as long as you possess soul power. Even without a formidable soul spirit, there remains the possibility of becoming a mecha master in the future. There are indeed mecha masters with weak martial souls yet formidable strength. Furthermore, soul power plays a crucial role in forging, sharpening your senses, and augmenting your strength. As he spoke, Mang Tian released the blue-silver grass, which fell with a crisp sound. "Oh." Mang Tian paused slightly, grasping another blue-silver grass and weighing it in his hands, his brow furrowing in concentration. Upon hearing Mang Tian's words, a flicker of hope ignited in Tang Wulin's heart, even if he could not become a powerful soul master. It seemed he still had the chance to become a formidable mecha master. "Mang, what is it?" Tang Xiren instinctively inquired, noticing Mang Tian's reaction. Mang Tian remained silent, instead gripping the blue-silver grass tightly and pulling forcefully to the sides. As a forger, his strength was considerable. Yet when he exerted his force on the blue-silver grass, although it snapped taut, it did not break as he had anticipated. This seemingly fragile entity proved unexpectedly resilient. "This blue-silver grass seems somewhat peculiar," Mang Tian stated gravely. Tang Wulin, perplexed, asked, "Teacher, what seems off about it?" Mang Tian replied, "Firstly, its weight. Initially, I did not perceive it, but the sound it made upon hitting the ground revealed its significant weight. After re-evaluating, it appears slender yet is heavier than usual vines. This seems inconsistent with what a blue-silver grass should possess with just one soul ring. Allow me to test it further." As he spoke, Mang Tian's eyes suddenly brightened. In an instant, one white, two yellow, and one purple soul rings ascended from beneath him, illuminating the entire room. The aura emanating from Mang Tian caused Tang Wulin, also a soul master, to instinctively step back in astonishment. He was rendered speechless. According to the hierarchy of soul masters, levels 0 to 10 are referred to as soul apprentices, 11 to 20 as soul masters, with each subsequent 10 levels earning a new title: Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Saint, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, and ultimately, the pinnacle of 9-ring title Douluo. His teacher, a forger, was indeed a formidable soul master at the level of a 4-ring soul sovereign. With the emergence of the soul rings, 3 soul spirits manifested on Mang Tian's shoulders. The first, the weakest, was a small rabbit, nestled on his shoulder, radiating a soft white glow. The second spirit, a yellow entity, materialized as 2 iron hammers, gleaming with a faint yellow light. Artificial soul spirits can generate tool-type soul spirits, while natural ones do not present such forms. The final purple soul spirit was particularly striking. A small bear, standing about 3 feet tall, covered in brown fur, with notably robust arms, exuded an intimidating presence. Upon its appearance, it leapt from Mang Tian's shoulder, baring its teeth as though ready to pounce. Each of the 3 soul spirits possessed unique characteristics. And Mang Tian's martial soul was unmistakably a hammer glowing with a faint white light, resembling a forging hammer adorned with deep brown patterns. The earth hammer that was Mang Tian's martial soul. As the martial soul manifested, Mang Tian's aura surged dramatically. The first white soul ring illuminated, enveloping him in a gentle white light emanating from the little white rabbit. The first soul skill, a 10-year soul ring skill, was named Resilience. This was a rather ordinary soul skill, yet it enhanced Mang Tian's muscles, rendering them more elastic and powerful. Empowered by the soul skill, Mang Tian activated his soul power and exerted a forceful tug on the blue-silver grass. An extraordinary scene unfolded, just as everyone, including Tang Wulin, anticipated the blue-silver grass to be torn asunder. It suddenly radiated with a brilliant light under the external force. Chapter 23. The mutated martial soul. A shimmering blue luminescence danced before them, interwoven with delicate golden web-like patterns that emitted a gentle radiance. Despite Mang Tian's vigorous tug, he found himself unable to sever it. However, Tang Wulin sensed an abrupt stirring within his soul power, which then diminished slightly. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, surprise evident on his face. Mang Tian turned to him, curiosity piqued. "What do you feel?" With honesty, Tang Wulin replied, "It seems my soul power has decreased." A faint smile graced Mang Tian's lips. "It appears that heaven has not truly forsaken this child. I am nearly certain that his martial soul has undergone a mutation, and it is a change for the better." Mutation? Tang Wulin was taken aback, as he had never studied anything related to this concept. Mang Tian explained, "Our martial souls can mutate under certain special circumstances. For instance, when they fuse with particularly compatible or incompatible spirit souls, or when influenced by external factors, such mutations can occur. Additionally, a martial soul may exhibit mutations at birth or upon awakening. Mutations can be both beneficial and detrimental. A powerful martial soul may become weaker, whereas a weaker one might gain strength." He cast a knowing glance at Tang Wulin and continued, "Blue-silver grass is widely regarded as a useless martial soul. However, it is particularly suitable for fusion with serpent-like spirit souls, which generally leads to its evolution into a vine. The probability of a martial soul like blue-silver grass manifesting alongside soul power is exceedingly low, though not impossible. I once encountered an individual who, after reaching level 10, fused with a serpent spirit soul, resulting in a vine much sturdier than yours, yet it remained quite fragile, easily severed without even exerting my martial soul's power. Your blue-silver grass, however, is entirely different. Even with just my first soul skill activated, my considerable strength could not break it, which defies logic. This is the first time I have witnessed such a phenomenon, where the strength of the martial soul correlates with soul power. This implies that as long as your soul power is not entirely depleted, I would be unable to sever your blue-silver grass. Aside from a mutation in your martial soul, I cannot conceive of any other explanation." Tang Wulin gazed at Mang Tian in a daze. "Teacher, is this a good thing?" "Of course, it is a good thing," Mang Tian affirmed. "However, it is not absolute. It depends on how you choose to control your martial soul. When blue-silver grass transforms into a vine, logic dictates that you should focus on developing control-type abilities, with 90% of your soul skills centering around basic binding techniques. Yet, once you ensnare your opponent, if their soul power exceeds yours, they will easily deplete your soul power in their struggle to break free, turning it into a battle of attrition, leaving you with no opportunity. Therefore, I believe utilizing your resilient blue-silver grass as a whip would be a commendable choice. Furthermore, when you eventually acquire a second soul ring, who knows what further mutations may occur? While I cannot predict its future at this moment, there is at least hope. From this point forward, it is no longer a useless martial soul. You have turned misfortune into fortune." "Really?" Tang Wulin looked at his teacher in disbelief. "It's no longer a useless martial soul? While it may not yet be powerful, at least it's not considered worthless." Mang Tian replied calmly. "You just witnessed that my first spirit soul was also a white 10-year spirit soul, quite weak as well. Yet, through perseverance, I was able to attain 100-year and even 1,000-year spirit souls. As a blacksmith, I have earned sufficient funds to acquire the spirit souls I desire. You possess considerable talent in blacksmithing. What I can achieve, you can achieve too. Nothing is more persuasive than personal experience." In that moment, Tang Wulin's internal turmoil dissipated. No longer deemed a useless martial soul, he found renewed hope in the prospect of following in his teacher's footsteps. Perhaps he could indeed become a formidable soul master. "You missed work today without notifying me, so I must deduct a day's wage," Mang Tian stated before departing. Nonetheless, this did not diminish Tang Wulin's exuberance. He leaped up, enveloping his teacher in a hearty embrace. "Be gentle," Mang Tian remarked, somewhat bewildered by the boy's strength. With Mang Tian gone, the somber atmosphere of the Tang family transformed into one of joy. "I'm sorry, father and mother, for causing you worry," Tang Wulin said, a tinge of shame evident in his voice. Lang Yu embraced her son once more, saying, "It is your father and I who owe you an apology. You are still so young, yet you have shouldered too much." Tang Wulin lowered his head, lost in thought. Na's lips moved as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. After dinner, exhausted from the day's events, Tang Wulin and Lang Yu retired early, while Na also succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Only Tang Wulin found himself unable to sleep. He quietly slipped out of the house, settling on the lawn where he had experienced his breakthrough. Gazing at the luminous moonlight above, a surge of emotions swelled within him, from joy to sorrow, and finally to renewed hope. The events of this day seemed to have a greater impact than the past 3 years combined. With a thought, the small grass snake appeared in the palm of his hand. "Thank you, little one. You have brought me hope, even though I once took you for granted. I apologize." Tang Wulin murmured softly. The small grass snake seemed to sense something, raising its head slightly and flicking its tongue. Tang Wulin smiled. "May I give you a name? From now on, we shall be partners." Spirit souls accompany their masters, dissipating only upon their death. The small grass snake appeared to understand, gently twisting its body in acknowledgement. "What should I name you?" Tang Wulin pondered aloud. At that moment, the little grass snake suddenly glimmered, a golden sheen flashing across the scales on its forehead. "Ah, is this a manifestation of the mutation?" He wholeheartedly believed his teacher's words. His blue-silver grass, no longer a useless martial soul, had indeed mutated. That golden glimmer was truly beautiful. "Can you show me that again?" Tang Wulin asked playfully. However, the small grass snake showed no response. Its limited intellect evidently could not fully comprehend Tang Wulin's request. Such low-level spirit souls merely served as a soul ring and lacked any significant auxiliary capability. An idea struck Tang Wulin. "If you can turn golden, then I shall name you Jin Guang. What do you say? If one day your entire body shimmers with golden light, how magnificent that would be." The little grass snake offered no resistance, and thus its name was settled, Jin Guang. A simple yet beautiful name filled with promise. Chapter 24. Nair has departed in the early morning. Tang Wulin awakened from his meditation, realizing he was still on the lawn. Meditating in this realm of blue-silver grass was undeniably more pleasant than at home. Whether it was due to his soul power reaching the soul master level or the mutation of his martial soul, he noticed a significant acceleration in the enhancement of his soul power during training. Tang Wulin sprang up from the grass, shaking off the dew. "Lin Lin, Lin Lin," came the anxious call of Lang Yu. "Mother, I am here," he hurriedly replied as he dashed out of the small garden. "Something's wrong. Nair? She?" Lang Yu gasped for breath from running. "What has happened to Nair?" Tang Wulin's heart tightened. After a moment of catching her breath, Lang Yu exclaimed, "She has gone. Nair has left." Indeed, Nair had departed, leaving behind only a note on her bed. "Dear father, mother, and brother, I have left. I am especially grateful for your care over the years, but I have remembered who I am, and my family has come to fetch me. I must go. My days with you have brought me immense joy, and I will miss you dearly. However, the memories I am regaining tell me I must leave, for there is much I must accomplish. Brother, I will always remember how you stood up to the bad guys for me and the delightful treats you bought. Nair." Staring at the note, Tang Wulin felt utterly bewildered. Since Nair had arrived in their home, she had indeed brought burdens, but also an abundance of laughter. The joy of having a sister was beyond words. He felt immense satisfaction watching her enjoy the snacks he had bought with his hard-earned money, especially when she smiled sweetly at him. "How could you, Nair? How could you just leave like this? Even if you have found your family, you cannot simply depart." Tang Wulin turned and ran, and though Lang Yu tried to catch him, he had already burst through the door. "Nair! Nair!" His cries echoed through the small town as he sprinted, desperately searching for the silver-haired, violet-eyed girl. Leaning against a wall, large tears cascaded down Nair's face as she clutched an old, somewhat rough-cloth doll, a doll Tang Wulin had bought for her with his first month's wages. The doll's eyes were violet, just like hers, and its hair was dyed silver with the dye Tang Wulin had purchased. When they were together, he always wore a smile, doing everything he could to make her happy. Whenever someone tried to bully her, he would stand before her without hesitation. His eyes filled with defiance, no matter how formidable the foe. "Brother, brother," Nair murmured, tears falling like pearls scattered from a broken string. "Miss, we must go now." Having searched every corner of the small town, even running along the coastline for a long while, Tang Wulin found no trace of Nair. His voice was hoarse from calling, but Nair had vanished without a trace. Besides the note, Nair had left behind a small silver pendant, a round gem with slight facets, threaded with a silver string. Inside the gem, a flicker of multicolored light shimmered, indicating its considerable value. Yet, in Tang Wulin's heart. No gem could compare to the worth of his sister. He trudged through school into the forge, feeling as if he had lost his soul. For days, he wandered the streets of Ally City, searching for any sign of Nair until late into the night. His work at the forge suffered due to his mental state, earning him a severe reprimand from Meng Tian. Tang Wulin repeatedly questioned himself, wondering why Nair had left without informing him of her destination. A full week passed before his spirits began to lift slightly. Red Mountain Academy. Tang Wulin. Lin Shiming called from behind the podium. Present, Tang Wulin stood up. After a week, the sorrow of Nair's departure had finally begun to dissipate. Approaching the podium, he took the recommendation letter Lin Shiming handed him. This letter, issued by Red Mountain Academy, would allow him to enroll in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Any student who became a Soul Master during their time at the primary academy could be recommended for further studies at the Intermediate Academy. While possessing a soul ring was a strict requirement, there were no specific mandates regarding the type of martial soul. Receiving the letter also signified the end of Tang Wulin's time at the primary academy. He shot Meng Tian a disgruntled glance. No time, I have to work. Due to the errors he had made previously, Meng Tian had extended his working hours by 3 hours. You're just a coward, afraid of losing to me, Wang Yuchao scoffed. A flicker of anger crossed Tang Wulin's eyes. I am not a coward. Fine, I will fight you. After school, in the small woods. Behind Red Mountain Academy lay a vast grove, a place where students often attended nature classes. After classes, it was exceptionally tranquil, rarely visited by anyone. As soon as school ended, Wang Yuchao, still the same plump boy, excitedly dragged Tang Wulin to the grove. Tang Wulin, I'll tell you now. You are absolutely no match for me. Tang Wulin remained silent. All right, here it is. Wang Yuchao stopped, hands on his hips, eagerly summoning his martial soul. A flash of light revealed the short blade in his hand, appearing larger than before, with additional markings and a faint glow. A white 10-year soul ring rose from beneath him as he silently activated it, causing the upper half of the blade to burst forth with radiance. Chapter 25, 1,000 Forgings do you see? My first soul skill is Blade Aura, and I spent an additional 10,000 federal coins for the Spirit you, esteemed Spirit Master, helped me select. The Spirit is also a blade, directly integrating with my martial soul. My Blade Aura is absolutely unstoppable. Tang Wulin furrowed his brow. Why so much idle chatter? Wang Yunchao glared. At a time like this, you still dare to accuse me of rambling? I'm concerned for your well-being. Concede quickly, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, my Blade Aura is merciless. As he spoke, he swung his blade, effortlessly severing a small tree at the trunk. Tang Wulin's gaze sharpened. Plants possess life as well, so why destroy them? Just as Wang Yunchao was about to speak, he noticed a white halo rising beneath Tang Wulin's feet, followed by a swarm of blue-silver grass bursting forth from his palms. These slender vines did not rush directly at him. Instead, they soared into the air, creating a piercing whistle throughout the grove. Crack, crack, crack. Ouch, that hurts, Wang Yunchao exclaimed. Tang Wulin, you're being unfair. Come closer if you dare. Crack, crack, crack. Ouch, ouch. I concede, I concede. Is that not enough? How can you wield your blue-silver grass like this? When the two emerged from the grove, Wang Yunchao bore a bruised and battered visage, adorned with stripes resembling whip marks. Tang Wulin was not particularly adept at controlling his blue-silver grass. He had spent the past few days searching for Nar, neglecting even his meditation. Yet, this did not hinder him from directing the blue-silver grass to lash out at Wang Yunchao. Both were still children, lacking combat techniques. The blue-silver grass exemplified the adage, an inch of length, an inch of strength. Wang Yunchao's blade aura could not stray far from his side. And with his own lack of combat skills, the outcome was predictable. Why? Why is this happening? With a soul skill, I should be able to defeat you. Wang Yunchao lamented, calling out to Tang Wulin, who had been supporting him. Tang Wulin replied with irritation. Teacher Lin has long stated that your martial soul is suited for close combat and agility. Look at you. You're quite hefty. How can you be agile? Wang Yunchao, with a face full of defiance, retorted, then why couldn't my blade aura sever your blue-silver grass just now? Tang Wulin explained. That is the characteristic of my blue-silver grass. It cannot be severed until my soul power is exhausted. Wang Yunchao cried out to the heavens. I need to lose weight. I must be agile. What are you having for dinner tonight, Tang Wulin? I believe it's pork knuckle. To his surprise, Meng Tian awaited him in the forge today. Teacher, Tang Wulin greeted respectfully. Since learning that his teacher was a powerful soul master of the fourth ring, his respect for Meng Tian had only deepened. Meng Tian nodded, graduated? Yes, I have graduated. The Intermediate Academy is in East Sea City, correct? Indeed. I was just about to tell you that since I'll be studying in East Sea City, I will no longer be able to continue my forging studies with you. Tang Wulin felt warmth in his heart. Teacher, you. Meng Tian fixed a penetrating gaze upon him. East Sea City is a true metropolis. Unlike the nearby Aolai City. Before you go, you must first complete my trial. Otherwise, you shall not be qualified to continue learning forging from me there. A trial? Tang Wulin was taken aback. Teacher, what trial? Meng Tian's eyes sparkled. 1,000 forgings. Tang Wulin exclaimed in delight. Teacher, will you finally teach me 1,000 forgings? Meng Tian nodded. Now that you have integrated with a spirit, your strength has increased, and you should be capable of supporting 1,000 forgings. Completing a single round of 1,000 forgings will signify that you have passed my trial. As he uttered these words, he felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. He vividly recalled beginning his own practice of 1,000 forgings at the age of 15, with a soul power level exceeding 20. Moreover, his martial soul was renowned for its strength, the Earth Hammer. By the time he completed 1,000 forgings at 15, he was already hailed as a prodigy in the forging realm. However, wait a moment, let me first test your strength. In recent days, you have failed many components, partly due to your distracted mind and partly because of your power control issues. Meng Tian observed coldly, having already pinpointed his disciple as problems. Indeed, not only Meng Tian but Tang Wulin himself had noticed that his strength seemed to be problematic. Was it not true? In recent days of forging components, several failures arose from excessive force. Meng Tian led Tang Wulin to his forge, which was far more chaotic than Tang Wulin's own room. Among the clutter of instruments, he located the device specifically designed to gauge the strength in the forge, the strength testing device. This apparatus is straightforward in its construction, yet demands precision to accurately measure a forger's strength. The strength testing device consists of two components, a square platform beneath and a cylindrical structure above, with a tall 2-meter metal column at the back, featuring a slender mercury column. When testing strength, the forger simply strikes the metal column below with the forging hammer, causing the mercury column to rise in accordance with the force of the strike, thereby measuring the impact strength. The hammer used for testing is uniformly set at 100 Gene, and the strength testing device will automatically discount the force exerted by the hammer itself. Since arriving at Meng Tian's workshop, Tang Wulin had undergone an annual strength test. During his first test, his striking force measured 140 kilograms at the age of 7. By 8, it had increased to 200 kilograms. Although this measured strength correlates significantly with the inertia of swinging the hammer, achieving such force is still remarkable. He had yet to undergo testing at 9 years of age. And today was perfect for a supplement. Let us begin. Use your left hand first. Meng Tian handed him the testing hammer. Chapter 26. The power of 1,000 pounds. The strength test for a blacksmith must differentiate between the left and right hands. During his initial evaluation, Tang Wulin astonished Meng Tian with his remarkably balanced strength. His right arm exhibited only a slight advantage over his left, gripping the forging hammer tightly with his left hand. The spiral pattern of the handle pressed firmly into the soft flesh and calluses of his palm. Taking a deep breath, he turned slightly, and with a sudden motion, swung the hammer with all his might, as if condensing his entire being into that one arm. In that fleeting moment of exertion, he felt a surge of warmth radiating from the base of his spine, flooding through his vertebrae. The hammer, propelled by his strength, emitted a piercing howl as it descended forcefully. Bang! The mercury column shot upward, and the resounding boom caused both Tang Wulin and Meng Tian to experience a brief bout of tinnitus. Meng Tian rubbed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. At that moment, the electronic device of the strength tester began to announce the results. Striking force, 483 kilograms. The cold, mechanical voice left both Tang Wulin and Meng Tian momentarily speechless. Last year, when Tang Wulin's right arm struck 200 kilograms, it had already left Meng Tian astounded. This new figure surpassed even the fully matured Long Ge. In just a year, his strength had more than doubled, and this was merely from his left arm. A 9-year-old child, capable of delivering a blow close to 1,000 pounds, this was true innate power. Meng Tian endeavored to maintain an emotionless tone. Transferring the hammer to his right hand, Tang Wulin inhaled deeply once more. A glimmer of gold flickered in the depths of his eyes. With a similar side stance, he swung his arm again, and the earlier surge of warmth flowed anew through his spine. The hammer's cry became even more shrill, accompanied by a series of faint explosive sounds. Boom! The entire room seemed to tremble slightly, and this time, Meng Tian was the first to cover his ears. though the intensity of the shockwave still caused the forging chamber to quiver. Striking force, 543 kilograms. 543, had he truly surpassed 500 kilograms? Mang Tian was engulfed in confusion. While he had anticipated Tang Wulin's strength would have increased significantly, he could hardly fathom it reaching such heights. With a force nearing 1,000 pounds in both arms at the age of 9, he had become a veritable prodigy, though this was merely explosive power. Generated through the swinging of the forging hammer, the strength tester would automatically deduct a portion attributed to the hammer itself. To achieve an instantaneous output of around 500 kilograms was a feat few strength-type soul masters could attain. At least, he had never reached such a level before becoming a soul master. Why did someone with such innate strength possess a martial soul of blue silvergrass? He should have had a power-type martial soul. If his martial soul were also a hammer, he would undoubtedly be a genius. Tang Wulin was equally astonished by his own strength. Although he did not fully comprehend what 500 kilograms entailed, he understood that within the realm of first-ring soul masters, few could match the might of a blow from his forging hammer. "Teacher, may I learn the 1,000 forgings?" he inquired tentatively. Mang Tian regained his composure and nodded, surprised at the extent of Tang Wulin's strength. "Let us proceed to your forging chamber." The so-called 1,000 forgings is far from a simple matter of hammering a metal 1,000 times. It involves the continuous forging process to eliminate all impurities within the metal and increase its density. Furthermore, the most remarkable aspect of the 1,000 forgings is sublimation. Only through the forging process can one achieve this sublimation effect, which is the true essence of 1,000 forgings. For instance, the tungsten steel hammer you will use. Tungsten steel is inherently strong, and after undergoing 1,000 forgings, it shrinks in volume by 1/3 while its strength increases by 200%. Its sublimation effect results in a weight increase of 30%. Only through a qualitative change in the metal can its weight increase, thus revealing its extraordinary strength. The sublimation of tungsten steel is the simplest form. Superior 1,000 forgings can yield unique sublimation effects. The better the sublimation effect, the higher the value of the forged metal. At the level of 1,000 forgings, one must first forge the metal itself and then employ the same technique to shape it. Therefore, any item crafted from 1,000 forged metal is worth at least 100 times more than that made from 100 forged metal. Only upon reaching this level can a blacksmith truly be considered to have entered the field. Unbeknownst to Tang Wulin, this notion of entry as articulated by Mang Tian is something that 90% of blacksmiths can only aspire to throughout their entire lives. 1,000 forgings require not only strength but also profound insight, particularly an understanding of metals. After 3 years of diligent study, combined with his innate strength, he had finally earned the right to attempt 1,000 forgings. "Teacher, are there any techniques to be aware of when performing 1,000 forgings?" Tang Wulin asked. Mang Tian shook his head, indicating there were no techniques to teach. "What I can tell you is to regard the metal as a living entity during the forging process. You must seek every possible means to communicate with it. Only through perfect communication can it genuinely recognize you, allowing you to uncover its secrets and discern its patterns. 1,000 forgings, also known as mind forging, is unique to each blacksmith, with each possessing their own characteristics. Forge with your heart and seek understanding." "Understood," Tang Wulin replied, nodding. He had initially expected Mang Tian to provide a demonstration, but it was clear now that the teacher had no such intentions and was entrusting everything to him. Opening the forging platform, he placed the deep silver into the furnace to begin heating. Deep silver, a rare metal found only in depths exceeding 1,000 meters beneath the ocean, is exceptionally hard and possesses remarkable ductility at high temperatures. It serves as an excellent conduit for soul power. High-quality deep silver can even enhance soul power transmission by 5 to 10%. Whether utilized in industry or mecha manufacturing, it is an invaluable material. However, deep silver is not without its drawbacks. Its considerable density results in significant weight. A piece merely 1 foot square may weigh over 200 kilograms, potentially reaching 300 kilograms. Consequently, even if its supply were sufficient, mecha applications would remain limited due to weight constraints. It is more frequently employed in large solid-state soul-guiding devices. While deep silver is relatively scarce in inland cities, it is commonly found in coastal cities, serving as a crucial source of income for several large seaside cities. The piece of deep silver provided by the teacher appeared flawless, with a uniform color, clearly indicating it had been purified to a high standard. Its weight might even be greater than expected. Though deep silver is hard, it becomes sufficiently ductile when subjected to high heat, making it suitable for forging. Chapter 27. Focused forging, reflecting upon the knowledge of the submerged silver. Tang Wulin picked up his pair of forged tungsten steel hammers. The cold handle invigorated him, dispelling the lethargy that had lingered over him for the past few days. At this moment, his mind was solely occupied with two words: forged. The tungsten steel hammers, entirely black, revealed petal-like patterns upon closer inspection, a unique characteristic of the forging process. After languishing for half an hour in the forge, the submerged silver finally reached the requisite temperature for forging. As the block of submerged silver glowed anew, Tang Wulin brandished his tungsten steel hammers, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering concentration. He raised his right hammer and lightly tapped the edge of the submerged silver, producing a clear, ringing sound. This initial strike, known as the trial hammering, is a customary practice for smiths to assess the metal's ductility before commencing the forging process. Observing his intense focus, Mang Tian nodded in silent approval. The boy's perception was remarkably high. It was no wonder that he had established such a solid foundation in merely 3 years. His temperament was steady yet astute, making him an ideal candidate for inheriting the craft. The task at hand, the forging of the tungsten steel, represented a significant challenge. Through careful observation, Mang Tian believed that Tang Wulin was capable of succeeding, especially after experiencing growth and strength that had alleviated physical constraints. At merely 9 years old, completing this forging would likely set a record. The current record held by a master-level smith stood at 11 years, 3 months, and 2 days. Unaware of Mang Tian's thoughts, Tang Wulin remained wholly absorbed, his entire focus directed at the submerged silver before him. He swung his left hammer, striking the edge of the silver with a resonant clang, causing the block to quiver slightly. In swift succession, his right hammer descended, striking the opposite side. Although he had never undertaken the full forging process, he had produced numerous components through the process of refining metals. The first step in any forging was to purify the metal through preliminary strikes, allowing him to sense its properties. Typically, Tang Wulin had not worked with such rare metals. This was his inaugural attempt at forging submerged silver, necessitating a keen understanding of its characteristics. With both hammers raised, he commenced a sustained rhythm of forging, applying only a fraction of his strength, merely 30 to 40%. Before long, he had completed the preliminary 100 strikes. It was essential to understand that the process of hundredfold forging was not merely about striking 100 times. Rather, it involved eliminating impurities while enhancing the metal's density without compromising its internal structure. After executing the 100 strikes, Tang Wulin discerned the formidable nature of this rare metal. The submerged silver's hardness surpassed that of all metals he had previously forged, exhibiting remarkable elasticity. Each strike reverberated, as if the silver were resisting his force. Fortunately, Tang Wulin's restraint in applying full power allowed him to maintain control over the rebound of the hammer. In contrast to ordinary metals, which would yield a dent under the weight of an 80-pound hammer, the submerged silver only exhibited slight deformation even in its heated state. The strength of such a rare metal rendered the purification process a formidable challenge. 3 years of forging experience had instilled in Tang Wulin an abundance of patience. He remained unhurried. This exquisite piece of rare metal, even if he could not complete the complete forging process, would still undergo significant purification, handling it with the utmost care. His striking force diminished slightly, allowing him to gauge the silver's texture and properties through persistent tapping, gradually progressing through the purification process. When dealing with rare metals, one must act as though caring for a beloved, nurturing it through the forging process rather than applying blind force. The surface of the rare metal may appear robust, but any damage to its internal structure could fundamentally alter its properties. While employing gentler strikes might consume more time, it was undoubtedly the most prudent approach, especially when unfamiliar with the rare metal. Prolonged hammering would facilitate a deeper understanding of its internal structural changes. Tang Wulin became increasingly engrossed in his work, entering a transcendent state where nothing existed beyond the submerged silver. The dual enhancement of his soul power and strength invigorated his physical endurance and concentration. Unbeknownst to him, the tribulations he had endured had also fostered a degree of growth in his mental fortitude. While mental strength does not manifest easily below the spirit connection realm, it is omnipresent. No matter how perceptive one is, sufficient mental support is essential for sustained focus. The enhancement of his mental prowess undeniably allowed Tang Wulin to concentrate more intently during the forging process, extending the duration of his focus. His mental strength had reached a commendable 38 during the Spirit Tower tests, a testament to his dedicated forging over the past 3 years. An hour elapsed, and the submerged silver appeared only slightly deformed, showing no significant changes. After 2 hours, the rhythm of hammering intensified. Sweat glistened on Tang Wulin's brow. The combination of concentration and relentless strikes had left his body weary, yet his spirit remained remarkably invigorated, despite not achieving any tangible results in 2 hours. Nor nearing the completion of the purification process, he had gradually established a dialogue with the submerged silver. Upon closer examination, one would observe that the surface of the silver bore numerous small, circular indentations, each the result of countless strikes from the tungsten steel hammers. Every rebound, every sound produced, and the vibrations from each strike conveyed the metal's inherent characteristics to Tang Wulin. As the sound of his strikes grew noticeably stronger, Mang Tian raised an eyebrow in intrigue. The resonant clangs of hammering cascaded as Tang Wulin finally began to unleash his strength. After 2 hours of careful exploration, he had discerned the metal's properties, and it was time for true forging to commence. Each strike was deliberate, his body moving rhythmically, the power originating from his calf muscles, coursing through his waist, back, and arms, culminating in the descent of the tungsten steel hammer. Each blow generated force exceeding 300 kilograms. With a gentle flick of his left foot, he activated the furnace to its maximum capacity, orange flames erupting from the surrounding vents, engulfing the already glowing submerged silver in a searing blaze. Chapter 28. 1000 Refined Heavy Silver. The malleability of heavy silver escalates with temperature. After 2 hours of patient comprehension, unleashed a sudden burst of energy, striking the heavy silver with resolute force. With each powerful blow, the heavy silver began to yield, scattering sparks. Whenever his arms started to ache, a surge of heat would emanate from his spine, instantly coursing through his limbs, alleviating the soreness. Also channeled his soul power into his arms to sustain his strength. Gradually, the foot-square piece of heavy silver began to diminish in size as the effects of 100 refinements became increasingly apparent. It's important to note that heavy silver inherently possesses remarkable strength and density. Purifying it and causing it to contract is no easy feat, especially without compromising its inherent texture. The near-perfect refinement achieved by would elevate the value of this heavy silver severfold. Lost track of the number of times he struck the metal. Gradually, the resounding clamor of his hammering faded, and the heavy silver seemed to emanate a faint glow. With each strike, it appeared to breathe in harmony with. His spine became scalding hot, and faint golden gradually appeared on his skin beneath his clothing. His attention riveted on the heavy silver, remained oblivious to the changes occurring in his disciple. The golden hue deep within his eyes intensified slightly, and the 1000 refined tungsten hammer seemed to become an extension of his own body. Each strike elicited a comfortable resonance from the heavy silver. His eyes shone brighter as his hammering grew increasingly rapid, channeling all his strength into the pair of 1000 refined tungsten hammers. The heavy silver grew increasingly dense, its volume gradually shrinking by 5%, then 10%, then 15%. At this point, its density seemed to reach its limit, ceasing to contract further. However, each of strikes subtly refined its, rendering them more harmonious. The firelight cast a crimson glow throughout the smithy. Even, standing beside, who was already drenched in sweat, had beads of perspiration forming on his brow. 1000 refined, he mused. This is the sensation of 1000 refinements. As a grandmaster-level forging expert, keenly discerned the harmony between strikes and the heavy silver. It was an indescribable sensation, truly felt only by those who had experienced 1000 refinements firsthand. Had initially intended for to simply familiarize himself with heavy silver, gradually gaining a feel for it, and completing the 1000 refinements before advancing to the Intermediate Academy. However, he never anticipated that would begin 1000 refinements on his first encounter with heavy silver, and actually enter that state. While his strength was undoubtedly a factor, his comprehension was even more crucial. This child, thought, is destined to become a master. S. greatest regret in life was his failure to become a saint-level forging master, but he seemed to glimpse hope. 3 hours elapsed. Had never forged for such an extended duration, especially at such a high intensity. 3.5 hours passed, then 4. Stood outside the smithy. Having sought out his son upon noticing his prolonged absence, he witnessed sweat-soaked efforts. It was the first time he had seen his son forging, and it was clear that he had already attained a level of mastery. He's only 9 years old, exclaimed inwardly. In just 3 short years, he's already reached such a level, had encountered numerous forging masters, and he could detect in a hint of the unique essence that characterized those masters. Choosing not to intrude, understood the importance of focus for a forger immersed in their craft, was present, indicating that his son was on the cusp of a breakthrough in forging. 4.5 hours had passed. His complexion had paled somewhat, and the golden on his body had vanished by the time arrived. The familiar ache from his first visit here resurfaced, his arms growing heavier, a clear indication of overexertion. Yet, he pressed on, each strike as even as the last. His willpower sustaining him. Success is near, he told himself. I can't stop now. Stopping now could undo everything. Driven by an inexplicable connection to the heavy silver. Gritted his teeth and continued his forging. Had clenched his fists, his tension surpassing events. If this child succeeded in his first attempt at 1,000 refinements, it would undoubtedly instill in him immense confidence, greatly benefiting his future endeavors. His success rate would undoubtedly be far higher than that of other forgers. But can he endure? Wondered. Nearly 5 hours of continuous forging. Even I would need to exert all my soul power to accomplish that. Clang, clang, clang. The 1,000 refined tungsten hammer, subjected to the furnace's heat from continuous hammering, had begun to glow red. Had it not been for the hardness bestowed upon it by 1,000 refinements, it would have surely given way. Suddenly, the heavy silver trembled slightly beneath its hammer. A burst of bright silver light erupted, piercing the furnace's confines and bathing the smithy in a silvery glow. Brought both hammers down simultaneously, striking the metal with resounding force. Intensifying the silver light. Swiftly reached, a small knife appearing in his hand. With a swift motion, he sliced wrist. A spurt of blood arced out, landing directly on the shimmering heavy silver. Cried out in alarm. In the next instant, had stemmed the flow of blood from his wrist. His gaze fixed on the shimmering metal as he extinguished the furnace. The blood sizzled upon contact with the silver light, emitting wisps of smoke. As the flame subsided, the metal's true form was revealed. Having shrunk further, the fiery red on the heavy silver faded at an astonishing rate, along with the shimmering silver light. The once lustrous silver had vanished, leaving it seemingly unremarkable. However, its surface now bore intricate, resembling ocean waves, as if etched upon it, yet remarkably smooth. The heavy silver possessed a profound quality, an enigmatic texture. The difficulty of 1,000 refinements varies greatly, depending on the metal. If the difficulty of 1,000 refining tungsten steel is 1, then the difficulty of 1,000 refining heavy silver is at least 5, if not 8. When allowed to attempt 1,000 refinements and provided him with this piece of heavy silver, he never expected him to succeed. Instead, he intended for him to use this metal, which was difficult to damage and of sufficient quality to gain a feel for 1,000 refinements. Yet, after 5 hours, a full 5 hours, he had succeeded. That seemingly unremarkable metal was indeed 1,000 refined heavy silver. Chapter 29. Enlightenment and Elevation. A wave of intense weakness caused Tang Wulin to collapse onto the ground. Meng Tian skillfully retrieved a patch resembling adhesive from his pocket and affixed it to Wulin's wrist, sealing the wound from earlier. The expression on this master blacksmith's face was somewhat unusual, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. A genius is ultimately a genius. And this does not change simply because he lacks a hammer as his martial soul. This level of comprehension is more than sufficient to compensate for anything. The insurmountable chasm of 1,000 forges, a feat unattainable in the eyes of many blacksmiths, was accomplished by a mere 9-year-old child. How astonishing is that? Tang Xiren rushed over to support his son. After a lengthy silence, Meng Tian slowly spoke. A genius. Indeed, this is the work of a genius. Wulin, you must remember everything you have felt today. For you, this is merely the beginning, the inception of a profound impact upon the forging world. Unfortunately, Tang Wulin did not fully grasp his teacher's words. After 5 hours of forging, he had completely exhausted himself and fell into a deep slumber in his father's embrace. When he awoke once more, he found himself in his own bed. The sun had risen, casting its warm rays through the window, illuminating the spot where Nar once slept. Though his arm bore no pain, his entire body felt somewhat limp, enveloped in a soothing warmth. Lying lazily in bed, he experienced an indescribable sense of comfort. A faint smile graced his features. The 1,000 forges must have been completed. So, this is what the sensation of 1,000 forges feels like. Although he was unaware of what would follow, he remained confident that he had succeeded. I am not worthless, at least not when it comes to forging, and moreover, my blue silver grass is not just any ordinary blue silver grass. Nar, how wonderful it would be if you were still here. You would surely be joyfully cheering for your brother, wouldn't you? I will grow stronger and protect you well, never allowing anyone to harm you. The sweet smile of Nar appeared in his mind, and her melodious voice calling out for her brother always filled him with immense satisfaction. I will certainly find you again. Without fail. Gradually, the warmth enveloping him lulled him back into slumber. When he next awoke, it was due to hunger. The outside world had darkened once more. indicating he had slept for nearly a full day and night. Father, mother. Tang Wulin sat up, the fatigue completely dissipated, but his stomach was empty, leaving him feeling as if he could devour an entire cow. Son, you've awoken. The door swung open, and Lang Yu rushed in. Tang Wulin proudly declared, Mother, I have accomplished the 1,000 forges. Lang Yu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. To her, those details were insignificant. What mattered was that her son was safe and sound. Good boy, do you feel any discomfort? Lang Yu asked gently. Tang Wulin shook his head. No, I'm just hungry, Mother. What do we have to eat? Yes. I bought a plump chicken and made chicken soup, just waiting for you to wake up and enjoy it. Your teacher said you might feel a bit drained and should consume something easy to digest. A quarter of an hour later, Lang Yu and Tang Ziren stared in astonishment at their son, who was devouring his meal with great gusto. To him, what constituted easy-to-digest food? It seemed that anything edible was easy for him. An entire plump chicken, a pot brimming with chicken soup, 5 steamed buns, and 2 plates of vegetables had all disappeared into the belly of this 9-year-old child. Moreover, he still appeared unsatisfied, continuing to munch on a 6th bun. Perhaps I should prepare a few more dishes for our son, Tang Ziren remarked, swallowing hard, feeling a sudden appetite himself at the sight of his son's hearty meal. Lang Yu hurriedly stood up to attend to the kitchen. Tang Wulin's capacity for food was truly remarkable, especially after such a physical exertion. He continued to eat for nearly an hour before finally sighing with satisfaction. Son, you won't overindulge, will you? If not for Tang Ziren's intervention, Lang Yu would have already insisted Tang Wulin stop eating. His appetite clearly exceeded that of an ordinary person. Tang Wulin beamed with satisfaction. Mother's cooking is the best. It tastes so good. Tang Ziren lifted his son's arm to examine it, and a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes. Indeed, the wound on Wulin's wrist, inflicted by Meng Tian, had healed completely, leaving only a faint red mark. It was then that Tang Wulin remembered to ask, Father, was my 1,000 forges successful yesterday? Tang Ziren nodded with a smile. Yes. It was a resounding success. Your teacher praised you highly, saying you should hurry to find him as soon as you wake up. Tang Wulin leaped from his chair. Then I shall go now. Lang Yu furrowed her brow. It's quite late. You should go tomorrow. She shot him a warning glance. If anything happens to my son again, I will have words with you, and you shall sleep in the living room. Tang Ziren, feeling somewhat embarrassed, touched his nose, as if to say, it's not my fault. The father and son stepped out, heading directly to Meng Tian's workshop. Clad in worn work attire, Meng Tian emerged from within. His normally stern visage softened into an uncharacteristic smile upon seeing Tang Wulin, his eyes filled with satisfaction and even a hint of fondness. After nodding to Tang Ziren, he beckoned to Tang Wulin, come with me. Your masterpiece awaits. The piece of dark silver still lay in Tang Wulin's forging chamber. After Tang Wulin had left with his father the previous day, Meng Tian had not taken it away. Behold, your creation. Meng Tian gestured towards the dark silver, addressing Tang Wulin. Chapter 30, Blood Sacrifice of the 1,000 Forgings. Without waiting for him to speak, Tang Wulin had already leaned in, intently gazing at his creation. Compared to its initial form, it had shrunk considerably, its once bright silver hue now transformed into a muted, matte gray, profound, restrained, and antiquated. This was Tang Wulin's immediate impression. On the surface of the dull metal, layers of wave-like dark patterns seemed to harbor boundless vitality. Strangely, he felt a visceral connection to it, as if this piece of metal were inherently a part of his own being. Mangqian's voice came from behind, to be honest. I did not expect your first attempt at the 1,000 forgings to be successful. This is largely attributed to your physical attributes and strength, but more importantly, it is your understanding during the forging process. I did not misjudge you. You are a genius in this field. Although your martial soul may not be suited for forging, your innate talent for comprehension and your divine strength have more than compensated for it. Tang Ziren looked at Mangqian with surprise. He understood this old friend well, and it was not typical for him to express such praise. Mangqian, do not spoil this child, Tang Ziren chuckled. Meng Tian shot him a glance, replying, I have been quite restrained. Indeed, he had not fully expressed his admiration. He refrained from mentioning that Tang Wulin had set the federal record for the youngest master of 1,000 forgings. If his age and this dull silver were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in the forging community. Now do you understand what 1,000 forging is? Mangqian asked Tang Wulin. His teaching method was unconventional. He did not offer much instruction unless the disciple gained insights through practical application. Tang Wulin nodded gently. It seems to have come alive with each strike. I can hear its voice. Meng Tian smiled once more. He had smiled more in the past 2 days than he had in the entire previous year. Indeed, you are correct. The essence of 1,000 forgings is to imbue metal with life. 1,000 forged work is, in essence, a living entity created by us, the blacksmiths. Only metals that possess life are truly precious. Only they can transcend to exhibit their unique characteristics. 1,000 forged essence? Tang Wulin murmured these words, and his large eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Mang Tian continued, "This is your first 1,000 forged work. In our forging community, there is a tradition. Every blacksmith must perform a blood sacrifice on their first 1,000 forging, thus ensuring it forever belongs to their collection." Blood sacrifice? What is that? Tang Wulin asked curiously. Mang Tian explained, if 1,000 forging bestows life upon metal, then a blood sacrifice connects it to your very bloodline, transforming it into an entity akin to a part of your own body. Once 1,000 forged metal undergoes a blood sacrifice, it may, in a sense, develop a faint wisdom intertwined with your essence, thus enhancing its characteristics. Tang Ziren interjected, unable to contain himself. Mang Tian, if every 1,000 forged work requires a blood sacrifice, how much blood would you blacksmiths lose? Mang Tian retorted, if you do not understand, do not speak carelessly. Do you think all 1,000 forged works are worthy of a blood sacrifice? It is customary for a blacksmith's first 1,000 forged work to undergo a blood sacrifice. Aside from that, it is rarely employed. Generally, only works that one is immensely satisfied with and intends to use personally would warrant a blood sacrifice. Once this is done, the metal is bound to its owner. No one else can forge or utilize it, as it will not acknowledge them. Forcing the forging beyond its limits will cause the metal to shatter. It is essentially a right of ownership. Thus, typically, the products of 1,000 forgings do not undergo blood sacrifices, unless a client requests to perform one themselves. Wulin, I must emphasize that in the future, unless you require a rare metal for your own use and have forged it with great success, do not lightly resort to blood sacrifices. It can deplete your vitality. Yes, teacher. Tang Wulin nodded vigorously, yet his gaze remained fixed on the dull silver. It is now yours, Mang Tian said with a smile. This is what you deserve. The silver has a price, but the 1,000 forging is priceless. Moreover, in the forging community, regardless of who provides the materials, the first 1,000 forged work always belongs to the blacksmith. Now that you can perform 1,000 forgings, the tungsten hammer is of little use to you. This piece of silver is just the right size to forge 2 hammers anew. Complete them before you report to the Intermediate Academy. I am eager to see the enhancement effects of your first 1,000 forged work. Really? You are giving it to me? Tang Wulin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh yeah, thank you, teacher, he exclaimed, deeply bowing to Mang Tian and then jubilantly lifting the piece of silver. The weight of the 1,000 forged silver was substantial. Tang Wulin estimated it to weigh nearly 300 kilograms, though its size did not seem particularly large. Upon touching the metal, he instantly felt the connection Mang Tian had spoken of. It felt as if it were inherently a part of him. This sensation was extraordinarily delightful and peculiar. What would it be like to craft his forging hammer from it? In the following days, Tang Wulin immersed himself entirely in the forging process. The sense of accomplishment it brought him fueled his fervor. Unbeknownst to him, upon completing the 1,000 forging, Mang Tian had truly acknowledged him, even setting aside his own work to solely focus on guiding him. 3 days later, after countless strikes and refinements, the 1,000 forged silver hammers were finally completed. Looking at the pair of hammers on the forging platform, Tang Wulin felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The 1,000 forged silver had merely been a blank slate. It was only now that it had become his first true 1,000 forged work. In terms of appearance, the pair of 1,000 forged silver hammers bore little resemblance to the previous tungsten hammers, even in size. Yet, their weight was several times greater. Had it not been for the substantial increase in Tang Wulin's strength after gaining his soul, wielding them would not have been an easy task. Chapter 31. Exceptional effects at first glance. The twin forged silver hammers appeared unremarkable, their surface dull and gray, reminiscent of an ordinary blacksmith's tool. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate wave-like dark patterns adorning the hammer's body and every corner of the handle, as if they harbored boundless power within. The spiral engravings on the handle spiraled downward, tapering to a sharp, pointed end. For 3 consecutive days, painstaking effort was devoted to their forging, and during this process, a profound connection was felt, rendering the task remarkably efficient. Nonetheless, it took this extensive duration to truly finalize their creation. Let us test it and see what exceptional effects it possesses, Mang Tian suggested to Tang Wulin. his demeanor revealing an unexpected anticipation even in the presence of this master forger. Indeed, Tang Wulin nodded, grasping each of the twin hammers. After their completion, a series of measurements had been conducted. The left hammer weighed 152 kilograms, while the right weighed 166 kilograms. Despite their relatively small size, their weight could only be described as astonishing. As Tang Wulin held the spiral-patterned handle, he felt a surge of soul power erupting within him, establishing an immediate connection with the hammers. Although his strength had significantly increased, it was still insufficient for the task at hand solely through his own might. At merely 9 years of age, his innate power had its limitations. Yet, as the sensation of connection coursed through him, the hammers felt noticeably lighter. And with the infusion of his soul power, he managed to lift them steadily. A piece of pre-prepared metal rose from the forge, and Tang Wulin's gaze intensified, becoming sharply focused. Habitually, he tapped the metal lightly with the left hammer. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds echoed, leaving Tang Wulin momentarily stunned, while Mang Tian's pupils dilated in surprise. Try again, Mang Tian urged, his tone tinged with eagerness. Tang Wulin once more tapped the metal with the left hammer, producing the same 3 crisp sounds. Yet, he had merely brushed the surface once. Strike hard, Mang Tian commanded gravely. Tang Wulin swung the right hammer with force, bringing it down heavily upon the metal. Clang, clang, clang. 3 resounding echoes reverberated almost instantaneously. This time, due to the magnitude of the strike, both Tang Wulin and Mang Tian distinctly observed 2 afterimages trailing behind the hammers, the subsequent booming sounds resulting from their impact. What is this? Tang Wulin gazed at Mang Tian, bewildered. Mang Tian was equally astonished, exclaiming, "The stacking effect. Teacher, what is the stacking effect?" Mang Tian regarded him, his expression turning peculiar. You, my young friend, are truly an anomaly. Even I have never forged a hammer with the stacking effect. After taking a few deep breaths to steady his racing heart, Mang Tian, while having sensed the potential for exceptional effects during Tang Wulin's first forging attempt, had not anticipated such an extraordinary outcome. The reason for blood sacrifice upon completing a forger's first 1,000 forged masterpiece is primarily due to the likelihood of manifesting remarkable effects. Blood sacrifice establishes a profound bond between the metal and the forger's bloodline, thereby enhancing the effects to their utmost potential. Thus, it is common for forgers to dedicate their first 1,000 forged creation to their forging hammer, which remains with them for life. Tang Wulin, being a perceptive child, quickly grasped that his teacher had intended to gift him the piece of silver. Although he was unaware of its exact value, he recognized it to be considerable, especially given its large, purified form. Mang Tian continued, among the effects of 1,000 forged metals, there exist particularly exceptional effects. However, such exceptional effects can only be fully realized in suitable forms. I have previously mentioned that the initial shaping of 1,000 forged metals is their optimal state. Reshaping them invariably compromises their internal structure and, consequently, their quality. Therefore, instances of initial shaping manifesting exceptional effects become exceedingly rare. Tang Wulin comprehended his teacher's implication. Are you saying that the stacking effect of my silver hammer is an exceptional effect, and that it is particularly suited for the silver hammer? Mang Tian nodded with a smile. I find myself a bit envious of you. The exceptional effect, after blood sacrifice, can only be utilized by you. Is the stacking effect difficult to control? Tang Wulin inquired. Under normal circumstances, it would be challenging to control. However, the blood sacrifice of your twin forged silver hammers creates a profound connection, merging them as one, thus facilitating easier control. Blood sacrifice establishes a remarkable bond between the individual and the metal, allowing only the forger to manipulate it. Therefore, in a sense, blood sacrifice is almost exclusive to the forger. Even if one were to forge metal for another and perform a blood sacrifice, the recipient must possess the ability to forge the completed product themselves. Consequently, the application of blood sacrifice is not widespread within the forging community, and forgers themselves do not frequently resort to this method. You must practice diligently to master the stacking effect, Mang Tian urged solemnly. Moreover, refrain from using these hammers in public for forging. The world of forgers is fiercely competitive. Such an exceptional blood-sacrificed forging hammer should not be revealed lightly until you are capable of safeguarding it. Understood? Tang Wulin nodded, somewhat comprehending. He recognized that his teacher's admonitions were for his own benefit. Here, this is for you. Mang Tian raised his hand, revealing 2 metal rings in his palm. These rings also appeared gray and were, astonishingly, crafted from forged silver. Chapter 32. the storage silver ring, it is time to embark on a new journey. And thus the path of cultivation for Tang Wulin shall commence. This is a work from my earlier years, each item possessing a volume of 1/8 of a cubic meter, perfectly suited for your use. Tang Wulin gazed in astonishment at Mang Tian. Having studied soul master knowledge at the junior academy for 3 years, coupled with Mang Tian's words, he began to comprehend the significance of what lay before him. Teacher, is this a storage soul guide? But this is too valuable, Mang Tian replied. This is merely the most basic storage soul guide, lacking even a soul guide battery. It can only be activated by the soul master's own soul power. It is of little worth. You have worked for me for quite some time, and your modest wages are hardly substantial. Consider this a bonus, Tang Wulin stammered. But I have already received your silver ingot. The storage soul guide. This is something I could only dream of. How can I possibly accept such a gift when you have already given me so much? Mang Tian took his hand and slipped the silver ring onto his wrist, which adjusted itself to fit snugly. He then proceeded to the other side. As Tang Wulin beheld the seemingly unremarkable yet profoundly significant rings on his wrists, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Teacher, with an impassive expression, Mang Tian stated, the principle of practice is akin to the unyielding nature of a hammer in the hands of a blacksmith. Do you intend to carry such heavy forging hammers through the streets daily? Remember this. The blood ritual forged metals require frequent use. Your essence, bloodline, and soul power will nourish it. The longer you utilize it, the more attuned it will become to you. If your future strength is formidable, it may even possess the potential for further enhancement. Suddenly, Tang Wulin recalled something and asked Mang Tian, Teacher, you mentioned earlier that this is your creation. Are you a soul guide master as well? Mang Tian paused for a moment before answering, in a sense, yes. However, I prefer to identify myself simply as a blacksmith. I cannot traverse far along the path of a soul guide master. In time, you will understand. Now, go forth and diligently cultivate your soul power. Remember, soul power is the foundation of all. Even if you possess innate strength, it is finite. Moreover, in our Douluo Continent, regardless of one's profession, the strength of soul power plays a decisive role at higher levels. In the future, be cautious not to hastily choose to fuse with your second soul spirit. Understood. Try out your silver ring. You merely need to infuse it with your soul power, allowing your intent to guide and control it. And it will be capable of storing whatever you wish to place within. Tang Wulin nodded and grasped the 2 forged silver hammers. With the advancement of time, soul guides had become deeply integrated into daily life. They were no longer solely powered by soul power. Humanity had invented various methods utilizing wind, water, and solar energy to create energies akin to soul power, applicable across numerous fields. Notably, the rapid development of soul-guided mechas had transformed them into the primary combat weapons of the Federation. Tang Wulin was already familiar with certain soul guides, such as the soul-guided lamp in his home, the vehicles powered by soul guide energy on the roads, and the myriad of other soul guide items, including the forging platform before him. However, possessing a soul guide of his own was a novel experience. He understood that the storage soul guide involved intricate engraving arrays, and it was certainly not the low-grade device that his teacher had described. Such unique soul guides, requiring meticulous craftsmanship by a soul guide master, were always exorbitantly priced. Yet, he accepted this gift with gratitude, cherishing the silver rings he truly needed, and he would forever remember his teacher's kindness. A great favor need not be spoken of in thanks, and so he said nothing further. A faint silver glow shimmered, and under Tang Wulin's mental guidance, he felt a lightness in his hand as the 2 forged silver hammers were effortlessly stored within the ring. While the 1/8 cubic meter storage space was not vast, it was more than sufficient to accommodate a single forged silver hammer, which measured just 1.5 feet in length. Activating the silver ring consumed a minimal amount of soul power, a negligible burden even for someone with merely 11th level soul power like Tang Wulin. With a mere thought, he infused his soul power once more, and the 2 forged silver hammers reappeared in his grasp, demonstrating the remarkable capabilities of a storage soul guide. As he journeyed home, Tang Wulin was enveloped in sheer elation. The exquisite effects of the forged silver hammers and the silver ring transcended mere surprise. They had become among his most treasured possessions. Xiren, have you truly made your decision? Lang Yu gazed at her husband, her eyes reflecting sorrow. Tang Xiren sighed. My cowardice has already impacted our son's future. I can no longer continue in this manner. For the sake of our son, what do these concerns matter? I have already made my promise to them. Lang Yu's eyes reddened. But if we proceed this way, how long will it be until we see our son again? Tang Xiren replied. If Linlin were merely an ordinary child, We could live a simple life as long as he was happy. However, our son is anything but ordinary. On the contrary, he is exceptional. If it were not for my cowardice, had he obtained a decent soul spirit during his first fusion, he would have surely gone much further. His character is destined for greatness. Mang Tian has told me that Linlin possesses a tenacity beyond his peers and is remarkably mature. His talent in forging is extraordinary. If he continues to learn, he will undoubtedly surpass Mang Tian, who is already a 6-star master blacksmith. What level would that be? Regardless of whether one pursues forging or the path of a soul master, soul power and soul spirits are the foundational elements. As a father, I have been timid for too many years, living through years of tranquility. It is time for me to fight for my son. I have made my decision. For the sake of my child, I shall take the plunge. Chapter 33. Arrival at East Sea City, the second largest coastal city of the Sun Moon Federation. Serves as a vital port and hub for maritime transportation and resource development. With a resident population exceeding 3 million, the city thrives on its utilization of marine resources, rendering it quite affluent, even among the second-tier cities of the Sun Moon Federation. East Sea City boasts a rich history, with its urban landscape retaining an ancient charm. Over the past few centuries, the Sun Moon Federation has placed great emphasis on the preservation of historical architecture, allowing for numerous buildings, some over a millennium old, to be witnessed within this venerable city. At the East Sea Soul Train Station, a deep blue soul train gradually approached the platform, decelerating as it came to a stop. In this region, nearly all soul trains are predominantly adorned in shades of blue. The train doors opened, and people streamed out, many burdened with copious luggage, transforming the station into a lively scene filled with bustling crowds making their way toward the exits. Tang Wulin tightened the straps of his backpack, following the flow of people as he ventured out. It was his first visit to this grand city, and he gazed around with curiosity. The station's roof, constructed from numerous metal pipes, was evidently made from cast metal through standard stamping methods. His expression was somewhat grim, reflecting a hint of melancholy. At merely 9 years of age, the unfamiliar surroundings inevitably instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He had come to enroll at East Sea Academy, initially expecting that either his father or mother would accompany him. However, his father had insisted that he was now a big boy who should gain some experience on his own. After purchasing a ticket, he was sent off on the soul train. This was Tang Wulin's first journey away from home, and despite the many precautions and advice shared by his mother, he still felt somewhat lost upon arrival. As he moved along with the crowd, a sudden parting of the throng revealed a sleek, black soul-guided automobile stationed at the platform, prompting individuals to maneuver around it. Though unfamiliar with the vehicle, its polished exterior radiated sophistication. The elongated, aerodynamic body rested on 4 wheels, with tracks adorning the edges, showcasing its all-terrain capabilities. Beside the car stood 2 men clad in black suits, scanning the crowd. As Tang Wulin drew near, one of the men appeared to have found his target. Striding purposefully toward Tang Wulin, he respectfully addressed him, "Young master." This address, however, was not directed at Tang Wulin himself. He instinctively glanced sideways to see a youth approaching from behind him. The boy, seemingly of similar age, was dressed in a blue tracksuit with short brown hair. By the time Tang Wulin turned his head, the boy had already passed him, revealing only a side profile. His fair complexion, high nose bridge, slightly sunken eye sockets, and long, curled eyelashes framed striking greenish-black eyes. At that moment, a surge from the crowd on Tang Wulin's other side pushed him off balance, causing him to bump into the boy's shoulder. The youth stumbled slightly, abruptly turning to face him. His handsome visage was accompanied by an unmistakable air of aloofness. Tang Wulin distinctly sensed that while the boy's gaze had briefly rested on him, it was merely a cursory glance before he continued toward the soul-guided automobile. The boy's demeanor suggested an utter indifference to the encounter. "I apologize," Tang Wulin hastily uttered. The black-suited man who had approached him raised a hand, forcefully pushing against Tang Wulin's chest, propelling him into the throng, nearly causing him to fall. "Watch it, country bumpkin," the man growled before pursuing the youth. Another black-suited man opened the car door for the boy, ensuring it remained secure. Rubbing his chest, Tang Wulin felt a surge of anger rise within him, reflecting, "These city dwellers are so domineering." Once he exited the station with the crowd, the sense of congestion finally dissipated. Turning back, he noticed the large characters above the station, East Sea Soul Train Station. Gazing at the imposing structure, Tang Wulin could not help but admire its grandeur, which far surpassed that of the tallest buildings in Ally City. As he turned to survey his surroundings, a wide street unfolded before him, lined with towering skyscrapers in the distance. Various soul-guided automobiles sped past, and the throngs of people created an indescribable sense of pressure. Hunching his shoulders, Tang Wulin took a sip from his water bottle and then retrieved a note penned by his father, which outlined what he should do upon arriving in East Sea City. Just then, a small, middle-aged man approached, beaming with a smile. "Hello, young friend. Is this your first time in East Sea City? Where are your guardians?" As Tang Wulin focused on the note, the first line cautioned him not to trust strangers easily. He glanced up at the man, shook his head, and briskly made his way toward a nearby watchtower, where the words administrative law enforcement were inscribed. Inside the tower, 2 uniformed law enforcement officers stood. Tang Wulin approached them, saying, "Excuse me, officers. Where can I find the shuttle bus for East Sea Academy?" As a renowned institution in East Sea City, East Sea Academy arranged shuttle services from the station each year during the enrollment period. Once he located the shuttle, he would be able to reach the academy without issue. One officer pointed in the direction of a nearby area. "Over there, young one. And where are your guardians?" Standing tall, Tang Wulin replied, "I'm not a little kid anymore. Thank you." He then turned and dashed toward the direction indicated by the officer. Indeed. As he maneuvered through the crowd, he spotted a sign with white background and blue lettering that read, East Sea Academy. Below the sign, tables and chairs were set up, behind which sat several young men and women, clad in blue tracksuits, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. Noticing Tang Wulin approach, a black-haired girl smiled at him. "Hello, little brother. Are you here for enrollment?" With her charming features and amiable demeanor, she exuded a welcoming aura. Chapter 34, Reporting. "Hello, sister. My name is Tang Wulin, and I am here to report," Tang Wulin said politely. Lu Yusin gazed at the young boy before her with a hint of surprise. He appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. However, as a new student, he required a recommendation from the academy, which indicated that he was only 9 years of age. Despite his tender years, he possessed remarkable beauty. Indeed, Lu Yusin preferred to describe the boy as stunning, with large eyes and enviably long eyelashes that framed a slightly bewildered and shy expression. "Greetings, I am Lu Yusin, a first-year student at East Sea Academy, responsible for welcoming new students. I am your senior. Please fill out this form and present your recommendation letter from your junior academy." Lu Yusin handed a form to Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin felt a slight relief and discreetly observed his senior. She wore a fitted blue tracksuit, her mid-length hair tied back in a simple ponytail, her complexion fair, and her neck elegantly elongated, exuding a beautiful and graceful aura. As Lu Yusin watched Tang Wulin fill out the form, she read aloud, "Tang Wulin, 9 years old, graduate of Hashan Junior Academy in Ally City. Level 11 Plant System Soul Master, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass." "Ah, your martial soul is blue silvergrass?" Lu Yusin inquired. Tang Wulin nodded. Lu Yusin smiled brightly. "It is quite remarkable for someone your age to cultivate blue silvergrass to level 11. It is not an easy feat not hearing the usual disdainful remarks." Tang Wulin felt a surge of goodwill towards the senior. Rubbing the back of his head, he asked, "Sister, do you know any soul masters with blue silvergrass martial souls?" Lu Yusin replied with a smile, "Indeed. We have one in our academy, and he is quite impressive. In fact, after thousands of years of inheritance, the significance of martial souls has diminished compared to ancient times. Through soul spirits, one can achieve considerable enhancement. When you reach higher grades, you will discover that the martial soul itself is not as crucial as having sufficient soul power and talent in mecha. After all, the existence of mechas enables even ordinary soul masters to become formidable forces. So, little brother, you must study diligently. You may call me senior from now on." "Thank you, senior." Tang Wulin sincerely expressed his gratitude towards this beautiful senior. Her words alleviated much of his anxiety upon arriving in the big city. "This metal badge is your admission pass. Wear it around your neck. Once at the academy, you will need to report and collect your supplies. The soul-guided bus will depart when there are enough people." Tang Wulin thanked her again, shouldering his belongings and striding towards the bus. A senior male student from East Sea Academy beside Lu Yusin scoffed, saying, "Yusin, why are you wasting your time on a little country bumpkin, carrying such a large bag? And with a martial soul like blue silvergrass, it's a waste. Not all blue silvergrass users possess the royal blood like our seniors." Lu Yusin shot him a glare. "Do not look down on juniors. At 9 years old, achieving the level of a soul master with blue silvergrass, how do you know he doesn't have royal blood? Don't underestimate the young. You haven't heard the saying? Perhaps this handsome little junior will become a prodigy in the future." Tang Wulin did not overhear their conversation, otherwise he would have felt even more fondly towards Lu Yusin. The EC Academy bus was spacious enough to accommodate 50 people, and it already housed several individuals, including peers and adults, parents accompanying their children to report to the academy. A flicker of envy crossed Tang Wulin's eyes. Although his resolve surpassed that of his peers, he was still only 9 years old. How he wished for his father and mother to send him off. Seated by the window, he gazed at the unfamiliar city outside, tightening his grip on his luggage. For the next 6 years, he would reside here. Finding the EC Academy bus eased some of his anxiety. Yet he remained lost amidst the strange environment and unfamiliar faces, feeling a sense of helplessness. He vividly recalled his father's earnest words before leaving home. Lin, remember? In this world, the only person you can fully trust and rely on is yourself, regardless of the setbacks or misfortunes you encounter. Always ask yourself if it is because you are not strong enough. This profound statement held immense weight for a child of merely 9 years. And as he faced the prospect of leaving his parents behind, he realized he must rely solely on himself. He looked down at the inconspicuous dark silver ring adorning his wrist. Originally, the 2 rings had ample space to hold belongings. But since he was instructed to bring along a pair of forged dark silver hammers, as well as a pair of forged tungsten steel hammers, the limited space of 1/8 cubic meter left little room for anything else. Closing his eyes, he took a moment to meditate upon the instructions imparted by his father and teacher. I can do this. A confident smile unconsciously graced his lips. Just as Tang Wulin began to drift into slumber, the bus finally set in motion, jolting him awake as he peered outside. The vehicle was now filled with people, mostly parents accompanying their children, leaving him to sit alone. The scenery outside shifted as the bus traversed the streets lined with bustling shops and a constant flow of vehicles. This city pulsated with a sense of steel and urgency, the inhabitants appearing busier than those in Ally City by many folds. Tall buildings glided past the window. After 20 minutes, the bus halted beside a high wall. The academy has arrived. Everyone, please disembark. A familiar voice called from the front, and Tang Wulin recognized Liu Yusin, who was seated at the front, now standing to greet the arriving students and their parents. Tang Wulin hastily gathered his belongings and stepped off the bus. As he approached the front, Liu Yusin immediately recognized the impressionable junior, exclaiming, Tang Wulin, right? Come along with me. Chapter 35. Roommates. The imposing walls belonged to Donghai Academy. Not far ahead lay the grand entrance, a magnificent gate constructed from massive stones that exuded an air of authority. Donghai Academy is a large institution, possessing both intermediate and advanced educational qualifications, thus divided into an intermediate and an advanced academy. Liu Yusin was a student of the advanced section. Do not presume that the difference between the intermediate and advanced academies is merely a step apart. In reality, the disparities are vast. The Intermediate Academy offers compulsory education without tuition fees. Donghai Academy is a Soul Master institution, with the Intermediate Academy occupying 2/3 of its area, while the essence lies in the 1/3 that constitutes the Advanced Academy. Any Soul Master residing in Donghai City or its surrounding towns, possessing a recommendation letter from a primary academy, can enter the Intermediate Academy for Soul Master education. The Intermediate Academy spans 6 years, and by the time students graduate from the 6th grade, those who can truly gain admission to the Advanced Soul Master Academy do not exceed 1 in 10. The Advanced Academy is no longer a matter of compulsory education. Admission is contingent upon passing a series of rigorous examinations. Only those who can secure a place in the Advanced Academy are considered true elites. If the Primary Academy teaches the fundamentals of martial souls, the Intermediate Academy instructs students on how to apply this knowledge and harness their martial souls, paving the way for their future. Only upon reaching the Advanced Academy does one truly engage in further study. Upon entering the academy, one is greeted by verdant trees. A broad horizontal path stretches out, flanked by greenery, while the cobblestone surface ahead imparts a sense of antiquity. Liu Yusin smiled, saying, for everyone's safety, vehicles are not permitted to drive within the academy. Should a vehicle enter, it is immediately diverted to the underground parking lot. Our Advanced Academy section is located on the west side. The remaining area is designated for you in the Intermediate section. Thanks to this senior's introduction, Tang Wulin quickly acquired a basic understanding of the academy. The principal teaching building of the Intermediate Academy stands tall at 12 stories on the eastern side of the campus, with higher grades occupying the upper floors. Upon enrollment, Tang Wulin would be a first-year student, assigned to either the first or second floor classrooms. Over there is the Academic Affairs Office. You should go report in. Your intermediate dormitory is located behind the teaching building. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me. I am in class 1 of the first year in the advanced section. Thank you, senior. Observing the boy's seemingly endless expressions of gratitude, Lu Yusin chuckled and remarked, Don't be so reserved. Our academy has a wonderful atmosphere. Do your best. Upon enrollment, you will first be assigned to a class, followed by an entrance assessment. Performing well on the assessment brings numerous advantages. After watching Lu Yusin's figure disappear, Tang Wulin entered the academic affairs office. With the medal badge provided by Lu Yusin, along with the recommendation letter from Hongshan Academy, he smoothly completed his enrollment procedures. He received 2 free uniforms, a dormitory key, and learning materials that would be distributed when classes officially began. He was assigned to Class 5 of the first year. From that moment onward, he became a new student of the Donghai Academy's intermediate section. Carrying his belongings, Tang Wulin navigated around the teaching building to the dormitory, which was similarly tall, also comprising 12 stories. His dormitory was located on the 2nd floor, room 205. The hallway buzzed with activity, with many students reporting for enrollment and parents accompanying them. The atmosphere was somewhat chaotic. After some effort, Tang Wulin finally located his dormitory, which was ajar, revealing that someone was already inside. The room contained 2 bunk beds, accommodating 4 individuals, along with 2 rectangular tables for chairs and 2 cabinets. This was the entirety of the dormitory's furnishings. 2 lower bunks were already occupied. As Tang Wulin entered, their gazes turned toward him. The occupant of the left lower bunk was notably taller and more robust than Tang Wulin, with short hair and slightly protruding eyes that conveyed a hint of ferocity despite his youth. The occupant on the right appeared more slender, already sporting glasses at a young age, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor as he held a book. Hello, I'm Tang Wulin, the new arrival. Tang Wulin introduced himself, glancing at the bunk beds while placing his belongings on the upper bunk on the left. The slender student nodded and replied, I'm Yun Xiao, with Yun as in cloud and Xiao meaning small. Tang Wulin smiled and nodded in return, while the tall student rolled his eyes and said, Newcomer, you should clean up the room first. As a newcomer, Tang Wulin was somewhat bewildered by the situation and simply nodded, responding with an oh. In the corner, there was a broom, and on the table were a basin and a cloth. He took the basin and stepped outside to fetch water. Yun Xiao glanced at the tall student, saying, Zhou Changxi, what are you trying to show off for? Zhou Changxi chuckled, rising from his bunk. Smart guy, mind your own business. I just can't stand the sight of that kid. Since we'll be sharing a dorm, I'll show him who's boss. All the chores will be his responsibility. If I say it, he'll do it. He's clearly a softie. If not him, then who else should I bully? Yun Xiao scoffed. You might just get what's coming to you. Zhou Changxi disdainfully retorted. Just look at him. He has nothing. As he spoke, he reached up and grabbed Tang Wulin's belongings from the upper bunk. Yanking open the zipper of the bag, he shook it violently, spilling simple clothing, some personal items, and a quilt all over the floor. Yun Xiao was taken aback. You've gone too far. Zhou Changxi laughed heartily. Look at this. What on earth did he bring? Is he possibly a beggar? Look, he even has a patchwork quilt. How amusing. At that moment, Tang Wulin returned with the basin of water. Upon entering, he was momentarily stunned. The scattered items looked all too familiar, especially as Zhou Changxi was holding his bag. The quilt, clothes, and personal belongings lay strewn across the floor. Even the 2 newly acquired uniforms had fallen to the ground, collecting dust. What are you doing? Tang Wulin shouted angrily as he set the basin on the table. Zhou Changxi sneered. What is it to you? Just checking what this country bumpkin brought along. Pick it up. Tang Wulin's voice had grown cold. Zhou Changxi raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening with a hint of menace. Who are you talking to? Pick it up. Tang Wulin's tone had turned ominous. Zhou Changxi glared, curling his lip, and deliberately stepped on Tang Wulin's quilt, grinding it underfoot. The spot he was trampling happened to be adorned with a small flower. Tang Wulin seemed momentarily frozen, murmuring, That was embroidered by my sister. Chapter 36. The fight that was embroidered by my sister. The petals of the small flowers on the quilt are purple, with a silver outer edge. Though it is not perfect, it is a keepsake from Nar. Tang Wulin vividly remembers sitting beside Nar, watching her stitch flowers onto his quilt, teasing her by saying that she was just a crooked flower, not as beautiful as Nar. Kid, remember this. I am in charge here, Zhou Changxi declared, pointing at his chest with his thumb. Suddenly, Yun Xiao, sitting on the other bed, sensed something amiss. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, as if influenced by an unseen force. He then noticed Tang Wulin slowly raise his head. His eyes had turned a fiery red, and his hands were clenched into fists, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Zhou Changxi raised his chin defiantly. You gonna bite me? In an instant, Tang Wulin moved like a cannonball, lunging at Zhou Changxi. He swung his right fist, creating a succession of explosive sounds in the air, reaching Zhou Changxi in the blink of an eye. Zhou Changxi, not a fool, recognized Tang Wulin's potential for explosive power and was prepared. As Tang Wulin's fist came crashing toward him, Zhou Changxi raised his right hand, attempting to deflect the blow. The first sound was the impact of Zhou Changxi's palm against Tang Wulin's fist. His judgment was spot on, but his hand felt as ineffective as an ant shaking a tree, having no effect on Tang Wulin's punch. The second sound was the dull thud of Tang Wulin's fist striking Zhou Changxi's chest, sending him flying. The final sound was the crash of Zhou Changxi's body breaking through the window as he was propelled out of the dormitory from the second floor. A scream followed suit. Yun Xiao, now fully sitting up on his bed, stared in shock at Tang Wulin, who radiated an aura akin to a ferocious beast, oblivious to the book that had fallen from his hands. Zhou Changxi, a powerful martial spirit wielder with the great strength divine ape, was simply assigned to Class 5 in this dormitory due to his relatively low soul power. Yet, he was the strongest and most robust peer Yun Xiao had encountered. Yun Xiao was certain that Tang Wulin's punch that sent Zhou Changxi flying was devoid of any soul power, just a purely physical strike. Despite being only 9 years old, Zhou Changxi's physique was extraordinarily strong, weighing more than an adult due to the unique density of his bones. Yet, this formidable individual was sent crashing through the window by Tang Wulin's single punch. What incredible strength that must entail. At that moment, a figure entered the room. Dressed in black athletic gear, his expression was icy. Upon stepping into the dormitory, he surveyed the scattered belongings, frowned, and kicked aside Tang Wulin's items, coldly instructing him to step aside. Tang Wulin, already in a volatile emotional state, was overwhelmed by memories of Nar. Zhou Changxi's foot on the quilt felt like a transgression against Nar herself. The cold youth's action of kicking aside his belongings was the last straw. "You're asking for it," Tang Wulin roared, lunging at the newcomer once more. Another punch. Without even glancing at him, the cold youth sidestepped lightly, avoiding Tang Wulin's blow while sweeping his elbow across Tang Wulin's back, extending his left foot beneath him. In an instant, Tang Wulin was sent flying. Not toward the window this time, but toward the dormitory door. Yun Xiao swallowed hard. During his time at the junior academy, he had been known for his intelligence. Yet today he felt utterly overwhelmed. What on earth was happening? A flicker of surprise crossed the cold youth's eyes. He had never understood the concept of holding back. His previous strike had been quite forceful, yet his opponent was back on his feet so quickly. Moreover, when his elbow connected with Tang Wulin's back, he distinctly felt a slight recoil that dissipated much of his power. With a leap, a turn, and a sweeping kick, the youth executed the three movements fluidly, not only dodging Tang Wulin's attack but also delivering a kick to his back, sending him crashing into the upper bunk he had previously chosen. The wooden bed shattered under the impact, and Tang Wulin's clothes were ripped in several places. The cold youth landed gracefully, right atop the scattered quilt, inadvertently stepping on the small flower Nar had embroidered. Tang Wulin, filled with rage, shouted, "Why are you city folk so cruel?" As the white light surged, a pristine 10-year soul ring emerged from beneath him, and slender blue-silver grass vines burst forth, rushing toward the cold youth. The blue-silver grass's 10-year soul skill. Tang Wulin's first soul skill, bind. Vines rapidly filled the entire dormitory. Though the cold youth was adept, evading such a multitude of vines in such a confined space was impossible. However, he reacted swiftly, raising his right hand, which gleamed with golden light. At the same time, a circle of yellow soul rings rose beneath him, and golden light arced through the air, slashing at the encroaching blue-silver grass. His strike was precise, the golden dagger slicing through each vine. Yet, to his astonishment, the blue-silver grass, while deflected, did not sever as he had anticipated. Not good, the cold youth thought. Had he retreated immediately, he might have escaped through the dormitory door. But having failed to cut the vines, more began to ensnare him. In an instant, he was thoroughly entangled. The light from his soul rings shimmered, and the dagger in his hand glimmered, accompanied by a faint sound like a dragon's roar, as he exerted all his strength to break free from the blue-silver grass' grasp. But at that moment, a fist loomed larger before him. Boom. Chapter 37. Punishment. As the cold and aloof youth was propelled backward, the moment Tang Wulin's fist struck his face, the blue-silver grass that had ensnared him simultaneously released its grip. His body shot out like a cannonball, crashing through the doorway with a resounding thud, embedding him into the wall of the corridor outside. Indeed, he was embedded. Tang Wulin's strength left him with no capacity for resistance. The cold youth, a sensitive attack-type soul master, excelled in speed and offense, Yet the inherent weakness of such masters lies in their poor defensive capabilities. Once struck by Tang Wulin, whose formidable power transcended that of his peers, he fell to his knees. Thus, at the moment of being struck, the cold youth had already lost consciousness. Tang Wulin gasped heavily, the dormitory now a scene of utter chaos. Yun Xiao had shrunk into the furthest corner of his lower bunk, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Tang Wulin. For a moment, he was utterly dazed. Could this individual truly be human? The one who appeared so pretentious had been sent flying as well. Tang Wulin crouched down, cautiously lifting his blanket, shaking it off before cradling it in his arms. Fortunately, the blanket was undamaged, though it had become soiled. 10 minutes later, in the Intermediate Department's Discipline Office of Donghai Academy. So, you were telling me that this incident was triggered by a blanket? Long Hongshu cast a cold gaze upon the four youths before him, his expression dark as if it might drip with water. Zhou Changxi, Yun Xiao, Tang Wulin, and the cold youth stood in a straight line. The cold youth's eyes glimmered with a frigid light, his sharp gaze occasionally darting towards Tang Wulin as if he wished to rend him to pieces. Zhou Changxi's complexion was ashen, his body marked with numerous bruises. But a hint of fear lingered deep within his eyes, as he had not dared to glance at Tang Wulin even once. Yun Xiao methodically recounted the events that had transpired, and it was through his narration that Long Hongshu grasped the full context. Tang Wulin stood there, clutching his blanket, his head bowed as he focused on the small flower pattern upon it, his beautiful eyes filled with defiance. Zhou Changxi, given the category of your martial soul, you should have qualified for Class 3, yet your low rank reflects your character as well. You deserve to be beaten. Remain in Class 5, Long Hongshu pronounced coldly. Zhou Changxi opened his mouth to protest, but upon meeting Long Hongshu's grim eyes, he refrained. You too as well, engaging in a brawl upon enrollment. You shall also be placed in Class 5. You deserve the beating. Long Hongshu directed his finger at Yun Xiao and the cold youth. The cold youth paid no heed to Long Hongshu's words, his attention fixated solely on Tang Wulin. At this moment, one side of his face was swollen, and had he not used his speed to dissipate the force just before impact, he might not have had any teeth left. Yun Xiao exclaimed in surprise, Director Long, I did not participate in the fight at all. Throughout the entire ordeal, I was merely a bystander. Long Hongshu replied coldly, you share a dormitory with them. Witnessing a classmate being assaulted without intervening, choosing to remain self-serving, do you possess any sense of justice? At such a young age. Already so cunning, what will you become as an adult? What more can you say? As his gaze settled upon Tang Wulin, he continued, you performed admirably, taking on 2 opponents. The fault does not lie with you. You were provoked first. It is commendable for a man to have blood in his veins. Therefore, you shall not be punished. However, your martial soul is merely blue silver grass, thus you must remain in Class 5. Tang Wulin looked up in astonishment. He had anticipated the harshest punishment since he had been the one to strike, and the consequences were severe. Zhou Changxi bore bruises, and the cold youth's face resembled a steamed bun. To his surprise, he was not to be punished at all. Thank you for your fairness, Tang Wulin quickly expressed. Huh? Tang Wulin was momentarily taken aback. Payment. He had only 3,000 federal coins, a sum given by his father, which was intended as his allowance for an entire semester. Given that compulsory education covered food and lodging, there was little opportunity for expenditure. As he exited the discipline office, Long Hongshu's stern voice echoed in his ears. Yet, Tang Wulin felt considerably lighter in spirit. Although he was uncertain of the amount he would need to compensate, at least the academy had handled the incident with impartiality, not siding with others due to his subpar martial soul. Back in the discipline office, Long Hongshu squinted his eyes and instructed his secretary, retrieve Tang Wulin's records for me. Director, ISNT that child's martial soul merely blue silver grass? The secretary inquired, somewhat astonished. Long Hongshu's previous severity had vanished entirely, replaced by a slight smile. Blue silver grass? It may not be that simple. To engage 2 opponents on the first day of school, one of whom was from the CF family, could a mere child wielding blue silver grass accomplish such a feat? Moreover, to cultivate blue silver grass, a seemingly useless martial soul, to level 11 by the age of 9 is quite extraordinary. He certainly warrants closer observation. Returning to the dormitory, the room remained in disarray, with no one to tidy up the mess. Tang Wulin silently placed his blanket on the table, gathering his scattered belongings from the floor. Zhou Changxi stood nearby, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Yun Xiao, taken aback, quickly opted to smile, hastily arranging his possessions from the lower bunk to the upper one. He was a clever individual and understood well not to provoke a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The cold youth's hands shimmered briefly. And before anyone could discern his actions, a pristine sheet had appeared in his grasp, which he promptly spread over the lower bunk. Chapter 38. Compensation? In the adjacent two bunk beds, the upper bunk lay in ruins, while the lower bunk belonged to Zhou Changxi. Tang Wulin neatly organized his belongings and placed them on the lower bunk before turning to Zhou Changxi with a cold gaze. Get up. Zhou Changxi barked. Tang Wulin replied icily, get lost. Fuming with anger, Zhou Changxi prepared to charge at him. Don't act impulsively. Have you forgotten what Director Long just said? Do you not wish to become a mecha engineer anymore? Yun Zhao's voice floated down from the upper bunk. Zhou Changxi's breath quickened noticeably. Tang Wulin raised his hands and swiftly dismantled the damaged upper bunk, hurling the broken slats outside, leaving the upper bunk utterly devoid of existence. Is this the one? A voice came from outside as a middle-aged man, presumably a staff member of the academy, entered holding a wooden bedboard. He glanced at the several youths in the room, sensing the unusual atmosphere, and chuckled. Well, fighting on the first day of school, you lot have quite the ambition. If you can keep it up, we charge 10,000 Federation coins for these wooden beds. The more you break, the more bonuses I get. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the wooden board flew up, landing perfectly on the upper bunk without any deviation. 10,000 Federation coins? Tang Wulin's eyes widened in disbelief. It's just a piece of wood. Teacher, can we skip this, or buy one ourselves? Tang Wulin implored urgently. The teacher snorted. Do you think the academy is your home? Vandalizing public property is a serious crime here. You are Tang Wulin, right? The total for the window, bed, and wall repairs comes to 34,000 Federation coins. Make sure to pay the Academic Affairs Office promptly. Hearing this figure, Tang Wulin felt utterly stunned. The money he had saved over 3 years of forging barely amounted to 30,000 Federation coins. This was excessively expensive. Zhou Changxi, who had been glaring at him earlier, climbed onto the upper bunk in silence upon hearing the amount. Tang Wulin sat down heavily on the lower bunk, pondering how to handle this. 34,000 Federation coins was a staggering sum. Xie, the aloof youth declared as he stood before Tang Wulin, speaking coolly. No need to thank. The previously expressionless Xie suddenly looked despondent. What do you mean no need to thank? I'm saying my name is Xie. Only then did Tang Wulin realize and look up at him. In fact, he had already recognized Xie as the youth he had seen at the Soul Guide train station. What do you want? Tang Wulin asked coldly. Xie's eyes glinted with cold determination. Come with me outside the academy for a fight. At that moment, he was filled with humiliation, unable to fathom why he had lost to someone whose martial soul was merely blue silver grass. That fellow's punches had been so heavy that he could still barely speak clearly. He had never been beaten like that before. Yet, he could not disregard Long Hushu's warning. Any blemish on his record would be troublesome. Get lost, Tang Wulin shouted, directing his earlier words meant for Zhou Changxi at Xie instead. What did you say? Xie's icy aura surged forth. With fiery eyes, Tang Wulin glared at him. Are you done bullying us? 34,000 coins. Do you know what that means for my family? If you want to die, I'll gladly oblige. I might as well drop out of the school. Are you really concerned about that? Xie was taken aback. He had never had a concept of money. So 34,000 coins seemed trivial to him. Seeing Tang Wulin's eyes gradually reddening, for some inexplicable reason, Xie's imposing demeanor weakened slightly. I'll cover the cost. Fight me, Xie stated coldly. Tang Wulin was momentarily stunned. You'll pay? Xie observed the fading redness in Tang Wulin's eyes and the surprise that suddenly blossomed there. Momentarily at a loss for words. This guy. I'll pay. Xie gritted his teeth. All right. Tang Wulin, fearing he might change his mind, immediately agreed. After all, 34,000 Federation coins was no small amount. When are we fighting? Just one bout could save that hefty sum. Even if he got beaten, it would be worth it. Seeing Tang Wulin's eager expression, Xie felt a surge of displeasure. Tomorrow. With that, he turned and exited, needing to treat his swollen face. He couldn't afford to appear like this. As he left, he somehow found a towel to wrap around his face. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Wulin mused. These city folks are truly affluent. Yun Xiao cleared her throat. It's time for lunch. Tang Wulin, would you like to join? Sure. Tang Wulin nodded, already feeling hungry. Zhou Changxi also jumped down from the upper bunk, the earlier resentment and anger on his face having faded considerably. His hostility towards Tang Wulin had notably diminished, primarily due to the 34,000 Federation coins. Tang Wulin was not the only one from a less affluent background. Zhou Changxi's family was also ordinary. And upon hearing that exorbitant compensation amount, he was taken aback. Though he had instigated this situation, Tang Wulin had not demanded he share the burden. This alone significantly improved Zhou Changxi's impression of him. Yun Xiao led the way, with Tang Wulin and Zhou Changxi following behind. The cafeteria for the intermediate department was located in a small 3-story building adjacent to the main teaching block, catering to the 6 grades of the intermediate department. The 1st and 2nd grades dined on the ground floor. Inside the cafeteria, there were only tables, no chairs, a regulation at Donghai Academy to encourage students to eat while standing. Fostering a sense of urgency, there were 3 serving windows labeled A, B, and C. Through Yun Zhao's explanations, Tang Wulin learned that the C meal was entirely free. The B meal was partially subsidized, and the A meal required full payment. Naturally, the quality of ingredients improved with each tier, with A being the best, followed by B. While C offered only ordinary fare. A sign beneath the C meal read Baozi. Zhou Changxi glanced at Tang Wulin and challenged, Tang Wulin, the academy forbids fighting. So let's compete to see who can eat more Baozi. Are you up for it? Tang Wulin regarded him with a skeptical look. Are you sure there will be enough Baozi? Of course. The C meal is all you can eat, with unlimited supply. After all, our soul masters have larger appetites than average folks. Zhou Changxi replied. What's so great about eating? Tang Wulin asked. Whoever loses must clean the entire dormitory. If I lose, I'll wash the clothes I made dirty for you. How does that sound? Zhou Changxi proposed. Tang Wulin sighed lightly. I'm quite hungry. Chapter 39. Dining dilemmas. Tang Wulin discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Dining while standing appeared to enable him to consume more than when seated. Surrounding him were several onlookers, captivated by his remarkable appetite. Despite his modest stomach size, he was on the verge of breaking the record for the most buns eaten in the intermediate department, which stood at 43. How many had he devoured? 45. He had already surpassed the record. Remarkable. Moreover, he seemed to do so with effortless ease. These buns were substantial, approximately the size of a palm. The dimensions of the buns in the academy had remained unchanged over the years. Zhou Changxi, astounded, had always prided himself on his ability to eat. After consuming 20 buns, he felt utterly stuffed. These were pure meat fillings, accompanied by vegetable soup. Tang Wulin was not merely eating buns, he was also relishing the soup. He would consume 5 buns and then take a hearty sip of soup, visibly savoring each moment. The buns were indeed delectable, with their generous meatball-like fillings oozing with juices upon each bite. The best part was that there was an abundance available. Excuse me, everyone. Please make way, Tang Wulin declared after finishing his 50th bun, heading once more to the serving window. Zhou Changxi, in a state of defeat, watched as Tang Wulin returned with another plate of 20 buns. At home, Tang Wulin's voracious appetite had always been a source of concern for Tang Xiren and Lang Yu, as he was insatiably hungry. When Nara was still around, the 2 youngsters even competed to see who could eat more. Zhou Changxi's appetite was formidable among peers. Yet Tang Wulin's was on an entirely different level, almost anomalous. For Tang Wulin, victory or defeat mattered little. What truly counted was the satisfaction of being full. Ultimately, the record for the intermediate department's bun consumption was established at 80 buns, along with 5 large bowls of vegetable soup. As Tang Wulin strolled out of the cafeteria, he left behind a sea of astonished gazes. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhou Changxi was tidying up. Tang Wulin opted to wash his own clothes rather than burden Zhou Changxi with the task. Yun Xiao began assisting Zhou Changxi with the cleaning, and a sense of harmony seemed to envelop the room. Here you go. Zhou Changxi tossed a paper packet to Tang Wulin. Upon opening it, Tang Wulin found a substantial stack of federal currency. Staring at the pile, he felt momentarily dazed. It had taken him 3 entire years to earn 30,000 federal coins in Ally City. Yet for these affluent individuals, it was merely a trivial matter. Classes start tomorrow. After school, you'll come with me, Xie said coldly. All right. Tang Wulin readily agreed. Yun Xiao interjected. Xie, let it go. We'll all be living in the same dormitory for 6 years. Xie shot him a frosty glare and lay down on his lower bunk. Tang Wulin turned to Yun Xiao. I plan to go out for a while this afternoon. Is that all right? The mention of a punishment tightened his chest. He feared not the separation but rather the prospect of a fine. I'll manage, he reassured, ensuring his dirty clothes and bedding were clean before leaving. Following the instructions from Ming-Tien, he was to head to a specific location, the Blacksmith Association. Ming-Tien had provided him with an address for his studio in East Sea City. Although the studio was unoccupied, it contained a forging room available for Tang Wulin's use. After integrating the essence of the little grass snake's golden light, Tang Wulin began to value forging significantly more. especially after completing the 1,000 forgings. This realization made him aware that his future career might resemble that of his teacher, potentially as a blacksmith. Thus, he felt compelled to remain diligent in his studies. Moreover, blacksmithing could generate income to support his family. In the future, he hoped to travel across the continent in search of Nar, which would require financial resources. Initially, he refrained from asking Yun Xiao about the location of the Blacksmith Association to keep his identity as a blacksmith a secret from his classmates. After paying his fine at the academic office, Tang Wulin exited the academy. The unfamiliarity of East Sea City weighed upon him. Aulai City felt so much more relaxed. Although he was unsure of the Blacksmith Association's exact location, he could always inquire for directions. After a few inquiries, he discerned the general vicinity of the association. East Sea City was vast, far larger than Aulai City. To save money, Tang Wulin opted to walk toward the Blacksmith Association. Fortunately, it was not too far from East Sea Academy. Having eaten a hearty lunch, he walked for over half an hour before finally spotting his destination. The Blacksmith Association was easily identifiable, a gray building approximately 30 stories high, adorned with a gigantic hammer insignia, making a sign unnecessary. Upon entering through the glass doors, he was greeted by a towering 10-meter glass wall, featuring a relief of a golden hammer at least 8 meters tall. Although the Blacksmith Association lacked the wealth of the Mecha Manufacturing Association, it was nonetheless an essential entity. The societal status of top blacksmiths was exceedingly high, rivaling that of mecha manufacturing masters. Creating top-tier mechas required premier materials, which in turn necessitated the expertise of master blacksmiths. The lobby was spacious, with only 2 young women in gray uniforms at the front desk. "Little brother, who are you looking for?" one of the charming young women inquired as Tang Wulin approached, her demeanor warm and inviting. Tang Wulin, feeling somewhat shy, replied, "I am here for the blacksmith level assessment." Chapter 40. Sinuha? Giggled a nearby girl with a voluptuous figure. "Look at him. His face is all red." "Little brother, your eyes are truly beautiful." The sweet girl playfully chided, "Yuan Yuan. Stop it. Little brother, are you here for the blacksmith assessment?" Tang Wulin nodded, feeling somewhat awkward. "Yes." The sweet girl continued, "Where are your guardians? Or did you come with a mentor?" Tang Wulin shook his head. "My teacher said I should come alone and look for a master named Sinyu." Upon hearing the name Sinyu, both girls' expressions shifted. The sweet girl quickly said, "Please wait a moment. I will ask Master Tsin if he is available." "Have you contacted him through the soul communicator?" Tang Wulin shook his head again, as he had no soul communicator. Although soul communicators were convenient, their costs were exorbitant, and his family only possessed one fixed device. He had planned to find a coin-operated soul communicator to call his parents and let them know he was safe. "Master Tsin, there is a little friend looking for you." "Yes, the one with big eyes and simple clothing." The sweet girl dialed the number. After hanging up, she turned to Tang Wulin and said, "Little brother, Master Tsin is available. Please follow me." As she led Tang Wulin towards the side of the hall, the voluptuous girl Yuan Yuan stuck out her tongue at their retreating figures, muttering, "I didn't see that coming. This little guy actually knows Master Cen." When the metallic door of the soul elevator opened before Tang Wulin, he was startled. It was the first time he had encountered such a device. "Come on in," the sweet girl said, her voice gentle and teasing rather than mocking. Tang Wulin stepped beside her. "My name is Yun Xiaoling. Master Tsin's office is on the 15th floor. I will take you to see him, and then he will conduct your blacksmith assessment." "Thank you, sister," Tang Wulin replied politely. Yun Xiaoling scrutinized him. Although his attire was quite plain, he had a handsome appearance, particularly his large, enviable eyes. Despite his simplicity, he was exceedingly polite, easily garnering favorable impressions. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 15th floor, and the doors opened. The walls gleamed with silver metal, while the ceiling and floor were pristine white, clean and tidy, which formed Tang Wulin's first impression of the place. Outside the elevator was a corridor lined with doors. Yun Xiaoling led him to a door marked with a nameplate bearing Tsin Yu's name and pressed the button above it. "Master Tsin, it's Yun Xiaoling. I have brought the child to see you." A deep voice responded, followed by the door opening. Inside was an office approximately 30 square meters in size, with a massive wooden desk occupying nearly a quarter of the space. Behind the desk stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s. He was not tall but exceptionally sturdy, with broad shoulders, the muscles of which strained against his black shirt. At that moment, he was examining a blueprint on the desk. "Master Tsin," Yun Xiaoling softly called. Sinyu raised his head and looked over. His gaze fell directly on Tang Wulin, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Are you a disciple of Mang Tian?" "Yes." Master Tsin, greetings from my teacher, Tang Wulin said respectfully. Xin Yu frowned slightly. Mang Tian, that fellow, always holds himself in high regard. How did he come to take on such a young disciple? Come, let us proceed with your blacksmith assessment. Blacksmiths typically lived in a world of metal and were rather indifferent to everything outside. Though puzzled as to why Mang Tian would accept such a young disciple, he knew the assessment would clarify everything. Yun Shaoling said, Master, I will take my leave now. Xin Yu nodded to her. And Yun Shaoling smiled at Tang Wulin before turning to leave. Xin Yu then accompanied Tang Wulin out, returning to the Soul elevator, where they shared the same ride down. Except he pressed the button for the third floor. As the elevator descended, Xin Yu asked Tang Wulin, Little one, did Mang Tian mention your current level as a blacksmith? Tang Wulin shook his head. My teacher didn't he say? He just told me to come for the assessment, and then I could take on some tasks. Take on tasks? Yun Shaoling's eyes widened in surprise. The ability to take on tasks indicated that he was at least a level 2 blacksmith. Level 1 blacksmiths were not permitted to accept tasks directly. They had to be assigned work by higher-ranking blacksmiths. Xin Yu then inquired, Are you familiar with the blacksmith ranking system? Tang Wulin nodded this time. My teacher said there are 9 levels of blacksmiths. Level 1 and 2 are apprentice levels. Level 3 and 4 are master levels. Levels 5 and 6 are artisan levels. Levels 7 and 8 are saint levels. And the highest, level 9, is the divine level. Xin Yu nodded. At that moment, the elevator arrived at the 3rd floor. Goodbye, sister. Tang Wulin bid farewell to Yun Shaoling and followed Xin Yu out of the elevator. In contrast to the quiet 15th floor, the 3rd floor of the Blacksmith Association buzzed with noise, the familiar clanging of metal reverberating all around. Xin Yu brought Tang Wulin to the front desk and instructed the staff, Please open a testing room and send over an evaluator. Master Tsin, is this your disciple? He looks so young. Is he even 12 yet? The staff member curiously regarded Tang Wulin. Xin Yu took the form handed to him by the staff and passed it to Tang Wulin. Please fill out this form with your basic information. Yes. Tang Wulin accepted the form and filled it out earnestly. Xin Yu read aloud, Tang Wulin, from Ally City, 9 years old. First-year student at the Intermediate Division of East Sea Academy. You are only 9? Both he and the staff member were astonished. It had been many years since anyone so young had come for a blacksmith assessment at the association. Historically, the youngest evaluator was 8 years and 6 months old. That individual now occupied an office on the 30th floor of the Blacksmith Association, a prodigious talent in the field. The child before them was merely 9. If he could pass the blacksmith level assessment, what would that signify? Xin Yu pondered further. Recalling that Tang Wulin had mentioned Mang Tian allowing him to take on tasks directly, this suggested that the child was likely a level 2 blacksmith, poised to break records. The testing room is ready, Master CEN Room 3, the staff member announced. Chapter 41, the forging level test at midnight tonight. There will be an additional update. Hiki, tomorrow. At least 3 updates. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Xin Yu picked up Tang Wulin's form and beckoned, Come with me. He was curious to see just how far this apprentice, taken under the wing of Mang Tian, could go. The so-called testing room was, in fact, the forging chamber, where the blacksmith's assessments were conducted. Upon entering the forging chamber, Tang Wulin, initially fraught with tension, felt his anxiety dissipate. The forging equipment here was reminiscent of that in Mang Tian's workshop. Since arriving in Douluo City, this was his first encounter with a familiar environment. The evaluator was a middle-aged woman who evidently knew Xin Yu. Master Tsin, you are personally bringing someone for testing. I just heard this child is only 9 years old. If he were any younger, would he break the record for the youngest? Xin Yu replied, Let's test him first. The evaluator nodded and addressed Tang Wulin. Here are 15 types of metal. Choose one to forge and purify. I will score you based on your choice and the level of purification. A score above 60 will qualify you as a level 1 blacksmith. Understood. Tang Wulin nodded and approached the rack displaying the metals. Each of the 15 metals was a square foot in size, varying in color and texture. While the blacksmith level test appeared straightforward, requiring only a single forging and purification, it actually assessed a multitude of factors. The evaluator did not disclose the specific types of metals, necessitating that Tang Wulin possess a thorough understanding of them and select one suitable for his capabilities. The quality of the metal and the effectiveness of the purification were interdependent in scoring. After surveying the array, Tang Wulin recognized all the metals. He pondered briefly before selecting a piece from the center. The metal he chose shimmered with a faint silver hue, eliciting surprise from both Xin Yu and the evaluator. They had not anticipated that Tang Wulin would select such a hefty metal, both in weight and density. I choose this piece of pure silver, Tang Wulin stated, placing it on the forging table without a sound. Meng Tian had high expectations of him, one being that no sounds of metal clashing should occur aside from the forging itself. This square-foot piece of pure silver weighed a staggering 300 kilograms. It was exceptionally heavy, yet Sun Yu observed that Tang Wulin seemed to handle it effortlessly. "Little fellow, you possess quite a bit of strength," the evaluator remarked, beginning to believe that this 9-year-old, as the records indicated, could indeed complete the test. "Masters, may I begin?" Tang Wulin inquired. The evaluator nodded. "You may start. You have 1 hour. Purify this piece of silver to the best of your ability within that time, and you will receive a corresponding score." "Yes." Without further ado, Tang Wulin commenced his work. He activated the forging table, raised the temperature, and placed the silver within for smelting. The smelting time would count towards the purification time. There were no shortcuts in the blacksmith level test. The association enforced strict standards for every blacksmith, as reaching a certain level allowed one to undertake forging tasks that directly impacted the reputation of the Blacksmith Association. Tang Wulin performed a few stretching exercises and took several deep breaths, adjusting his soul power. His choice of pure silver was not a display of bravado, but rather a reflection of his deep understanding of its properties, gained during his last forging endeavor in Aolai City with the 1,000 forging silver hammer. The piece he selected closely matched the quality of that silver, and in a moment of inspiration, he made his choice. However, he recalled Meng Tian's advice. Aside from his solo forges, he was not to reveal the 1,000 forging silver hammer until he turned 15. Observing the temperature of the metal on the forging table, Tang Wulin regulated his breathing, his focus sharpening. Sun Yu stood by, offering no guidance, but keenly observing the young boy, particularly his eyes. When he noticed Tang Wulin's gaze intensifying with concentration, he couldn't help but silently commend Meng Tian for having discovered such a gem. Sun Yu, a staunch advocate of focused forging, had no extraordinary talent himself. His journey in this field was built upon passion and dedication, allowing him to carve a niche in the world of forging. Yet here was a mere 9-year-old child demonstrating such remarkable focus, indicating a genuine understanding of the craft. Sun Yu's impression of him improved significantly. With a swift motion, Tang Wulin pressed a button, and the silver reached the appropriate forging temperature, gradually rising from the table. The evaluator hastily recorded her observations. Tang Wulin was ready to begin. He slightly shook his arms at his sides, and 2 dark glimmers appeared in his palms, his 1,000 forging tungsten hammers. The left hammer flicked lightly, tapping twice on the silver, producing a delicate ringing sound. Sun Yu's gaze shifted to Tang Wulin's ears, noticing them quiver slightly. At that moment, Tang Wulin swung his first hammer. The right hammer moved with lightning speed, and the air within the forging chamber grew tense, accompanied by a low whistling sound. In the next instant, the tungsten hammer struck the edge of the pure silver with a resounding thud. Bang! The tungsten hammer rebounded, leaving a slight indentation in the silver. Tang Wulin's strikingly beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as he wielded the left hammer in quick succession. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed. Chapter 42. The 8-star master craftsman. As a new week dawns, the siblings of the Tang sect must not grow complacent. For the sake of the Tang sect, I urge everyone to cast their precious recommendations and seek collections. Let us strive for the top. How young is this child? Remarkably, he wields such a hefty hammer made of tempered tungsten steel. It is worth noting that even some second-level blacksmiths cannot manage a single-handed hammer weighing 80 pounds, approximately 40 kilograms. Forging is a laborious endeavor, demanding both time and skill. Strength is of utmost importance. While a heavy hammer undoubtedly enhances efficacy, it also exacts a tremendous toll on one's physical stamina. Without further contemplation, Tang Wulin commenced his forging with fervor. With each strike of the hammer, the feedback from the silver ingot flowed into him, and he quickly discerned that this piece of silver was of a quality comparable to his previous work. The internal patterns of the silver were strikingly similar, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. With the hammer swinging, he began to forge with the ferocity of a tempest. Bang! 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 The rhythmic strikes echoed, and as he arrived in East Sea City, everything felt foreign to him. The pressure and tension stemming from the unfamiliarity weighed heavily on a mere 9-year-old. Upon entering the academy, he faced the oppression from his peers and the hefty penalties imposed upon him, all of which left him gasping for breath. His gaze was fixed, and his ears twitched ever so slightly, absorbing the feedback from the silver. With every strike, the silver transformed under the hammer's impact. Yet, if one listened closely, they would discern that as time progressed, The sound of the tungsten hammer striking the silver grew increasingly melodious. The evaluator's expression grew solemn, mirroring that of Xinyu. The concentration maintained by Tang Wulin at this moment was something not even many blacksmiths in their 20s or 30s could achieve. A prodigy. This child is truly a prodigy. This thought simultaneously flickered in their minds. Without even glancing at the silver, Xinyu, with his wealth of experience, could gauge the efficiency of Tang Wulin's purification of the silver simply by the sound of the strikes. Purifying silver is inherently a benchmark for second-level blacksmiths. Given the high density of silver, achieving its purification is considerably more challenging than with ordinary metals. Thus, completing the task is no small feat. When Tang Wulin chose this material, the evaluator initially harbored thoughts of overreaching. Yet, at this moment, both she and Xinyu were profoundly moved by Tang Wulin's performance. Indeed, it was a performance. As the silver emitted a harmonious tone, Tang Wulin had already surpassed the requirements for testing. He was more than qualified to be a first-level blacksmith. What remained was the performance itself. Just how far could he take it? This was a question echoing in the minds of both Xinyu and the evaluator. Fully immersed in his craft, the tungsten hammer, which felt as light as straw in his hands, became an extension of himself. As he perceived the silver drawing closer to him, the speed of his hammering accelerated. Gradually, only shadows of the hammers could be seen, flitting through the air, the strikes resonating like liquid mercury spilling forth. On the third floor of the Blacksmith Association, 8 stars emblazoned the emblem, symbolizing the 8th-level professional rank, with a golden hammer representing the art of forging. The 8th-level blacksmith, more accurately termed an 8-star master craftsman. Within the entire association, only one other blacksmith of this caliber existed. Beside the middle-aged man stood a young girl, appearing around 13 or 14 years of age. Tall and strikingly beautiful, her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life. Golden hair was styled into a ponytail, and her fitted attire accentuated her poise. Upon their arrival, the front desk staff immediately stood to attention. "President." The middle-aged man nodded. "It's nothing. I brought Mushi for her second-level test. Please summon an evaluator." This 8-star master craftsman was none other than Mu Chun, the president of the East Sea City branch of the Blacksmith Association. "Yes, President, please wait a moment. Miss Mushi is about to test for second-level status. Truly worthy of being hailed as a genius in the blacksmithing world." Mushi's expression remained calm. Unfazed by the praise, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. She did not subscribe to the notion of being a genius. Her accomplishments were founded not solely on talent, but also on relentless effort. Her ambition was to surpass her father and ultimately become a 9th-level divine craftsman. Across the vast Douluo Continent, there were only 3 9th-star divine craftsmen. "What's that sound?" Mu Chin's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Mushi, too, raised an eyebrow, her delicate ears twitching as they detected a series of crisp, rapid strikes in the air. Mu Chun inquired of the staff, "Is there anyone undergoing a 4th-level or higher blacksmithing test?" The staff responded in confusion, "No, there isn't." After a moment's thought, Mu Chun turned to Mushi. "You go prepare in the testing room. I will investigate." "All right." Although Mushi felt a twinge of curiosity, she was on the cusp of her second-level blacksmithing test and could not afford to be distracted. Parting from his daughter, Mu Chun swiftly followed the sound to room 3. The forge's soundproofing was excellent, yet he could still discern the clarity of the sounds at the door. This sound indicated that someone was forging high-density rare metals, and each strike was devoid of extraneous noise, signifying precision in the craft. The intensity and frequency of the collisions suggested the use of a tungsten hammer. The grading of blacksmiths is stringent. One's level is directly proportional to one's skill. To achieve such proficiency in forging, the craftsman must undoubtedly be of master-level caliber. Furthermore, Mu Chun could ascertain that the blacksmith had reached a state of harmonious melding with the metal through their strikes. Chapter 43. Level 2. The concept of resonance refers to the harmonious connection established between a blacksmith and the metal he forges, entering a wondrous state of fusion. In this state, exquisite pieces are often crafted, imbued with the emotions and philosophies of the smith. Mu Chun did not enter the forging room, even as the president. He lacked the authority to do so. During the level assessment, blacksmiths were not permitted any disturbances, as even a slight interruption could distract them, leading to a failed test, or, worse, a lingering shadow of doubt. "Interesting." A staff member quickly checked and remarked, "The one testing is Tang Wulin, brought here by Master Xinyu." He handed a copy of the form to Mu Chun. Upon hearing Xinyu's name, Mu Chun smiled. Realizing that it was no wonder Tang Wulin had entered a state of resonance during the assessment, He was indeed someone brought by the esteemed Master Cen. Ah, only 9 years old? He exclaimed, astonished as he looked at the staff member. Is there no error in your records? This blacksmith undergoing the test is merely 9 years old? The staff member hurriedly confirmed, indeed. We were also puzzled by the presence of such a young child for a level assessment. Mu Qin was momentarily taken aback. At 9 years old, he was likely undergoing the assessment for a level 1 blacksmith. Beep. The soul communicator at his waist chimed, and Mu Qin answered, Father, I'm ready. Have you arrived? I'm in room 6. I will be there shortly. Despite his lingering curiosity, his daughter was evidently of greater importance, and he swiftly made his way to room 6. Time's up. The examiner's voice resonated with an air of peculiarity. Clang. With the final strike, Tang Wulin withdrew his twin hammers, and 2 streaks of dark light flashed, vanishing into the dark silver ring. His chest rose and fell slightly, his breathing a touch more hurried than an hour prior. His face flushed, and a sheen of sweat visible on his forehead. Yet that was the extent of it. The forging room fell into a brief silence. The examiner's gaze fixated on the dark silver, while Master Tsin's attention was drawn to Tang Wulin's eyes. Within those eyes, he seemed to perceive the glimmer of silver light, the luster of the dark silver. Even though the forging had concluded, Tang Wulin remained in a state of unwavering focus. This child, if he does not stray down the wrong path, is destined for greatness. The dark silver has a purity exceeding 100 strikes, with a reduction in volume of 7%. The purification effect is approximately 3 times that of 100 strikes, the examiner stated with precision. Such figures may hold little significance for a master blacksmith, yet for a mere 9-year-old child, still in the midst of growth, they were nothing short of astonishing. Assessment passed, the examiner declared, looking toward Xinyu. Xinyu smiled wryly that rascal Meng Tian must have orchestrated this on purpose. The examiner, taken aback, inquired, This child is a disciple of Meng Tian? Xinyu nodded, incredulous yet compelled to admit, it is difficult to fathom, but I must say, this child is ready for the level 2 assessment. The examiner turned to Tang Wulin. Young man, aside from metal purification, do you possess any other skills? I can basically handle small and medium-sized components, Tang Wulin replied earnestly. This time, Xinyu was not surprised, after all. Tang Wulin had previously mentioned that Meng Tian believed he was capable of undertaking work independently. Forge a medium-sized component at your discretion, the examiner instructed gravely. If successful, you will be directly classified as a level 2 blacksmith. A level 2 blacksmith must be able to forge medium-sized components independently and purify rare metals through 100 strikes. Tang Wulin's recent purification undoubtedly demonstrated his proficiency. He merely needed to complete the component forging. Understood, Tang Wulin affirmed, promptly beginning the forging process. The 1,000-strike tungsten hammer reappeared, and the rhythmic sounds of striking echoed once more. The examiner intended to stop him, advising that he could use ordinary metal for this assessment. But Xinyu's gaze halted him. He was eager to witness how far this 9-year-old child could progress. With each hammer strike, Tang Wulin increased his vigor. The dark silver gradually took shape, and soon, a perfectly round medium-sized component began to emerge. There were no missteps. The entire process flowed with a seamless grace, as if each strike was destined to land precisely where it did. To Xinyu, it resembled a textbook demonstration of forging. The solidity of this child's foundational skills far surpassed that of many 18 or 19-year-old apprentices who had studied forging for over 8 years. There were no flamboyant movements, only pure hammering, yet it conveyed an extraordinary sense of purity. Generally, small components are utilized in the joints of mechas, while medium-sized components are integral parts of the mecha itself. Over an hour passed, when the flawless round component presented itself before Xinyu and the examiner. Both were rendered even more speechless than before. Masters, have I passed? Tang Wulin inquired, thoroughly satisfied with his creation. In truth, this was his first attempt at forging a component with dark silver, and the only imperfection in his mind was that it was not 1,000 strikes. He genuinely believed he could accomplish that. After the last 1,000 strikes of dark silver, he felt that his understanding of forging had significantly ascended. The sensation of forging dark silver once more was simply exquisite. Chapter 44. Are you showing off? It turns out that forging rare metals can be quite lucrative. Meng Tian. Xinyu connected with this old acquaintance via the soul communicator. Meng Tian has always been rather aloof. Where did you find that treasure? Xinyu's breath quickened. Meng Tian replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. What can I say? Your disciple, of course. At just 9 years old, he is already a 2nd-level blacksmith. Moreover, he forged medium-sized components using pure silver. At his current age, if he stays on course, he could attempt 1,000 forges within a few years and advance towards becoming a master blacksmith. What exactly have you taught this child? Hey, say something. Xin Yu was quite dissatisfied with Mang Tian's silence. There's nothing to say. The child possesses innate strength and is diligent. That's all there is to it. Mang Tian stated flatly. Xin Yu retorted, you summoned this little fellow to boast, didn't you? Indeed. Mang Tian candidly admitted. Speak. What are your terms for handing this child over to me? You spend most of your time in that desolate place called Ally City. When do you have time to teach your disciple? I assure you, if you let him come to me, I will devote myself to nurturing this child. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. That rascal. Xin Yu nearly threw the soul communicator in frustration. Teacher, you called for me? At that moment, a young man in his 20s entered Xin Yu's room. What level are you in forging? How long have you been with me? And you still can't achieve 1,000 forges. The young man was met with a barrage of scolding from his usually amiable teacher. Here. Tang Wulin handed over 10,000 federal coins in cash to Xie, who lay on the bed with his face still somewhat swollen. Xie cast a cold glance at him. Are you trying to avoid a fight? Zhou Chanxi, sitting on the upper bunk, exchanged glances with Yun Xiao. Ever since losing to Tang Wulin in a bun-eating contest, Zhou Chanxi had become somewhat convinced. Yun Xiao, however, was filled with curiosity, wondering how Tang Wulin, dressed as he was, could possibly afford 10,000 federal coins. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Tang Wulin quickly entered a meditative state. Today marked his first battle utilizing his martial soul. In truth, he possessed no experience in this regard. He had never even learned proper combat techniques. Xie was formidable. Tang Wulin could sense that. If it weren't for the effect of his blue-silver grass-binding soul skill, he might not have even been able to touch him. Nevertheless, today's fight had deepened his understanding of martial souls. His teacher had advised him to practice controlling the blue-silver grass, and it seemed he truly needed to focus on this. Xie, not meditating, reclined on his bed, contemplating the battle with Tang Wulin. While he had indeed underestimated his opponent, he couldn't help but wonder, was that fellow's martial soul truly blue-silver grass? How could it be that? Despite his clearly superior cultivation, the light dragon dagger failed to sever such a seemingly useless martial soul? It was utterly inconceivable. Tomorrow, he would ensure that the boy understood the consequences. This punch could not go unavenged. Touching his still swollen face, anger flared within Xie. After meditating, it was time for dinner, which would be followed by another session of meditation. The early bird catches the worm. Tang Wulin had a profound understanding of the phrase regarding diligence compensating for deficiencies. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Tang Wulin opened his eyes. A night of meditation had left him rejuvenated, and it felt as if his soul power had slightly improved. After reaching the 10th level, the speed of soul power enhancement had noticeably increased. However, the amount required for advancement had also risen significantly, necessitating persistent effort over time. As he was about to rise from his bed, he noticed that Xie, who was in the lower bunk across from him, had also begun meditating and had just opened his eyes. Their gazes met. Xie's expression turned cold. Tang Wulin, unfazed, simply descended from his bunk and proceeded to wash up. In his eyes, Xie represented the epitome of a wealthy, arrogant individual, imperious and dismissive. He would rather befriend Zhou Chanxi than associate with someone like him. After freshening up, the most important matter for Tang Wulin awaited him: breakfast. Little did he know, the previous day's bun battle had already earned him a nickname before the semester even began, the legendary glutton. He rose early. The cafeteria was still sparsely populated. Breakfast was divided into 3 categories, A, B, and C. Tang Wulin instinctively gravitated towards category C. The breakfast was sumptuous, featuring milk, eggs, sausages, bread, and vegetables. Tang Wulin filled a large plate and found a corner to begin his feast. As he was eating, Xie also arrived at the cafeteria. Like Tang Wulin, he ignored the other 2 serving stations and headed straight for category A, filling a plate with food. At first glance, there seemed to be little difference between their meals. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that while Tang Wulin had milk, Xie's was sourced from a specially raised soul beast, and his other food items were also more nutritious. Of course, Xie's portion was minuscule compared to Tang Wulin's. The 2 sat at a distance, each absorbed in their meal, with Xie occasionally glancing over at Tang Wulin, who remained entirely focused on his breakfast. The cafeteria grew increasingly crowded, much like the previous night when Tang Wulin had come to eat, with several students pointing and whispering about him. As the sun rose high in the sky, the opening ceremony commenced. Chapter 45, the least favorable class. The ceremony takes place in the vast square of East Sea Academy, where students from both the senior and intermediate divisions gather only at this time of the year. Tang Wulin, standing tall among the new students, is situated towards the back of the formation, allowing him a clear view of all the academy's attendees. In the intermediate division, each grade comprises approximately 100 students, totaling around 700 to 800. In contrast, the senior division is significantly smaller, with fewer than 200 students, reportedly divided into 3 grades. This stark difference highlights the challenges of advancing from the intermediate to the senior division, with only about a 20% chance of success. Greetings, students. Today marks our annual opening ceremony. We now invite Dean Yu to speak. The announcement rings out. The Dean of East Sea Academy, an unassuming man in his 60s, stands before the assembly. He has a medium build, gray hair, and glasses, exuding a scholarly aura. Hello, students. At this time each year, I find myself reflecting on the bittersweet nature of our academy, as we bid farewell to a cohort of graduates from both divisions. We also welcome new students and those advancing from intermediate to senior. In my eyes, the academy serves as the lifeblood of the Federation, consistently nurturing qualified talents for our future. The dean speaks eloquently without a script, pouring his emotions into his words for a full quarter of an hour before concluding. Following the dean's address, the most significant event of the opening ceremony unfolds: the class assignments. Students not participating in the assignments are the first to leave, as the new seniors proceed to their designated areas. The remaining students are the first-year newcomers of the intermediate division. As is well known, in East Sea Academy, a lower class number signifies a higher caliber of students, though this is not an absolute rule. We hope that those in the lower ranks will endeavor to improve. This year, there are a total of 108 newcomers, divided into 5 classes. I will now call out the names of those assigned to Class 1. Upon hearing Long Hingshu's words, Tang Wulin realizes the implications of yesterday's mention of punishing Xie, Yunxiao, and Shou Chaoshi by placing them in Class 5. With 5 classes in total, Class 5 undoubtedly represents the least favorable group. As the names are called, Tang Wulin, Shou Chaoshi, Xie, and Yunxiao are indeed assigned to Class 5. Class 5 consists of only 20 students, the smallest group, and those allocated to it appear disheartened and lackluster. 5 teachers step forward, one of whom approaches Class 5. The teacher appears to be in his late 20s, and as the students of Class 5 behold him, they cannot help but be taken aback. The teacher is remarkably handsome, while Tang Wulin and Xie are also striking in appearance. They are still children and have yet to fully mature. This teacher, however, is an adult, standing over 6 feet tall, with long limbs and a slender waist. He possesses a lean physique, yet his eyes are bright and penetrating, complemented by a high nose and appropriately thin lips, creating an impression of striking poise. His long hair, cascading down his back, is a striking hue of lake blue, reaching his waist, and sways gently in the breeze. His eyes are a deep green, harmonizing with his blue locks, imparting an air of uniqueness. His expression is stoic, and his gaze is icy. A female student from Class 5 gasps. The teacher is so handsome. Her exclamation echoes the sentiments of all present. Xie scoffs dismissively. Follow me. The young teacher's terse command sends a chill down the spines of the students, a genuine sense of dread. Yunxiao whispers, the teacher seems very formidable. The sheer aura he exudes communicates an icy presence, a feat not easily accomplished by the average individual. Class 5's classroom is located on the ground floor, at the farthest end, necessitating the longest walk. The room contains 30 sets of desks and chairs, with the podium situated at the front. Take your seats. The young teacher commands coldly. Every time he speaks, the same sensation of chill envelopes the room. Choosing a seat on the edge, Tang Wulin positions himself closer to the front. Unbeknownst to him, Xie sits beside him, while Yunxiao occupies the seat in front. And Shou Chaoshi inexplicably takes the seat behind him. The 4 roommates find themselves seated together. The young teacher approaches the podium, his gaze sweeping across the students, silencing the room. I am Wu Kong, he states calmly. For the next 6 years, you will all be my students. I must emphasize one crucial point. Disregard the words of Director Long Hingshu. Even if you are deemed worthless, I will mold you into the strongest among your peers. Unless you choose to withdraw, this will be your objective for the next 6 years. His unassuming tone belies the audacity of his declaration, immediately capturing the attention of all the students. Now, let us proceed with self-introductions. State your name, martial spirit, soul power level, and aspirations as a soul master. Begin. The instructions are straightforward, devoid of any preamble. Seated at the edge of the first row, Tang Wulin is among those called upon, as Wu Changkong gestures towards them. Consequently, Yun Xiao becomes the first to introduce herself. Hello, I am Yun Xiao. My martial spirit is the Star Disc, and my soul power level is 12. I aspire to become a wisdom-type support soul master. Yun Xiao, known for her quick wits, introduces herself with poise, though her voice quivers slightly. Next is Tang Wulin's turn. As he rises, Wu Changkong's penetrating gaze falls upon him, and he immediately comprehends why Yun Xiao's voice trembled earlier. Wu Changkong's eyes possess an intensity that feels as though they could see through him. Tang Wulin. Martial Spirit Blue Silver Grass, level 11. My goal is he hesitates. I have no goal yet. Someone from the back mutters, a worthless martial spirit. Of course he has no goal. Suddenly, a piece of chalk flies through the air with pinpoint accuracy, landing squarely in the mouth of the muttering student. Ugh! The chalk, propelled with a spiraling force, lodges in the student's throat, causing him to gag immediately. Wu Changkong coldly remarks, in this world, there are no worthless martial spirits. Only worthless individuals. Before you label others as worthless, consider your own worth. If you are not worthless, would you be placed in Class 5? Chapter 46. The aloof male god. The frigid and formidable presence of Wu Changkong instantly silenced the entire class of students. Continue. I am Zhou Chanqi, possessing the martial soul of the mighty ape, with a soul power of level 11. My aspiration is to become a strength-type soul master. Xie. With the martial soul of the light dragon dagger, boasts a soul power of level 18, classed as an agile attack soul master. Upon the utterance of 18, a collective gasp resonated through the classroom. 18 at the tender age of 9, truly a prodigy. Moreover, as a soul master, he merely needed to ascend 2 more levels to reach the rank of Great Soul Master. Anyone who attained the status of Great Soul Master before the age of 12 was indeed hailed as a genius. However, Xie's astonishing soul power was the sole highlight of the class. Aside from him, Yun Xiao's level 12 was considered commendable. Most other students barely reached the threshold with level 11, showcasing a myriad of peculiar martial souls, yet none of formidable strength. Naturally, Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass was deemed the weakest, a notion that seemed to have become a universal truth. Starting tomorrow, we will commence formal classes. My teaching methodology differs significantly from that of other instructors. If you fear hardship, exhaustion, or pain, I suggest you transfer or find a way to switch classes. For those who remain, prepare yourselves mentally. With that, Wu Changkong strode out, his tall figure commanding attention, leading to an immediate uproar among the students, most of whom were fervently discussing their strikingly aloof yet handsome teacher. Come on, it's time to fulfill your promise. Xie turned to Tang Wulin. Though it was still morning, there were no classes for the day, as formal lessons were set to begin the following day. All right. Tang Wulin stood and proceeded to exit first. Upon stepping outside, he found the corridor bustling with commotion. In the distance, a throng of upperclassmen appeared to be gathering around something. What are they up to? Hey, Tang Wulin? A somewhat familiar voice called out. Tang Wulin turned to see a graceful figure approaching him. It was Lu Yusin, the senior who had escorted him to the academy on his first day. Senior. A smile spread across Tang Wulin's face. He held a favorable impression of her. Wulin, you're in Class 5? Lu Yusin inquired. Tang Wulin nodded. My martial soul is blue silver grass, a rather useless martial soul, so I naturally had to settle for this class. Lu Yusin quickly responded, No. That's not what I meant. I was asking if Wu Changkong is your class instructor? Yes. Tang Wulin affirmed. Lu Yusin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wulin, I have a small favor to ask of you. Taken aback, Tang Wulin replied, Sure. She handed him an item, whispering, During your classes, could you capture some photos of the aloof male god? That is, of course, your teacher, Wu Changkong. Aloof male god. Tang Wulin gazed at her in confusion. Lu Yusin blushed slightly. You must not know. Wu Changkong is the most handsome man in our academy. He may be a bit cold, but both the young female teachers and the girls from our senior class are quite enamored with him. He originally taught in our senior department, but was inexplicably reassigned to the intermediate department as your class instructor. We feel quite sympathetic toward him. Unfortunately, the academy has made its decision, and there is nothing we can do. We miss him dearly. If you could take some photos, I assure you, Senior will not let you down. Tang Wulin was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Lu Yusin's request. Senior, is that really appropriate? Lu Yusin chuckled. Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. I can share some insights about Teacher Wu with you, which would be beneficial. Xie, trailing behind Tang Wulin, initially felt impatient watching the exchange but was intrigued enough by Lu Yusin's words to reconsider his intent to pull Tang Wulin away. Gaining insight into their somewhat eccentric instructor seemed quite necessary. Lu Yusin continued, Teacher Wu is the most remarkable instructor at our academy. Not only is he handsome and fit, but he is also incredibly knowledgeable and skilled in teaching. His martial prowess is formidable. Some say he is the academy's strongest. I once caught a glimpse of him. It appeared he possesses 6 soul rings. Truly a soul emperor-level powerhouse. Soul emperor? The term felt exceedingly distant to Tang Wulin. Given his current level, aspiring to reach 6 rings seemed utterly unattainable, as he lacked the means to acquire powerful soul rings. The capacity for humans to absorb soul rings is limited, constrained by their mental fortitude. A white soul ring offers but 1 soul skill, and typically, a soul master can absorb a maximum of 3 soul rings. With merely 3 white soul rings, attaining a 3-ring level is the utmost limit. Yellow soul rings might yield 2 skills, hence their high value. As for higher purple 1,000-year soul rings and black 10,000-year soul rings, such notions were beyond Tang Wulin's wildest imaginings. The fact that Teacher Wu possessed 6 rings marked him as an extraordinarily powerful entity. A 6-ring soul emperor. There likely were very few in the entirety of East Sea City, and to be so young as well. All right, I must take my leave. Remember to take those photos. She handed Tang Wulin a soul-guided camera. Senior. Tang Wulin called out, but Lu Yusin was already sprinting away, her speed matching that of Wu Changkong. You should hand the camera to someone else for safekeeping. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a predicament later, Xie remarked coldly. Not necessary. Let's go. Tang Wulin shot him a glance. Last night's meditation had yielded considerable insights. To his astonishment, the greatest revelations did not stem from forging, but rather from the altercation he had engaged in. The first time he had fought using his martial soul, coupled with the pressure exerted by Xie, significantly enhanced his comprehension of his martial soul. Thus, he did not harbor any aversion towards today's bout. The instructor had mentioned that his blue-silver grass had undergone some mutations, no longer being the purely useless martial soul it once was. Exiting the teaching building, Tang Wulin inquired, Where to now? Xie replied, Let us head to East Sea Park. It is less crowded there. Rest assured, if I injure you, I will arrange for your treatment. Facts will speak for themselves. Chapter 47. The battle at Donghai Park. Donghai Park is situated a short distance from Donghai Academy. Exiting the academy and taking a winding path through the side streets, one would arrive at the park entrance after a 10-minute walk. The park is freely accessible to the public, and at this early hour, numerous citizens are engaged in their morning exercises. Upon entering the park, a delightful blend of botanical fragrances and floral scents envelopes the senses, providing a refreshing ambience. Tang Wulin immediately felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. As his blue-silver grass is a plant-type martial spirit, and here, the blue-silver grass flourishes abundantly. This environment is truly to his liking. He harbored a faint sense that meditating and cultivating here would yield far better results than in his dormitory, a notion he had already validated during his time in Ally City. The small garden at home pales in comparison to the seemingly boundless expanses of Donghai Park. Xie, evidently a frequent visitor, navigated the park's depths with ease. As they traversed the gravel paths, the trees grew taller and more majestic. Donghai Park boasts a history of nearly a millennium, having existed since the inception of Donghai City, thus showcasing many rare tree species. What a splendid place! I must return here in the future, Tang Wulin mused. Venturing deeper into the park, the number of people diminished significantly, and Xie halted in a clearing amidst the trees. This will do, he declared, turning to face Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin also came to a stop, his gaze cautious as he regarded Xie. I will ensure fairness. I am a sensitive attack spirit master. I will step back 50 meters. When I say begin, you may prepare. As he spoke, Xie moved away. His pride compelled him not to take advantage of Tang Wulin in the slightest. A century soul ring naturally brings with it a century soul ring skill, the power of which is unknown. Are you ready? Xie's voice called from a distance. Tang Wulin took a deep breath, his expression sharpening with focus. Let us begin. As he charged forward, his form lowered significantly, creating the impression of gliding just above the ground. A yellow glow flickered beneath his feet, the century-old yellow soul ring he had witnessed the previous day now manifesting. In his right hand, he wielded a crystalline yellow dagger, approximately a foot long. As he sprinted at high speed, a faint dragon's roar emanated from the dagger. In that moment, Tang Wulin unleashed his blue-silver grass. Delicate golden-hued serpents appeared on his arm, intertwining around his wrist. Countless slender tendrils of blue-silver grass surged forth, rapidly expanding to cover a larger area, enveloping Xie in their grasp. Attempting the same tactic again, a flicker of disdain crossed Xie's countenance as he suddenly accelerated. His straightforward advance swiftly transformed into a series of agile maneuvers, rendering him almost ethereal. In an instant, Tang Wulin found himself overwhelmed. Unable to discern Xia's position amidst the chaos, Xia's form wove through the gaps between the blue-silver grass, drawing ever closer to Tang Wulin. This is bad. If the entanglement fails to take effect, the resilience gained from my mutated blue-silver grass will be rendered useless. Tang Wulin swiftly retracted the blue-silver grass, concentrating the tendrils in front of him. The denser the formation, the stronger the defense. This was a realization he had come to during his meditative practices the previous night. At that moment, Xia was merely 10 meters away. His speed remained swift, yet this time, it was his arm that moved with remarkable swiftness. The light dragon dagger in his hand transformed into a radiant explosion of light, golden rays slicing outward, each strike accurately hitting the blue-silver grass. Only then did Tang Wulin comprehend the vast disparity between himself and Xia. Each strand of his blue-silver grass was effortlessly severed by the light emanating from the light dragon dagger. While they could not be entirely cut, they were easily dispersed. Moreover, the sharpness of the dagger's strike rapidly drained Tang Wulin's soul power, which decreased by over 10% in the span of a single breath. If Xia were aware of his martial spirit's characteristics, he would not need to launch a direct assault. Simply employing this tactic would swiftly deplete Tang Wulin's soul power. As the blue-silver grass was swept aside, Tang Wulin found himself exposed, with Xia almost instantaneously before him. In a certain sense, blue-silver grass should belong to the control category, which is typically effective against sensitive attack types. However, the gap in skill and experience between him and Xia was far too immense. With a slight shift of his body, Xia deftly avoided Tang Wulin's punch, which emitted a subtle sonic boom. He pivoted and effortlessly evaded, positioning himself to Tang Wulin's side. At this moment, Tang Wulin had no capacity for resistance. If this were a battlefield, Xia could easily end his life with a single strike. However, at this critical juncture, Xia hesitated slightly. He had intended merely to defeat Tang Wulin, without contemplating any grave consequences. In a moment of urgency, Tang Wulin suddenly turned his head and lowered it sharply, colliding his forehead with Xia's dagger hilt. Xia's reflexes were extraordinarily swift. What defines a sensitive attack spirit master? The pinnacle of sensitive attack lies in never confronting the enemy head-on. Once you land a hit, you render your opponent incapable of resistance. Though proud, Xia accurately assessed Tang Wulin's capabilities, fully aware that Tang Wulin's strength far exceeded his own. With a deft flick of his wrist, he reversed the dagger's position, plunging the light dragon dagger directly into Tang Wulin's shoulder. What do you think will happen to Wulin after being struck? Please support with votes and favorites. I'll reveal more tonight. Chapter 48. Golden scales as the light dragon dagger pierced into his shoulder, Xia restrained his strength, believing that a full-force attack could have severed Tang Wulin's arm. However, since they bore no deep-seated grudge, a lesson would suffice. To his astonishment, Tang Wulin's shoulder muscles proved remarkably resilient. Despite the dagger's sharpness, it only penetrated an inch. Though this was a result of his restraint, it was still shocking. With the dagger pressing down, Tang Wulin nearly collapsed but stumbled yet managed to remain standing, intent on striking Xia with his fist. Suddenly, Xia circled around him, positioning himself behind Tang Wulin, and rotated the dagger slightly in his shoulder. A wave of pain washed over Tang Wulin, leaving him feeling weak all over, particularly as the dagger's sharp energy relentlessly pressured his soul power. Will you admit defeat? Xia's voice dripped with arrogance, finally avenging the punch from the previous day. Tang Wulin clenched his jaw, his inner stubbornness refusing to concede. Just then, an intense pain erupted in his shoulder, igniting his entire being with a surge of heat that coursed from the depths of his body, enveloping him in warmth. He attempted to utter a response, but found himself utterly speechless. I ask you, will you admit defeat? Xia pressed the dagger down menacingly. No. Tang Wulin nearly roared, but his voice was noticeably strained. Xia paused, surprised. He had not thrust the dagger deeply, yet Tang Wulin's reaction was one of sheer desperation. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw the light dragon dagger. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The dagger embedded in Tang Wulin's shoulder emitted a piercing dragon's roar, causing Xia to feel a sudden wave of dread wash over him, as if confronted by something profoundly terrifying. Blood at the side of the dagger's entry abruptly ceased, and streams of golden light began to emanate from the wound, gradually pushing the dagger out. A deafening roar erupted from Tang Wulin as the dagger was forcefully expelled from his wound. The last image Xie beheld was a burst of golden light. In the next instant, he felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding soul-guided train, and darkness enveloped him. With a thud, Xie collided with a tree and slid down slowly. Tang Wulin knelt on the ground, his eyes still ablaze with intensity, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, he felt as though he were a piece of metal being forged in a furnace, the heat surging from within causing his body to quiver violently. Yet his consciousness remained clear, at least when he unleashed that final punch. He had managed to temper his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, he suspected Xie would have been rendered incapacitated. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to see that his right hand was now covered in fine scales, golden in hue. The scales were diamond-shaped, each piece slightly raised, showcasing sharp edges. His fingertips narrowed, and his nails elongated into sharp claws. The small grass snake's spirit coiled around his wrist now shimmered with a golden aura, its body having expanded significantly, its tiny eyes transformed into glimmering red gems. Hastily, Tang Wulin removed his shirt, only to discover that the transformation extended beyond his palm. His entire right arm, from the side of the dagger's strike to his hand, was enveloped in golden scales. This arm exuded a sensation of indescribable strength. Instinctively, he swung his right arm with force. Bang! His fist struck the air, unleashing a surge of golden light that vaguely formed a dragon's head, projecting a meter outward. The potent aura left him in no doubt about the devastating impact such a punch would have on a target. Is this the power you have bestowed upon me? Tang Wulin marveled at the small grass snake on his wrist. He had not yet donned his clothing when the previously manifested golden grid-like patterns reappeared, particularly vivid along his spine. Xie awoke amidst the jostling, his mind still hazy as the surroundings blurred into view. He instinctively raised his head, encountering a familiar face. Upon looking up again, he caught sight of the East Sea Academy's entrance, now illuminated against the darkening sky. Mumble mumble. Xie attempted to speak, but strange sounds escaped his lips. Tang Wulin furrowed his brow, addressing the unconscious Xie on his back. What did you say? Mumble. What happened? Xie's voice remained indistinct. As his senses gradually sharpened, he realized he was being carried by Tang Wulin. He instinctively reached to touch his face, only to find it swollen and numb, resembling a loaf of bread. We're heading to East Sea Park. It's less crowded there. Don't worry. I'll find someone to treat your injuries. But right now, I spent 24,000 on a beating. Xie, I am truly sorry. Cough cough. Chapter 49. The elusive golden scales. Xie was filled with indignation. There must be a secret. This fellow undoubtedly harbors a secret. The golden light? That golden light is my spirit. Tang Wulin's palm shimmered, revealing the earthy-hued grass snake golden light resting within it. I am referring to the golden light emanating from you. Xie retorted angrily. This individual was not only insulting his own physique, but also belittling his intellect, an affront too great to endure. Tang Wulin chuckled bitterly, saying, If I were to claim ignorance, would you believe me? Xie snorted coldly, expressing his disdain. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yun Xiao and Zhou Changxi stared in astonishment as Tang Wulin gently lowered Xie from his back to the lower bunk. The swollen visage of Xie clearly indicated the outcome of their encounter. During the self-introduction that morning, did he not state that this fellow possessed an 18th rank soul power? He must have spent quite a fortune. Tang Wulin replied casually before urgently asking Yun Xiao, Has dinner ended yet? Yun Xiao glanced at the clock, responding that it had not, but it was nearing completion. In the next instant, they witnessed the boy darting away like the wind. Tang Wulin had vanished without a trace. Hey, did you lose again? Zhou Changxi inquired of Xie. Xie shot him a fierce glare, insisting it was merely a momentary lapse. Next time, I shall assuredly prevail. As he spoke, he struggled to rise from the bed. With his face so grotesquely swollen, neglecting treatment was out of the question. Do not mar my appearance. Do not mar my appearance. Do not mar my appearance. This bears repeating for emphasis. When Tang Wulin arrived at the cafeteria to procure his 16th bowl of noodles, the head chef could not restrain himself from asking, Young student, are you intentionally arriving late to avoid being seen by others? We are about to close. Tang Wulin lowered his head, a hint of shyness creeping in. My apologies, chef. I arrived late today. It will not happen again. I shall have one more bowl and then refrain from further indulgence. The chef chuckled, remarking, There is no issue with eating. The cafeteria's provisions are complimentary and without limit. However, how much can you truly consume? Tang Wulin patted his abdomen, Having skipped lunch, he felt particularly famished and believed he could manage quite a bit more. The chef continued, "Arriving late has its advantages. There are leftovers from the second meal that no one has claimed, so I shall offer them to you, lest they go to waste." A large basin of noodles, topped with a generous helping of stewed meat, was served to Tang Wulin. He had little resistance to the allure of food and, after expressing gratitude to the chef, began to feast heartily. The second meal, though the type of meat was indeterminate, was remarkably chewy, with an average flavor. However, it warmed his belly, and he could feel the energy he had expended during the day being replenished more swiftly than expected. "So, the second meal is this delightful. I wonder what the first meal is like." Tang Wulin swallowed hard and glanced at the first meal window, but quickly shook his head, recognizing it was beyond his means. Perhaps once he secured a position at the Blacksmith Association, he could earn some extra funds. Nevertheless, that income would need to be diligently saved to purchase a spirit. 1,000,000 federal coins could procure a yellow 100-year spirit, which was his aspiration. After earning 10,000 from the Blacksmith Association, he had set his sights on acquiring a 100-year spirit. Returning to the dormitory, he found Xie absent, an occurrence he did not mind overly much. Though arrogant and boisterous, that fellow had not crossed the line too far. The choice to strike with the hilt during their match earlier was telling. Tang Wulin sighed. "I truly do not know. How could he articulate the phenomenon of scales appearing on his body?" Upon regaining consciousness, his physique had returned to normal. Yet, no matter the method employed, he could not summon those scales again. He vaguely recalled a time of intense heat when scales erupted on his right arm. Imbued with a feral strength that rendered his mind somewhat hazy, as if he could scarcely control his own body. Accompanied by a surge of violent emotion, he pondered what might have happened had his will not remained resolute. But what exactly were those golden scales? Could they genuinely be a manifestation of a martial soul mutation? The grass snake golden light was no ordinary spirit, but an extraordinary entity. Yet, he could discern no formidable attributes within the golden light. How did those golden scales come to be? Was it possible that they only manifested in moments of peril? Tang Wulin rummaged through his personal belongings for a sewing needle and pricked himself. Ouch! A drop of blood flowed forth, and a sharp pain surged through him. Yet, nothing happened. The golden scales did not appear. Unwilling to concede, he wondered if the prick had been insufficiently forceful and tried again. Still, no result. Utterly futile. Meditate and search. Focusing intently, he attempted to channel his soul power to locate that peculiar warmth. He employed only the most rudimentary meditation techniques, following a straightforward route for his soul power. Before long, he completed the cycle, yet still discerned nothing. Everything felt as it typically did, devoid of any difference from his usual training. How peculiar. Tang Wulin summoned the grass snake golden light once more, examining it closely. No matter how he scrutinized the seemingly unremarkable creature, it did not exude the potent strength he had once felt. Morning dawned. Spending money to receive a beating was never a pleasurable endeavor. Chapter 50, the first lesson once more. Xie urged, trailing behind Tang Wulin. Having repeated this countless times, Tang Wulin paid him no heed, resolutely making his way towards the dining hall. "I didn't perform well yesterday. If you don't fight me, I swear I'll expose your secret," Xie threatened venomously. "Don't disturb my meal," Tang Wulin replied dismissively, shoving Xie aside like a bothersome fly as he approached the dining window. "Hey, fight me, and I'll treat you to the meal," Xie suddenly proposed, a spark of ingenuity igniting in his mind. "Really?" Tang Wulin's interest piqued at the mention of the meal. Having tasted the meal the previous night, he could distinctly feel the benefits of the richer nutrition, waking up today feeling exceptionally invigorated, as if every muscle in his body had come alive. "Absolutely," Xie declared proudly. "Unlimited?" Tang Wulin's eyes began to shimmer with anticipation. "Eat to your heart's content. Didn't they say you have a hearty appetite? Let us see if you can eat until you're stuffed," Xie scoffed. "Deal." Half an hour later, Xie began to regret his decision. "Are you even human? You've already consumed 30 phoenix turtle eggs. A B meal costs 300 Federation coins, while an A meal is a staggering 1,000. Tang Wulin was blissfully unaware of these figures, yet he had already devoured 15 portions and showed no signs of stopping. "Should we call it quits?" "I can't eat anymore," Tang Wulin admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Though he was oblivious to the price of the A meal, he surmised that consuming so much must be rather costly. As he turned to head back to the B meal, Xie seized him, growling, "Eat. Why wouldn't you? You've already insulted my body. You cannot further insult my dignity. I promise to see this through." The A meal indeed felt extraordinary to Tang Wulin. He had never tasted anything so delectable. While the B meal was nutritious, it lacked the exquisite flavor of the A meal. The warmth that enveloped him after indulging was blissful, a sensation that radiated through his limbs, as if a gentle power was pulsing within him. After consuming 22 portions, Tang Wulin finally exhaled in satisfaction. Thank you. Xie rolled his eyes. What is that? Full already? Tang Wulin chuckled. I forgot. Your name is Xie. I meant to say thank you. Only then did Xie grasp his words, snorting in response. Remember to keep your promise. He too felt a pang of regret. Although his family was wealthy, his allowance was limited. After spending over 20,000 yesterday and another 20,000 today, he lamented the fact that he couldn't be certain if this would result in another beating. Wu Changkong was dressed in plaid trousers of gray, black, and white, paired with a simple white shirt. The attire, while unassuming, accentuated his tall and flawless physique. Just standing there, the cold demeanor emanating from him rendered all the students of Class 5 mute with trepidation. Tang Wulin appeared the most relaxed, even content. With a belly full of a meal, it was impossible not to feel at ease. The warmth within him even seemed to coax his soul power into a gentle flow. It was indeed true that quality food could enhance physical prowess and cultivation speed. Today marks the beginning of formal classes. Most of your lessons will be conducted by me. All stand. Wu Changkong commanded coolly. The students promptly rose. Follow me, Wu Changkong said, his hands tucked in his pockets as he stepped outside. The new students, lacking any sense of cue, followed in a rather chaotic manner, but none dared to speak loudly in the presence of their aloof instructor. Wu Changkong led them to the training ground, where they lined up in pairs. Among the students, Tang Wulin stood second only to Zhou Changxi in height. As the four of them from the same dormitory gathered, he and Zhou Changxi aligned side by side, with Yun Xiao and Xie beside them. Wu Changkong spoke in a low voice. Today's first lesson is to showcase your strength. We will proceed directly to practical combat, and I shall serve as the referee. It will be a single elimination format. Let me see your abilities. A timid female student raised her hand. Teacher Wu, I am a weapon soul master. Do I have to participate in the combat as well? Wu Changkong replied coldly. In battle, will you inform your enemy that you are a weapon soul master? Will they spare your life? First group, prepare. You shall begin, he said, casually pointing towards Tang Wulin and Zhou Changxi. Unlike most students who felt nervous, Zhou Changxi was exhilarated. After being sent flying by Tang Wulin through a window, he was eager to prove himself. Though he had refrained from retaliating after witnessing Tang Wulin decisively defeat Xie, he could no longer contain his excitement. Wonderful. Let us see whose strength prevails. I refuse to believe you're stronger than me, Zhou Changxi exclaimed with gleaming eyes directed at Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin remained silent. As Wu Changkong directed the students to form a circle around them, Zhou Changxi's eyes widened as he let out a roar, summoning a ring of white soul rings that glimmered as they ascended around him. Simultaneously, his already robust physique swelled even further, particularly his arms, which strained against the fabric of his school uniform. Perched on his shoulder was a small brown monkey, evidently his soul spirit, a decade-old soul spirit. First soul skill, strength amplification, Zhou Changxi declared, striding towards Tang Wulin, his footsteps thundering against the ground. He closed the distance in mere steps, both hands reaching for Tang Wulin's shoulders. Tang Wulin responded with a swift double punch aimed at Zhou Changxi's hands. Bang! The seemingly towering and muscular Zhou Changxi staggered back 3 steps before barely regaining his balance. Tang Wulin seized the moment, stepping forward for another strike. Zhou Changxi gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength for a counterpunch. Chapter 51. The contest. With a resounding thud, Zhou Changxi staggered backward, unable to regain his balance, and fell heavily to the ground. In stark contrast, Tang Wulin merely swayed slightly. The difference in strength was evident. How could this happen? Zhou Changxi wore a perplexed expression. If he had been caught off guard on that previous day, what about today? He had clearly summoned his martial soul and activated the enhancement of his soul skills. Yet Tang Wulin's power was overwhelmingly crushing, rendering him incapable of standing. Stop! Wu Changkong commanded sharply, pointing at Zhou Changxi. You are disqualified. A power-type soul master who loses in strength to his opponent has no reason to continue. Why did you not use your martial soul? Wu Changkong directed his gaze toward Tang Wulin. He insisted on competing in strength, Tang Wulin replied. Wu Changkong's eyes turned icy. Did he ask you to go easy on him? Treat every battle as if you were on the battlefield. Defeating your opponent is your sole objective. Even when battling a rabbit, one must exert full effort. Do not grant your adversary even the slightest opportunity. advanced to the next round. Losing results in disqualification. Winning leads to reprimand. The psychological pressure on the students intensified. Next match. The second pair to step forward were Yun Xiao and Xie Xie, who stood adjacent to Tang Wulin and Zhou Changxi. Yun Xiao wore a pained expression as he implored Xie Xie, "Be gentle. I am a support-type soul master. I cannot endure heavy blows. Fate is in your hands," Xie Xie replied. "Begin." With Wu Changkong's command, Xie Xie lunged forward. A yellow aura illuminated beneath his feet almost simultaneously with his movement, propelling him with astonishing speed. The light dragon dagger shimmered with a piercing golden light, reaching Yun Xiao in an instant. However, an extraordinary scene unfolded. A flash of white light enveloped Yun Xiao, causing most students to perceive a fleeting blur. And Xie Xie's assured strike landed nowhere. Having faced Xie X twice before and promised to fight again, Tang Wulin observed intently. He noticed that just as Xie Xie reached Yun Xiao, something glimmered in Yun Xiao's hand, and their positions swapped, resulting in Xie Xie's attack missing entirely. Yun Xiao could only utilize his soul skill once, yet he was once again ensnared by the light dragon dagger. Just as he seemed about to be struck, a large hand appeared, pulling him aside. "Stop." Xie Xie pivoted, shielding himself with the light dragon dagger. His movements were swift yet composed, his handsome visage radiating a fierce determination that captivated the female students in the class. "Well done, you advance," Wu Changkong acknowledged with a nod towards Xie Xie. Then turned to Yun Xiao. "Your timing in activating your soul skill was commendable, yet you misjudged your opponent's strength. After activating your soul skill, you should have swiftly increased the distance. As a support soul master facing an agility-type soul master, you must find ways to enhance your survival capabilities." "Yes, thank you, teacher." Yun Xiao held a disc in his hands, intricate patterns faintly visible upon its surface. He absorbed Wu Changkong's words, but his thoughts lingered on how such a formidable Xie Xie could have had his face bruised by Tang Wulin. It became evident that the instructors at East Sea Academy possessed discerning judgment in class assignments, as subsequent matches saw Wu Changkong reprimanding nearly every contestant mercilessly. Among the 20 students, 8 were weapon soul masters, lacking any significant combat abilities, while 3 among the battle soul masters possessed waste martial souls akin to blue silvergrass. Even more absurd was the occurrence of 2 weapon soul masters without combat capabilities, pushing each other in a peculiar stalemate. Although Wu Changkong had anticipated the overall quality of Class 5 students would be poor, he had not expected it to be this dismal. Without compulsory education, many students here would have no meaningful path to continue their training, with even level 20 seeming unattainable. Currently, among these students, Xie Xie was the only one with any noteworthy potential. As the second round commenced, Wu Changkong, with a grim expression, pointed to Tang Wulin and a female student. She appeared petite and adorable, with short light blue hair and large, expressive eyes. Upon seeing her, Tang Wulin was reminded of Nar. He vaguely recalled her name to be Li Chushui, with a martial soul resembling a cat. "Begin." Li Chushui seemed a bit shy as she nodded at Tang Wulin before summoning her martial soul. Her light blue hair transformed partly to white, one of her blue eyes shifting to green, while a circle of white soul rings emerged at her feet, accompanied by a small, charming white cat perched on her shoulder. White fur sprouted from her palms, and sharp claws extended from her fingertips. With a slight bend at her waist, she gracefully lunged towards Tang Wulin. Her movements were incredibly light, and her speed was remarkable. She had secured victory in the previous match due to her swiftness. Like Xie Xie, she was also an agility-type battle soul master. Having heeded Wu Changkong's previous critiques, Tang Wulin promptly released his martial soul. Streams of blue silver grass erupted from his palms, with a golden glow encircling his wrist. After several days of continuous practice, he had grown familiar with the entangling soul skill. Instead of confronting his opponent directly, he allowed the tendrils of blue silver grass to weave into an irregular net before him, positioned not far from his body. Should Li Chushui charge forward, she would inevitably collide with this web. She appeared hesitant, momentarily halting her advance, before gracefully dropping to all fours without a sound, attempting to leap sideways in an effort to flank Tang Wulin. Having previously suffered from Xie Xie's close-range attacks, Tang Wulin understood that he could not adequately defend against an agility-type soul master's strikes if they drew near. Thus, he swiftly turned, manipulating the blue-silver grass to maintain its previous state, waiting for her to enter the net. Li Chushui constantly shifted her position, searching for an opening, while Tang Wulin maintained a focused gaze upon her, patiently biding his time. He believed that by releasing their martial souls, and with her high-speed movements. He would expend less energy by simply waiting. Given his current level of control over the blue-silver grass, remaining still while his opponent moved was the best strategy. As Li Chushui continued her evasive maneuvers, Tang Wulin adjusted the configuration of his blue-silver grass net, ensuring that any potential vulnerabilities were thoroughly covered. The shimmering tendrils of blue-silver grass glowed with a lustrous sheen, and Tang Wulin inadvertently noticed faint golden threads shimmering at the roots of the grass in his palm. Chapter 52. Consecutive victories. Li Chushui, after all, was merely a 9-year-old child, and her combat experience was not extensive, just as Tang Wulin had anticipated. Her soul power of level 11 was rapidly depleting as she continuously moved at high speeds, searching for any flaws in her opponent. She could no longer afford to wait. If she did, she would soon be unable to unleash her soul skills. With a determined grit, Li Chushui suddenly accelerated, maneuvering behind Tang Wulin, and swiftly lunged forward. Her white soul rings glowing in response. A pair of sharp claws slashed through the air, producing 2 white light blades that surged ahead, her own body following closely behind. Although Tang Wulin was not as swift, a mere turn was far simpler for him. The blue-silver grass swiftly converged and solidified. The 2 white light blades struck against the rapidly converging blue-silver grass, yet the anticipated shattering did not occur. Instead, a subtle aura flickered around the blue-silver grass, and the light blades vanished, only for Li Chushui to collide against him. Numerous blue tendrils entwined around her petite form, binding her tightly. Tang Wulin pulled back with his right hand, drawing the restrained Li Chushui before him. He formed a fist but refrained from striking, pausing just before her. Xie instinctively touched his own face, wondering why this fellow never held back when hitting him. Wu Changkong's eyes glimmered with intrigue. This was no ordinary blue-silver grass. Its composed demeanor and impressive control were commendable. Tang Wulin emerged victorious. He released the constricting blue-silver grass, steadying Li Chushui, whose cheeks flushed slightly. She gazed shyly into Tang Wulin's large eyes, murmuring her thanks. In the subsequent second round, Xie successfully triumphed over his opponent. After this round concluded, only 5 competitors remained. Tang Wulin had initially assumed he would face Xie in the second round, but Wu Changkong had other plans. And the same held true for the third round. Tang Wulin, Tao Lufan, you two shall compete first, Wu Changkong stated expressionlessly. Tao Lufan was a youth of modest height, yet appeared quite sturdy, with tousled brown hair. The two faced each other, releasing their respective martial souls. Tao Lufan's martial soul was a willow tree, and as his soul power surged, slender willow branches sprouted from his arms, swaying like vines. This aspect bore a resemblance to Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass. What would happen when the control of one met the other? Among the entire class, only Xie possessed a 100-year soul spirit, while all others had 10-year soul spirits. Consequently, Tao Lufan's soul rings were white, and his soul skill was the same as Tang Wulin's, entanglement. Tao Lufan's soul spirit was a small green snake, significantly more potent in both size and aura than the lethargic grass snake. Begin. The willow branches and blue-silver grass surged towards one another almost simultaneously. The quantity of willow branches clearly had the upper hand, as Tang Wulin only released his blue-silver grass from his right hand, leaving his left hand empty. With both competitors possessing similar control, the disparity in numbers seemed to foretell the outcome. As expected, the willow branches and blue-silver grass intertwined rapidly, with Tao Lufan directing the surplus willow branches towards Tang Wulin. Tao Lufan's excitement was evident. While his willow tree martial soul was not particularly strong, he felt it was superior to the blue-silver grass. After all, trees should inherently be sturdier than grass. Tang Wulin remained unperturbed. Just before the willow branches reached him, he yanked his blue-silver grass sharply. As their martial souls intertwined, his force immediately transmitted through the connection. Tao Lufan felt an overwhelming power surge towards him, sending his body uncontrollably flying towards Tang Wulin. At that moment, the willow branches had ensnared him securely. Reacting swiftly, Tao Lufan curled his body mid-air, lifting his knees, thinking, "If you wish to pull me closer, then I shall collide with you instead." However, the next instant revealed Tang Wulin's expressionless arms suddenly stretching wide, shattering the entwined willow branches, and with a single motion, he seized Tao Lufan's leg, pinning him firmly to the ground. The feeble willow branches struggled to wriggle free, attempting to either entangle or push Tang Wulin away. Yet, in the face of absolute strength, all efforts proved futile. The lack of power from both martial souls allowed Tang Wulin to secure victory in the third round. Truly a glutton, All that food was not in vain. Tao Lufan spat bitterly as he retreated to the outer circle. Wu Changkong frowned slightly. Such a victory was clearly not what he had hoped to witness. Xie undoubtedly emerged victorious once more against his opponent. One more student received a bye. At this point in the competition, only 3 remained. The third round bye went to a female student, who was plump and appeared somewhat naive. All eyes were on Wu Changkong, as only 3 competitors remained, pondering how the matches would unfold. After a brief contemplation, Wu Changkong declared, "Tang Wulin, Han Lan, you shall compete first. The victor will face Xie." Xie's face lit up with a hint of pride, casting a somewhat haughty glance at Tang Wulin, as if to say, "See, the teacher still prioritizes me." Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the once arrogant comparison now involved Tang Wulin, who merely possessed the seemingly useless blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin, however, paid him no mind, stepping back into the center of the arena. Although Han Lan had only participated in 2 matches, she had left a deep impression on Tang Wulin. Not due to her stature, but because of her martial soul. Han Lan's martial soul was of the earth element, a remarkably exceptional soul, boasting a soul power of level 13. Given her abilities, it was puzzling why she had been placed in Class 5. Moreover, she greeted everyone with a warm smile, her face always radiating kindness. Begin. With Wu Changkong's announcement, the 4th round commenced, featuring the sole match of this round. Chapter 53, Shattering the Stone Prison. Observing Han Lan, Tang Wulin maintained a calm demeanor. After watching her previous 2 matches, he had already devised a strategy to counter her. A white halo shimmered beneath Han Lan's feet as a spirit resembling a clump of earth emerged from her shoulder. Without hesitation, she gestured upwards towards Tang Wulin, and immediately, a yellowish circular halo appeared beneath him. Columns of stone erupted instantaneously, forming a solid stone prison that ensnared him. Had it been Xie, he might have been able to escape the confines of the stone prison the moment Han Lan made her move, but Tang Wulin lacked that speed, leaving her untroubled. The tops of the stone pillars arched together, creating a completely enclosed space. Han Lan had won her previous 2 matches in this manner, leveraging her mastery over earth elements to control the battlefield. Though her first soul skill was merely a decade old, it was immensely powerful, capable of directly incapacitating her opponent. However, being a decade-old skill also imposed limitations. For instance, after using this ability, she would be unable to employ it again for at least 20 seconds. In a real battle, this would likely grant her only one chance to utilize it effectively. Wu Changkong would begin the countdown once a student was trapped. If they did not escape the stone prison within 10 seconds, they would lose. Han Lan had claimed victory in her first match in this manner, and in the second, her opponent attempted to flee immediately, only to be launched into the air when he stepped too close to the edge. If not for Wu Changkong's timely intervention, he would have suffered a severe fall. Tang Wulin had no intention of testing the heights, so he remained still, allowing the stone prison to envelop him. 10. Wu Changkong's expression remained impassive as he initiated the countdown. After the first match, he had remarked that battling against a control-type soul master rendered a 10-second confinement tantamount to death, thus he allotted only 10 seconds. If Tang Wulin could escape, Han Lan would lose. If he could not, she would claim victory, simple and brutal. Tang Wulin was in no hurry. With composure, he raised his arms, and 2 faint gray lights flickered. In his hands, he produced a pair of forging hammers. 9. Boom. The sound of the Qianzhuan tungsten steel hammers smashing against the stone pillars sent dust swirling as they shattered. Before Wu Changkong could count to 8, Tang Wulin emerged from the rubble, wielding the hammers. The entire class gasped in astonishment. Even Xie, who had clashed with Tang Wulin multiple times, was taken aback by this unexpected method of breaking free from the stone prison. Wu Changkong's eyes glimmered with surprise as he nodded, declaring, "Tang Wulin wins." With his keen perception, he discerned that Tang Wulin wielded mere iron hammers, devoid of any soul power, not a soul tool. Furthermore, considering Tang Wulin's soul power cultivation, what level of enhancement could he possibly invoke? This young man truly possessed an extraordinary strength. Xie widened his eyes in disbelief. Had this fellow been concealing his capabilities from him all along? In truth, Tang Wulin had never intended to fight with forging hammers. He had only retrieved his Qianzhuan tungsten steel hammers for the purpose of breaking free and was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of his strike. Wu Changkong turned to Xie. "Xie, it's your turn." With a leap, Xie arrived at the center of the arena, feeling somewhat frustrated. Having spent a fortune on meals for this guy in the morning, he regretted not knowing they would have another chance to duel in class. Tang Wulin, clutching both hammers, faced Xie. He felt no certainty in this confrontation. Although he had won their last duel, it had been in a rather bizarre fashion. Now, holding the tungsten steel hammers, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the hammers had merged with his very being, instilling him with confidence. As Xie prepared to confront Tang Wulin, a cool voice interjected from the side. Round 4, Match 2, Xie versus Wu Changkong. What? Xie exclaimed, turning to the aloof figure of Wu Changkong. Wu Changkong cast him a cold glance. Do you think there will be any unfairness in my class? You will endure one of my strikes before facing Tang Wulin. Xie stood dumbfounded. Teacher Wu, you jest. You are a teacher. Wu Changkong had already strolled over to Tang Wulin, waving him aside. Tang Wulin stepped back, still holding his hammers. Wu Changkong, with a swift motion, unbuckled his belt. Teacher, what are you doing? Xie retreated cautiously, soon realizing that Wu Changkong's trousers fit impeccably, showing no signs of slipping despite the unfastened belt. With a flick of his wrist, Wu Changkong's belt tightened, and he stated calmly, I will not unleash my martial soul. You simply need to withstand one strike from me. As he spoke, he stepped forward, brandishing his belt like a sword towards Xie. Xie's combat experience was unparalleled among his peers, and he instantly unleashed his martial soul, retreating with lightning speed. Foolishness. Not unleashing your martial soul doesn't mean you're weak. Xie thought as he readied himself, confident in his speed. However, to his astonishment, despite his rapid retreat, Wu Changkong's belt sword remained steadfastly aimed at him. What appeared to be a straightforward thrust was deceptively difficult to evade. Slap. Ouch. Just before the belt struck Xie, it softened, whipping against his shoulder, sending him sprawling as he rolled on the ground, groaning in pain while clutching his shoulder. Even more terrifying was the sweat that instantly appeared on Xie's forehead. Just before Wu Changkong's strike connected, he had felt as though his life was hanging by a thread, the overwhelming pressure rendering him on high alert. Once the impact had passed, he could finally relax, but it left him shaken. How terrifying. Just how powerful is Teacher Wu? After a minute's rest, the final match would commence. Wu Changkong deftly secured his belt back around his waist before stepping aside. Chapter 54. Treat him as metal after witnessing his prowess. The students fell silent, their ranks noticeably more disciplined. Having such a formidable instructor is indeed a considerable pressure for each student. Tang Wulin blinked, having been intently observing a match. When Wu Changkong thrust his sword, Xie began to evade. Yet his movements resembled a fly ensnared in a spider's web, struggling in vain to escape the intricate trap. Such a simple strike, devoid of any soul weapon or technique, left Xie without even the slightest opportunity. What extraordinary skill! Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xie stood in contemplation, reflecting on the overwhelming pressure from the earlier encounter. Wu Changkong's strike was far from arbitrary. It seemed he had grasped something amidst the tension. His sensations mirrored those of Tang Wulin. Though Wu Changkong appeared to wield only a single sword, the energy he exuded sealed off all of Xie's escape routes, rendering him unable to break free. In such a scenario, how could one hope to charge out? As the minute elapsed, they prepared for the match. Xie lifted his gaze towards Tang Wulin, who wielded dual hammers. This marked their third confrontation. The previous two had ended disastrously for Xie, and he now regarded Tang Wulin with a healthy respect, vividly remembering the brilliance of his golden aura. This time, he resolved to exercise utmost caution. Begin. With Wu Changkong's command, the final showdown of the first-year Class 5 commenced. Xie unleashed his soul weapon, the light dragon dagger, its brilliance flickering in his grasp. However, he refrained from charging at Tang Wulin, instead opting to maneuver to the side. Tang Wulin, too, promptly activated his blue-silver grass, weaving it densely before him like an expansive net, lying in wait for Xie's inevitable approach. An idea struck Xie. Was not Wu Changkong's earlier strike a manifestation of an invisible net? Was he being subtly instructed on how to counter Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass? Yet, little did the teacher know that this particular blue-silver grass was exceptionally resilient, far from easy to breach. In their initial encounter, Xie had underestimated the tenacity of the blue-silver grass, resulting in a devastating blow from Tang Wulin. Now, however, he faced not fists but hammers. The thought of those dark, gleaming tungsten hammers instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Tang Wulin remained calm and collected, patiently awaiting Xie's move, continuously shifting his position to track Xie. Deep down, he understood that Xie was fundamentally different from Li Chushui. Given Xie's soul power, if this continued, it would likely be Tang Wulin who faltered first. However, he felt no urgency. Rather, He was eager to see if the golden scales he had once manifested could reappear under Xiexie's assault. Xiexie made his move, circling Tang Wulin 3 times before suddenly launching forward with lightning speed. The blue-silver grass before Tang Wulin unfurled, blocking all possible attack routes. The light dragon dagger slashed forth, a streak of light cutting through the air. Thud. The blade met the blue-silver grass, instantly dissipating into a radiant aura, leaving behind gentle blue ripples that gracefully absorbed the impact. Yet, Tang Wulin felt a slight drain on his soul power. Wuchang Kong raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Xiexie's attack was intended to demonstrate the exceptional nature of Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass. With his first attempt failing, Xiexie retreated swiftly to create distance once more. Tang Wulin chose not to pursue. Xiexie's speed and evasion skills were formidable, and an opportunity for a counterattack could spell disaster. This time, Xiexie exhibited remarkable patience, continuing to circle Tang Wulin, searching for an opening. With his level 18 soul power, he had ample time to strategize. Occasionally, he would strike at Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass, executing quick strikes before retreating. Gradually, a smile crept onto Xiexie's face, for he realized that Tang Wulin possessed only level 11 soul power, though the blue-silver grass was peculiar. The vast disparity in their soul power illuminated the path to victory. Once Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass was exhausted, what could possibly stand in his way? The duration of their match surpassed all previous encounters, and Wuchang Kong remained unhurried, arms crossed, silently observing. Given Xiexie's speed, Tang Wulin seemingly had no hope of evading. Yet, clang! A sharp sound erupted, sparks flying as Xiexie and Tang Wulin narrowly missed one another. His light dragon dagger failed to strike its mark. Tang Wulin's eyes narrowed, as if entering a heightened state of awareness. His left hand's tungsten hammer deftly blocking Xiexie's attack. Undeterred, Xiexie circled to the opposite side and struck again. Clang! As before, Tang Wulin's other hammer accurately intercepted his second assault. How could this be? When had his speed become so formidable? Xiexie's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he been outsmarted by this seemingly unassuming opponent? Was it true that he had previously lost to a mere facade? Indeed, speed. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. He could not rely on the ephemeral golden scales, could he? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sudden epiphany illuminated his consciousness. While he could not match his opponent's speed and movement, he possessed his own advantages, namely, the art of forging. Having spent 3 years honing his craft, he had achieved an intimate familiarity with his forging hammers, particularly after his recent surge in strength. Although wielding the heavy 1000-forged silver hammer would not grant him a speed advantage, the lighter 1000-forged tungsten hammer allowed him to wield it with remarkable agility. Just as he had demonstrated during his assessment at the Blacksmith Association, he could execute dazzling maneuvers with his hammers. Treat him as metal. Chapter 55, Should There Not Be a Reward? Today marks the new year. Here, Xiao Tang wishes all the members of the Tang sect a year filled with this day. A lifetime of joy, robust health, and boundless prosperity. May the new year bring happiness to every family, and abundance every year. Long live the Tang sect. Indeed, this is precisely what Tang Wulin is doing. In his eyes, Xiexie has transcended mere humanity, becoming a piece of metal he is forging. His mind gradually slips into the ethereal state characteristic of the forging process. The once dizzying movements of Xiexie seem to slow, and everything appears to follow a discernible trajectory. With the hammer of high-strength tungsten steel, he swings it in this state, successfully blocking Xiexie's attacks on 2 consecutive occasions. Before Xiexie's third strike could be unleashed, he felt a fierce wind rushing towards him. Tang Wulin brought down another hammer, the piercing sound of cutting air revealing the sheer weight of the blow. The light dragon dagger dared not confront it head-on, as a sensitive attack-type soul master. Xiexie found it challenging to unleash the full power of his martial soul against such raw strength. There was indeed a significant disparity in their might. In a flash, Xiexie retreated, creating distance between himself and Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin did not pursue. In fact, he could not have caught up, instinctively halting his twin hammers. He continued to observe Xiexie with narrowed eyes. This scoundrel! Xiexie cursed inwardly, his gaze sharpening. Taking a deep breath, he adopted a more solemn expression, subtly shifting his right hand, gripping the light dragon dagger to the side, while simultaneously raising his left hand. His momentum surged dramatically, instantly becoming more formidable. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he soared once more, leaving behind a faint afterimage in the air, his speed increasing by at least 30% compared to before. Under the influence of this energy, Tang Wulin swung both hammers simultaneously. In midair, Xiexie lightly tapped Tang Wulin's hammer with the light dragon dagger, using the force to flip himself, while his left hand swiftly struck towards Tang Wulin. With a soft thud, a crimson line appeared on Tang Wulin's back. An intense sting jolted him from his ethereal state, causing him to stumble, his back ablaze with pain. Simultaneously, a wave of heat surged from his spine. Rather than being alarmed, Tang Wulin felt exhilarated. Is the golden scale about to manifest? So, it truly appears only when one is under attack? However, as soon as he steadied himself, the rising heat within him quietly dissipated, failing to ignite the overwhelming power and golden scales as it had previously. Stop. Wuchangong had appeared at their center, abruptly halting the bout. Xie wins. Xie exhaled, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Finally, he had triumphed. Tears of joy welled up. Yet, that strange golden scale had not appeared. Could it be that he still wishes to conceal his strengths? Or, as he claimed, is he truly unable to control the golden scales? Wuchangong addressed Xie. You are responsible for compensating Tang Wulin with a school uniform. Did I not win? Should there not be a reward? Xie felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Why does this guy always make me incur losses? Why? Wuchangong surveyed the class with cold eyes, stating, the competition has concluded. Do you know what impression you have left on me? Rotted wood cannot be carved. The aloof figure proclaimed, answering his own question. No wonder you were placed in Class 5. You are all truly worthless. However, even if you are but scrap iron, I shall forge you into steel. You have all witnessed the recent bout. What is Tang Wulin's martial soul? Universally acknowledged as the useless blue silver grass, yet he reached the finals and nearly triumphed. I won, did I not? Xie bristled with indignation, feeling as though he were being portrayed as the loser. This was the longest monologue the proud figure had delivered since becoming the homeroom teacher, devoid of preachiness, simply stating facts. Regardless of labeling them as worthless or announcing special training, his tone remained resolute. Tang Wulin, Xie, follow me. With that final command, Wuchangong turned towards the teaching building. Are rewards forthcoming? Xie's eyes brightened instantly. Before arriving at the academy, he had heard tales of competitions typically yielding rewards, and often quite generous ones. As the champion of Class 5, what splendid reward could such a powerful teacher bestow upon him? His imagination began to soar. Wuchangong led the two into his office. The space was meager, barely 10 square meters, furnished with only a desk, a bookshelf, and a solitary chair, barely accommodating anything else. When I referred to worthless, I included you too. The cold figure's opening remark shattered Xie's good mood entirely. Should there not be a reward? At the very least, some form of encouragement, Tang Wulin remarked helplessly. I have studied forging. Chapter 56, does your face still hurt? Once again, I wish everyone a happy new year. Let's enjoy the spring festival gala and indulge in dumplings. Raise a glass and savor the feast. Wuchangong's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Forging? What business does a soul master have with forging? The dull bird flies early to the woods, and you, by nature, are a dull bird, wasting time on trifles. Tang Wulin lowered his head and replied, but everyone says my martial soul is useless, and my soul spirit is not good either. Wuchangong interrupted him directly. So you intend to become a blacksmith? Nonsense. Remember, you are my student. Until I deem you a failure, you must strive toward becoming a soul master. Beside them, Xie twitched at the corner of his mouth. Did you not just call us both useless? At this moment, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Tang Wulin. Perhaps also due to his recent victory. Oh, Tang Wulin replied, though he certainly would not abandon forging. The sense of accomplishment he derived from it was irreplaceable, especially when he had faced nothing but setbacks with his martial soul. Wuchangong turned to Xie. What are you laughing at? Do you think you are better than him? Having a twin martial soul is quite amusing, isn't it? With a soul power of 18. It largely stems from the innate advantage of having dual martial souls. You are practically endowed with full soul power from birth. Are you feeling proud of that? Xie looked up, astonished that Wuchangong seemed to know everything. Wuchangong coldly remarked, you are far from being impressive. Even a twin martial soul can be useless. As a sensitive attack-type battle soul master, being forced to use a twin martial soul against a blue-silver grass soul master, what glory is there in that? Xie flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Teacher, what is a twin martial soul? Tang Wulin inquired with curiosity. Wuchangong frowned. Is your primary school teacher utterly incompetent? You don't even know about twin martial souls? A twin martial soul means possessing two martial souls, and the benefits are evident. Generally, those with twin martial souls have innate full soul power, making cultivation significantly easier, and both martial souls can bear soul rings. However, in the era of soul spirits, They are constrained by mental power, and the advantage of twin martial souls is not as pronounced. No one's mental power can support 18 soul rings unless one is like the first-generation master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, possessing a mental attribute martial soul and extremely powerful soul spirits that can bestow multiple soul rings. Tang Wulin looked at Xie, pondering why it was so unfair. He was burdened with a useless martial soul while others had twin martial souls. The disparity was immense. Suddenly, Wang Changkong asked Tang Wulin, "Do you think his martial soul is good?" Tang Wulin looked at him, as if it were a rhetorical question. Wang Changkong scoffed, "It may not be superior to yours. His martial soul is a dagger, and his second martial soul should also be a concealed one. The dagger has a short attack range. In modern mech battles, what can it achieve? As a sensitive attack-type battle soul master, he faces the greatest limitations when he becomes a mech engineer. In contrast, the control-type battle soul master's martial soul offers substantial assistance in mech battles." Xie stared at Wang Changkong in disbelief. Was he suggesting that Tang Wulin was akin to his own son? Why must he undermine Xie to boost Tang Wulin's confidence? This felt so unjust. Wang Changkong, however, paid him no mind. "All right, let us get down to business." Xie perked up. "Is there a reward coming?" Every new academic year, the academy holds a grand competition, with both intermediate and advanced divisions participating. Our intermediate department comprises 6 grades, all of which will partake. The competition is referred to as the promotion contest. The promotion contest? Tang Wulin expressed his confusion. Wang Changkong explained, the promotion contest begins with the weakest class, which sends out students to challenge others. Class 5 challenges Class 4, and so forth. If victorious, the class prefix is exchanged. In other words, if we defeat Class 4, we will no longer be known as Grade 1, Class 5, the lowest class, but rather Grade 1, Class 4. The lower-ranked class confirms the number of challengers and, upon victory, can continue challenging until they lose, potentially challenging all the way from Grade 1 to Grade 6. The highest achievement is to attain the title of Grade 1. Additionally, for every successful challenge against a higher grade class, there will be rewards. Xie interjected, "So we are the first to initiate a challenge?" Given that Class 5 was at the bottom of the hierarchy among the 6 classes in the intermediate department, it meant they were the least favored. Indeed, Wang Changkong nodded. For the class, this is a battle for honor. Moreover, should we successfully challenge higher classes, the rewards will be substantial. Xie declared proudly, "No problem, Teacher Wang. Leave it to me. I'll single-handedly challenge my way up to Grade 6. Wang Changkong snorted derisively. "The minimum number of participants is 2. And do you truly believe that having a twin martial soul makes you invincible? Do you know who gets selected into Class 1? In this world, there is never a shortage of geniuses, even if many perish along the way. In the intermediate department, your talent is merely average." Xie barely absorbed the latter part of the statement, focusing instead on the first remark. He turned to Tang Wulin, astonished. "Teacher, do you mean to say I should compete alongside him?" Wang Changkong leaned back in his chair, suddenly appearing generous. "You may opt for better alternatives if you wish." After all, this individual had twice defeated him and possessed that mysterious golden-scaled power. Wang Changkong continued, "The competition will take place in a month. Therefore, starting tomorrow, aside from attending classes, I will conduct special training for both of you every evening. The task I set is straightforward. Transform our class's name into Grade 1, Class 1. Tang Wulin instinctively asked, "What if we fail to accomplish that?" "Aha." Wang Changkong laughed. His strikingly handsome features became even more captivating with that smile, leaving both Tang Wulin and Xie momentarily entranced. Yet, amidst their daze, they felt a chilling aura rise sharply from their spines, cold and piercing. Upon exiting Wang Changkong's office, Tang Wulin gradually relaxed his furrowed brow, a smile gracing his face. Although it was partly due to the inadequacies of his classmates, he had at least been chosen to represent their class in the competition. This was a moment of honor for a soul master. Had he finally taken a step forward in the world of soul masters? Aside from Teacher Ming Tian, even Teacher Wang expressed hope in him. "Hey," Xie coldly called out to him. Tang Wulin turned to face him. "What is it?" "I will fight you again. I won't let you take advantage of me without a challenge." Xie was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this fellow obsessed with wealth? "I'm not referring to that. I merely wish to inform you that in the competition a month from now, do not hinder my progress," Xie declared proudly. Tang Wulin sighed softly. "Does your face still hurt?" Chapter 57. The Melancholy of Mushi on the first day of the Lunar New Year. A new beginning unfolds as Xiaotang enters his 3rd zodiac year. This year, we must strive diligently, embracing the fresh spirit of the new year. May the Tang sect ascend to greater heights, lasting through the ages. Today marks the commencement of a promising journey. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Tang Wulin sighed softly. Does your face still hurt? CS's prideful expression suddenly stiffened, his fist clenched tightly. Tang Wulin patted him on the shoulder. I have something to attend to tonight. Let us spar tomorrow instead. After several encounters with CSE, he had grown accustomed to fighting. Each bout had significantly advanced his practical skills, with CSE proving to be an invaluable source of pressure. As the class bell rang, he soon spotted Lu Yusin and a few female classmates emerging from the classroom. Yusin, Tang Wulin waved at her. Lu Yusin quickly noticed him and hurried over with her friends. Wow, Yusin, so you have a thing for younger boys? This little brother is quite handsome. He will surely grow into a striking young man, remarked a senior girl with captivating almond-shaped eyes, her expression laced with teasing. Lu Yusin retorted, Don't be ridiculous. This is Tang Wulin, a first-year junior from our intermediate department. Wulin, is there something you need? Tang Wulin handed her the soul-guided camera he had been holding. Senior, I took some photos for you, but it's not right to keep it like this. Here you go. Lu Yusin's cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare. All right. Let us leave it at that. Thank you. I owe you a meal. As Tang Wulin walked away, the girl with the almond-shaped eyes curiously asked, Yusin, what did you have him photograph for you? Lu Yusin replied mysteriously. Wulin is a student of teacher Wu Zhangkong's class. Wow, the aloof male god. Let us have a look. Upon opening the camera, Wu Zhangkong's figure appeared on the small screen, showcasing a series of shots capturing the moment he unfastened his belt. The girls' eyes widened, their faces turning crimson, nearly drooling in awe. I'll buy that photo from you, Yusin. Exclusively. I cannot allow anyone else to see my Prince Charming unfastening his belt. 2 meals. Same reason. Unbeknownst to Tang Wulin, the photographs he had taken incited fierce competition among the senior girls. After lunch, the afternoon classes resumed. The meditation techniques taught by Wu Zhangkong proved to be far more intricate than those at the junior academy, yet the results were distinctly superior. It was said to be a simplified version of the legendary Shrek Academy's super meditation technique. Under Wu Zhangkong's stern gaze, the students absorbed the material swiftly, mastering the foundational operations by the end of the day. After school, Tang Wulin rushed to the cafeteria for dinner before swiftly heading outside. Saving money was of utmost importance to him. The 100-year soul spirit, valued at $1 million, was something he aspired to purchase for himself in the future if his finances allowed. After enjoying a sumptuous meal that morning, he could already sense a change in his physique. How wonderful it would be to indulge daily. As he approached the academy gates, just a short distance away, a sleek black soul-guided car sped towards him, startling him into a halt. Make way. A crisp voice called from behind. Turning to look, he saw a girl with golden hair glaring at him. Instinctively, he stepped aside as she passed, and the driver of the black car hurried to open the door for her. Once seated, the driver carefully closed the door and returned to the car, driving off in a cloud of dust. Another child from a wealthy family. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no envy, yet Tang Wulin harbored no jealousy. The affluent were often former impoverished souls who had worked diligently to ascend. What they could achieve, he too could aspire to with hard work. With a smile, he strode toward the Blacksmith Association. In recent days, Mushi's mood had soured considerably. Originally, the day before yesterday was meant to be her day of glory. However, it had been marred by an unexpected twist. When she successfully completed the refinement of rare metals and passed all assessments to become a second-level blacksmith, she learned that, prior to her examination, a mere 9-year-old boy had already achieved the same rank. 9 years old? How could that be possible? It was utterly astonishing. Since her early childhood, her greatest joy had been watching her father forge. He would often tell her that blacksmithing was not suitable for girls. Wielding a hammer was a task reserved for men. Yet, the stubborn Mushi remained steadfast in her passion. Starting at the age of 5, she had wielded a specially designed small hammer. Initially, her father believed it was merely a phase, but after 2 years of daily practice mimicking his movements, she finally moved her father, Muchin, the president of the Donghai City Blacksmith Association, to formally teach her the craft. Mushi inherited her father's martial soul, making her naturally suited for blacksmithing. Coupled with her unwavering dedication, Muchin had to procure special herbs to help her maintain her physique, ensuring she developed strength without becoming overly muscular. Mushi's love for blacksmithing was genuine. At 11, she officially became a first-level blacksmith, advancing rapidly under her father's guidance. Shortly after her 13th birthday, she attempted the second-level blacksmith examination and passed on her first try. She vividly recalled her father saying that she had surpassed his accomplishments at her age, declaring her a prodigy in the blacksmithing world. Yet, why had a mere 9-year-old boy achieved the same rank as her? And why was he so highly esteemed by the assessors? Though the evaluators did not voice it, their gazes spoke volumes. In their eyes, that boy clearly surpassed her. Chapter 58. The Creation of Life. This is the second update for today. A third update will follow at 8 o'clock. As promised, there will be 3 updates. Wishing everyone a happy new year. With purposeful strides, approached the Forge Association beneath the imposing sign of a great hammer. Although he had only visited once before, he had already developed a fondness for this place. It was here, upon arriving in Donghai City, that he began to shed his sense of unfamiliarity. And it was this very location that instilled within him a newfound confidence. Standing behind the reception desk, Yun Xiaoling spotted Tang Wulin immediately. In fact, she had been instructed to await the arrival of this remarkable young boy. Tang Wulin, you finally made it, she exclaimed, hurrying towards him with a smile that held a hint of curiosity. How could she not be intrigued by this child? At merely 9 years of age, he was already a second-level blacksmith. How had he accomplished such a feat? Rumor had it that he had shattered the headquarters record for his age. The youngest first-level blacksmith record was held by the current president of the Forge Association, who had been 8 years old at the time. While Tang Wulin had achieved his second-level blacksmith status by the age of 11, 2 years later than this remarkable child, the association placed considerable importance on him, instructing that he should be taken upstairs as soon as he arrived. Hello, Sister Xiaoling, Tang Wulin said, his excellent memory allowing him to recall her name with clarity. Yun Xiaoling smiled. You're quite impressive. I heard you passed the second-level blacksmith examination. As she spoke, she bent down to examine the boy with his strikingly beautiful eyes. Tang Wulin's cheeks flushed with modesty. Oh, it was merely luck. Yun Xiaoling chuckled. Such humility at such a young age? Come, I shall take you upstairs. Thank you, sister. Once they entered the soul-guided elevator, Tang Wulin was surprised to see Yun Xiaoling press the button for the top floor. Sister Xiaoling, where are we going? The elevator ascended swiftly, and upon reaching the top floor, Tang Wulin experienced a slight ringing in his ears, shaking his head to regain his composure. Exiting the elevator, he was greeted by an expansive view. The surroundings were lined with floor-to-ceiling glass, allowing a panoramic vista of half of Donghai City. Towering skyscrapers resembled a forest of steel, while an array of greenery added a touch of vitality to the scene. Yun Xiaoling located a staff member, requesting, please notify the president that Tang Wulin has arrived. Wulin, please wait here, she instructed, guiding him to a nearby sofa. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the space. Muchen led the way. Having arrived at the association early that morning, foregoing his own forge to await the presence of this astonishing young boy, Xinyu was also in his office, waiting alongside him. If the members of the Forge Association were aware that these two esteemed individuals had spent nearly an entire day waiting for a child, it would surely provoke incredulous reactions. Following closely behind them was Mu Shi. President. Yun Xiaoling greeted, bowing respectfully to Mu Chun. Mu Chun smiled and nodded, his gaze soon landing on Tang Wulin. As Yun Xiaoling addressed the president, Tang Wulin rose, his eyes directed towards Xinyu. Xinyu approached him with a smile, saying, Wulin, this is President Mu Chun of our Donghai City Forge Association, one of the most renowned master blacksmiths in our federation. Master blacksmith? Tang Wulin's eyes lit up. He had heard of this title from Meng Tian. Only 7th and 8th level blacksmiths were bestowed with such an honor. He never imagined he would encounter one so soon. Greetings. President, Tang Wulin said, stepping forward to bow respectfully. Is it you? A voice of surprise rang out from beside Mu Chen. It was Mu Shi. Taken aback upon recognizing the boy who had overshadowed her and, indeed, all young blacksmiths, Tang Wulin was momentarily stunned to see this wealthy senior from his school. Mu Chen looked at his daughter with a hint of astonishment. Shi, do you know each other? Mu Shi glanced at Tang Wulin and replied, not really. However, he seems to be a student from our school. Mu Chen smiled and inquired, Tang Wulin, which grade are you in at Donghai Academy? I am a freshman. Enrolled in Class 5 this year, Tang Wulin answered. Upon hearing Class 5, a flicker of disdain crossed Mu Shi's eyes. She was well aware of the implications of that class. It consisted of students who would never even become great soul masters. However, Mu Chen remained unfazed by Tang Wulin's class designation. I heard from Brother Tsin that you recently passed the second-level examination. That is truly an impressive achievement. You have set a new record within our Forge Association, instilling within us a profound sense of hope for the future. Mu Chen chuckled lightly. Of course you can. The creation of life? These simple 4 words struck Tang Wulin with a resonant clarity, merging with his insights from the Qian Forge. As if a new door had been ajar before him. Chapter 59. Undertaking a task upon noticing Mu Shi's somewhat provocative gaze. Tang Wulin was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head and stating, "I do not wish to compete." He then turned to Mu Qian, asking, "Uncle President, where may I receive the forging tasks?" When he uttered the word unity, he deliberately glanced at his daughter, causing the displeased Mu Shi to pout and lower her head. "Follow me," Xinyu said with a smile. After witnessing Tang Wulin enter the elevator with Xinyu, Mu Shi could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Dad, why wouldn't you let me compete with him?" Mu Qian's expression darkened. "How dare you? Do you think this is just any place? This is the Forgers Association. And as a member, especially as my daughter, your every word and action represents the association. This child has only just joined. What if he is frightened? Once you become more familiar, if you wish to compete with him, I will not hinder you, but it must be conducted privately. Isn't he your junior? You should pay more attention to him." Mu Qian had not spoken much with Tang Wulin today. He intended to observe the boy further. Having seen the purity of the piece of dark silver Tang Wulin had refined, he could ascertain that Wulin's forging skills surpassed those of his daughter. He did not wish to dampen her spirit, as confidence at their age was of utmost importance. Since Tang Wulin would be undertaking forging tasks, there would be ample time for observation before deciding on his training approach. In the forging industry, the materials for forging are provided by the clients. Thus, the association must do everything possible to ensure the quality of the finished product. Otherwise, they would incur compensation costs. "My dear child, you truly bring me numerous surprises," Xinyu thought, irritation swelling within him at the mere recollection of Mang Tian's mocking words. Yet, it was undeniable that he had indeed produced an exceptional disciple. "What task would you like to undertake?" Xinyu inquired of Tang Wulin. "Anything within my capabilities will suffice," Wulin replied. "Our association has forging rooms available for rent." "Do you intend to forge within the association?" Xinyu asked. Tang Wulin shook his head. "My teacher has instructed me to utilize his forging room in EC City. I shall manage there." "Thank you." A flicker of disappointment crossed Xinyu's eyes. "Very well. However, I must caution you. Forging tasks are permitted only upon successful completion. In the event of failure, you will be liable for the losses. The front desk is for task acquisition, the left side is for task submission, and the right side is for purchasing various metals. Our association possesses nearly all the rare metals available in the market, but the quantity each person may purchase varies according to their forging level each month. Should you require anything, you may purchase it here. The 4th and 5th floors are dedicated to the sale of forged goods. You may wish to explore, as there are many fine items." "Understood," Tang Wulin respectfully acknowledged. However, he currently had no intention of purchasing rare metals or finished products. He neither needed them nor had the funds. He was counting on earning enough for a century's worth of soul spirits through forging. Xinyu led Tang Wulin to the 2-star counter, where a staff member was stationed behind a counter with 10 soul-guided screens in front. The task acquisition process was entirely automated, with staff only addressing potential issues. Following Xinyu's guidance, Tang Wulin touched one of the soul-guided screens, which immediately displayed a series of tasks. The first was a task description, followed by the quantity and reward. The association would take a 10% commission, with the remainder going to the forger. Listening to Xinyu's explanation, Tang Wulin's gaze became somewhat entranced. Task 1. Purification of the rare metal, Heavenly Dragon Iron. Requirements, 100 refinements. Time, 30 days. Quantity, 10. Reward, 2,000 federal coins per unit. Thus, completing the purification of 10 pieces of Heavenly Dragon Iron would yield a total income of 20,000 federal coins, an astounding sum for Tang Wulin. Since completing the 1,000 refinements of dark silver, he was now confident in his ability to purify the vast majority of rare metals. It seemed that being a forger was indeed a lucrative profession. Ding! Congratulations, Level 2 Forger Tang Wulin. You have successfully accepted the Level 2 forging task, Heavenly Dragon Iron Purification. Materials will be delivered to your address within 3 days. Is it truly this simple? Tang Wulin looked up at Xinyu. Xinyu nodded. Quite simple, is it not? However, I must remind you that this is your first task, so you must exercise caution. While we forgers charge substantial processing fees, many forgers do not earn much because they fail to complete every task perfectly. Should a defective product arise, they must personally purchase materials to reforge, which incurs significant expenses. Yes, Master Tsin, I will certainly be especially careful, Tang Wulin replied, his heart tightening as he hastily agreed. Do you have a communication number? Sun Yu inquired. Tang Wulin shook his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. He could hardly afford a soul-guided communicator. Sun Yu smiled gently. Here, take these. As he spoke, a glimmer of light enveloped his hand, revealing a ring on his left hand and a compact soul-guided communicator in his right. The ring was of an ancient design, a soft blue hue that Tang Wulin could not identify, adorned with a layer of intricate patterns that seemed ordinary at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, exuded a captivating brilliance, even inducing a hint of dizziness. The soul-guided communicator was the latest style, resembling a wristband, about 2 fingers wide, easily secured around the wrist for convenient use. This, I cannot accept. It is too precious. Tang Wulin quickly shook his head. Though he was unaware of the ring's worth, he knew the communicator alone was worth over 10,000 federal coins, not including the communication fees. Chapter 60. Encirclement. Sun Yu smiled and said, the soul-guided communicator is standard equipment for our association and a benefit for our members. Every blacksmith possesses one. As for this ring, the president instructed me to hand it to you, stating it is temporarily lent to you. It has a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters, making it much more convenient for you to carry out your tasks. Otherwise, how would you transport all those task metals? Such a benefit? But this storage ring is extraordinarily precious. The value of 10 cubic meters of storage is beyond Tang Wulin's comprehension. Sun Yu placed both items into his hands. Take them. Just focus on completing tasks for the association. This storage ring is essentially an advanced benefit from the association for you. It is a privilege for 4th-level blacksmiths. The president believes that you will undoubtedly become a 4th-level blacksmith in the future. Do not let us down. Tang Wulin took a step back and bowed respectfully to Sun Yu. Thank you, Master Sun, and thank you to the president. Sun Yu helped him up, ruffled his hair, and smiled. Although I am not your teacher, I feel obliged to remind you. All professions lead to the same destination. Despite the evolution of the times, soul power is no longer the decisive foundation in various fields. Many ordinary individuals can now accomplish tasks that previously required soul masters. However, regardless of the field you wish to excel in, achieving mastery in soul power is essential. Do not neglect your studies. Yes, Tang Wulin nodded earnestly. His initial dream was to become a formidable soul master. Even though his prospects seemed brighter as a blacksmith now, he had never considered abandoning the path of a soul master. As he left the Blacksmith Association, Tang Wulin still felt as if he were in a dream. Did he really possess a soul-guided communicator now? Moreover, the association would reimburse the communication costs. His communicator already recorded Sun Yu's soul-guided contact number. Glancing at the storage ring on his right hand, he marveled at its 10 cubic meters of storage capacity. Its value was immeasurable, perhaps not lower than that of a century-old soul. Unbeknownst to him, although this ring was indeed a benefit from the association, it was not something that could be claimed by merely being a 4th-level blacksmith. One had to reach 5th level, becoming a master blacksmith, to obtain it. Mu Qin had specially authorized this ring for him, evidently prioritizing investment in this promising young individual. The association truly offers remarkable benefits. Suddenly, Tang Wulin remembered that he had yet to attend to another matter. He was not just a blacksmith. He was also a soul master. He could register at the Soul Master Association and receive a monthly subsidy of 1,000 Federation coins at his current level. After inquiring, he discovered that the Soul Master Association was nearby. Seizing the opportunity while it was still early, he decided to make a quick visit. Compared to the Blacksmith Association, the scale of the Soul Master Association was quite similar. As a first-ring Soul Master, he could only access the first floor of the Soul Master Association. After presenting his soul ring, he completed his registration and received 1,000 Federation coins. His experience at the Soul Master Association was far less remarkable than at the Blacksmith Association. No one paid attention to this little fellow with only a decade-old soul. Nevertheless, Tang Wulin was still quite pleased with his accomplishments from the evening. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Yun Xiao, Zhou Changxi, and Xie Xie already meditating. He quietly climbed into his bed and began to meditate according to the techniques taught by Wu Zhongkong earlier that day. Teacher Wu mentioned that he would start special training for himself and Xie Xie tomorrow. He wondered what methods would be employed. As his soul power circulated within him in increasingly complex patterns, Tang Wulin soon entered a state of tranquility, his not-so-powerful soul power flowing through his meridians, gradually accumulating. In the morning, when Tang Wulin concluded his meditation, he was astonished to find that Xie Xie was no longer in the room. The sky outside was already bright. This was his first time meditating with the new technique, and he had inadvertently woken up later than usual. Hastily getting out of bed, He rushed to freshen up. For him, mealtime was undoubtedly one of the most significant parts of the day. With great enthusiasm, Tang Wulin dashed towards the dormitory entrance. However, before he reached the door, he noticed a group of upperclassmen standing there, scanning the area as if searching for something. As he approached, he suddenly recognized a familiar figure among them. Mushi, dressed in her school uniform, had her golden hair tied back in a ponytail. The girl had matured early. She was half a head taller than Tang Wulin. Her figure slender and graceful. Though still developing, she already exuded a hint of womanly charm. Upon spotting him, Mushi turned her head and immediately locked eyes with him. "It's him," she exclaimed, abruptly pointing at Tang Wulin. Before he could react, 7 or 8 upperclassmen surrounding Mushi closed in on him. "What do you want?" Tang Wulin asked, puzzled. "We need to talk to you, kid." "Come with us," a tall and handsome upperclassman said, his tone laced with mockery. "What is it?" "Let's discuss it here," Tang Wulin replied, a vague understanding dawning on him that these upperclassmen were causing trouble, likely due to Mushi. A crowd of first-year students gathered around, but they were quickly intimidated by the fierce gazes of the upperclassmen. "Is this up to you?" The tall upperclassman reached out and grabbed Tang Wulin's shoulder. Tang Wulin shook his shoulder violently, his strength far exceeding that of his peers, causing the tall boy to stumble slightly. Without hesitation and without any consideration for luck, Tang Wulin struck first. Vines of blue-silver grass erupted from his palm, rapidly ensnaring the surrounding upperclassmen in an instant. He charged directly at the one he had just jolted. During his time in the junior academy, he had fought numerous times for both Naur and himself. Given the number of opponents, if he didn't catch them off guard, he would have no chance. After all, this was the academy. As long as he broke through, there would be no problem. The upperclassmen clearly did not expect Tang Wulin to act so decisively, even in the face of their numbers, and they were taken aback as the blue-silver grass ensnared them. Just as the male student in front began to gather his soul power, Tang Wulin crashed into him. Bang! The tall boy was sent flying, and Tang Wulin swiftly maneuvered to escape, only to find a figure silently blocking his path. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before his eyes. Chapter 61. Respect me. If you can defeat me, you will inevitably grow to find Teacher Wu increasingly charming. With a resounding crack, strands of blue-silver grass snapped as the senior students extricated themselves from the entanglement. For the first time, under their overwhelming spirit power, Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass was severed, revealing the side effects of its mutated form and exhausting his spirit power. "You dare to collide with me?" A towering male student roared, swinging his fist towards Tang Wulin's face. "Stop!" Mushi commanded sharply. Reluctantly, the male student halted but still shoved Tang Wulin aside. At that moment, Tang Wulin realized that the blinding light had emanated from Mushi. Her yellow 100-year spirit ring ascended, an astonishing sight, complemented by a radiant golden orb resembling the sun above her. On her left shoulder, a small orb of orange flame flickered, presumably her spirit, though the heat was retracting. The ambient temperature around them had risen significantly. "What a formidable martial soul," thought Tang Wulin, impressed. The senior students instinctively stepped aside as Mushi approached him. Her aura still fierce despite the diminishing heat from her martial soul. With 2 rings, she had already attained the rank of Great Soul Master. "I am Mushi from Class 1 of the 5th grade in the Intermediate Division. I wish to challenge you in forging. If you intend to continue your studies in the academy, do not refuse," she stated coldly. She was a competitive girl, having been so since childhood. Tang Wulin's gaze sharpened. He detested being threatened, and his stubborn nature swiftly took precedence. Just as he was about to respond, a chilling voice interjected. "If you wish to survive, refrain from idle chatter and have your lackey step aside." Mushi's expression shifted slightly, her slender form tensing, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Others were oblivious to the source of her trepidation, but she felt a frigid presence encircling her neck, as if any slight movement could sever her throat. "Dismantle your ranks," the ominous voice commanded again. A face emerged beside Mushi. It was none other than Xie. He appeared shorter than Mushi. One arm draped over her shoulder, while the other wielded a light dragon dagger, pressing it against her waist. "Do you even understand what you're doing?" The towering male student bellowed in fury. Xie replied coldly, "My patience is finite. If you think I would not dare act within the academy, feel free to test that theory." As he spoke, he applied slight pressure with the dagger, eliciting a pained gasp from Mushi. "Everyone, retreat," Mushi commanded, acutely aware of the murderous intent behind her. At merely 13, fear quickly overpowered her. The senior students had no choice but to disperse. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed. "Stop." Xie's body stiffened, and both the light dragon dagger and the intangible shadow dragon dagger vanished almost simultaneously. In the next instant, he was seized by a towering figure, akin to an eagle grasping its prey. In the Intermediate Division's administrative office, Mushi lowered her head, stating, "I merely sought to challenge Tang Wulin in forging." Xie scoffed. "You and your entourage ambushed us in the first-year dormitory. Is this how you seniors conduct yourself?" Long Hangshu shot him a cold glare. "And this is your justification for threatening a senior student? What if they had not ceased their actions? Would you truly have harmed her?" Xie shrugged dismissively, scanning the older students with a disdainful eye, perhaps. Long Hangshu turned to Tang Wulin. "And what of you? As the instigator, do you have anything to say?" Tang Wulin's gaze remained calm yet resolute. "In my childhood, my father imparted a lesson. Upon entering the junior academy, he warned me that if I bullied younger classmates, he would discipline me severely. Yet, if an older student were to bully me, I should retaliate without hesitation, for he would never fault me for that." Observing the child before him, Long Hangshu found himself at a loss for words, despite his years as an administrator. "Well said. I, too, do not believe my student has erred," a chilling voice interjected. The office door swung open, and Wu Changkong entered, his expression grim. Wu Changkong stated coldly, "Apologies." Long Hangshu's facial muscles twitched slightly. The apology bore no sincerity. This individual had been a source of trouble during his time in the senior division and had not improved, now presiding over the worst class. Bullying the weak, quite impressive. Wu Changkong's icy gaze swept across Mushi and her classmates. "I do not engage in such behavior, but should I discover any further attempts to provoke my students, I shall take it out on your class instructor." Long Hangshu retorted angrily, "Teacher Wu, please maintain decorum." Wu Changkong replied coldly, "If you can defeat me, I shall comport myself with respect." With that, he brushed Xie's head aside and took Tang Wulin by the hand, leading them out of the administrative office. "You." Long Hangshu rose angrily, considering intervention, but recalling Wu Changkong's past actions, he ultimately lacked the courage to do so. This man was nothing short of a madman. "You lot. Each of you receives a warning for your actions. Bullying the weak, what a skill." The furious administrator vented his anger on Mushi's group. Upon exiting the administrative office, Wu Changkong released Tang Wulin's hand, walking ahead. Observing his upright figure, Tang Wulin quickened his pace to catch up. "Thank you, teacher." Wu Changkong replied dismissively, "You did nothing wrong. There is no need for thanks. No one shall impede my lessons." Xie joined them, a rare smile gracing his face. "Teacher Wu, you were magnificent just now. I admire you. Even if you push us to our limits, I shall not complain. Remember your words." Wu Changkong intoned solemnly. "Tang Wulin," he said, gripping Xie's arm, "I also thank you." Chapter 62. Guyu, a significant character emerges. Xie expressed his frustration, saying, "Why does that sound so awkward? You don't have to thank me. I merely disapprove of the strong bullying the weak." Tang Wulin chuckled. "We are friends now." Xie scoffed. "You make friends too easily. I don't consider you one." Tang Wulin replied, "That's inconsequential." Xie soon regretted his earlier words to Wu Changkong, who was undoubtedly a teacher of his word. The physical training promised yesterday was to be executed today. They were tasked with a foundational training session of running. The playground at the East Sea Academy's intermediate department measured a full 800 meters per lap. 10 laps were assigned as their morning task, and it was reportedly just a warm-up. Upon hearing the daunting number of 10 laps, the students internally seethed. Though they kept silent, that amounted to 8 kilometers. However, when they saw Wu Changkong donning 2 heavy iron suits made of thick chains weighing 20 pounds each on Tang Wulin and Xie, they dared not protest and felt a surge of relief. Had it been yesterday, Xie, with his temper, would have fiercely resisted. But today he found himself at a loss. Despite his arrogance, he was determined to uphold his word. Moreover, after today's experience, he truly admired Wu Changkong. Xie had always taken pride in his aloof demeanor, yet this teacher was not only colder and prouder, but also possessed formidable strength. The reputation of the aloof male deity was well-deserved. Tang Wulin, on the other hand, felt exhilarated by the rigorous training. As a sensitive attack soulmaster, Xie initially ran swiftly, even with the 20-pound iron suit weighing him down. Tang Wulin was not particularly fast but managed to keep pace with the majority. However, as time passed, and after 2 laps, Xie's speed began to wane. Other students also started to lag behind. By the 4th lap, their breaths became labored, as if fire were burning in their lungs, and the iron suits felt several times heavier. He found himself devoid of energy even to regret his words to Wu Changkong. "How are you holding up?" Tang Wulin's voice came from behind. Xie glanced back. Although Tang Wulin was also sweating, he appeared far better off. I'm fine. Xie gritted his teeth, forcing his speed to increase. Was he actually being overtaken by this guy? Tang Wulin maintained a steady breath. Reasoning that Wu Zhongkong's insistence on carrying weights made sense, considering they were to represent their class in the promotion competition. Xie remained silent. Speaking felt like an added burden. By the fifth lap, Xie could no longer control his body. His legs felt leaden. Tang Wulin could have easily surpassed him, but chose not to. For him, the 20-pound weight felt almost negligible. After 5 laps, it merely felt like a warm-up. He subtly extended a hand under Xie's arm, and Xie immediately felt lighter, his steps becoming brisk again. He looked at Tang Wulin in surprise. Tang Wulin simply smiled, quickening his pace, urging Xie to continue running. Wu Zhongkong stood in the center of the playground. Observing the exhausted students of Class 5 with a calm demeanor, occasionally furrowing his brow. Tang Wulin, you possess considerable strength. Take him with you for another 10 laps. Xie turned to Tang Wulin, only to see his calm expression as he murmured, another 10 laps? We should pick up the pace. Don't want to delay lunch. I haven't eaten breakfast and am quite hungry. Xie could not help but exclaim, are you even human? Don't you feel tired? Tang Wulin chuckled lightly. I'm managing just fine. At that moment, a girl approached from the direction leading to the school gate on the intermediate department's playground. She was dressed in white pants and a white top, appearing to be of similar age to the first-year students of Class 5. She was not particularly beautiful but rather possessed a delicate charm, with long black hair and dark eyes. Her physique was above average among her peers, perfectly proportioned, and her large eyes sparkled with vitality. As she walked, there seemed to be a unique rhythm to her steps, accompanied by an unusual aura. Wu Zhongkong's gaze lingered on her for a moment. She was not in uniform, and it was indeed class time. Which class are you in? Wu Zhongkong approached her. The girl appeared distracted, her attention drawn to Tang Wulin and Xie, intrigued by the two clad in iron suits. I'm here to attend school. But they told me the registration period has already passed, she replied, lifting her gaze to Wu Zhongkong. Wu Zhongkong frowned. You're not a student of East Sea Academy? The girl replied, not yet, but I hope to enroll here. Is that possible, teacher? Had it been any other teacher, she might have been dismissed outright. But Wu Zhongkong was different. This is a Soul Master Academy. Admission requires merit, he stated coldly. I can take the exam, she smiled. Wu Zhongkong asked. What is your name? My name is Guyu, she replied. Wu Zhongkong nodded. Very well, I shall give you a chance. He then turned to Tang Wulin and Xie, instructing, Xie, relinquish your iron suit to Tang Wulin. Come here. Having received assistance from Tang Wulin, Xie felt rejuvenated after 2 laps. He halted, removed the iron suit, and handed it to Tang Wulin, saying, put this on. Can you manage? Tang Wulin responded. It's easier than carrying you. He donned the iron suit casually, and Xie watched in astonishment as Tang Wulin accelerated again. His stamina truly defies belief. Gasping for breath, Xie approached Wu Zhongkong. Teacher, Wu Zhongkong remarked, your stamina is alarmingly poor. Xie protested as a sensitive attack soul master. We only require instantaneous explosive power and agility, not excessive stamina. Wu Zhongkong dismissed him with disdain, shallow. Very well, I shall give you a chance. If you can defeat her, you will not need to run for the rest of the morning. Only then did Xie truly notice the girl beside Wu Zhongkong. Sizing her up before taking a deep breath to adjust his soul power. No problem. Wu Zhongkong instructed, you have 20 minutes to rest. We shall begin in 20 minutes. Xie wasted no time, promptly sitting down to meditate and recuperate. The recent running had taken a toll on both his physical strength and soul power. Indeed. Sensitive attack soul masters were at a disadvantage in this regard. Chapter 63. Guyu vs. Xie. Guyu did not cast a glance at him. Her gaze sweeping the surroundings, seemingly filled with curiosity about everything here. Wu Zhongkong shot her a sidelong glance, viewing her opponent with disdain, an act of folly. Guyu remarked, I am not underestimating him. Though she spoke those words, the indifference in her eyes suggested that the fellow was hardly worthy of her contempt. Wu Zhongkong ceased his commentary, turning his attention back to the other students who were engaged in their laps. Tang Wulin led the pack. His speed was never particularly fast, yet he excelled in consistency. Even with 2 pieces of iron armor on, his pace remained unaffected. Zhou Changxi trailed closely behind him. In such physical training, bodily strength was undoubtedly paramount. When he glanced at the girl, Guyu, she seemed to inadvertently meet his gaze. Their eyes locked. And for a fleeting moment, Tang Wulin felt a sharpness in her stare. 20 minutes swiftly elapsed. Xie sprang into motion, stretching his limbs and revitalizing his spirit. Wu Changkong nodded, signaling a distance of 30 meters, ready to commence. Xie retreated, his steps measured, yet he maintained his focus on Guyu. Upon first seeing the girl, he sensed a threat. Now, fully attentive, he prepared to confront this opponent with his utmost effort. Having clashed with Tang Wulin multiple times, he had gleaned invaluable insights, understanding the meaning behind the adage, even a lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. Begin. Wu Changkong's command was as straightforward as ever. With a sharp cry, Xie instantaneously unleashed his martial soul, propelling himself toward his adversary at breakneck speed. His explosive force was indeed astonishing, his body launching forward like a nimble cheetah, rapidly closing the 30-meter gap. Guyu appeared momentarily taken aback as she raised her hand. Xie was already within 10 meters of her. The light dragon dagger in his grasp shimmered with brilliance, yet he refrained from immediately deploying his soul skill. As a one-ring soul master, he possessed only a single soul skill. It was essential to strike at the opportune moment. Observing his opponent's demeanor, he discerned that she was evidently slow to react, perhaps even unprepared to utilize her soul skill. The students of Class 5, who were jogging their laps, had all slowed their pace, captivated by the impending confrontation at the center of the field. Among peers, Xie was the strongest they had encountered. And surely this newcomer girl could not surpass him. A ring of soul rings blossomed beneath Guyu, akin to Xie's, both representing the yellow hue of a century's worth of cultivation. Yet, at this moment, Xie was almost upon her. And it seemed too late for Guyu to act, unless she were a swift-attack soul master. Was she? Not at all. A halo of azure light radiated from her form, and in the next instant, Xie was upon her, the light dragon dagger slashing toward her shoulder. As the azure light swirled, Xie's dagger pierced through it, only to be met with a sudden force from the side, as if a tempest had swept through, causing his body to veer off course, the dagger striking nothing but air. To his astonishment, he then witnessed the azure light surrounding Guyu transform into a vibrant red. A fireball the size of a fist now hurtling toward him. As a swift-attack soul master, Xie responded instinctively, twisting midair, his body executing a horizontal spin. The small fireball barely grazed his face, singeing a few strands of hair. As his toes touched the ground, Xie pivoted again, quickly increasing the distance between himself and Guyu. What was her ability? A few leaps had expanded the gap to over 20 meters. And when Xie regarded Guyu anew, his expression had turned grave. Guyu's eyes glimmered with surprise. Her delayed response had not been due to sluggishness but a calculated decision to conclude the battle with a single strike. Yet, Xie's reaction was swifter than she anticipated, allowing him to evade the fireball. The gravity of the situation weighed on both Xie and Wu Changkong, who, based on his experience, could not discern the nature of the girl's martial soul. The azure light suggested a wind attribute, yet the fireball was unmistakably of the fire attribute. Could she possibly possess a dual martial soul of wind and fire? If so, that would indeed be a remarkable find. Xie took a moment to catch his breath before springing back into action, his speed noticeably enhanced compared to before. Instead of launching a direct attack, he circled around Guyu with swift movements. His steps became elusive, making it difficult to track his actions. The distance between them diminished rapidly. Only the yellow soul ring flickered around Guyu, and her soul spirit remained concealed. She stood there calmly, not even shifting her body to follow Xie's movements. As they drew closer, Xie suddenly unleashed his full power, executing a lateral slide followed by a swift charge. When he was just 5 meters away from Guyu, his century-old soul ring blazed brightly, and with a slight swing of the light dragon dagger, a beam of light shot forth. The first soul skill of his light dragon dagger, the light dragon blade. The yellow blade soared through the air, emitting a faint dragon's roar, its radiance intensifying. Strangely, as it neared Guyu, it twisted in midair, altering its trajectory. This exemplified the formidable nature of a century-old soul skill, especially given that Xie's martial soul was of a high caliber. Unfortunately, the opponent he faced today proved to be quite formidable. Just as the light dragon blade was about to strike Guyu's shoulder, she emitted another flash of azure light, a precise beam striking the light dragon blade. It appeared to be another light blade, albeit azure in hue, though the azure blade lacked the strength of the light dragon blade and was swiftly cleaved apart. That brief moment of delay allowed Guyu to step forward, deftly evading the attack of the light dragon blade. Chapter 64. Elemental mastery Xie had never anticipated that he could land a decisive blow. Hence, as the light dragon blade shot towards his opponent, he simultaneously lunged towards Guyu. As Guyu stepped aside to evade the light dragon blade, Xie had already positioned himself on the opposite side of her. With the light dragon blade raised, Guyu seemed to be on a direct collision course with his dagger. Even the notoriously strict Wuchang Kong could not help but nod in approval at this display of skill. Although Xie had yet to reach the second ring in cultivation, he had indeed begun to grasp some of the profound techniques associated with agile attack-type soul masters. Tang Wulin, observing the battle as a bystander, felt an even deeper awareness of the disparity between himself and Xie. His first victory over Xie had been due to surprise. The second was attributed to the peculiar golden scales. In reality, however, Xie's prowess far surpassed his own. Xie's landing point was calculated with remarkable precision, placing him less than a meter from Guyu, allowing him to reach his foe while also providing himself a space to retreat swiftly. Confronted with a formidable opponent, his latent potential surged forth. Yet, this adversary proved to be more formidable than he had envisioned. The moment his toes touched the ground, Xie felt an unexpected pull from beneath him, akin to stepping into a quagmire. His left foot sank in, transforming what should have been a spring-loaded attack into a stationary strike. Guyu stumbled slightly, her body leaning forward as she narrowly avoided his assault. In that instant, an ice spear shot forth from her hand, aimed not at Xie, but at the ground beneath him. The muck that ensnared his left foot solidified upon contact with the ice spear, anchoring him in place. As Guyu pivoted and raised her hand, a fireball hurtled toward him. At such a close distance, with his left foot immobilized, evasion was no longer an option. However, in this crucial moment, he revealed his true strength. The light dragon blade cleaved through the air with unerring accuracy, colliding with the fireball and causing an explosion of flames. Guyu swiftly unleashed a volley of attacks, ice spears and fireballs relentlessly targeting him. Xie could no longer rely solely on the light dragon blade to defend against them, yet he raised his left hand, and the light in his eyes shimmered with resolve. As a dual soul master of agile attack type, even without mobility, he was confident in his ability to withstand a direct confrontation. All participants were bound by a single soul ring, implying that none had yet reached the 20th level. Xie, as a dual soul master at level 18, was assured that in a battle of soul power consumption, he would prevail against his opponent. The light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger danced in the air, each strike accurately disrupting Guyu's attacks, showcasing his impeccable judgment. Wuchang Kong watched intently, captivated not only by Xie, but also by Guyu. Ice, fire, earth, and wind. She had demonstrated these four elemental abilities during her duel with Xie, revealing a plethora of skills encompassing both control and offense. Although Wuchang Kong could not fathom the origins of her soul techniques, the fact that she wielded a single soul ring to command four elemental abilities was nothing short of extraordinary, indicative of a superlative martial soul. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Xie's mouth. Though she was formidable, her soul power could not surpass his own. As a dual soul master at level 18, he believed that even in a contest of endurance, he would emerge victorious. Yet, he sensed the earth and ice binding his left foot beginning to loosen. Once freed from this constraint, the tide of battle would surely shift in his favor. However, at that moment, he caught sight of a smile on Guyu's face. The next instant, she hurled not a fireball, but a white sphere of light. The brilliance erupted before Xie's eyes, enveloping him in a blinding radiance. Panic surged within him. Xie frantically swung his daggers, hoping to counter the impending assault with a flurry of strikes. That's enough. Wuchang Kong's voice resonated in the air. It took several seconds for Xie's vision to return from the overwhelming brightness, tears streaming from his eyes. You won, Wuchang Kong declared to Guyu. Xie protested, Teacher, I did not lose. My attacks were so concentrated, her strikes may not have broken through. Wuchang Kong scoffed, a loss is a loss. While you were wildly swinging your daggers, she had already positioned herself behind you. Guyu smiled slightly, her form shimmering with silver light as she suddenly shifted 3 meters away. Xie stared in astonishment, grappling with the nature of her ability. Teacher, does this mean I can enroll now? She inquired, looking to Wuchang Kong. He nodded, affirming, I will honor my promise. However, you must first disclose your origins and the nature of your martial soul. Reaching into her pocket, Guyu produced a letter. This is my recommendation letter for the Junior Academy. As for my martial soul, it is an elementalist. Elementalist? Wuchang Kong pondered, though well-versed in various martial souls. This was a novel concept. The battle she had just fought against Xie showcased her extraordinary capabilities: ice, fire, earth, wind, light, and space, 6 elemental powers at her command. It was known that possessing even one elemental affinity among martial souls constituted a peak rarity. To command 6 elements simultaneously was almost unfathomable. Guyu, noticing the astonishment in his gaze, elaborated, "I can manipulate 6 elements. However, my soul rings do not augment any specific element. Thus, I can control elemental transformations but find it challenging to enhance their power. My first soul skill is called Elemental Tide, allowing me to sustain my soul power longer while amplifying my control over the elements." Upon hearing her explanation, Wu Changkong experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, such an all-encompassing mastery over elements, with each not particularly potent, suggested that her martial soul was singular rather than sixfold. The ability to command 6 elements implied that she could not specialize in any one, and her soul techniques could not directly enhance any particular element. The capabilities she had displayed were drawn solely from her adeptness in elemental manipulation. No wonder each ability seemed limited. It was her ingenious application that had countered Xie. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a supreme martial soul, rivaling even the dual soul mastery. Not to mention, her earlier use of earth to create a swamp that ensnared Xie, followed by freezing it with ice, hinted at the burgeoning potential of composite elemental applications. With proper cultivation, she could become an exceptionally powerful soul master. Wu Changkong concluded. "Very well, I understand. You are now a member of our class, Year 1, Class 5. Chapter 65, have you triumphed?" "Thank you, teacher." Guy responded with a charming smile. Wu Changkong's expression turned cold. "Then, let us proceed with the mandatory physical training. Xie, you shall join as well." Xie grimaced. "Teacher, isn't it customary to forego running after a match?" Wu Changkong snorted. "Have you emerged victorious?" Xie felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, if Tang Wulin's earlier victory had been somewhat fortuitous, his battle against Guyu had been a display of his utmost effort, yet he had still been defeated. Her martial soul was peculiarly unique, even more so than his twin dragon dagger. Guyu smiled slightly, not shying away, and promptly dashed toward the edge of the playground, joining the other 5th grade students in their run. With a mournful cry, Xie had no choice but to follow suit. Observing their figures, a rare smile flickered across Wu Changkong's icy visage before he turned and strode towards the main teaching building. "Why do you carry iron chains?" Guyu asked curiously as she jogged alongside Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin replied, "It's for physical training. The teacher has stricter expectations of me." "You're quite impressive," Guyu remarked with a smile. "In truth, there's nothing extraordinary about me. My elemental control is merely proficient. All martial souls are alike. With sufficient soul power and understanding, they can yield delightful surprises." Tang Wulin was stirred by her words. "Control? You speak as if it were effortless. Who possesses a martial soul that allows such diverse control as yours?" Xie's dismissive voice interjected from the other side. Having shed his iron attire and rested earlier, he found himself running with relative ease now. Guyu responded, "Perhaps you have yet to fully comprehend your own martial soul." "I understand it well enough," Xie retorted defiantly. Guyu replied, "As a defeated opponent, what more is there to ascertain?" At that moment, Xie, filled with indignation, contemplated crashing against a wall. Wasn't he a genius? Why, upon arriving at this school, particularly in the worst class, did he repeatedly find himself at a disadvantage? Wu Changkong entered the teaching building, where all classes were in session, leaving the corridors notably empty. He paused at the door of the administration office, reflecting briefly before knocking. "Come in," came Long Hengxiu's voice. Wu Changkong pushed the door open. Long Hengxiu, seated behind his desk, was brooding, contemplating how to address the relationship with Wu Changkong. Today, the latter had been particularly disrespectful. However, it was out of the question to expel him. Such a decision would not pass the dean's scrutiny. As for imposing further penalties, he was already teaching the lowest performing 5th grade class. What more could be done? Was it possible that this situation had emboldened him to act defiantly? Seeing Wu Changkong enter, Long Hengxiu was momentarily taken aback and coldly inquired, "What guidance does Teacher Wu seek?" Wu Changkong, maintaining a calm demeanor, approached Long Hengxiu's desk and bowed respectfully. "I apologize, Director Long. I have come to express my regrets." Upon witnessing this bow, Long Hengxiu, who had previously been filled with anger, was now struck with astonishment. What was this? The aloof male idol was apologizing? Had the sun risen from the west? He was well aware of the distinct personality of this teacher. From the moment he entered the academy, Wu Changkong had been the subject of widespread discussion. Handsome, exceptionally powerful, the undeniable strongest individual in the academy. Yet, he was equally unruly, disregarding the established curriculum and adhering solely to his own methods, earning him the admiration of female students as a male deity. This individual, who even disregarded the dean's authority, rumor had it that during a prior conversation he had left before the dean could finish speaking, was now apologizing to him. Had the world turned upside down? Wu Changkong stated earnestly, "Today, I was at fault, and I wish to seek your forgiveness." Well, Long Hingshu stammered, unsure whether he was startled by the apology or genuinely feeling placated. His anger seemed to dissipate. Wu Changkong nodded. "Director Long, we have a new student joining our class. She has just completed my assessment and meets all the qualifications to enroll in our academy. According to the academy's regulations, students who miss the enrollment deadline may be permitted to join under special circumstances, but they must start from the 5th class. Therefore, I kindly request your approval for her admission." As he spoke, he handed Long Hingshu the letter that Guyu had given him. Long Hingshu took the letter, instinctively replying, "All right, I will handle it." Wu Changkong insisted, "Let us proceed now. I shall await your decision." For some inexplicable reason, after Wu Changkong's apology, Long Hingshu found himself devoid of any lingering anger. The charm of the aloof male deity seemed to extend beyond mere romantic allure. "Teacher Wu, I must remind you," Long Hingshu cautioned, "in front of the students, I hope you will allow me some dignity." "Understood," Wu Changkong nodded once more. Long Hingshu was surprised by the immediate agreement. Although Wu Changkong was prideful, he was undeniably a man of his word. If he had made a promise, he would undoubtedly uphold it. Never had he imagined that he could quickly establish rapport with him. It now appeared that having him in the intermediate department might not be such a detriment after all. This new student seemed to hold significant importance in Teacher Wu's eyes. As he pondered this, Long Hingshu opened the letter and began to read. The letter was a recommendation from a junior academy in a small city, lacking any remarkable details. Guyu, female, soul power level 15, martial soul, elementalist. Elementalist? What on earth is that? Chapter 66, The Elementalist? She is a prodigy, and only I can nurture her. Therefore, I hope Director Long can support me. Regardless of what transpires in the future, she must remain in my class. Long Hingshu could not help but inquire, "Elementalist? What kind of martial spirit is that?" "Teacher Wu. Being well-versed, do you know?" Wu Changkong replied, "I've just encountered it. It's quite an impressive martial spirit. You will witness it in the upcoming promotion competition." Upon hearing about the promotion competition, Long Hingshu remarked, "I intentionally arranged for Xie to join your class, hoping you all would show remarkable performance in the promotion competition. After all, only if the classes behind are sufficiently strong can they motivate those ahead to strive harder. The essence of the promotion competition is to instill a sense of honor, thereby enhancing the motivation for cultivation among all students." "Teacher Wu, have you decided how many participants to send for the competition?" "Yes, I have. Assemble." The students of Class 5, appearing as weary remnants, barely managed to stand in the center of the playground. "That's all for today. Dismissed. Guyu, stay behind." Finally, it was over, and a wave of relief washed over them. Almost all the students rushed toward the dormitory, eager for rest. Guyu, having run, looked much rosier than before. "I am Wu Changkong, your homeroom teacher. Here is your dormitory key, school uniform, and textbooks. From this moment on, you are officially a member of Class 5. Year 1. "Thank you, Teacher Wu," Guyu replied, accepting the items. "All right, rest now. Classes resume in the afternoon. Don't worry, I'm not here to pick a fight." Xie rolled his eyes. "I am looking out for you." "You saw Guyu, right? Don't get too close to her." Tang Wulin, perplexed, asked, "How have I gotten close? We just met." Xie scoffed. "You seemed quite cheerful chatting with her just now. Be more aware." Teacher Wu mentioned that for the promotion competition, at least 2 participants are required. "It used to be just us 2, but now she's here." "Do you think you are stronger than her?" Tang Wulin shook his head. "Of course not." "Then let her participate." Xie widened his eyes. "You fool. There are rewards for the promotion competition. Don't you want to eat the first-class meal?" Speaking of food, Tang Wulin lamented, "I haven't eaten since this morning because of Mushi's interference, and after a morning of training, I am even hungrier now." "I suspect it will be you and Guyu participating," Zhou Changxi remarked as he walked in, clearly having overheard their conversation. Xie pointed at himself. "You mean without me?" Zhou Changxi replied, "You fought with Wulin 3 times and lost twice, ending up with a swollen face. Why do you think it would be Wulin who gets eliminated instead of you?" He had long been dissatisfied with Xie and saw this as a prime opportunity for some light-hearted teasing. Enough. Use your brains, please. With Teacher Wu's character, what she has said will not change. Neither of you will be eliminated. It will merely add one more participant. At least 2 must enter. It doesn't mean only 2 can. Yun Xiao was the last to walk in, looking exasperated, his expression clearly questioning their intelligence. Tang Wulin rubbed his stomach. The number of participants was inconsequential. What mattered was his hunger. He needed to eat. Before the afternoon classes commenced, a new legend was birthed at Donghai Academy. A certain food deity had once again shattered the record for consumption. Tang Wulin had long grown accustomed to the curious gazes of his classmates as he sat in the cafeteria, devouring his meal. Coincidentally, today's lunch was buns. And they quickly disappeared into his stomach, leaving his dorm mates wide-eyed. Xie earnestly declared, "If I ever bet food against you again, I would be a fool. Aside from that, I wouldn't bet anything else with you." "I lack motivation," Tang Wulin replied. "If I can't finish it, I'll give it to you." Just then, a voice chimed in, and a pristine bun was placed on Tang Wulin's tray. He looked up to find it was Guyu, now donned in the academy's uniform, looking just like her fellow students. "Thank you." Tang Wulin nodded at her, always feeling a sense of fondness toward those who offered him food. Guyu nodded back and turned to leave. Zhou Changxi leaned in, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Wulin, I think she might have taken a liking to you. She engaged you in conversation as soon as she joined our class, and now she is giving you buns. Clearly, you've captivated her." Tang Wulin, exasperated, replied, "Aren't you just 9? What are you thinking?" Zhou Changxi retorted, "A few days ago, I was contemplating how to land a hit on you. But that thought has vanished since you wielded that hammer." Looking at this nonsensical companion, Tang Wulin took a large bite of the bun before him. The afternoon class continued to be focused on physical training, even more grueling than the morning session. What about the theory classes? Wu Changkong's explanation was straightforward. With your current physical condition, what theory can you learn? When has the aloof male god ever lectured on theory? Running was bearable, but when it turned to frog jumps. Within half an hour, the ground was strewn with the exhausted students of Class 5. Tang Wulin, Xie, Guyu, come find me after dinner. Wu Changkong's cold voice resonated before class ended. Xie could only stand with Tang Wulin's support, his legs still trembling. Guyu fared slightly better, though she too leaned on her knees. The girl with the elementalist martial spirit seemed favored by the heavens. Her physical training appeared notably easier than the others. Not due to superior stamina, but rather because she inherently attracted the blessings of all elements in the air. The wind element granted her lightness. The light element replenished her energy, the fire element filled her with vigor, the earth element strengthened her resolve, and the ice element instilled calmness within her. Nearly every element was supporting her. Chapter 67, Special Training After Reconciling with Tang Wulin. Xia's previously cold demeanor had significantly softened, revealing a more authentic self. The temperament of a wealthy heir gradually emerged. Fortunately, their homeroom teacher was Wu Changkong, who could effectively manage him. Otherwise, Xie would have struggled to endure the physical training. The teacher's intentions were for their benefit. Tang Wulin supported him, and in the hour leading up to dinner, most students had succumbed to slumber. Despite his fatigue, Tang Wulin persisted with his meditation. He had recently adopted a new meditative technique, noticeably enhancing his efficiency. The early bird catches the worm. With a less formidable martial soul, one must exert even greater effort. Evenings were reserved for classes, and the quandary of when to forge his dragon steel lingered. If necessary, he would resort to midnight sessions. After completing this forging task, he would be unable to undertake new assignments for the time being. Post-dinner, Tang Wulin nearly dragged Xie to the training ground. Initially, Xie had intended to abandon the endeavor. Upon their arrival, they found Guyu had already come, appearing revitalized. The evening sky was ablaze with the hues of sunset, casting a radiant glow upon Guyu's delicate features, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Wu Changkong maintained his stoic expression, clad in a black tracksuit. While a cluster of senior female students gathered nearby, their gazes fixated on him. "Follow me, you 3, Wu Changkong commanded upon noticing their arrival. Turning to lead them deeper into the academy, he guided them to an indoor training facility situated behind the academy, a destination he had planned to visit after consulting Long Hongxiu. In expressing his intent to support Long Hongxiu's work without causing him trouble, Long Hongxiu had granted him unfettered access. As another director, he was in fierce competition with the head of the advanced department. Their conflict had escalated to the point where Wu Changkong had broken the other's leg, resulting in his demotion to the intermediate department. However, If he could forge a good relationship with his teacher Wu, it would undoubtedly bolster his standing before the principal. Wu Changkong was indifferent to Long Hengxiu's ulterior motives, as long as his own objectives were met. Had it not been for Gu Yu, he would have been far less accommodating. An apology would have been out of the question. Yet, his encounter with two students who stirred his emotions altered his perspective. If nurtured properly, they possessed the potential to enter that esteemed realm. The training area was circular, secured by a soul guide shield, designated for martial soul training of students with higher cultivation levels. After all, the outdoor grounds were too prone to damage once a certain level of soul power was reached. Wu Changkong positioned the three at the center of the arena. Starting tonight, you will undergo special training with me every evening in preparation for the promotion tournament in 3 months. He focused his gaze on Tang Wulin. Your martial soul is blue silvergrass. The reason you were selected for the tournament was due to a lack of alternatives. Now that Gu Yu is here, you have witnessed her talent and strength. What I have previously stated remains unchanged. However, I hope your efforts will demonstrate your worthiness to represent Class 5. If, in 3 months, you fail to meet my expectations, I will only select 2 participants. Despite Xie's encouragement, a hint of despondency lingered in Tang Wulin's heart. His inherent limitations and talent weighed heavily upon him. Teacher, I will not compete in his stead, Gu Yu interjected unexpectedly. Wu Changkong turned to her. He faltered momentarily. Since becoming a soul master, he had always been revered, even upon his reluctant arrival at Dong High Academy. Though he had faced threats, their outcomes had been dire. Yet, when confronted by this young girl's assertion, he found himself at a loss for a response. Xie's dual martial soul was of considerable value to him, but it paled in comparison to Gu Yu's elemental mastery. Tang Wulin was taken aback by Gu Yu's defense of him and felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Gu Yu, but teacher is correct. It is only fitting that the strongest represent our class. Rest assured, I will strive to improve. The number of participants is not limited to 2. If I can become sufficiently strong within 3 months, I believe the teacher will allow me to compete. Wu Changkong regarded Tang Wulin with surprise. The child possessed an exceptional emotional intelligence. His words not only exhibited determination but also alleviated the tension surrounding him, enhancing Wu Changkong's favorable impression of him. Teacher, what will we be training in? It won't just be physical conditioning, will it? Xie's priorities were evidently distinct from the others. Of course not. Wu Changkong replied. Regardless of the training, the ultimate goal remains singular, to enhance your strength. Strength encompasses both hard and soft aspects, and in my view, all strength derives from practical combat experience. Thus, your special training will focus solely on real combat. I will first explain the key points to each of you before we commence. Xie, your speed is already commendable for your level. However, your stamina is lacking, making endurance a challenge. Therefore, during combat, be mindful of managing your energy. Your second martial soul has an element of surprise, but do not employ it recklessly. Once invoked, it must yield substantial results. Gu Yu, I observed your elemental control today. Though I hate to admit it, your mastery over various elements is excellent for your current level. Tomorrow, I will take the 3 of you to assess your mental strength. Teacher, I have previously tested my mental strength. Tang Wulin began. Wu Changkong coldly interrupted him. I only trust my own eyes. Chapter 68. Your opponent is me. He continued to speak to Gu Yu, expressing his hope that during training, she would experiment with the combinations of different elements. Today, I have carefully contemplated your martial soul. As an elementalist, you possess a natural affinity for various elements. However, due to the absence of soul rings specifically designed for enhancement, it results in your inability to become exceptionally powerful in any single element. While you appear to wield diverse attribute abilities through different elements, this advantage will diminish as your cultivation reaches a certain level, revealing a lack of formidable soul skills as a foundation. The soul skills you obtain in the future will only serve to augment your control over the elements and enhance your soul power. In this context, the path to truly becoming a strong warrior is singular, the combination of multiple elements. This unprecedented approach was revealed to me when I witnessed you controlling Xie with the fusion of earth and ice elements. If you can merge different attribute elements and master this power, you will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of this world in the future. It is no small feat for such praise to emanate from Wu Changkong, which underscores the significance he places on Gu Yu. Yes, thank you, teacher. Gu Yu nodded in response. Wu Changkong then turned his attention to Tang Wulin, saying, as for you, your primary task now is to master your martial soul. I must candidly inform you that although your blue silvergrass has mutated, its essence remains blue silvergrass. Its resilience presents both advantages and disadvantages. Only by mastering it completely can you truly wield it, thus steering your development towards that of a control-type battle soul master. Furthermore, regarding the hammers you employed last time, your strength is your innate talent and remains quite useful at this level. Shortly, you may attempt to combine the hammers with your blue-silver grass for an offensive maneuver. Understood, Tang Wulin replied affirmatively. Then let the special training commence, Wu Changkong declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing that they would not be engaging in physical training but rather practical combat, Xia's spirits lifted considerably, and he eagerly inquired, Teacher Wu, who will face off first? Wu Changkong replied, There will be no order. All three of you will face me. Tang Wulin, Xia, and Guyu's expressions stiffened simultaneously. With a flash of brilliance, Wu Changkong brandished a wooden sword, stating, I will not utilize the power of my martial soul or soul skills. You may unleash your full potential. Begin. As he spoke, he flicked the wooden sword towards Xia. Xia reacted swiftly, retreating rapidly. However, Wu Changkong's sword was relentless, akin to a relentless parasite, closing the distance despite Xia's quick evasion. A deep, resonant sound of air being sliced filled the air as Tang Wulin made his move. He fully embraced Wu Changkong's advice, launching his forged tungsten hammer directly at him. Attached to the hammer was a strand of blue-silver grass. Aware that directly ensnaring Wu Changkong with the blue-silver grass would be futile, given his soul power, he could easily extricate himself. Tang Wulin understood that his soul power would be depleted in the process, rendering further use of the blue-silver grass impossible. Wu Changkong did not even glance at the incoming tungsten hammer. His wooden sword remained steadfastly pointed ahead, allowing the hammer to fly past him. Tang Wulin felt embarrassed. Having missed his target, a gentle breeze brushed by, pushing Xia aside and causing Wu Changkong's sword to strike empty air. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him give way, and several ice spikes shot upward, aimed directly at the ground. Guyu employed her previous tactic. Wu Changkong smiled calmly, deftly tapping the wooden sword against the ice spikes, effortlessly shattering them. Simultaneously, he leaped into the air, freeing himself from the muddy ground. Once again, Tang Wulin's tungsten hammer approached. This time, it was not a single strike, but two sweeping blows, covering a wider area. Wu Changkong casually pointed his wooden sword, making contact with the tungsten hammers, causing them to momentarily halt before plummeting to the ground. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Changkong's eyes. This young lad's strength was indeed extraordinary. A fireball reached Wu Changkong's side as Guyu's attack emerged at the opportune moment. Given that his weapon was a wooden sword, utilizing fire against it would yield the best results. The wooden sword swirled, seemingly generating a peculiar airflow, causing the fireball to spiral out of control and hurtle towards Xia, who was rising from the ground. Xia swiftly slashed with his light dragon dagger, dispelling the fireball, and curled his body mid-air, propelling himself closer to Wu Changkong. With a subtle motion of his left hand, an invisible blade surged forth as the light dragon dagger simultaneously lunged forward. Tang Wulin's tungsten hammer was once again launched upwards, striking towards Wu Changkong. 3 fireballs flew out in perfect timing. At last, Tang Wulin, Xia, and Guyu executed a small coordinated attack. Unfortunately, their opponent proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. The wooden sword transformed into a flurry of sword shadows, and it was unclear how Wu Changkong exerted his strength. The 2 tungsten hammers were deftly deflected, and Xia was struck on the shoulder by a sword, sending him crashing into the 3 fireballs. Had he not displayed extraordinary prowess with the light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in a rapid succession, he would have surely sustained injuries. Descending from the sky, Wu Changkong now set his sights on Tang Wulin, thrusting the wooden sword directly towards him. Tang Wulin did not flinch. In that moment, Xia was too preoccupied to assist him, and Guyu was obstructed by the fallen Xia, leaving her unable to provide aid. This entire scenario was orchestrated by Wu Changkong to isolate Tang Wulin, creating a one-on-one situation. Through practical combat, he sought to evoke the latent potential within his students, a method he had employed in advanced classes. Under immense pressure, a student's reactions could vividly reveal their potential. At this critical juncture, Tang Wulin did not hesitate. He activated the first soul skill of his blue-silver grass, as slender tendrils of blue-silver grass entwined around Wu Changkong. With the wooden sword poised at his chest, Tang Wulin's gaze sharpened. He recalled how, during his previous battle with Xia, he had transcended his limits by perceiving Xia as metal, thus prolonging his endurance. In this moment, he visualized Wu Changkong as metal once more. swiftly entering a state of ethereal focus akin to that of his forging process. Two gray lights ignited simultaneously. The right hammer met the wooden sword head-on, blocking its advance, while the left hammer swung outwards, striking at Wuchangkong. Clang! The wooden sword collided with the gray right hammer, producing a resonant metallic sound. Tang Wulin felt an overwhelming force surge through him as the tungsten hammer collided with his chest, sending him staggering backward. Chapter 69. The Realm of Spirit Communication. Upon entering a state of focused concentration, Tang Wulin felt particularly alert. He understood clearly that if he were to retreat, his left-hand hammer would be unable to reach his teacher. Thus, he relinquished the left-hand hammer, sending it hurtling towards Wuchangkong. With a casual flick of his wrist, Wuchangkong redirected the wooden sword in his grasp to intercept the hammer. As a swordsman, his martial spirit embodied the pursuit of transcending all forms through the sword, relying solely on it against any foe. However, this time he found himself at a disadvantage. The collision of hammer and sword sent a jolt through Wuchangkong's hand. He felt an undeniable force emanating from the wooden sword. Although it paled in comparison to his strength, he had not yet summoned his martial spirit and had only utilized a fraction of his soul power. He soon realized that his wooden sword could scarcely withstand this onslaught. Before he could channel more soul power into it, another surge of force struck the sword. Crack! The wooden sword shattered, and the formidable thousand-forged silver hammer came crashing towards his head. Wuchangkong swiftly evaded the blow, but the seemingly insignificant hammer struck the ground with a thunderous crash, startling both Xie and Gu Yu, who were poised to assist. Had Tang Wulin truly forced back Teacher Wu and shattered his wooden sword? Tang Wulin quickly retreated a few steps, positioning the silver hammer protectively before his chest. Wuchangkong halted, momentarily taken aback, realizing that there was something peculiar about Tang Wulin's hammer. Stop! He raised his hand, halting Gu Yu and Xie, who were preparing to intervene. Xie cast a peculiar glance at Tang Wulin, then at the unfamiliar gray hammer on the ground, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He recalled their first encounter. And if Tang Wulin had wielded that hammer against him, then Tang Wulin hurriedly picked up his 3 hammers, stowing them within the silver ring. Your hammer is unusual, Wuchangkong remarked, his expression one of curiosity. Tang Wulin replied, This is the silver hammer. It weighs more than an ordinary forging hammer. How much does it weigh? Let me see, Xie exclaimed, intrigued by the hammer capable of shattering Wuchangkong's wooden sword, rushing over to grasp the 1,000-forged silver hammer from Tang Wulin's hands. Clang! The moment the silver hammer left Tang Wulin's grip, it plummeted to the ground, sending Xie tumbling head over heels. Ouch! He yelped. What on earth is this? Why is it so heavy? Wuchangkong approached, lifting the 1,000-forged silver hammer, unable to suppress his astonishment. No wonder his wooden sword was shattered. The weight of this hammer, Tang Wulin stated. It weighs approximately 150 kilograms. Wuchangkong inquired. Earlier, I felt 3 distinct forces. Was that your control, or something else? Tang Wulin hesitated before responding. That is the hammer's inherent ability. After metal is forged, it generates certain unpredictable effects. My silver hammer possesses a similar feature, called stacking. Although Wuchangkong was not well versed in forging, he could discern the value of the 1,000-forged silver hammer. He nodded slightly. You possess considerable talent in forging. I found out that today, you were compared to Mu Shi, the daughter of the president of the East Sea City Forging Association. Yes, I am a forger. Remembering the respect he received at the Forging Association, Tang Wulin felt a surge of pride. A contemplative expression crossed Wuchangkong's face as he extended his hand toward Tang Wulin. Come, take my hand. Tang Wulin grasped his hand. Wuchangkong's grip was firm, with long, powerful fingers that felt cool yet devoid of any roughness. Pull me with all your strength. I wish to gauge the extent of your power, Wuchangkong instructed. All right, Tang Wulin replied, taking a deep breath and straining his arms. This time, Wuchangkong was prepared, standing firm as if anchored to the ground. As Tang Wulin exerted himself, his face flushed with effort, despite Wuchangkong's immobility. The subtle fluctuations of his soul power indicated that he was not entirely at ease. He required soul power to maintain his position against Tang Wulin's pull. Enough, Wuchangkong called after a brief moment. Tang Wulin relaxed his grip. A peculiar expression flickered across Wuchangkong's icy visage as he patted Tang Wulin's shoulder. For the upcoming class competition, you 3 shall battle together. Your strength has reached such a level, our strategy will become quite intriguing. From the following day onward, Tang Wulin received special permission to forego physical training, a decision Wuchangkong deemed necessary, believing that ordinary training would not benefit someone of Tang Wulin's exceptional talent. Instead, it was more prudent to devote time to other forms of cultivation. Tang Wulin's task was no less demanding. He focused on mastering the control of blue-silver grass. As the physical training for the first-year class entered its third day, the other students could no longer endure and collapsed in droves. From that day forward, they returned to the routine of morning physical training, followed by afternoon theoretical classes. With only half a day of physical training, the students felt significantly relieved, and no one complained. Tang Wulin, Xie, and Guyu underwent a mental strength assessment, yielding astonishing results. Xie's mental strength measured 29. A commendable achievement among his peers, nearing the mid-level of the spirit origin realm. Tang Wulin's mental strength was 44, placing him directly within the mid-level of the spirit origin realm. However, he refrained from mentioning that his previous test had yielded a mere 38. His mental acuity had improved remarkably in such a short span, while the mental strengths of the two surprised Wu Changkong. They paled in comparison to Guyu's remarkable score of 119. She transcended the spirit origin realm entirely. Within the hierarchy of mental strength, the initial level is the spirit origin realm, and surpassing 100 in the mental strength assessment elevates one to a new tier known as the realm of spirit communication. The realm of spirit communication signifies a profound connection between mind and spirit, allowing for mastery over one's mental faculties, enabling the bearer to harness 2 yellow soul spirits or 1 purple soul spirit. Wu Changkong deduced that Guyu's martial spirit, the elementalist, was likely a rare mental type spirit, allowing her to communicate with elements through her formidable mental strength. Mental type soul masters are exceedingly rare and highly sought after in the contemporary world, for their abilities aligned seamlessly with mechs, further enhancing Wu Changkong's regard for Guyu. Of course, the rigors of training remained unchanged. The more the aloof and proud mentor valued them, the heavier the training burden became. By the end of the week, Tang Wulin found himself unable to visit the studio of Ming Tian, thus failing to complete his forging tasks. Chapter 70. Forge for me. Tang Wulin had nearly forgotten about this matter. As a soul master, he had no need to purchase soul-guiding batteries for charging. His own soul power sufficed for regular use. The communicator displayed a special number. Hello. Tang Wulin answered the call. What are you doing? A familiar voice came from the other end, igniting warmth in Tang Wulin's heart, prompting him to sit up quickly. Teacher. The voice on the line belonged to Meng Tian. That's not it, teacher. I've been training and studying every day without any time to visit your studio. I plan to come by tomorrow during our weekend break. Meng Tian paused for a moment before responding. You are in your first year at the Intermediate Academy and already so busy? Tang Wulin briefly recounted his training since arriving at the academy. The roommate above, Zhou Changxi, curiously leaned over, while Xie turned over with a dissatisfied expression directed at Tang Wulin. Well, come over tomorrow, I will be there too. Meng Tian ended the call. Hey, Tang Wulin, didn't you say you were broke? How can you afford to use a soul-guiding communicator? Xie questioned, somewhat irritated. This was provided by the association. I didn't buy it. I can't afford it. Tang Wulin replied. Association? What association? Zhou Changxi asked, intrigued. The roommate above, Yun Xiao, also leaned in to listen. Forging association. My martial soul isn't inherently strong, so I began learning to forge early on, Tang Wulin explained. Yun Xiao pondered. Your forging must be related to your physical strength, right? Tang Wulin nodded. Xie inquired. So, you're the type of forger who purifies metals? Tang Wulin nodded once more. Well, if you excel in that field, it could lead to a promising future. I remember my father once purchased a core component for a mecha that was purified by a master forger. It was quite expensive. When you reach the master level, could you purify metals for me? Tang Wulin asked curiously, do you want to become a mecha master? Xie declared proudly, of course. My family is renowned for being mecha masters, so naturally, I aspire to be one. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Changxi and Yun Xiao became very interested, climbing down from their bucks. For young people like them, mechas had always been a dream. Tell us, what is it like to be a true mecha master? What qualifications are needed? Zhou Changxi asked, full of curiosity. Xie, having spent the past few days bonding with them, had shed his initial arrogance, and the atmosphere in the dormitory had grown much more harmonious. Over the years, soul-guiding mechas had evolved from small-scale designs to larger ones, and now they were returning to a more compact form. Following this cyclical process, individual combat capabilities had grown exponentially. A truly formidable mecha master dons a mecha that is roughly the size of armor, yet it significantly enhances their abilities. Coupled with the fusion of their martial soul, they can become super soldiers. It is said that divine-level mecha masters personally forge their own mechas. Does that mean all divine-level mecha masters are also forgers? Tang Wulin asked. CSCA rolled his eyes. Of course not. What I mean is that divine-level mecha masters personally inscribe formations on their mechas, allowing them to be more attuned to their own essence. Naturally, if they also possess forging skills, the compatibility would be even greater. By the way, what level have you reached in forging? Tang Wulin hesitated, feeling he could not deceive his friends. After Xie had threatened Mu Shi for him, he had considered him a friend. I can manage 1,000 refinements, roughly, Tang Wulin admitted. Yun Xiao and Zhou Changxi were not well-versed in forging, but Xie, coming from a prominent family, was knowledgeable and exclaimed in surprise, "Does that mean your forging level has already reached the master level?" Tang Wulin shook his head. "Not yet. I'm a second-level forger." "Wow," Yun Xiao gasped. Although he did not understand forging, he was well aware of professional rankings. "You're only 9 years old and already a second-level professional?" A second-level professional can easily support themselves and has the ability to survive in society. They were still children. And although Tang Wulin's martial soul was blue silvergrass, being a second-level professional made a significant difference. A third-level professional represents a qualitative leap, crossing the threshold into the upper echelons of society. By the time one reaches a fifth-level professional, regardless of occupation, they are truly part of the elite class, often referred to as masters. Xie suddenly seemed to have an idea, pulling Tang Wulin into a friendly embrace. "Wulin, are we brothers?" Tang Wulin shot him an exasperated glance, thinking to himself that flattery often hides ulterior motives. "If you have something to say, just say it." Xie chuckled. "Nothing much. But could you help me forge mecha parts in the future? What do you say?" "Don't worry, I'll pay you the market price." Tang Wulin questioned. "Do you really need to seek me out for that? You could directly post a task at our forging association. It would still be the market price." Xie looked at him in surprise. "It seems you don't truly understand the forging profession. Do you think posting a task guarantees someone will accept it? The number of forgers above the master level is scarce, and even fewer are willing to take on 1,000 refinements. Not just anyone can get in line. My father's mecha had all its parts replaced with 1,000 refinements, which took 4 years, and that was with favorable relations with the forging association. Since you can already manage 1,000 refinements, you'll surely reach the master level in a few years. As my exclusive forger, wouldn't that mean I could acquire 1,000 refinement mecha more swiftly? That would be a true symbol of nobility." Upon hearing this, both Yun Xiao and Zhou Changxi's eyes lit up. Tang Wulin sighed. "All right, when I reach that level, I will definitely help you." "Good brother," Xie exclaimed, embracing him tightly, loudly declaring, "From today onwards, Tang Wulin is under my protection. Anyone who dares to offend him will have to answer to my light dragon dagger." Cough. Cough. Yun Xiao cleared his throat. "You might want to wait until you can defeat Guyu before making such bold claims." Chapter 71. The hammer. At the mere mention of Guyu, Xie could not help but feel deflated. Over the past week, he had sparred with Guyu on multiple occasions. Although he had always harbored some resentment, he had to admit that he was truly no match for her at present. Guyu's mastery over the 6 elements was simply too unpredictable, lacking any discernible pattern, coupled with the enhancement from her first soul skill, elemental tides. Even if he expended his soul power, he could not contend with her. Tang Wulin declared, "All right, it's getting late. Everyone, let us meditate. Tomorrow, I will meet with my teacher and will not be present at the academy." The Intermediate Academy had a designated day off each week, during which students could arrange their own schedules. Tang Wulin had been unable to complete the forging task for the Heavenly Dragon Iron throughout the week, and he was feeling somewhat anxious about it. Just then, Mang Tian arrived, providing a perfect opportunity to finalize the task. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, Tang Wulin exited the academy and headed straight for Mang Tian's workshop. Before he even entered, he heard the sound of clanging from inside. "Teacher," Tang Wulin called, using his key to unlock the door. As he entered the forging room, he found Mang Tian busily at work. Mang Tian glanced at him and remarked, "You seem quite spirited. It appears you have indeed been diligently cultivating." Feeling a bit bashful, Tang Wulin scratched his head. However, regarding forging, he found it difficult to maintain a stern demeanor with this disciple. When he requested Tang Wulin's contact information from Master Tsinyu the previous day, he had been entangled in conversation for quite some time, with even the president personally inquiring about it. Although Donghai City does not hold a particularly high status among cities across the continent, Muchen is one of the top 10 master artisans in the land. renowned not only within the forging community but across the entire continent. It would have been impossible for him to be here if not for his deceased wife hailing from Donghai City. Yesterday, even Mu Chen offered assistance if Tang Wulin required help in his studies, which left Meng Tian pleasantly surprised. However, he believed that Tang Wulin was capable of self-guidance at this point. He also harbored a selfish motive if he entrusted Tang Wulin to Mu Chen now, who would then be considered his teacher. This was also why Meng Tian refrained from allowing Tang Wulin to showcase his 1,000 forging capabilities and instead directly applied for the title of a level 3 forging master. Tang Wulin's innate talent for forging was not merely a result of his extraordinary strength. While innate strength is rare, it is not entirely absent. But very few individuals achieve mastery in forging solely based on their innate strength. As the level of a forger increases, so do the requirements for insight and soul power. For it is impossible to complete advanced forging without sufficiently robust soul power. Meng Tian had suffered from this limitation himself. Otherwise, he would have had the confidence to advance to the rank of master artisan. Tang Wulin's innate strength compensated for his current lack of soul power, and more importantly, the child possessed exceptional insight. He could enter a state of profound focus during nearly every forging session, especially during the recent 1,000 forging of the silver. Meng Tian recalled that he could only occasionally achieve such a state upon becoming a level 4 forging master. One can only imagine the extent of Tang Wulin's talent in forging, supplemented by his unwavering diligence over the past 3 years of study, which has laid a solid foundation. Such a promising student, Meng Tian could not bear to let him go so easily. Meng Tian intended to cultivate Tang Wulin to the level of a master artisan, allowing him to fully demonstrate his capabilities. At that time, no one would be able to claim him. After changing into his work attire, Tang Wulin began practicing with the 1,000 forging silver hammer on ordinary metals. While both hammers were categorized under 1,000 forging, the connection he felt with the tungsten steel hammer was akin to blood ties, whereas the silver hammer, forged through blood sacrifice, bestowed upon him a profound sense of spiritual communion. This sensation was exceptionally exquisite, leaving an indelible impression. Once he fully immersed himself in this state, employing the 1,000 forging silver hammer became effortless. Observing his disciple hammering away at the metal with simple, rhythmic strikes, his eyes reflecting the brilliance of the silver hammer, Meng Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This child's brilliance was finally beginning to shine through following the completion of his 1,000 forging. It wasn't until evening that Tang Wulin successfully forged the heavenly dragon iron using the now familiar 1,000 forging silver hammer, marking the conclusion of his day's practice. Let us go. I will accompany you to the Forger-S Association to submit your task, Meng Tian instructed. Understood. Tang Wulin responded eagerly. Meng Tian thought to himself, this way, with a week's grace period, no one will question his forging capabilities. The Forger-S Association was considerably more lively in the evening than during the day. Meng Tian led Tang Wulin directly to the second floor to submit his task, where a specialized inspector evaluated the finished product and dispensed the payment. 20,000 Federation coins. This was the first time Tang Wulin had earned such a significant sum in one go. He handed the money to Meng Tian, saying, "Teacher, this is for you." Meng Tian shook his head, stating, "Upon reaching the rank of level 2 forging master, you have, in a sense, graduated. This is rightfully yours. But I still use your forging room." Tang Wulin protested. A smile crept onto Meng Tian's face. "Do you think I would concern myself with such matters? By the way, your parents are on a business trip lately, so you needn't contact home." "Oh, all right." As he pocketed the 20,000 Federation coins, Tang Wulin felt a warm sense of joy, despite knowing he was still far from his ultimate goal. Wealth through labor, honor in labor. This is all earned through my own efforts. After receiving another level 2 task, he and Meng Tian finally left the association. "Teacher, let me treat you to a meal." Tang Wulin exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Very well," Meng Tian readily agreed. Chapter 72. The objective of the promotion tournament as a new week commenced. Tang Wulin found himself immersed in rigorous training, with little time to ponder other matters. Under the influence of the unique hammering effect of the 1,000 forging silver hammer, the challenges that once seemed formidable were now considerably more manageable. His days were filled with 6 days of diligent practice, meditation, and forging, leaving him almost no time to think of anything else. When Wu Changkong brought him, Xie and Guyu to the office, informing them that the first match of the promotion tournament would commence next week, it dawned upon him that over 2 months had slipped by. In this span, significant transformations had taken place among them. Most notably, the rapport between him, Xie, and Guyu had grown remarkably harmonious under Wu Changkong's rigorous training regimen. Undoubtedly, Guyu remained the most formidable among the trio. Despite Xie exerting himself to the utmost during their training, he still could not match Guyu's prowess. However, within these 2 months, Xie's soul power had impressively reached the 19th level. With just one more elevation, he would be able to absorb the second soul ring from his century-old spirit, thus advancing to the rank of Great Soul Master. Guyu's soul power had ascended to the 17th level, while Tang Wulin, despite possessing the blue-silver grass martial soul, had diligently practiced soul control, supplemented by advanced meditation techniques and Wu Changkong's guidance, which boosted his soul power to the 12th level. At this rate, he was confident he would reach the 20th level before graduating from the Intermediate Academy. Teacher, which student from Class 4 will compete against us? Do you possess any information? Xie eagerly inquired of Wu Changkong. Wu Changkong replied coolly, if a mere Class 4 requires information to defeat you, then you are unworthy of being my disciples. Your sole task in next week's match is to crush them. Do you understand? Yes. The three responded in unison. Wu Changkong continued, the promotion tournament is about to begin, with a match held daily until all competitions are concluded. I give you a singular goal, to defeat the first class of the 4th grade. Defeat the first class of the 4th grade? Tang Wulin exclaimed, astonished. Xie, despite his confidence, swallowed hard at the thought. It was common knowledge that many talented students in the 4th grade had already attained the 2nd ring level, and some 3rd graders had even reached the level of 2-ring Great Soul Masters. They were merely 1st graders. Achieving victory over 4th graders would be no easy feat. Wu Changkong clarified, I am referring to the first class of the 4th grade. Defeating them will grant you all rewards. Otherwise, all will be confiscated as class funds. Xie protested. Teacher, isn't that too harsh? Wu Changkong retorted, if you find it excessive, you may withdraw, allowing Wulin and Guyu to participate. Fine. I was hoping to rid myself of this burden, Guyu remarked nonchalantly, playing with her fingers. You. Xie turned, glaring at her. Due to Guyu's consistent superiority in strength, Xie harbored animosity towards her. Guyu tilted her head. Are you dissatisfied? Xie then looked at Tang Wulin, who encouraged, when has the teacher ever altered his decisions? Let us give it our all, my friends. A flicker of amusement crossed Wu Changkong's eyes. He was quite pleased with his 3 disciples. Although Tang Wulin's talent was somewhat lacking, his innate strength compensated significantly for it, and he demonstrated a commendable work ethic. When comparing their efforts in raising soul power, Tang Wulin's progress from level 11 to 12 was achieved through far greater dedication than Xie's. Very well. Today's training begins. Tang Wulin, you and Xie will face Guyu. Xie chuckled, taking pride in the thought of besting Guyu. Watch how I handle you, you. Guyu shot him a frosty glare. You will pay dearly for that moniker. And thus, another day of specialized training commenced. The promotion tournament was a grand annual event for the Donghai Academy, as it involved participation from all grades and the entire academy. The advanced department held its own promotion tournament, as did the intermediate department. Students demonstrating exceptional performance in the tournament would have their achievements recorded, significantly enhancing their prospects for future admission into higher-tier institutions. The rewards for success were substantial, with classes that excelled not only seeing changes in ranking, but also their homeroom teachers receiving commendations. Consequently, the promotion tournament had evolved into a symbol of honor at Donghai Academy over the years. Being defeated by a lower-ranked class was a disgrace, while overcoming a higher-ranked class brought glory. The tournament was held 3 months into the school year to provide ample time for classes to select participants and strategize. On this fine day, with clear blue skies and bright sunshine, a competition platform had been set up in the middle of the intermediate department's playground. This platform, constructed from 10-centimeter thick metal plates, spanned a diameter of 100 meters, occupying a significant portion of the playground. Surrounding the platform were specialized soul guide barrier generators to prevent accidents during the matches. As the first day of competition approached, the matches were scheduled to take place after school to avoid disrupting the students' studies. The dismissal bell rang, and while students poured out of the teaching building, only a few ventured toward the competition platform. The first-grade students from Class 5 were excitedly lined up on the playground, having undergone 3 months of intensive training, which left them with a revitalized sense of purpose. Although their innate talents were modest, under Wu Changkong's tutelage, their physical abilities had seen remarkable improvement, and even their soul power had increased at a commendable pace. Conversely, the students from Class 4 arrived at a slower pace, ambled over in small groups, seemingly indifferent to the competition. A short, stout teacher approached Wu Changkong, beaming with a smile. "Teacher Wu, your students are truly impressive. Just look at their formation. I can't say the same for my class 4. They've grown accustomed to being lackadaisical. Please, show mercy in today's tournament. While we may not ascend to class 3, we sincerely hope to retain our status in class 4. Wu Changkong merely glanced at him before returning his gaze ahead, treating him as if he were inconsequential. Chapter 73. The first match of the promotion tournament. The homeroom teacher of class 4, Kong Hanwen, was nearly driven to the brink of fury by the audacity of his student. Indeed, this young man was not merely arrogant, he was exceptionally so. Yes, he was formidable. But what significance did it hold when he taught such a lackluster class? How far could they truly excel? It appeared that Teacher Wu was brimming with confidence. "We shall see you on the battlefield," he remarked with a sardonic tone, before striding back towards his own class. Wu Changkong's lips moved slightly, and Tang Wulin, standing beside him, discerned that Teacher Wu seemed to have uttered something rather unflattering. At this moment, the Director of Education, Long Hongxiu, ascended the competition stage. The promotion tournament was set to commence today, with Class 5 challenging Class 4. "Teacher Wu Changkong, has your class finalized the number of participants?" The lower grades promotion tournament typically lacked fervor, and as the presiding referee, Long Hongxiu's sole interest lay in observing the disciples nurtured by Wu Changkong over the past 3 months, especially since he had previously acknowledged an error and requested an individual. Wu Changkong nodded. "We have 3 participants from our class." Long Hongxiu then turned his attention to Kong Hanwen, stating, "Class 5 has 3 participants, Mr. Kong. You have 5 minutes to allocate your competitors." Kong Hanwen, shedding his earlier congenial demeanor before Wu Changkong, scoffed, "Against Class 5, it matters not who we send. Any of our students will suffice. Galen, Lin Zunyan, Mose. You 3 will compete. Remember, you represent the honor of Class 4. Let your performance reflect our class's spirit." Wu Changkong merely waved his hand, and Tang Wulin, Xie, and Guyu stepped onto the competition stage. Long Hongxiu cast a curious glance towards Wu's side. Typically, Class 5, given their overall weaker strength, would send fewer participants when challenging a higher class, choosing only the most exceptional 2. Yet, Wu Changkong had opted for 3. Could it be that Class 5's overall strength had been significantly enhanced under his guidance? Among the 3 participants from Class 4, Galen took the lead. He was short and stocky, yet appeared remarkably robust. Lin Zunyan was a slender youth, while Mose had a medium build and a look of eager anticipation. Tang Wulin positioned himself at the forefront of his trio, clearly indicating his role as the commander. "Prepare." With a distance of 50 meters between the 2 sides, Long Hongxiu raised his right hand. The first match of the new academic year's promotion tournament, Class 4 against Class 5, commence. With Long Hongxiu's commanding shout, the 3 participants from Class 4 simultaneously unleashed their soul rings. 3 white soul rings rose beneath their feet. Galen, standing at the forefront, lunged forward, his body swelling slightly as he emitted a low growl. His originally brown eyes transformed to a striking yellow, and his arms visibly thickened as he charged ahead. Lin Zunyan murmured something under his breath, brandishing a slender staff. A flash of light erupted from the staff's tip, striking Galen and enhancing his power. Galen's yellow gaze deepened with a blood-red hue, and he surged forward with a formidable presence towards Tang Wulin. Meanwhile, Mose swiftly darted behind Galen. Their synchronized movements indicated extensive training, contradicting the earlier claim made by their homeroom teacher, Kong Hanwen, that they were merely chosen at random. Galen was a strong attack-type soul master, likely possessing a wolf spirit, while Mose was an agile attack-type soul master, his spirit yet to be revealed. Lin Zunyan, on the other hand, was a support-type soul master whose first soul skill was amplification, a strong attack, an agile assault, and a supportive boost. This trio of soul masters formed a commendable combination. In contrast, the trio from Class 5 did not immediately reveal their soul rings, but instead charged towards their opponents. Xie swiftly closed the gap, approaching Galen. Yet he refrained from engaging him directly. Instead, he sidestepped and lunged towards the rear, targeting Lin Zunyan. "Mose!" Galen shouted. Mose, hidden behind him, immediately pursued Xie. Should a support-type soul master be allowed to draw close to an agile attacker, they would be swiftly incapacitated. Galen was confident in his ability to withstand the other 2. However, his confidence was short-lived. Although his physique had been enhanced by his spirit, he was still significantly shorter than Tang Wulin. As the distance closed, Galen wondered why this opponent had yet to release his spirit. Just then, he caught sight of Tang Wulin's fist. Tang Wulin's fist was unadorned, lacking soul skills, and even the faintest ripple of soul power. As a strong attack-type soul master, Galen was certain of his strength and lunged to seize Tang Wulin's fist. Suddenly, he felt his footing slip, nearly losing his balance as his clawed hand veered off course. Tang Wulin's fist, however, struck squarely against his chest. Bang! Galen's body was propelled back 7 or 8 meters. A blue vine arrived belatedly, only to vanish in the next moment, for the battle on the other side had concluded as well. After bypassing Galen, Xie accelerated his steps. Though Mose was also an agile attack-type soul master, his speed was evidently inferior. When Xie's light dragon dagger struck Lin Zunyan, the latter was swiftly disqualified by Long Hongxiu. Xie then swiftly repositioned himself before Mose. Mose wielded a short sword, somewhat akin to Xie's light dragon dagger, but with a soul power of merely 13th rank. This was an unequivocal mismatch. The two weapons clashed, but once before Xie circled behind Mose, the light dragon dagger poised at his throat. At that moment, the 3 participants from Class 5 finally unleashed their soul spirits: white, yellow, yellow. 1 10-year soul ring, and 2 century soul rings. Kong Hanwen stared in disbelief at this scene, the match lasting barely 10 seconds from start to finish. He yearned to inquire of Long Hongxiu whether he was truly facing Class 5, and not Class 1. Only now did cheers erupt from the Class 5 side, or rather, they were now Class 4. Class 5 wins. Before the conclusion of the promotion tournament, you shall temporarily remain Class 5. After the tournament, reclassification will occur. Tomorrow, you shall continue your challenge against Class 3. Chapter 74. The 3 of us embark on a journey to Sanjiang. This contest was so one-sided that it could scarcely be termed a competition, as there was no contesting process to speak of. Everything unfolded with an effortless grace. Tang Wulin and Guyu hardly employed the full might of their martial souls, yet still achieved victory with ease. As Wu Changkong once remarked to Tang Wulin, at their age, his sheer strength alone could vanquish many opponents. Wu Changkong did not even glance at Kong Hanwen, the head instructor of Class 4 in the distance. As he coolly raised his head, signifying the end of classes, Xie stood shoulder to shoulder with Tang Wulin, suddenly feeling that the days of the promotion competition were blissful, as they would not have to endure additional training sessions at night. The tournament allowed them to conserve their stamina and maintain their condition, prompting Xie's remark. At that moment, Long Hongxiu descended from the competition stage, observing the trio with a hint of surprise. He had arranged for Xie to join Class 5 of the first year, leveraging the incident of a recent altercation. Given Xie's innate talent, there was no doubt he could have easily been placed in Class 1. However, his family approached Long Hongxiu, expressing a desire for him to gain more rigorous experience, which is how he ended up in Class 5. Long Hongxiu had numerous thoughts at that time. Class 5, being the least prestigious, faced far greater pressure than the other classes. Moreover, Wu Changkong had just been reassigned to Class 5. Though few within the academy held any affection for this aloof male figure, they could not deny his formidable teaching prowess and personal capabilities. Furthermore, having a prodigy like Xie in Class 5 would undoubtedly exert considerable pressure on the other first-year classes during the promotion competition, thereby enhancing the overall educational drive and motivation within the year. This multifaceted advantage was the very reason for Xie's placement in Class 5. Yet now, it appeared that the competitive strength of Class 5 had surpassed his initial expectations. He found himself curious as to why Wu Changkong had chosen to send Tang Wulin to participate in the promotion competition, recalling distinctly that the boy's martial soul was blue silvergrass. As for the girl, she was likely the one Wu Changkong was so eager to recruit into the class that he would even admit fault to himself. Although he had not witnessed her true capabilities today, possessing a 6-month soul ring was already telling. The combination of talents in Class 5's competition team was undoubtedly formidable. Even Class 1 would find it no easy feat to triumph over them. If the lower-tier classes continued to win in the promotion competition, it would not bode well for him, the one responsible for admissions, as it would imply unfair distribution during the allocation process. He now regretted agreeing to Wu Changkong's request to allow Guyu into Class 5. How about we go out for some fun? Xie whispered in Tang Wulin's ear. Tang Wulin shook his head. I think not. The cafeteria will be opening soon. Xie looked exasperated. All you think about is food. Tang Wulin retorted. If I don't eat, I'll be hungry. Xie proposed. All right then, accompany me out, and I'll treat you to a meal. What do you say? I've been cooped up in the academy for days. The management at Donghai Academy was not excessively strict. as Donghai City was affluent and boasted excellent public safety. Fine. Upon hearing that he would be treated, Tang Wulin readily acquiesced. In truth, he had intended to complete the forging task he had received during last week's break. The secondary forging task consistently yielded an income of 10 to 30,000 federal coins. And over the past few months, he had amassed a considerable sum of 100,000 federal coins, an impressive amount for him. At this rate, he was confident he could save enough for a century-old soul spirit by the time he reached the second ring. A century-old soul spirit could provide 2 soul skills, meaning he could attach 2 soul rings, a significant boon for him. I'm going too. Guyu had somehow joined them. CSE expressed his discontent. No girls allowed. Guyu scoffed, turning to Tang Wulin. Are you going with him, or with me? CSE proudly declared, that essay given. We are roommates and friends. What do you have to do with this? Guyu nodded and suddenly shouted towards the direction Wu Changkong had left, Teacher Wu. I feel our cooperation is still not sufficiently harmonious. We should continue our special training. Hey, CSE swiftly moved in front of her, attempting to cover her mouth. But Guyu, with a flash of silver light, sidestepped 2 meters to Tang Wulin's side, sneering, Do you wish to fight? CSE, feeling defeated, conceded, All right, fine. If you want to follow along, then so be it. He truly had no retort against Guyu, whose strength surpassed his own. Just this fact alone meant she had him at her mercy. After training together for so long, he had never won against her in a one-on-one match. Only when teamed with Tang Wulin could they occasionally emerge victorious. Where shall we go? Tang Wulin inquired of CSE, who had suggested going out. CSE replied, Let us go eat first. Isn't that your favorite thing to do? I know a street full of snacks. We can go there. Tang Wulin questioned. Are you certain you'll treat us? CSE retorted, It's just snacks. Do you think I can't afford it? Guyu interjected, You reek of money. As she spoke, she deliberately moved to the opposite side of Tang Wulin. CSE, incensed, shot back. If you're so capable, then don't eat. Guyu replied haughtily, I never intended to eat your food anyway. Tang Wulin, a gentleman should treat me. Tang Wulin sighed. Can't you two cease this incessant bickering? We are merely out to relax. Guyu raised her head, gazing earnestly at him. So, will you treat me or not? I will. What else could Tang Wulin say? Only then did Guyu cast a triumphant glance at CSE. Rest assured, you miser, I want to eat anything you offer. Your offerings are. She waved her hand dismissively in front of her nose, adopting a disdainful expression. CSE took several deep breaths, realizing that whether in verbal sparring or physical conflict, he was no match for her. This was precisely why he was reluctant to include Guyu in their outing. The snack street was not particularly close to Donghai Academy. The trio walked for a full half an hour to reach it. On either side of a rather narrow street, numerous shops stood in a row. As they approached the entrance of the food street, the trio was immediately enveloped by a medley of enticing aromas wafting from within, igniting their appetites. Let us start with that one, the stewed beef in a pot. It's incredibly tender and pairs perfectly with some white rice, CSE suggested enthusiastically. Chapter 75. The tale of braised beef in a clay pot delightful, exclaimed Tang Wulin with a smile, his hunger palpable. Braised beef in a clay pot is a culinary delight prepared in a distinctive brownish-yellow earthenware vessel. The beef, meticulously cleaned, is simmered with slices of scallions and ginger, allowing the pot to effectively retain the moisture and rich flavors of the meat. Once the beef changes color, an array of more than 10 spices is added, and the concoction is slow-cooked until the meat becomes tender and succulent, with the spices melding seamlessly with the beef, a renowned delicacy of Donghai City. The eatery was modest in size, with the kitchen situated outdoors, where nearly 100 small burners were lined up, each hosting a clay pot of simmering beef. The tantalizing aroma wafted from the pots, teasing passers-by as the lids vibrated with the fragrance. Inside the shop, 5 small rectangular tables accommodated no more than 20 patrons. And at this hour, half of the seats were already occupied. As autumn deepened, the outside air grew crisp, and upon entering the establishment, one was enveloped by a warm embrace and the enticing scent of beef, evoking a profound sense of comfort. Guyu cast a surprised glance at CSE, astonished that a young master from a wealthy family would indulge in street food. Tang Wulin nudged Guyu gently and followed her inside, taking a seat opposite CSE. Ah, CSE has arrived, and he has brought friends. The usual? Inquired the owner, a middle-aged man with a slightly greasy apron and a broad smile. Yes, thank you. Uncle Lee, CSE replied with a smile. Before long, 3 portions of braised beef, 3 bowls of white rice, and 2 small side dishes of greens were brought to their table. Since it's your first time bringing friends, the sides are on the house. Uncle Li said with a beaming smile, affectionately ruffling Xia's hair as he would with his own kin. Tang Wulin gazed at Xia in astonishment. Xia, known for his cleanliness obsession, always maintained the tittiest bunk in the dormitory. Yet now, he did not flinch from Uncle Li's touch, instead wearing a grateful smile. What's stopping us? Let us eat, Xia urged, lifting the lid of his clay pot, releasing a rich aroma of beef. The broth shimmered in a dark golden hue, revealing tender chunks of beef. As Xia delicately picked a piece with his chopsticks, it fell apart effortlessly. He placed it atop the rice and savored the combination, his face radiating pure enjoyment. Unable to contain himself, Tang Wulin mimicked Xia's actions, exclaiming, "Delicious." The flavors were indeed extraordinary. The robust essence of the beef, complemented by the savory broth, harmonized perfectly with the rice. Gu took a bite and was equally moved. In this humble establishment, illuminated by warm light and furnished with worn tables and chairs, one could discover astonishing culinary treasures. The beef, hearty broth, side dishes, and rice provided an enveloping warmth. The atmosphere among the trio, who had trained together for 3 months, was palpably more harmonious than in the academy. "Uncle Li, let us have 10 more portions," Xia called to the owner, fully aware of his companion's appetite. Tang Wulin chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Thank you." "What for?" Xia looked up at him. Tang Wulin sighed in exasperation. "I meant the thank you just received." Xia's expression turned bittersweet, his eyes glistening with emotion. "My name was given by my mother." She explained that it was a tribute to a fortuitous encounter. She said the happiest moment of her life was when she met my father. But his face suddenly paled, and his grip on the chopsticks tightened. "Your mother?" Tang Wulin hesitated, sensing the gravity of the moment. Though aware of Xia's affluent background, it was the first time he had heard him speak of family matters. At that moment, Uncle Li approached with another serving of braised beef. As he set it down, he sighed. This child has endured so much. His mother used to love bringing him here. After she left, he came alone, always reminiscing about her. Please, don't hold it against him. I am genuinely happy to see him with friends. He may be young, but he carries a heavy heart. Please support him. Tang Wulin gently patted Xia's back, while Gu sat in a daze, observing Xia's tears, her eyes slowly filling with empathy. Xia lifted his head, wiping away the tears with his sleeve. I'm just a burden. Gu smirked. You are quite the grudge holder for a little kid. Xia retorted. You are just as young as I am, if not younger. So what does that make you? A little girl? Gu opened a new clay pot and began to eat, dismissing the argument. I want to bicker with someone who is crying. This is delicious. As the trio departed the braised beef shop, Uncle Li watched their retreating figures with a sigh. Kids these days can really eat. The meal of braised beef not only brought warmth and satisfaction to Tang Wulin and his friends, but also subtly strengthened their bond. Next came grilled prawns, skewered and seasoned with salt, a simple yet flavorful dish brimming with the essence of the sea. Tang Wulin displayed his prowess as a culinary enthusiast as the three feasted their way through the snack street, filled with laughter and merriment. I'm so full, Gu said, supporting Tang Wulin on one side, while Xia mirrored her on the other. Tang Wulin chuckled, if you can't handle your appetite, don't aspire to be a food god. Xia rolled his eyes, food god? You're just a glutton. I wanted to say something when I first saw you devour your meal. Tang Wulin scoffed, come on, let us keep eating. You're treating. Xia gasped. You can still eat? You've consumed enough to feed a cow. Of course, Tang Wulin replied proudly. Hey, what is happening over there? Gu suddenly exclaimed. Tang Wulin and Xia looked up to see a commotion at the entrance of the snack street, where a crowd had gathered. That spot appeared to be right outside the braised beef shop. All right, here's the refined version of the text you provided, focusing on enhanced vocabulary and sentence structure while omitting irrelevant details like calls for votes or promotions. Chapter 76. An adversary with 2 rings, let's investigate, urged Xia. Forgoing his usual banter with Tang Wulin, he promptly dashed toward the commotion, with Tang Wulin and Gu following closely behind. You can't do this. This is my livelihood. The trio could discern the anguished cries of Uncle Li even before arriving at the scene. Xia, at the vanguard, swiftly navigated through the throng. The stove before the humble beef stew establishment lay overturned, its earthenware pots shattered into fragments. Aromatic beef broth cascaded across the ground, its savory essence mingling with the rising steam, painting a scene of utter devastation. Uncle Li lay prostrate before his shop, blood trickling from his mouth, one eye swollen shut. His face was a canvas of sorrow and indignation. Three burly figures stood defiantly before the shop. The leader, a bald man, flaunted his bare arms despite the chill, revealing serpentine tattoos etched upon his skin. The other two, equally imposing, wore menacing expressions. "Li, you would do well to recognize the wisdom of compliance," the bald man sneered. "No one on this street dares to evade their dues. You've been prevaricating long enough, as if Guanglong were a mere beggar. If not for the exceptional quality of your beef stew, I would have dealt with you long ago. Enough excuses. Produce the funds today, or consider your business permanently shuttered." His gaze was icily malevolent, deterring onlookers from intervening. "Brother Guanglong, it's not that I refuse to pay, but my wife is gravely ill. Every meager earning is dedicated to her care. Please, I implore you, do not ruin my business. Without it, my wife cannot survive, and neither can I." Guanglong erupted in laughter. "Ah, so you resort to threatening me with your life? Do you think I value your wretched existence? Without you, another will take your place and pay their dues. Either pay up or vacate the premises. Do not obstruct progress." With that, he delivered a forceful kick to the remaining stove, scattering the remaining stew across the ground. Uncle Li cried out in despair, "Guanglong, I'll fight you." He struggled to his feet, attempting to charge at Guanglong. Guanglong smirked cruelly. "Fight me? You lack the capacity even to defy me. Remember, I am a soul master. Does being a soul master permit you to bully others?" A voice thundered from the side. Tang Wulin and his companions, having just pushed through the crowd, witnessed the scene. Xia rushed to Uncle Li's aid, while Tang Wulin glared at Guanglong with righteous fury. Guanglong paused, then roared with laughter upon seeing the youth. "Truly, this street has hit rock bottom. A child dares to interfere in my affairs. How audacious! Begone, child. I do not strike children." Tang Wulin, raised in a modest home, abhorred such displays of power. He strode toward Guanglong, declaring, "How can you treat Uncle Li this way? Have you no humanity?" Guanglong scoffed. "Does humanity provide sustenance? He must provide for his wife, and I must provide for my mother. There are rules, whelp. Begone and cease impeding my business." He reached out to shove Tang Wulin aside. Tang Wulin's eyes flashed with determination, and he retaliated with a swift punch to Guanglong's hand. The impact staggered Guanglong, but Tang Wulin was surprised by his opponent's resilience and strength. "Not bad, kid," Guanglong acknowledged. He lunged forward, aiming to seize Tang Wulin's shoulder. His arms bulging with muscle, his face contorted in a fierce grimace. Tang Wulin, whose strength was his greatest asset, responded with another punch. This time, however, it was Tang Wulin who was forced back. Guanglong's hand felt like cast iron, his strength overwhelming. Tang Wulin's formidable power was unexpectedly outmatched. Guanglong, also taken aback, pressed his advantage. Just then, tendrils of blue-silver grass erupted from Tang Wulin's right hand, ensnaring Guanglong. His feet seemed to sink into the earth, rendering him immobile. In a coordinated maneuver, a figure leaped into the air, legs clamping around Guanglong's shoulders, a dagger poised at his throat. Tang Wulin, Guyu, and Xia had honed their teamwork through months of rigorous training. Seeing Tang Wulin struggle, Guyu and Xia, who had helped Uncle Li, launched a coordinated assault. Guanglong, caught off guard, found himself at the mercy of the dagger. The blue-silver grass tightened its grip. Tang Wulin had faith in Xia. "Apologize to Uncle Li and compensate him for his losses, or I will end you." Xia's voice was chilling, his heart filled with rage at the mistreatment of the kind-hearted Uncle Li. "Easy now, young man. Let's talk," one of Guanglong's henchmen urged. These thugs were adept at assessing situations. They were less concerned about an adult assailant, but children were unpredictable. "There is nothing to discuss with your kind," Xia retorted. "Compensate Uncle Li for his losses and medical expenses, or I will kill this bald brute." Guanglong suddenly chuckled. "A soul master, are you? Merely a single ring. I, Guanglong, have survived on these streets for years. Did you think I collected protection money without some prowess? Do it, then. Let's see how you intend to kill me." Xia hesitated, struggling to comprehend such defiance. When he had threatened Mu Shi, she had quickly capitulated. As Xia pressed the dagger, he found Guanglong's neck surprisingly unyielding. "Careful," Tang Wulin warned. Guyu launched a fireball at Guanglong's chest. Guanglong retaliated with a powerful upward strike aimed at Xia. Simultaneously, two rings of light emanated from his feet, one white, one yellow. His exposed skin turned a metallic gray, and his neck sprouted protruding, iron-gray scales. Chapter 77. Let me face it head-on. Xia executed a backward somersault, deftly evading the punch of the radiant dragon, which unleashed an overwhelming aura. A soul master of the second ring, a formidable opponent indeed. This individual possessed soul power exceeding level 20 and wielded 2 soul rings. Upon the shoulder of the radiant dragon appeared 2 diminutive spirit forms, one resembling a tawny lizard and the other a larger iron-gray lizard. The disparity in strength among soul masters is significant. Each ring represents a marked difference in soul power and capabilities. With the emergence of the soul rings, the radiant dragon's physique visibly expanded, his muscles becoming more pronounced. The scales adorning his body, coupled with his iron-gray skin, projected an intimidating presence. To think you little ones are all soul masters. No wonder you dare meddle in affairs beyond your reach. Allow me to demonstrate my might. As he spoke, he stomped his right foot and charged towards Tang Wulin. Wulin, be careful, Douluo exclaimed, unleashing beams of light in an attempt to restrain the radiant dragon's advance. However, after manifesting his martial spirit, the radiant dragon's physical prowess seemed to reach an astonishing level. The swamp that formed beneath him was easily traversed, and Douluo's elemental attacks were futile against his resilient skin. Could it be that his martial spirit is exceptionally powerful? He is likely more than just a mere soul master. His soul power probably exceeds level 25. The radiant dragon's martial spirit, the ironclad dragon, is a subspecies of the earth dragon, renowned for its strength and defense. Furthermore, he possesses innate divine strength, which explains how he could overpower Tang Wulin from the outset. Utilizing his first soul skill, ironclad body, he withstood Douluo's attacks with ease. Even Xiexie's radiant dragon dagger could not breach his defenses. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, he dominated in both power and presence. In this moment, Tang Wulin displayed a composure beyond his years. He understood that retreating would expose Douluo. According to Wu Changkong's strategy, Tang Wulin's primary responsibility was to hold the front line. With a flick of his wrists, he summoned 2 meticulously forged tungsten hammers into his grasp, advancing towards the radiant dragon rather than retreating. As he swung the tungsten hammer, the radiant dragon's fist came crashing down. The resonating clash of metal drew gasps from the onlookers, many covering their ears and stepping back. Tang Wulin's complexion paled as he staggered back several paces, struggling to regain his footing. The radiant dragon, having unleashed his martial spirit, exhibited tremendous strength that even the tungsten hammer struggled to withstand. With a serious expression, Douluo raised her hands. Flames flickered at her right fingertips while azure light danced at her left, gradually bringing her hands together. A swirling vortex of red and blue elements surged towards the radiant dragon. This represented her current mastery of elemental fusion. The radiant dragon, initially intent on pursuing Tang Wulin, suddenly halted, cracks appearing on his skin as the searing wind blades relentlessly sliced through him. With a furious roar, he pounded his fists against his chest, activating his yellow soul rings to release a century-old soul skill. His ironclad dragon martial spirit is indeed formidable, but having grown up in poverty, he acquired his spirit after the age of 18, missing the prime years for cultivation. This led to his cynical demeanor. Although he eventually became a soul master and obtained a second spirit, his age hindered further advancement, compelling him to engage in this low-stakes endeavor. With the release of his second soul skill, both his offense and defense reached unprecedented heights, unleashing his soul power at level 27, which exerted intense pressure on Tang Wulin and his companions. Douluo's elemental vortex was dissipated almost instantaneously by his overwhelming soul power. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wulin exchanged his tungsten hammer for a silver hammer. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, this was no mere training session, but a true battle against a worthy opponent. He swung the silver hammer, accompanied by a tendril of blue-silver grass. With a thunderous roar, the radiant dragon swatted at the silver hammer. The impact resonated with 3 explosive sounds. Astonishingly, his palm merely trembled slightly, deflecting the silver hammer with ease. Such immense strength rendered even the hammer's stacking effect ineffective. At that moment, a beam of light struck the radiant dragon from behind, causing silver flashes to erupt along his back as the light blade shattered into fragments in the air. Xiexie's radiant dragon slash was thwarted. With a glint of malice in his eyes, the radiant dragon surged forward, charging at Tang Wulin with increased speed. The collision of hammer and claw produced an overwhelming force, causing Tang Wulin to grunt in pain as he was sent hurtling back, crashing against the wall of a nearby shop. He felt a surge of pressure within, his chest tightening as he narrowly avoided coughing up blood. "Wulin!" Douluo shouted, stepping in to intercept the pursuing radiant dragon. A brilliant burst of light erupted, momentarily blinding him. Xiexie flanked from behind, brandishing his radiant dragon dagger, tracing arcs of light in the air. Fortunately, their previous training with Wu Changkong had prepared them for such intense pressure. keeping them steady amidst the chaos. The radiant dragon, arms outstretched, disregarded Xiaxia's assault and lunged at Guyu, attempting to embrace her. A wall of earth rose before her but was shattered in an instant. With her mastery over elemental manipulation, she could have evaded the confrontation, yet she chose not to retreat, for behind her lay the fallen Tang Wulin. At that moment, Guyu felt a firm grip around her waist, and Tang Wulin's voice resonated beside her. Let me face it head on. Chapter 78. The resurgence of the golden scales. Guyu's delicate face flushed slightly, yet Tang Wulin had already surged forward. This time, he wielded both of his silver hammers simultaneously, striking fiercely at the light dragon. The light dragon let out a sinister laugh, meeting the dual hammers with its fists in a direct confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. Leveraging his leap, and with the power of both hammers, Tang Wulin's strength was significantly amplified. However, the light dragon, employing both the ironclad dragon body and ironclad avatar soul skills, had reached an extraordinarily formidable level of resilience. Tang Wulin was once again sent flying by the impact, a grunt escaping his lips as blood seeped from his mouth and nose. Xie reacted swiftly this time, rushing to support Tang Wulin from behind. Yet, he underestimated the force that Tang Wulin carried, and the two of them tumbled together like rolling gourds under the tremendous impact. This was a sheer display of overwhelming power. The light dragon shook its arms but chose not to pursue. Instead, it cast a disdainful glance at the onlookers, declaring, "Do you see this? Those who dare to resist will meet the same fate. These little ones may be soul masters, but they are still far from my level. Anyone who opposes me should beware of my ironclad dragon claw tearing them apart. That hurts. Xie, your light dragon dagger stabbed me." Tang Wulin cried out as he lay on the ground. Xie attempted to catch him, but was sent sprawling instead. He could hardly regain control of his body, and the light dragon dagger in his hand had cut a gash into Tang Wulin's back. "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional," Xie muttered, disoriented from the collision. Guy rushed to their side, ready to summon water elements to aid Tang Wulin's wounds when she suddenly sensed a peculiar energy emanating from him. It felt scorching. Tang Wulin's body trembled slightly, the intense heat radiating from the wound on his back spreading throughout him in an instant. The long-forgotten sensation of searing warmth surged back, traveling from his tailbone to his brain, igniting his entire being like a bonfire, instantly dissipating the chest tightness he had felt from being struck by the light dragon. Tang Wulin's soul power began to boil within him, and he sensed a slight haze in his mind, yet his strength surged at an astonishing pace, as if he were liberated from the confines of the heavens and earth. Instinctively glancing at his right hand, he was astonished to see flecks of gold emerging from the back of his hand, the entire arm vibrating as if electrified, the immense power emanating from his right hand. The golden scales had resurfaced, just as they had months ago when he had almost forgotten about them, reappearing at such a critical moment. With a low growl, Tang Wulin leapt up, charging directly at the light dragon. Xie shouted in alarm, "Wulin, don't go." But Guyu remained silent, her gaze fixated on the golden scales emerging from the side of Tang Wulin's neck, her eyes wide with disbelief. What was that? The light dragon, brimming with arrogance, bellowed, but was taken aback when it saw Tang Wulin charging towards it once more, wielding a single hammer. "You little brat, you're tougher than I thought. If it weren't for your youth, I would crush you," it scoffed, swatting at Tang Wulin with a massive hand aimed at the silver hammer. Yet, at that moment, the light dragon felt a tremor coursing through its body as it caught a glimpse of golden light flashing in Tang Wulin's eyes. In an instant, Tang Wulin's pupils transformed into cold, vertical slits, an indescribable sensation sweeping over the light dragon, leaving it feeling utterly suppressed and on the verge of collapse. Bang! The light dragon's massive form was sent flying by Tang Wulin's hammer strike, the sound of shattering bones echoing as the surrounding crowd could clearly hear the fracture of its arm. The light dragon's subordinates attempted to catch it, but they, like Xie before them, were also sent tumbling to the ground. Tang Wulin gazed in astonishment at his right hand, now completely cloaked in golden scales, with claws emerging as well. His entire arm radiated an extraordinary warmth. Compared to the last time, this sensation was far more vivid. He could distinctly feel his soul power depleting at an astonishing rate. "Release it quickly," he mentally urged. In a strange turn of events, the newly formed golden scales began to dim rapidly, dissolving into tiny specks of light that silently merged into his arm. The searing warmth within him began to subside. From the moment the golden scales appeared to when he willed them away, only a few seconds had passed. Yet Tang Wulin had already expended a significant portion of his soul power. The only silver lining compared to the last occurrence was that he did not lose consciousness from this consumption. His arm felt heavy and fatigued, as if it could barely be lifted. Tang Wulin sensed a haze clouding his mind. If the previous appearance of the golden scales could have been dismissed as an illusion, then this time, the clarity of his experience was beyond the realm of mere fantasy. You've summoned that power again? Xie, having followed closely behind, witnessed Tang Wulin's hammer send the light dragon flying and saw the golden scales adorning his hand. Not only did the light dragon feel fear in that moment, but Xie felt it too. The scales that had emerged on Tang Wulin seemed to possess a unique enchantment, instilling a profound sense of dread. When they sought the light dragon again, it had vanished without a trace, along with its two subordinates. At that moment, the crowd began to surge forward, with some vendors from the snack street assisting Uncle Li in restoring order to the chaotic scene. That scoundrel just ran off without compensation. Xie fumed. Your hand. Guyu observed hesitantly, gazing at Tang Wulin. The trio bid farewell to Uncle Li, with Xie discreetly slipping some money into his hands before they hurried toward the academy. Do you think that fellow will retaliate against Uncle Li? Guyu inquired of Xie. Xie replied, for now, he should lack the capability, considering his arm was likely broken by Wulin. Moreover, it is a snack street. Even if he were to demand protection fees, he couldn't go too far. I will ensure my family keeps an eye on that area. There shouldn't be any trouble. Chapter 79. The Radiant Dragon Dagger and the Golden Scales on the journey back. Tang Wulin appeared pensive, while Guyu exhibited similar contemplation. And Xie wore a furrowed brow. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts. Xie, hold on a moment. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Tang Wulin called out to Xie. What is it? Xie asked, puzzled. I believe I have discerned how that golden scale manifested, Tang Wulin replied. Xie was taken aback. You figured it out? Do share. Tang Wulin continued. After its initial appearance, I attempted nearly every conceivable method, whether it was channeling my soul power, inflicting self-injury, or exhausting my soul energy, it never reappeared. Today's second manifestation seemed sudden, yet it shared a similarity with the first. What is it? Xie seemed to grasp something. The Radiant Dragon Dagger, your Radiant Dragon Dagger. During its first appearance, it was because it wounded me that the golden scales emerged. Just now, it was the same. Your Radiant Dragon Dagger cut me, and that triggered its appearance. Xie's eyes sparkled. Indeed, that seems plausible. But why does it occur this way? Tang Wulin shook his head. I'm uncertain. I cannot fathom the origin of those golden scales. They seem unrelated to my blue-silver grass martial soul. Could it be that you possess a latent second martial soul, one that requires a special force to be awakened? Xie suggested. I am not well versed in dual martial souls. I cannot say for certain, Tang Wulin replied. He felt the immense power of the golden scales. If they were indeed his second martial soul, he would no longer be merely a soul master with a useless martial soul. The thought quickened his heartbeat. Let us consult Teacher Wu for clarification. She is well versed and might discern something, Xie proposed. Tang Wulin pondered briefly and agreed. All right, we shall inquire tomorrow. Xie seized his arm. Why wait for tomorrow? We should go now. Teacher Wu is unlikely to retire this early. Tang Wulin sighed in exasperation. Why are you more impatient than I? Xie chuckled. Because your situation presents another possibility. If that possibility holds true, it would greatly benefit me as well. Tang Wulin regarded him curiously. What do you mean? Martial soul fusion technique. Have you not heard of it? When two martial souls resonate exceptionally well, they can unleash a powerful ability known as the martial soul fusion technique. The greater the compatibility of the two martial souls, the more potent the fusion technique becomes. If it is indeed a martial soul fusion technique, that would be splendid. Xie clearly possessed more knowledge regarding rare martial souls and their abilities than Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin had also heard of martial soul fusion techniques, which were regarded as a pinnacle existence in the world of soul masters. He had never heard of any students within the entire EC Academy capable of executing such techniques. The teacher's dormitory was situated within the dormitory building. To facilitate student management, homeroom teachers resided on the corresponding floors of their respective classes. Therefore, they merely needed to traverse the corridor to reach Wu Changkong's dormitory. Knock. Knock. Xie rapped on the door. Who is it? Came Wu Changkong's icy voice from within. Teacher Wu, it is I, Xie. I have a question to consult with you regarding something with Tang Wulin, Xie announced. Come in. The door opened to reveal Wu Changkong in his night attire. The moon-white fabric accentuated his tall figure, and his profound gaze evoked thoughts of the arduous training he undertook. As a teacher, Kong naturally had a room to himself, which was twice the size of Tang Wulin's dormitory and featured a private restroom, changing area, bedroom, and a small living room. Xie stuck out his tongue. Apologies for disturbing your training, Teacher Wu. Kong shook his head. Speak directly. What is the matter? Xie nudged Tang Wulin, who organized his thoughts before addressing Kong. Teacher, it seems there is an issue with my martial soul. Oh? Kong's previously calm gaze revealed a hint of surprise. He had confirmed the mutation of Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass, and it had progressed positively. Thus, if Tang Wulin claimed there was an issue, it likely indicated a further mutation of the blue-silver grass, which was undoubtedly a good sign. What seems to be the problem? Kong inquired. Tang Wulin recounted the occurrences of the golden scales and his subsequent speculations and conclusions. Golden scales? Kong furrowed his brow. Tang Wulin's description indicated an exceptionally rare phenomenon. Moreover, Xie's assessment was astute. The likelihood of a latent second martial soul or martial soul fusion technique was indeed the highest. Xie. Why not try pricking him and observe if the same occurrence transpires? Kong suggested. Certainly. Xie shot a mischievous glance at Tang Wulin. Drawing forth the radiant dragon dagger, he grinned. Tang Wulin, where shall I stab you for the best effect? Kong glared. Enough chatter, proceed quickly. Xie stuck out his tongue as Tang Wulin extended his arm. With great care, Xie made a deliberate incision on Tang Wulin's arm with the radiant dragon dagger, executing the action slowly and under the watchful eyes of the trio. Tang Wulin felt a sharp pain in his arm. Yet he was astonished to discover that as the dagger pierced his skin, a faint luminescence emanated from it, as if infusing his body. Subsequently, the previously experienced sensation of intense heat reemerged, akin to being ignited. Warmth surged from his tailbone and spread throughout his entire being. Golden scales began to materialize on his arm. Kong raised a hand, and a sharp gust of air swept past, shredding Tang Wulin's shirt, revealing his upper body. Golden scales adorned his entire right arm, slightly swelling, as shimmering diamond-shaped scales appeared, swiftly enveloping his arm. Simultaneously, his hand transformed as well, with golden claws sprouting from the tips of his fingers. Kong grasped Tang Wulin's right hand firmly and commanded, "Exert your strength." Understanding that he could not possibly harm his teacher, Tang Wulin promptly tightened his grip on Kong's hand. Chapter 80. Strange. Tang Wulin raised his left hand and placed it upon his chest, closing his eyes in silent attunement to the changes within his body. After exerting pressure for approximately 10 seconds, he sensed the immense power coursing through him beginning to wane. His soul power expended in his earlier confrontation with the light dragon had yet to fully replenish. If he allowed this power to dissipate entirely, he feared he might succumb to unconsciousness once more. He quickly focused his thoughts and dissipated the golden scales. Remaining conscious was imperative to heed his teacher's guidance. As Kong released his hand, Tang Wulin swayed slightly, an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping him. Xie rushed forward to support him, guiding him to a sofa in Kong's living room. How peculiar. Kong furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression in his eyes. Xie and Tang Wulin dared not inquire further. Moments later, Kong murmured, "This does not resemble a dual spirit manifestation. If it were, the second spirit would naturally reveal itself upon activation. This is not a spirit evolution either. This power seems entirely unrelated to the blue-silver grass. Additionally, it does not resemble a spirit fusion technique. Were it a fusion technique, Xie would also exhibit changes. No spirit fusion technique results in alterations for only one individual, despite his extensive experience. The situation Tang Wulin presented was truly unprecedented. Teacher, regarding my golden scales." Tang Wulin could not suppress his curiosity. Kong regarded him with intrigue. "This is an exceedingly potent force. Your innate strength has been augmented by at least threefold through the golden scales. This is why your energy depletes so swiftly. However, you lack control over this power. I have sensed the fluctuations in your soul power and can almost certainly affirm that the golden scales are unrelated to it. While your soul power is diminishing, it does not serve as the primary catalyst for this force. Rather, it consumes your soul power quite naturally. This is somewhat complex. To simplify, it is as if the golden scales function as a soul guiding device that depletes your soul power, yet it does not originate from it. This situation is entirely novel to me. It is difficult to ascertain whether it is beneficial or detrimental at this stage. But having an additional explosive capability is certainly advantageous for you. You must find a way to harness it. I anticipate that as your soul power grows, it will continue to evolve." Xie, feeling disheartened, interjected. Is it truly impossible for it to be a spirit fusion technique? After all, without my presence, he cannot manifest this power. Wuchang shook his head. It is not a spirit fusion technique. However, this power likely shares attributes with your light dragon dagger. In other words, your dagger has triggered the emergence of this force within him, resulting in the golden scales. Should he one day gain control over this power, he will be able to unleash it independently, even in your absence. This power is remarkable. If it were a spirit, it would rank among the highest I have encountered. Despite possessing only a first-ring soul power, when the golden scales manifest, even I feel a sense of pressure. This is the innate oppressive force of a spirit. The stronger the spirit, the greater the pressure it exerts. Indeed, I too sense this pressure, Xie quickly agreed. Tang Wulin, feeling somewhat lost, asked, Teacher Wu, what should I do now? Wuchang advised, first and foremost, you must continue to cultivate and enhance your soul power. The stronger your soul power, the greater your likelihood of mastering this force. Additionally, you should work on strengthening your mental fortitude, as it will aid in your control over this power. Furthermore, you must frequently engage with this force, allowing Xie to help stimulate it, enhancing your body's familiarity with it and increasing your chances of mastery. I will also reflect on this matter. Understood. Unable to extract a definitive answer from Wuchang, Tang Wulin felt a sense of helplessness. However, the reappearance of the golden scales reaffirmed the existence of this power and offered a glimmer of hope. If even Teacher Wu acknowledged the high caliber of this force, then mastering it would undoubtedly elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. Life continued as usual. The previous day's victory of Class 5 over Class 4 had not stirred significant commotion within the academy, as it was merely a contest among the lowest grades. Nevertheless, not everyone overlooked it. For instance, Class 3, who would face Class 5 later that afternoon, took the upcoming match quite seriously. The homeroom teacher of Class 3, Yingrong, was relatively young, even a few years junior to Wuchang. She was a newly appointed educator, admired for her beauty and teaching prowess, endearing herself to her students. Upon first encountering Wuchang, she had distinctly felt her heart race. This aloof paragon of masculinity possessed a charm that captivated not only the female students of the advanced classes, but also young female instructors like herself. It was rumored that he was a soul king of the fifth ring. At his age, such talent was nothing short of extraordinary, and he had previously studied there. In Yingrong's eyes, aside from his somewhat cold demeanor, Wuchang was nearly impeccable. Most importantly, he was single and had yet to secure a girlfriend. Surely, his standards were exceedingly high. Teacher Wu was indeed a magnificent figure. Even Class 5 produced such exceptional students under his tutelage. Having observed the previous day's match, she was astounded to witness Xie and Guyu exhibit century-old soul rings. Such students should undoubtedly belong to Class 1. In her class, there was not a single student boasting a century-old soul ring. Nevertheless, the promotion match must proceed. She hoped to leave a lasting impression on Wuchang through this competition. As the time approached, just like the day before, the afternoon after school marked the commencement of the promotion match on the intermediate campus playground. It was the second day of the competition, yet, akin to the previous day, there were still few spectators. Yingrong had arrived early, and the students of Class 3 were neatly arranged in formation. At the forefront stood three strikingly handsome boys, remarkably similar in appearance. Had one not been intimately familiar with them, distinguishing between them would have proven impossible. Chapter 81. The Flying Soul Masters Wuchang arrived with the first-year Class 5. Tang Wulin, Xie, and Guyu followed closely behind him. The other students of Class 5 wore expressions of excitement. After yesterday's competition, they held great confidence in the trio. Yingrong approached with a gentle smile. Hello, Teacher Wu, she greeted, nodding with a smile. Yingrong was indeed strikingly beautiful, standing over 1.7 meters tall with an exquisite figure. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled, and her rare light green hair was neatly tied in a ponytail. Her fair skin, oval face, and cherry-red lips contributed to an appearance that could easily be mistaken for a senior student. At just 23, she had already begun teaching at Donghai Academy, boasting a rank of 4-ring Soul Master, a remarkable achievement for someone her age. Hello, Wuchang replied, nodding in acknowledgement. I am the head instructor of Class 3. Yingrong emphasized her title, confident that this aloof male deity was unaware of her identity. It was rumored that he lived in his own world, likely not remembering many names of the female students in the academy. He responded, his gaze drifting toward the competition stage. Xie, standing beside him, watched in awe. He envied Wuchang's naturally proud demeanor, which was evidently not an act but rather intrinsic to his character. Compared to him, he felt woefully inadequate. Unfazed, Yingrong waved to her class, summoning the students from Year 1, Class 3, who quickly formed a line behind her. She addressed her students, friendship is paramount. Competition is secondary. Gu Tianri, Gu Tianwei, Gu Tianming, pay attention. Yes, Teacher Yi. The three identical triplets answered in unison, their voices harmonizing as if they were a single entity. Wu Changkong glanced over, momentarily captivated by the triplets, clearly more intrigued by them than by Yingrong. At that moment, the director of education, Long Hengxiu, approached the competition stage. For the second match of the promotion tournament, will Class 5 still send 3 participants? He inquired. Wu Changkong nodded, and Tang Wulin, Xie, and Guyu entered the arena, advancing toward the center. Yingrong smiled slightly, encouraging them, you may proceed. The identical Gu brothers also stepped onto the stage. Although they appeared somewhat slender, their eyes were sharp and focused, and their synchronized movements reflected their remarkable camaraderie as triplets. Wu Changkong refrained from giving his disciples any hints. They would inevitably face a variety of opponents. The promotion tournament was meant to be a trial for them. If he guided them at every turn, they would never grow into their full potential. Tang Wulin and his companions formed a triangular formation, with him at the forefront, exuding a calm and steady presence. The Gu brothers stood close together, with Gu Tianri in the center, Gu Tianwei to his left, and Gu Tianming to his right. Are you ready? Long Hengxiu asked, receiving affirmative responses from both sides before he waved his hand to declare the start of the second match of the promotion tournament. The Gu brothers unleashed their soul weapons simultaneously. As their soul weapons manifested, Tang Wulin and his companions exchanged surprised glances. While it was unsurprising that the triplets possessed identical soul weapons, the visual impact of their wings unfurling simultaneously was nonetheless striking. With 3 pairs of wings spread wide, they each summoned a white soul ring beneath their feet and soared into the air. Long Hengxiu was momentarily taken aback. A flying soul weapon? It's known that flying soul weapons are relatively rare, and given that they are triplets, they should ideally be placed in a specialized elite class, regardless of their current soul power. In truth, the Academy had made an oversight during their admission. The Gu brothers had not enrolled together. Gu Tianri had arrived first. Gu Tianming had a stomach issue, and Gu Tianwei was occupied elsewhere. Amidst a crowded registration with numerous students, the teachers were too busy to notice they were triplets. The brothers faced a situation similar to that of Tang Wulin in the past. Coming from an ordinary background, their parents could hardly afford to purchase 3 soul weapons simultaneously. Consequently, they had to delay their registration, pooling resources until they could acquire a 10-year soul weapon just before enrollment, allowing them to qualify. Their soul power was only at the 11th level, and while their soul weapons were not weak, their soul rings were subpar, landing them in Class 3. The Gu brothers' soul weapon was known as the Skyward Battle Eagle, a bird-type soul weapon characterized by remarkable speed. While the Skyward Battle Eagle was not an exceptionally powerful bird, it excelled in velocity. If it were a soul beast, it could soar above 3,000 meters and maintain high speeds for extended periods. Thus, the brothers were on the path of agility-based battle soul masters. They all selected the same first soul spirit, a bird resembling a falcon named the Swiftwind Falcon. While it was fast, it lacked offensive capabilities, being only the size of a palm. This was a constraint of their financial situation. Had they been able to choose a more powerful spirit, their combat effectiveness would have increased exponentially. As their soul weapons were released, a flurry of gray eagle wings sprouted from their backs, and they took to the skies. They can fly? What do we do? Xie looked at Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin smiled slightly. We bring them down. Gu Yu, enhance with wind elements, he instructed, as blue light flickered in his hands, and several strands of blue-silver grass coiled around Xie's waist. Xie yelped, I'm afraid of heights. What should I do? Tang Wulin replied with a hint of irritation, I'm afraid of pain too. Didn't you stab me a few times yesterday? Without waiting for Xie to retort, he pulled him close, wrapping his arms around his waist. A flash of azure light enveloped them, and Xie felt an astonishing lightness, as if his weight had been significantly reduced. In the next moment, he soared into the air as if riding the clouds. From below, Yingrong observed as Tang Wulin embraced Xie, spun rapidly, and then launched him into the sky. Xie ascended gracefully, propelled directly toward Gu Tianri among the triplets. Is it really possible to throw someone that high? Yingrong was genuinely taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. The Gu brothers, being flying soul masters and triplets, had undergone focused training under her guidance to enhance their aerial combat and teamwork. With their opponent airborne, it presented an opportunity for the triplets to execute a coordinated attack. Chapter 82. Cooperation. I will join as well, Guyu whispered to Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin cast a surprised glance at her as Guyu positioned herself in front of him. He wrapped his arms around her waist and spun her around. Compared to Xie, Guyu was considerably lighter, her slender waist seemingly able to be grasped by a single hand, allowing him to toss her effortlessly. Without any need for wind element enhancement, Guyu ascended, closely following Xie. In midair, Gu Tianri calmly signaled. When confronted by the advancing Xie, he refrained from direct combat, instead flapping his wings to halt his forward momentum abruptly. Their greatest advantage lay in their ability to fly. They were unperturbed by aerial battles. They merely awaited the moment Xie's strength waned before launching an attack, which would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Yingrong glanced at Wu Changkong beside her. The scene unfolding before her was clearly indicative of the reckless advance of the 5-class students. Without their own flying capabilities, they had rashly taken to the skies, rendering their advantages null. Should the Gu brothers seize a suitable opportunity for a coordinated strike, they would surely achieve victory. She had observed yesterday's match and noted that among the 3 students from Class 5, Tang Wulin's martial soul was merely blue-silver grass. However, he exhibited remarkable strength. And that was all. Guyu's ability seemed to revolve around earth control, which held little utility in the air. The most formidable threat in today's battle was undoubtedly the agile Xie, yet he could not fly. In the face of flying soul masters, the prudent strategy should be to remain grounded and await an opportunity. After all, soul masters consumed soul power upon unleashing their martial souls, and flying soul masters expended their energy at a faster rate than their grounded counterparts. With sufficient patience, they could find their chance. But their current reckless approach had granted the Gu brothers the opportunity to launch an aerial assault, sealing their fate. Nevertheless, in Yingrong's eyes, Wu Changkong remained composed. There was no discernible change in his expression. Did he truly not care about victory or defeat? Gu Tianri retreated as Xie's body surged upwards, surpassing his own height. Yet Tang Wulin's throw had exhausted its force, and he was about to plummet. At that moment, a flash of blue light darted beneath Xie's feet. He twisted midair, using the blue light to propel himself, shooting towards Gu Tianri like an arrow. This sudden shift caught Gu Tianri off guard, who had been poised to strike. The battlefield was ever-changing. A moment's lapse could lead to utter defeat. Witnessing their elder brother's predicament, Gu Tianyue and Gu Tianming swiftly sprang into action, flapping their wings while activating their soul skills. Their first soul skill, devoid of any offensive capability, merely enhanced their speed. Meanwhile, Guyu had also reached midair. The icy projectile that had aided Xie in altering his trajectory had originated from her. Observing Gu Tianwei and Gu Tianming rushing to assist, a hint of disdain appeared on her lips as she simultaneously unleashed 2 ice spikes toward them. The Gu brothers showcased commendable aerial control, evading the ice spikes with agility. However, Guyu's relentless barrage left them with no opportunity to rescue Gu Tianri. Xie's speed was astonishing. In midair, he unleashed his light dragon dagger. A golden blade of light shot forth like lightning, and Gu Tianri attempted to evade by descending, but the light dragon blade obstructed his escape route. As Xie closed in, Gu Tianri, left with no choice, kicked out in an attempt to repel him. Xie did not draw his dagger. Instead, he yanked Gu Tianri's foot, propelling himself upward like a phantom, delivering a strike from above with his light dragon dagger, while simultaneously using his right foot to press down on Gu Tianri's shoulder, launching himself toward the nearby Gu Tianyue like a soaring rock. Gu Tianri's appearance was observed by Long Hongshu below, who announced the end of the match for Gu Tianri. In that fleeting moment, had Xie intended to eliminate him, Gu Tianri's throat would have already been severed. Gu Tianri's heart brimmed with resentment. But he soon beheld a shocking scene. 3 orbs of blue light manifested perfectly in Xie's path after his ascent, allowing him to leap thrice in succession and reach the vicinity of Gu Tianyue. It was only at that moment that Guyu began her descent, her body shimmering with azure light, clearly descending at a much slower pace than freefall. From the start of the match until now, merely a few breaths had passed. Yet the students from the 2 classes watched in astonishment. The seamless cooperation between Guyu and Xie granted them an almost effortless sense of movement in the air. Faced with such proximity, how could the Gu brothers contend with Xie? Observing the lack of timely assistance, Gu Tianming gritted his teeth, abruptly pivoted, and soared toward the descending Guyu, determined to defeat at least one opponent before ascending again to deny them further opportunity. as Guyu launched her 3 ice orbs. She plummeted, yet remained utterly unflustered, not even glancing at Gu Tianming. In an instant, a flash of blue light enveloped her waist, and as Gu Tianming approached, her figure swiftly glided sideways. A figure leapt from the ground to catch her, while simultaneously, Gu Tianming felt a sudden constriction around his waist, and in the next moment, his body was uncontrollably dragged downward. Xie descended directly onto Gu Tianyue's shoulder, his light dragon dagger aimed at Gu Tianyue's head, compelling him to descend without hesitation. As for Gu Tianming, he was roughly thrown to the ground by Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass, leaving him disoriented and unable to mount any further attacks. Class 5 of the first year emerged victorious. Long Hengshu's voice carried an unmistakable shock as he proclaimed these words. If yesterday's victory was attributed to the individual strength of the 3 students from Class 5, today they triumphed through their cooperation. The Gu brothers, who should have exhibited a more harmonious synergy, failed to capitalize on their triplet bond due to overconfidence, allowing Tang Wulin and his companions to dismantle them one by one through unexpected tactics, thus concluding the match. What astonished him further was Gu Yu's display of ice element abilities. Had she not utilized earth elements yesterday? Could it be a dual martial soul? Such a phenomenon would mark her as a prodigy among prodigies, especially in elemental matters. Long Hengshu felt a surge of regret. How had he been deceived by Wu Changkong, allowing such a gifted student to join Class 5? This would complicate the promotion matches. Would Class 1 be able to halt their advance? Yingrong, equally stunned, reflected on having trained the Gu brothers for several months, believing their aerial cooperation to be quite adept. Despite their slightly inferior offensive capabilities, their speed and synergy, coupled with flight, should have easily granted them the upper hand. Yet, just when she thought victory was assured, the opposing team showcased such flawless coordination. The precision and timing of Guyu's ice orbs were impeccable, while Xie had maximized the potential of an agile attack-type Soul Master, constantly maneuvering in midair despite his inability to fly, each time perfectly leveraging the force of the ice orbs. His control and coordination were exemplary. Taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous emotions, Yingrong turned to Wu Changkong with a faint smile, congratulating him. Well done, Teacher Wu. From now on, you shall be known as Class 3. Wu Changkong replied with a calm demeanor, this is not my objective. I appreciate the acknowledgement. After uttering these words, he directed a brief glance at the 3 victorious students, refraining from commenting on their recent battle, and proceeded toward the dormitory building. Is Teacher Wu satisfied with us, or not? Xie, filled with confusion, inquired of Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin shrugged his shoulders, expressing uncertainty. How would I know? I suppose we should draw our own conclusions. Guyu nodded in agreement, stating, we should refrain from taking the initiative. In fact, we can wait for the right opportunity. If we maintain our defense on the ground, they will be compelled to attack, naturally entering our range. Once they descend, they will have no chance at all. While their flying martial souls may allow them to evade us, in this competition, they possess no opportunities. We must not act so impulsively next time. Chapter 83. Light Gale Xie turned to Tang Wulin beside him and said, Wulin, she claims you are impulsive. I am not one to stir up trouble. I do not know your temperament, but if it were directed at me, I would certainly not tolerate it. Tang Wulin sincerely addressed Guyu. During our first encounter with a flying soul master, I indeed acted impulsively. I apologize. Xie exclaimed in surprise. Hey, are you too mild-mannered? She criticizes you, and you apologize. Guyu chuckled, inciting discord is futile. What you interpret as a minor concession is merely an acknowledgement of one's mistakes, and to a greater extent, it reflects gentlemanly decorum. Not everyone is as petty as you. Wulin, let me treat you to a meal tonight. However, just one serving. Tang Wulin replied with a smile. That sounds great. Even a fly is meat. Let's go, I'm hungry. Yingrong stared in disbelief as the 3 young ones headed toward the dining hall. Even with her refined upbringing, her lips twitched slightly. Their strategy was not targeted at her side. Rather, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. What did this signify? It indicated that they were improvising. Yet, how could their cooperation be so harmonious? She retrieved her soul guide communicator and dialed a number. Soon, a somewhat cold female voice echoed through the device. What's wrong, little sister? Yingrong replied, Sister, we lost. Lost? Did the other side also have a flying soul master? Yingrong smiled wryly. No. But their teamwork was exceptionally seamless, and their individual abilities were outstanding. You must be cautious. Your class has encountered formidable opponents. The students trained by the aloof male god are not easily dealt with. Prepare yourself. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator. Then the cold voice became even more resolute. I have awaited this day for a long time. I will repay the humiliation he inflicted upon me. Sister, you. Yingrong barely began before the communication abruptly ended. With a helpless sigh, Yingrong muttered to herself, you are simply too competitive. In truth, when he rejected you back then, he was not entirely at fault. Yet you have held a grudge for 2 years. After dinner, Xia proposed going out to play, but Tang Wulin directly refused. The reason for his refusal was simple. He wanted to cultivate. Soul power is the foundation of everything. A fundamental principle imparted by Wu Changkong during their first theoretical lesson. There are no shortcuts to enhancing soul power. It requires constant meditation and self-improvement. With Tang Wulin's refusal, Xia lost motivation to go out. Just as he was about to begin his own meditation and strive for a breakthrough towards the second ring, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open with urgency. Zhou Changxi rushed in. Not good. Xia, Wulin, you must come out quickly. A group of people is blocking the entrance to our academy. They seem to have significant backing. Moreover, they are holding large photographs of you and Gu Yu, demanding that the academy hand you over. The teaching office will likely send someone soon. Tang Wulin, who had just begun meditating and had yet to reach a deep state, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing this and exchanged a tense glance with Xia. Could it be? Let us go see. Xia sprang from his bed, and Tang Wulin followed suit, both hurrying outside, where they encountered Gu Yu. You heard about this too? Tang Wulin asked her. Gu Yu nodded, her expression calm and collected. It must be related to yesterday's events. Xia's eyes glinted with cold determination. Let us go. He started towards the academy's entrance, but Tang Wulin grasped his arm firmly. Wait, Tang Wulin said sternly. Xia retorted angrily. What are we waiting for? If it's those people from yesterday, we should teach them another lesson. They bully others for protection money and dare to complain to the academy. Tang Wulin held on to him tightly, and although Xia tried to break free, he was no match for Tang Wulin's strength. Tang Wulin spoke firmly. Do not act impulsively. This matter is not as simple as it seems. Do not forget where we are. This is the East Sea Academy, a Soul Master Academy. The fact that they dare to come here knowing this means they feel emboldened. We are still too weak. Let us first find Teacher Wu. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Xia calmed down. Being an intelligent person, he understood Tang Wulin's reasoning and refrained from acting rashly. Gu Yu nodded. I support Wulin. Let us first seek out Teacher Wu. Zhou Changxi, trailing behind, said. This incident has escalated significantly. There are at least over 200 people blocking the entrance, and they appear quite aggressive. What exactly did you all do? Wu Changkong had a highly disciplined routine. After dinner, he would meditate in his dormitory, making him easy to find, dressed in an elegantly vintage white robe. Wu Changkong opened the door to find the three of them standing there, and he coldly inquired, Do you have questions regarding your cultivation? Although Xia had his own pride, he felt a sense of intimidation in front of Wu Changkong and instinctively looked to Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin replied, Teacher Wu, we seem to have caused some trouble. He felt a bit nervous but steeled himself to recount what had transpired the previous night. Wu Changkong listened impassively and coldly remarked, You certainly have some talent. After uttering these words, he strode out without further ado. His white robe fluttered lightly in the breeze, and his flowing hair danced with it, exuding an ethereal quality that created a dreamlike visual impression. Tang Wulin snapped Xia out of his daze with a gentle pat, and the three of them followed Wu Changkong toward the academy's entrance. Outside East Sea Academy, the scene was chaotic, completely blocked off, with at least 200 burly men brandishing various weapons at the entrance. Some even held soul guides prohibited for civilian use. With advancements in soul guide technology, it had become accessible for ordinary people to use, although soul masters still held a revered status. The gap between them and ordinary individuals had narrowed due to technology. Just as ordinary people could operate soul guide mechas at certain levels, soul masters did not possess a significant advantage over ordinary people wielding soul guides. This was a critical reason these individuals dared to blockade a Soul Master Academy. On the side of East Sea Academy, many mid-level and high-level students had gathered near the entrance, while the imposing figures on the other side hoisted 3 large photographs prominently displaying Tang Wulin, Xia, and Gu Yu. Among them, a few of the burly men carried a stretcher upon which lay the light dragon, swathed in bandages. Another group held a massive banner that read, Blood for blood. Debts must be repaid. Hand over the culprits. Fortunately, this was a Soul Master Academy. Although these men were emboldened, they did not storm the academy. From among them, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and incredibly robust, with a bald head and a full beard, stood out. His intimidating appearance resembled an upgraded version of the light dragon. His bare arms displayed muscles that were almost terrifying, and his cold gaze swept over the crowd, searching for the three individuals in the photographs. Who are you to dare cause trouble at the academy's gate? At that moment, a furious voice rang out. Long Hongxiu emerged, flanked by a dozen irate teachers. Seeing the scene outside, his heart tightened slightly, just as Tang Wulin had said, knowing this was a Soul Master Academy. The audacity of the intruders indicated they had some backing. I am Guang Biao, and lying here is my brother. The imposing figure of the bald man spoke coldly, his demeanor lacking any overt ferocity. Yet, his deep voice resonated like thunder in the ears of all present. Such a formidable soul force. This individual's cultivation. Long Hongxiu's pupils constricted, and suddenly, he recalled the name. Guang Biao, are you the captain of the Mecha Brigade in Donghai City? Every city possesses its own armed forces, not only to maintain public order through police deployments, but also to establish military presences. Donghai City, being a large coastal metropolis, has seen the federal deployment of a mecha brigade comprising 500 soul-guided mechas. Chapter 84. The Eternal Soul Ring. The Mecha Brigade operates at the division level, only a rank below the administrative chief of Donghai City, and there exists no direct hierarchical relationship between them. Upon realizing that the imposing figure before him was none other than Guang Biao, Long Hongxiu's expression shifted dramatically. Even if the chief of Donghai City were present, he likely could not command this man. I am not the captain of the Mecha Brigade. I am merely a brother whose sibling has been grievously injured. Hand over the assailant, Guang Biao stated coldly. Captain Guang Biao, I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Long Hongxiu replied, his tone considerably softened. The photograph clearly shows 3 children. Could it be that my brother was harmed by these 3? I suspect there are underlying circumstances. Let us remain calm and investigate the matter thoroughly. Long Hongxiu understood that this was a person he could not offend. After all, he commanded a mecha brigade. This implied that the formidable figures surrounding him were all mecha masters. While it is true that ordinary individuals can also become mecha masters, they are a minority. Most are soul masters. Even if their levels are modest, their mastery of soul-guiding devices and combat experience is vast. The individuals before him were not something the Academy could contend with, especially given their ability to summon the power of mechas at any moment. He had heard tales of Guang Biao's exploits. This captain was indeed a legendary figure. Coming from an ordinary background, he had lost both parents at a young age. Through sheer talent and relentless effort, he had ascended to the position of captain at the tender age of 35. His soul power had reached 6 rings, marking him as a genuine soul emperor, with his mecha master level exceeding the imperial grade. Within the entire Donghai Academy, it seemed he was among the very few with imperial-level soul power. A misunderstanding? Children? My brother has been beaten to this extent. As his elder brother, I bear a responsibility to investigate, but this will be conducted under my jurisdiction. Enough talk. Hand over the perpetrator. We have already shown Donghai City some respect by waiting here. I will grant you an additional 20 minutes if you do not deliver the person. We shall enter and find him ourselves. Long Hongxiu's expression darkened as he spoke sternly. Captain Guang Biao, do not overstep your bounds. This is the Academy, a place for nurturing students. Wasn't it not long ago that you walked out of such an institution? I will not surrender the individual. If you possess the capability, then step over our bodies in your mecha. Otherwise, do not expect to set foot into Donghai Academy. The students, who had often harbored reservations about the stern director Long, felt a surge of adrenaline at this moment, and some of the older students instinctively moved to stand behind him. Suddenly, Guang Biao stepped forward, his foot striking the ground with a resounding thud that reverberated through Donghai Academy, causing many students in front to stumble and fall. I only believe in power. Do you think your mere numbers can stop me? My brother has been grievously harmed, and you refuse to hand over the culprit, yet dare to justify this? I could have reasoned with you, but my fist speaks louder. I shall take my people, and I challenge anyone to stop me. At that moment, a frigid voice rang out from the direction of Donghai Academy. I despise reasoning. I prefer the strength of my fist. Everyone present felt a sudden chill, as if plunged into the depths of winter. Guang Biao witnessed a flash of light in a pale blue hue. The tempestuous aura that had surrounded him dissipated as if cleaved by an unseen force. Standing there, dressed in a flowing white robe, was a figure with cascading lake blue hair and deep green eyes that shimmered with a bright, pure light, exuding an air of authority that seemed to lower the temperature around him. The presence of this individual shattered the formidable aura Guang Biao had just conjured. As if he had collided with an iceberg, Teacher Wu, It's Teacher Wu. Some students from Donghai Academy gasped in astonishment. Who are you? Guang Biao squinted, his own aura surging with intensity. Wu Changkong replied coolly, the 3 students you seek are my pupils. Defeat me, and you may proceed. Lose, and you shall leave. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion, as if everything he uttered was a matter of course. Haha. Very well. It has been a long time since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. Let me weigh my options, Guang Biao laughed, though his heart burned with fury. A brilliant yellow light erupted from him, 6 soul rings materializing beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 purple. Soul Emperor, 6-ringed Soul Emperor. Gasps reverberated among the students. As he unleashed his martial soul, Guang Biao's stature grew by half a meter. Iron-gray scales descended from his forehead, enveloping him in a thick armor. Flanking him were 3 luminous orbs, 2 yellow, resembling lizards, and 1 purple, a massive python. The purple hue signified a 1,000-year soul spirit. Undoubtedly, these 6 soul rings were bestowed by these 3 spirits. Possessing a 1,000-year soul spirit marks one as a formidable expert among soul masters. Even with the ironclad dragon martial soul, the aura radiating from Guang Biao dwarfed that of the light dragon. At this moment, he felt as though he could effortlessly crush any mountain that dared oppose him. His overwhelming presence surged toward Wu Changkong like a tornado, stirring his blue hair in the wind. Just then, everyone present felt an abrupt chill, as if winter had descended upon them. Guang Biao caught sight of a faint blue light flickering. The tempestuous aura split in 2, vanishing without a trace. Wu Changkong remained composed, his white robe billowing. And in his right hand, a pale blue sword appeared as if conjured from thin air. The blade shimmered like autumn water, its brilliance akin to a silk ribbon. And with the white robe and blue sword, he appeared ethereal. Few had witnessed his prowess firsthand, and all eyes were drawn to the sword. Circles of light emanated from the sword's hilt. The soul rings, though diminutive, danced around the blade, their colors radiant. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Indeed, the final 2 rings were black, signifying 10,000 years. Yes, they were the 10,000-year soul rings. The air seemed to freeze, the entire sky appearing to crystallize with the emergence of this sword. Wu Changkong stood still, and Guang Biao's once ferocious aura became immobile. 10,000. 10,000-year soul rings. How can this be? How can they possibly be 10,000-year soul rings? Chapter 85. The White Garb and Blue Sword. Cold as the icy snow, Guang Biao stood in stunned silence, gazing at Wu Changkong. Ever since the soul beast had neared extinction, the appearance of 10,000-year soul rings had become exceedingly rare. Even the spirit tower found it immensely challenging to create such a soul spirit. Yet, why? Why did a 10,000-year soul ring manifest upon him? Who exactly was he? To possess a 10,000-year soul ring was not merely a matter of innate talent. It required formidable backing, a fact Guang Biao understood all too well. Despite his impulsive nature, facing a 6-ring soul emperor with 2 10,000-year soul rings, he felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Wu Changkong, however, paid him no heed, his focus solely on the long sword in his grasp. The Tianchuang sword, his martial spirit, had not been displayed for quite some time. With his mental energy refined into his martial spirit, seeing his old friend again left him somewhat entranced, his demeanor softening, reminiscent of gazing upon a beloved. Roaring to the heavens, Guang Biao could no longer afford to hesitate. In front of his subordinates, he could not exhibit cowardice. He needed to lead them forward. Thus, this battle became inevitable. The first soul ring illuminated, and his entire body erupted with a metallic gray glow, transforming him into the iron-armored dragon. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, he surged forth like a tempest toward Wu Changkong. At his level, speed and strength were terrifyingly formidable. His colossal fist, adorned with raised dragon scales, was destined to inflict grievous harm, akin to a brutal execution. Wu Changkong remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the Tianchuang sword, his stance unwavering. The iron-armored dragon's punch, heavy and immense, seemed incapable of swaying his calm demeanor. "Teacher, be careful," Tang Wulin shouted from afar. Clink, clink, clink. A series of sharp sounds rang out. With the first chime, Guang Biao, akin to a rampaging behemoth, halted. With each subsequent chime, a scale was dislodged from his fist, sending him staggering backward. He yearned to resist, to unleash greater soul power. But the moment the Tianchuang sword met his fist, icy sword energy penetrated through, akin to needles piercing his veins, compelling him to gather all his soul power to defend, leaving no room to release any soul techniques. 7 sounds echoed, and with each sound, he retreated a step. Yet Wu Changkong appeared to have only drawn a single sword strike. A faint blue glow emanated from him, and in that fleeting moment of collision, an astonishing aura coalesced around him. His dark green eyes transformed to a vibrant purple, exuding a soft violet light as the Tianshuang sword thrust forward. It was an exquisitely simple motion. Throughout, Wu Changkong's focus remained solely on the Tianshuang sword. However, as he executed the thrust, Guangbiao felt as if something within him ignited, a surge of unparalleled icy sword energy erupting forth. Simultaneously, he sensed his mind slowing, his blood feeling as though it might freeze. His formidable martial spirit, which had brought him fame, offered him no protection at that moment, as if the iron-armored dragon had entirely forsaken him. At Guangbiao's side, the purple giant serpent spirit finally stirred. Its massive form swelled, silver scales emerging from its purple body, and its colossal tail lashed out toward Wu Changkong, intent on delivering a decisive blow. To the astonishment of all, Wu Changkong did not evade. Indeed, he showed no inclination to dodge. A cerulean glow enveloped him, his eyes still shimmering with violet light, allowing the strike from the thousand-year spirit to land upon him. With a soft hiss, as the strike connected, the blue aura around Wu Changkong intensified. In that instant, everyone perceived a flicker before their eyes, as if Wu Changkong himself transformed into a sword, mirroring the Tianshuang sword he wielded. The purple giant serpent spirit's tail struck the sword's edge. The purple light swept over, leaving a smooth, clean break, and the spirit let out a cry as its radiance dimmed instantly. At that moment, the Tianshuang sword was poised before Guangbiao. Clenching his teeth, Guangbiao found himself unable to summon the power of his martial spirit. The overwhelming icy sword energy severed his connection to his weapon, dulling his thoughts. All he could do was raise his hands, channeling every ounce of available soul power to shield himself. With a soft thud, the blue light halted mere inches from Guangbiao's nose, yet the frigid air transformed into a net of swords, ensnaring him completely. His hands were pierced through, turning the same pale blue as the Tianshuang sword. Your eyes, from where do you come? Guangbiao stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Whether from the biting cold or sheer terror, Wu Changkong replied calmly, I was expelled from that place for my temper. Thus, do not let me see you again. The blue light receded, and it seemed as though countless streams of azure energy coalesced around Wu Changkong, the Tianshuang sword vanishing like a fleeting light. He had already turned, heading towards the East Sea Academy, pursued by the multitude of chilling energies, including those that had entered Guangbiao's body, the white garb and blue sword. Cold as the icy snow, Wu Changkong,